Long Hua unexpectedly traversed into the world of Dragon Ball. During this process, his soul fortuitously merged with the physique of Vegito, albeit a white version. Fortunately, he possesses the Dragon Ball power-up quest system. To this, Long Hua can only express, even if it is a white version, I shall restore him to the pinnacle of strength, re-establishing his dominion over the universe. Vegeta, am I not the perennial second? How have I become the third? Frieza, you are simply inhuman. Who possesses such strength? Cell, I have turned orange, yet I still succumb to that man. View, Daddy, Earth is so terrifying. I want to return Mars. Beerus, I merely took a nap, and you tell me someone can defeat me? Chapter 1. Traversing the Dragon Ball World. Activation of the Dragon Ball Power-Up Quest System ***. Chirp, chirp, a melodious chorus of birdsong roused Long Hua from his slumber. Where am I? Long Hua groggily opened his eyes, only to be greeted by towering trees and a dense jungle. An utterly unfamiliar environment. Damn, am I sleepwalking? This can't be. My parents never mentioned I could sleepwalk. Startled by the sight, Long Hua instinctively leapt up. While he was still in a daze, a voice resonated within his mind. Ding. Detection indicates the host has awakened. Dragon Ball Power-Up Quest System activating. 150. 99. 100. Activation successful. Long Hua, a system? Haha. After reading so many novels, where others have their own systems, making me envious for 3 sleepless nights, has it finally come to me? Since the system has appeared, does that mean I have indeed traversed? System? System? Long Hua began to call out within his mind. I am here, host. Come, tell me what kind of system you are. Long Hua rubbed his hands together in excitement. At this moment, he was so elated that he failed to catch the system's words clearly. System, Dragon Ball Power-Up Quest System, at your service. Long Hua. So I have come to the Dragon Ball world, where everyone easily enjoys a tour of heaven and hell. System, indeed, host. What about my previous life and my parents? Can I return? Ding. Negative, Long Hua. While his previous life was not particularly fulfilling, lacking a partner in wealth, merely a poor, single individual, his parents were still alive. Now that he had traversed, what would become of them? It seemed the system had heard Long Hua's concerns. Do not worry, host. After your traversal, the system has fabricated a you in your world. That you will continue your life and honor your parents until the end of their days. Long Hua sighed. I cannot provide my parents with a good life while alive. I hope that I can improve their situation. Alas, please forgive your son's unfilial behavior. Well, since I cannot return, I shall accept my fate. It is time to embark on my new life. Long Hua was inherently a person of easygoing disposition. Since he could not return and the system had arranged for his parents' future, he felt free of burdens. All right, with no worries, Long Hua brimmed with enthusiasm. Dragon Ball, here I come. Though I haven't watched it in ages, I still remember the general plot, especially the blue-haired, blue-eyed, voluptuous Bulma. Hee slurp. System. Upon hearing the host's daydreaming, the system was left speechless. The conversation had started normally, yet took a sudden turn. After indulging in his fantasies for a while, Long Hua wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. It was then that he noticed his own condition. Wearing an orange sleeveless shirt, a deep blue turtle school uniform, white gloves and white boots, especially the perfect muscles. On his arms and the firm 8-pack abs, he couldn't help but touch them. Long Hua called out to the system within his mind. System, system, who have I become? It feels so familiar. The system provided no explanation but projected Long Hua's current appearance before him. Looking at his reflection, Long Hua observed the flame-like upright hair, 2 uneven bangs falling over his forehead, and a visage that was 7 parts like Goku and 3 parts like Vegeta. Wow, this looks just like Vegito, just missing the Patera earrings. System, what is going on? After admiring his handsome appearance for a while, Long Hua finally regained his senses and questioned the system. System, during the traversal, your original body was shattered and perished. This physique is a new body formed by the system utilizing energy from the dimensional rift. Without a body, your soul would not have been able to traverse the dimensional passage to this world. After all, this world is governed by higher deities and without a suitable body. In the moment of your arrival, you would have caught the attention of the deities and been erased. Long Hua. Understand. You must be referring to Beerus, Whis, and the Grand Priest, right? System. Not only them. There is also the Kai of Time, Kranoa, Kane, and the Dragon God, Salama, who governs the Dragon Realm. Long Hua. Wait, aren't those deities just fictional characters from fan-made anime and novels? I haven't watched those derivative works. If I had known I would traverse in a Dragon Ball, I would have prepared better. System. Host, don't you see who you are now? What is there to fear? Besides, with this system around, those deities won't notice you for a while. Long Hua. True enough. If one doesn't fight, one cannot win. From now on, I am Vegito, and Vegito is me. The moment he uttered those words, Vegito felt his consciousness suddenly becoming much clearer. System ding. Congratulations, host. The fusion of your soul and body has increased by 5. Currently, the fusion rate stands at 10. Vegito. So my soul has not yet fully merged with this body. No wonder I felt so strange since waking up. System. Indeed, host. You can enhance the fusion rate by completing quests for rewards. Once the fusion reaches 100, your power will experience a rapid increase, and even the higher deities will be unable to discern that you're not a native of this world. Vegito. Understood. Does the system have any beginner's gift packs? System. Congratulations, host. You have received a beginner's gift pack. Would you like to open it? Yes/no. If I hadn't asked, would you have kept the gift pack for yourself? Vegito thought, mentally selecting yes. System. The current host is not easily deceived. Too many traversals. System. Congratulations, host. You have acquired an initial battle power of 10,000. Learned key manipulation. Learned instant transmission. Beginner. Learned Kamehameha. Received 10 senza beans and a storage ring with a space of 99.99 by 99.99 by 99.99. Vegito. This beginner's gift pack is truly abundant. Excellent. From now on, I will make the name Vegito resound throughout the cosmos. The moment the rewards were received, Vegito felt a surge of immense power within him. He attempted to throw a punch. His fist created a sound that shattered the air. Remarkable. Is this the power of 10,000 battle? This sensation is simply exhilarating. Who wouldn't yearn for the ability to reach out and grasp the moon, to obliterate stars with bare hands? It is simply irresistible. However, what about this instant transmission, beginner? Can you not explain to me, system? System. Instant transmission, beginner, requires the ardation to sense the presence of a person. Intermediate instant transmission, utilized by the Jebit, does not necessitate sensing a presence. It merely requires the coordinates of a planet. Advanced instant transmission allows travel to other universes, such as the 6th universe. Perfect instant transmission enables the host to traverse into parallel worlds, including the future world and the GT timeline. By the stars, how formidable. My system. When shall I attain perfect instant transmission? As long as the host diligently completes tasks, rewards such as milk and bread will be forthcoming. Vegeta. Is the system merely spinning tales for me? Vegeta. Now, system, in which timeline do I find myself? If the plot has progressed to the later stages, my current combat prowess may prove insufficient. Ding. Raditz has been detected arriving on Earth. Task issued. Defeat Raditz. Task reward. Soul fusion degree increased by 5. Vegeta. Oh, that standard Super Saiyan Raditz has already arrived on Earth. It seems the Dragon Ball Z storyline is just commencing. Splendid. I can hardly wait to meet Goku and the others. With that, Vegeta gradually summoned the energy within, and his body began to levitate into the air. Thanks to the system's bestowal of energy manipulation, soaring into the skies was rather effortless. Gazing down from above, he surveyed his surroundings, realizing he was amidst a dense mountain forest. Vegeta took a moment to sense the energy on Earth. Before long, he discerned 3 energy signatures, 1 large and 2 small, engaged in a fierce clash. It was evident that the 3 energies were embroiled in an intense battle. Vegeta surmised that it must be Goku and Piccolo joining forces against Raditz. Fueled by determination, Vegeta propelled himself toward the sensed energies. In an instant, a white aura enveloped Vegeta, trailing a long, luminous tail behind him. The immense wind pressure generated by Vegeta's flight caused the trees below to bend and topple, displacing vast amounts of earth and stone. Vegeta spun in the air, maneuvering in various poses, backward, supine, and every conceivable orientation. Woo! The sensation of flight is absolutely exhilarating. In a previous life, he had dreamed of soaring freely through the skies like a bird, and now he felt an insatiable desire to fly in a moment of euphoria. He nearly lost himself in the bliss of flight. Yet, Vegeta remained mindful of the system's task. Calming his exhilarated heart, he accelerated once more toward the source of the energy. Whoosh! Amidst the rush of wind, Vegeta gradually approached the battlefield. Estimating he was still a few kilometers away from the 3 energy signatures, he reduced his speed and lowered his energy output, cautiously drawing closer to the confrontation. Chapter 2. Son Goku and Piccolo vs. Raditz. Vegeta, having lowered his energy, soared into the high clouds above the battlefield where Goku and his companions fought, concealing his presence. Although Vegeta's current power level was 10,000, he had never engaged in battle before. In his previous life, he existed in an era of peace, where even brawls were foreign to him. Vegeta wished to observe the conflict between Goku and the others, hoping to absorb some combat experience. Despite having just arrived in this world, Vegeta was resolute in his desire to protect Earth alongside Goku and his allies. Even without the compulsion of a system task, he felt an innate drive to safeguard the planet, devoid of any particular reason. He He simply wished to defend Earth. Vegeta, hidden from view, beheld the three figures locked in confrontation below. One was a towering figure with green skin, unmistakably Piccolo, the future guardian of the Sun family. The other, clad in an orange martial arts GI with crab-like hair and a determined gaze, was none other than the protagonist of Dragon Ball, Son Goku. However, their current state was far from favorable. Both warriors were panting heavily, their chests rising and falling, their garments tattered and worn, presenting a disheveled appearance. In contrast, Piccolo appeared worse off, having lost an arm and now resembling a one-armed green warrior. Goku and Piccolo wore grave expressions, their eyes fixed intently on the figure before them. This individual was robust, with spiky hair cascading down to his calves, adorned in armor unique to planet Vegeta, and sporting a scouter on his left ear. Most strikingly, he had a brown tail coiled around his waist, an unmistakable emblem of the Saiyan race. This man was Raditz, who, alongside Vegeta and Nappa, had annihilated planet Shatz over the course of 3 days, and was now directed by Frieza to conquer the next planet. Due to the unexpectedly fierce battle, he had come to Earth to recruit Kakarot, Goku, his elder brother. Vegeta mused, so this is Raditz in his Super Saiyan form? Quite the character indeed. At that moment, Raditz looked mockingly at Goku and Piccolo, his eyes brimming with disdain. The recent clash had clearly seen Raditz dominate both Goku and Piccolo, who were now severely injured and their energy levels in disarray. In stark contrast, Raditz exhibited an air of calm, his power unwavering and formidable, suggesting that even the combined strength of Earth's mightiest warriors was insufficient to challenge him. Ha! Kakarot, surrender your resistance. Your demise is imminent. What is the matter? Have you exhausted all your tricks? Raditz taunted. I can offer you a chance. Kill all the humans on Earth and join me, and I shall spare your life. Together, we can serve Prince Vegeta and conquer more planets. What say you, my foolish brother? Raditz's true purpose in coming to Earth was to recruit Goku, with the invasion being merely an afterthought. I am not Kakarot. I am Son Goku. Moreover, Earth is my home, and I refuse to let it fall into the hands of a villain like you. I will protect Earth. Goku replied, his gaze resolute and his voice unwavering. Piccolo, do you have any other tricks up your sleeve? Goku inquired earnestly. To be honest, I do not, Piccolo admitted. I see you've been slacking off. To counter you, I have developed a new technique. Goku, is that true? Have you truly created a new technique? Piccolo nodded. I can manage with one hand, but it requires considerable time to gather energy. I need you to hold off that Saiyan and buy me some time. Of course, but will your technique be effective against him? Goku asked. It should be. If this technique can't defeat that Saiyan, then we are truly out of options. Trusting Piccolo after years of fighting and camaraderie, Goku wasted no time and launched himself towards Raditz. He unleashed a flurry of punches at Raditz, but not a single blow managed to mar Raditz's garments. The disparity in power and speed was stark. Goku was no match for Raditz at this stage. After deflecting Goku's punches, Raditz delivered a swift kick to Goku's face, sending him hurtling away. Just as Goku was about to crash to the ground, he landed on all fours and propelled himself back into the sky. Vegeta thought, it seems Goku is about to unleash a significant attack. This is an opportune moment to observe. Ascending into the air, Goku began the familiar incantation for the Kamehameha wave. Came. Haim. Ha. He directed the powerful energy wave towards Raditz. Raditz, witnessing the oncoming Kamehameha, leapt to evade it. However, Goku swiftly altered the trajectory of his attack, continuing to pursue Raditz. Realizing he could not escape, Raditz raised his hands to defend himself. The ensuing explosion was monumental, shrouding the area in smoke and debris. As the dust settled, Raditz emerged largely unscathed, much to Goku's disbelief. Raditz, I have lost patience. Prepare to die, Kakarot. Vegeta silently cursed Raditz, thinking, oh, that wretched fool. With that, Raditz unleashed a ki blast that struck Goku, sending him crashing to the ground. Approaching the incapacitated Goku, Raditz concentrated energy into a sphere, declaring, go to hell, Kakarot. Suddenly, the scouter detected an anomalous energy fluctuation. Raditz turned to investigate, realizing that Piccolo was preparing a powerful attack. The readings on the scouter indicated that Piccolo's energy had surged to 1330. The one descending into hell should be you. Die, Saiyan. Special beam cannon. A spiraling energy wave shot towards Raditz at incredible speed. The very fabric of the sky seemed to shift as a blinding brilliance erupted. In the aftermath, half of the opposing snow-capped mountain was obliterated, yet Raditz narrowly evaded the devastating attack. How could Piccolo possibly achieve such speed? Is he a monster? Raditz exclaimed, astonished. That was quite impressive. You actually managed to damage my armor. Had I not dodged, I might have truly faced defeat. Raditz felt a shudder at the near brush with death. However, failing to hit Piccolo would mean nothing. With a fierce glare directed at Piccolo, Raditz declared, Now it's time for me to present you with a gift, die? He raised his left hand, swiftly forming an energy wave. Yet, just as he was about to unleash it, he felt a sudden weakness wash over him, causing the energy to dissipate. Turning around, Raditz discovered that Goku had grasped his tail. As a Saiyan, they shared a critical vulnerability. When their tail was seized, they lost all strength. You were too careless. Goku chuckled. When did you sneak up behind me? Raditz protested. What a dishonorable act, attacking from behind. With a firm grip on Raditz's tail, Goku rendered him powerless, forcing him to the ground. Piccolo, hurry and use that technique. We must take advantage of this opportunity to eliminate him. Seeing Goku had seized Raditz's tail, Piccolo was elated. Well done, Goku. This will be my last shot. You must hold his tail tightly. With that, Piccolo began to gather energy for his ultimate move, the Special Beam Cannon. Chapter 3. Piccolo's defeat and Vegeta's intervention. As Piccolo began to charge up his formidable attack, Raditz felt a surge of panic. Kakarot, I acknowledge my wrongdoings, he pleaded. I swear, I will never commit evil again. Please, just spare me this once. I am your elder brother. Are you truly going to take the life of your own flesh and blood? Upon hearing Raditz's desperate cries for mercy, Goku's innate purity softened his grip on Raditz's tail. Sensing Goku's wavering resolve, Raditz continued to manipulate him. Piccolo, noticing Goku's impending release of Raditz, shouted urgently, Goku, do not let go. Raditz is deceiving you. If you free him, he will undoubtedly kill us all once he regains his strength. Goku, looking at Raditz, asked, is that true? Indeed, Kakarot, I speak only the truth. Raditz replied, even as Piccolo urged Goku to resist. Nevertheless, Goku ultimately relinquished his hold on Raditz's tail. The moment Raditz regained mobility, he struck Goku's chest with a powerful elbow, sending him sprawling to the ground, blood spilling from his lips. Raditz followed up with a crushing stomp on the very spot he had just attacked. Goku cried out in agony. Vegeta observed with disdain, TSK, TSK. Goku remains the same kind-hearted fool. Raditz remarked derisively, oh, my foolish brother. How naive you are. But I am an elite warrior. I shall show no mercy. Even to my own kin. Haha, your chances are now utterly obliterated. With that, he planted a heavy foot on Goku's chest, gathering 2 energy blasts in his hands, one aimed at Goku beneath him, and the other at Piccolo, who was preparing to unleash his special beam cannon. Up in the sky, Vegeta prepared to intervene, yet halted as he sensed an immense energy rapidly rising from the pit below. Gohan erupted forth from the spacecraft, leaping into the air and spinning gracefully to land on the ground. Raditz's eyes widened in horror as the scouter registered Gohan's power level at 1307. Piccolo. Goku was equally astonished by the sheer force emanating from Gohan. You shall not harm my father. Gohan exclaimed, tears glistening in his eyes as he faced Raditz. A tremendous energy surged within his small frame, propelling him like an arrow toward Raditz. The impact shattered Raditz's armor, and he nearly toppled from the force of the blow. Upon seeing Goku, Gohan's emotions momentarily stabilized. Dad. Raditz, regaining his composure, glanced at his scouter and saw Gohan's power level revert to 1. It dawned on him that the boy's strength fluctuated with his emotions. Raditz, incensed by the unexpected setback, growled, you wretched brat, perish. Suddenly, a figure appeared before Gohan, blocking Raditz's elbow strike with a single hand. None of them, Raditz, Goku, or Piccolo, could comprehend the sudden appearance of this individual. As Raditz demanded, who are you? Vegeta replied with a smirk, me? I am the one who will send you to hell. With a flick of his wrist, he cast Raditz aside. The latter staggered back a few steps before regaining his balance. Raditz checked the scouter, which displayed Vegeta's power level as merely 100. You think you are someone special? You're just a weakling with a power level of 100. Goku and Piccolo exchanged skeptical glances, for despite the scouter's readings, they could sense that Vegeta was far stronger than any of them present. The manner of his sudden arrival remained a mystery. With a mocking smile, Vegeta retorted, a weakling of 100? Why don't you come and test that theory? Raditz, unable to tolerate the provocation, charged at Vegeta. With a swift punch, Raditz landed a blow on Vegeta's face. Haha, just a 100 weakling dares to look down upon me. Hearing Raditz's laughter, Vegeta merely shifted his face slightly, still maintaining composure. However, the moment Raditz noticed Vegeta's strength, his laughter ceased, replaced by fury at the contemptuous gaze directed at him. What are you staring at? Raditz barked. But before he could strike again, Vegeta ducked low and delivered a punch that sank deep into Raditz's abdomen, causing him to cough up blood. A swift kick to Raditz's neck sent him soaring into the air. At that moment, Vegeta seized Raditz's leg, pivoting on his own axis and rapidly spinning the larger warrior around. After several revolutions, Vegeta hurled Raditz into the sky. Kamehameha! Goku exclaimed, astonished that Vegeta could also perform the Kamehameha wave. Piccolo was left in shock by Vegeta's display of power. The Kamehameha surged toward Raditz, who realized he was trapped and unable to evade the impending blast. With a final shout, he declared, "Even if I perish, Prince Vegeta and the others will surely come to Earth for revenge." Ha! Vegeta, unfazed, turned away, stating, "A true man never looks back at an explosion." With a deafening roar, Raditz was consumed by the explosion, reduced to mere dust. In that moment, a sweet voice resonated in Vegeta's mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed the task, defeat Raditz. Reward, soul and body fusion rate increased by 5, reaching a total of 15. With a chuckle, Vegeta reflected on how easily he had accomplished his first task. Goku and Piccolo, witnessing Vegeta's effortless defeat of an enemy they had struggled against, were left incredulous. Is there truly someone this powerful in the world? Vegeta, observing the astonished expressions on Goku and Piccolo's faces, offered a gentle smile. "Hello there, Goku." Sensing no malice from Vegeta, gradually stood up. "Greetings, I am Goku." "Hello, Goku. I am Vegeta. You may simply call me Vegeta." The excitement within Vegeta surged at meeting the protagonist of Dragon Ball. Once Piccolo confirmed that Vegeta was not an enemy, he turned his head away disdainfully. "Goku, pay no mind to Piccolo. He is not truly a bad person. He just has that demeanor," Goku remarked, inadvertently exposing Piccolo's character. Fuming with indignation, Piccolo retorted, "Who says I am not a bad person? I am the infamous Piccolo Daimao. Once I defeat you, I shall rule this world. Come now, Piccolo. There's no need to be like that." Vegeta dismissed Piccolo's anger lightly. Having been an avid viewer of anime in his previous life, Vegeta understood that Piccolo had undergone significant character development after his defeat by Goku. While not completely benevolent, he would not indiscriminately slaughter innocents. At this moment, despite the lingering darkness within him, Piccolo did not intend any harm to Earth. "Here, take these senzu beans. How do you possess senzu beans?" "Previously, I stumbled upon a peculiar situation." Vegeta offered little explanation, and both he and Piccolo were well aware of the magic bean's potency. They promptly consumed them. After Piccolo ingested a bean, with a fierce roar, his severed arm miraculously regenerated. They lingered for a moment when a jet aircraft appeared overhead, gradually descending. Once the hatch opened, a small bald figure clad in a martial arts uniform akin to that of Goku leaped out. Vegeta remarked, "This must be Krillin, the noseless warrior from planet Namek." Indeed, as he observed Krillin's absence of a nose, Vegeta found it quite remarkable. Did Krillin not require breath? Or did he possess other orifices for respiration? "Krillin, are you alright?" he asked, rushing to Goku's side to inquire about his injuries. Vegeta internally mused. These two truly are the best of friends. Before long, another figure emerged from the aircraft, a striking young woman, with blue hair, bare shoulders, large expressive eyes, long lashes, a petite nose, a cherry-red mouth, and fair skin, embodying the beauty of 20-year-old Bulma. Upon seeing her, Vegeta was momentarily entranced. "So beautiful, truly beautiful," he murmured to himself. "Mother, I think I've fallen in love." He silently apologized to Vegeta. "Forgive me, Vegeta. You shall become the Super Saiyan Green. I shall claim your destined partner and find you a new one later." Vegeta had already disregarded Master Roshi, who disembarked after Bulma. Noticing Vegeta's murmurs, Bulma turned and was taken aback by his tall, handsome figure. "Could this be my Prince Charming? He is so dashing." In an instant, Bulma was already contemplating names for their future children. The two became lost in each other's gaze, as if the world around them had faded away, leaving only their shared connection. Chapter 4. The individual training of the group. While Vegeta and Bulma were captivated by one another, Goku was busy recounting the events to Krillin and Master Roshi. They approached Vegeta and Bulma. "Krillin, Bulma, you're daydreaming again," Krillin teased, causing them to snap back to reality and avert their gazes. Though Vegeta possessed immense power, his demeanor had not entirely transformed. He shyly scratched the back of his head, turning slightly red in the face. After all, he had been alone in his previous life until now. It was only natural to feel awkward in the presence of someone he admired. Bulma, however, was unfazed like Vegeta. She turned to Krillin with a fierce attitude. "Shut up, baldhead. No one thinks you're mute if you don't speak." Bulma's character remained true to the original story. Innocent, lively, brave, passionate, straightforward, and spirited. Always eager to assist friends and fond of handsome men. Vegeta observed Bulma's formidable aura and thought, "I hope I won't end up being henpecked." Their first encounter left an indelible impression on both. "Krillin, Bulma, your personalities haven't changed one bit," Vegeta remarked. "Thank you once again for saving us and the Earth. Should you need assistance in the future, don't hesitate to call upon me." Goku added, "Absolutely. I will surely strengthen my training." "Good. Then I shall be counting on you," Vegeta replied, recognizing Goku as the protagonist of the Dragon Ball series. He might indeed require Goku's help down the line. Bulma mused, "His name is Vegeta? What an intriguing name. He resembles Goku, yet possesses a more refined charm." My kind of handsome. Oh dear, my heart races. I shouldn't have insulted that little bald head earlier. It's all Krillin's fault. I wonder if Vegeta thinks I have a bad temper. How can you be so young yet possess such strength? I never knew there were such powerful warriors hidden on Earth. Goku inquired, perplexed. Well, Goku, I don't need to parade around declaring myself the strongest in the world, Vegeta replied. Goku chuckled. I just get excited when I see strong fighters. Could you spar with me, Vegeta? Goku's gaze was fervent. If not for his understanding of Goku's nature, Vegeta might have suspected Goku harbored ulterior motives. Goku, your strength is still insufficient. You should focus on training first. When you grow stronger, we can spar. Vegeta declined Goku's request. He knew that a confrontation between them was inevitable given Goku's insatiable thirst for combat. With Vegeta now a Saiyan, the warrior instincts within him were gradually altering his disposition. Seeing Goku abandon the idea of an immediate duel, Vegeta continued. You must have heard Raditz' words, Goku. In a year, Raditz's allies will come to Earth to avenge him, and judging by Raditz's confidence, their power will far exceed his. Given your current capabilities, you cannot hope to contend with these Saiyans. For the sake of the Earth and your own survival, you must elevate your strength. Krillin, Goku, and Piccolo understood Vegeta's intent and nodded in agreement. With Vegeta's arrival, Goku had not perished alongside Raditz. And while Vegeta and the others were unaware of the Dragon Ball's existence on Earth, Raditz's death had not altered the overarching narrative. The Saiyans would still arrive as depicted in the original tale. Absolutely. I must intensify my training. I had thought the world was at peace and had grown complacent. Goku declared, filled with determination. Though Piccolo and Krillin did not vocalize their thoughts, their eyes burned with the same fierce resolve. Vegeta, can you assist me in my training? Your strength might yield exponential results. Goku earnestly requested. Apologies, Goku, but I cannot acquiesce to your request. Vegeta once again declined. His refusal stemmed from his belief that he had little to teach Goku, as everything he knew was imparted by the system. Without it, he would be inferior to Goku. Moreover, he had other priorities. Primarily, Vegeta wished for Goku to train at King Kai's planet, enabling him to learn the Kaioken and Spirit Bomb techniques. While Vegeta was confident in his future ability to vanquish the antagonists of the Dragon Ball saga, he believed it prudent for Goku to master the Kaioken and Spirit Bomb. Without these techniques, Goku would lack something essential. Upon hearing Vegeta's refusal, Goku felt a pang of disappointment. Though I cannot assist you in your training, I can recommend a place where someone more capable than I can guide you, Vegeta suggested. Where? Goku inquired, visibly excited. Ask the old Kai, and you shall find out. Vegeta replied with a knowing smile. Meanwhile, in the Kaioshin realm, the old Kai was taken aback, breaking into a sweat. Since Raditz's arrival on Earth, he had been observing Goku and the others. He was aware of the recent events and felt both relief at the crisis averted and astonishment. As the deity of Earth, he had been oblivious to Vegeta's existence. His knowledge of Vegeta was virtually non-existent. Yet, from what Vegeta had just said, it seemed he was quite informed about the old Kai. What manner of being is this young man named Vegeta? The old Kai pondered. Old Kai, stop dawdling. Quickly respond to Goku. Will you take him to that place? Vegeta subtly gestured toward the ground. Upon hearing Vegeta's words and observing his unmistakable gesture, the old Supreme Kai's face turned ashen, causing him to involuntarily retreat 3 steps before halting. Supreme Kai, are you alright? Inquired Bobo, who stood beside him. I am fine. This young man who has just appeared is truly inscrutable. The old Supreme Kai lamented. Indeed, I am well aware of an excellent training location. His voice resonated above Vegeta and the others. Woohoo, that's fantastic, exclaimed Sun Wukong, brimming with excitement. Wukong, be sure to come find me shortly. The old Supreme Kai continued. Yes, old Supreme Kai. Sun Wukong was eager to seek out the old Supreme Kai at once, as he yearned to enhance his power for a battle against Vegeta. Vegeta, how about entrusting Goten and little Gohan to Piccolo for training? That child's sudden surge of power is quite remarkable. I believe his potential rivals yours. Sun Wukong glanced at Gohan, who was at his feet, and then at Piccolo. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Gohan fearfully tucked his small head behind his father, tightly clutching Wukong's pant leg and refusing to let go. After all, Piccolo's green appearance was indeed somewhat intimidating. Vegeta crouched before Gohan, gently patting his little head, and spoke soothingly. Gohan, you may not realize just how strong your potential truly is. Your strength surpasses that of your father. Just now, you protected him. Would you like to continue safeguarding your father in the future? Gohan glanced at Wukong, then at Piccolo, and after a lengthy deliberation, he finally resolved. I will train diligently. I will protect my father. Witnessing Gohan's determination, Sun Wukong felt immense pride. Well done, Gohan. Just as everyone was about to depart, Krillin approached Vegeta. Please hold on a moment, Mr. Vegeta. No need for such formality. Just call me Vegeta, he replied. All right, Vegeta. May I inquire if you will intervene when the Saiyans arrive a year from now? Krillin asked cautiously. I will, Vegeta responded, allowing Krillin to breathe a sigh of relief. After all, the Saiyans coming to Earth a year from now are said to possess strength far surpassing that of Raditz. While Krillin had unwavering faith in Son Wukong, the current gap in power between Wukong, Piccolo, and Raditz was considerable. Furthermore, they only had 1 year to train, and the extent of their potential improvement remained uncertain. Vegeta's prowess was already confirmed. Son Wukong had stated he easily defeated Raditz. If he could overpower Raditz now, he should be able to contend with the Saiyans arriving on Earth in a year. Knowing that Vegeta would take action was a comforting assurance for Krillin. If we cannot withstand the Saiyans in a year, we shall rely on Vegeta's assistance. Very well. Until we meet again in a year, everyone, they agreed, and subsequently departed in pairs. Chapter 5. Training in the hyperbolic time chamber. After Son Wukong and the others had left, Bulma invited Vegeta to her home as a guest. Coincidentally, Vegeta sought to consult Dr. Briefs regarding the construction of a gravity chamber. Vegeta graciously accepted Bulma's invitation and accompanied her to the Capsule Corporation in West City. This thrilled Bulma, who chattered animatedly about herself and the Capsule Corporation along the way. Upon arriving at Bulma's residence, Yamcha attempted to provoke Vegeta, but was swiftly subdued by a single punch from him. Consequently, Bulma formally broke up with Yamcha, as he had been frequently pursuing other women and exhibited a rather roguish demeanor. Now, emboldened by his audacity to challenge Vegeta, Bulma could no longer tolerate his behavior. When she encountered Bulma's mother, she exclaimed, "Oh my, where did this handsome young man come from? Would you like to go on a date with me?" "Mom, you're being ridiculous again," Bulma retorted. "All right, you young ones chat amongst yourselves." Seeing her daughter flustered, Mrs. Briefs refrained from teasing her further. Vegeta found it difficult to resist the warmth of Bulma's mother's hospitality. Later, Vegeta approached Dr. Briefs and presented him with Raditz's spacecraft. Although damaged, the technology aboard was significantly more advanced than that of Earth. Upon witnessing the advanced technology within the spacecraft, Dr. Briefs was elated and eagerly requested to construct a gravity chamber with the highest possible multiplier. After Dr. Briefs agreed, Vegeta borrowed the Dragon Radar from Bulma. With reluctance in her gaze, Bulma watched as Vegeta set off to seek the Dragon Balls. Vegeta had devised his own training plan. He did not wish to learn the Kaioken technique due to its severe side effects on the body. In the original story, Son Wukong's heart condition was largely attributed to excessive use of the Kaioken. As for the Spirit Bomb, as long as he was strong enough, he would have no need for it. 2 days later, on a desolate plain, Vegeta finally gathered all 7 Dragon Balls. "Come forth, Shenron. Grant my wish." The sky darkened, and lightning flickered within the ominous clouds. Soon, a magnificent green dragon emerged. "Gatherer of the Dragon Balls, state your wish. I can grant you one wish, no matter what it may be." Vegeta paid little mind to Shenron's customary phrase. However, the awe-inspiring sight of the dragon's appearance was indeed breathtaking. "Shenron, could you imbue my clothing with the ability to adjust weight through thought? Additionally, I would like the weight multiplier to be as high as possible. And could you incorporate a degree of self-repair?" "No problem, but I can only achieve a maximum of 300 times Earth's gravity. Additionally, if the damage reaches 70, the repair function will be completely lost." "All right, thank you very much." Vegeta was not surprised that Earth's Shenron could only achieve such a high multiplier, given its limited capabilities. As Shenron's eyes flashed red, he declared, "Your wish has been granted. Farewell." With that, Shenron vanished, and the sky returned to its original state. At that moment, a voice echoed in Vegeta's mind. "Ding. Task issued. Enter the hyperbolic time chamber for training. Duration, 1 year. Reward, 5 increase in soul and body fusion." Oh, finally a task from the system. Without hesitation, Vegeta sensed the presence of the Supreme Kai. His aura resembled that of Piccolo, as they were originally one entity, merely separated into good and evil. Whoosh. In an instant, Vegeta teleported directly to the Supreme Kai's palace. Upon his arrival, he was greeted by the old Supreme Kai, who bore a resemblance to an elderly Piccolo, and Bobo, who resembled a younger version of the Supreme Kai. The old Supreme Kai, startled by Vegeta's sudden appearance, exclaimed, "It's Vegeta. What brings you to the Supreme Kai's palace? Is there something you need?" Vegeta bowed respectfully, recognizing that he sought assistance. "Old Supreme Kai, I wish to train in the hyperbolic time chamber, and I am uncertain if I may enter." How did you know about the hyperbolic time chamber?" "Wukong informed me before he left. He mentioned that he entered it once during his childhood." "So it was Wukong who told you." "He indeed entered it once as a child." "Bobo, please escort Vegeta inside. After all, he has previously defeated the Saiyans and saved Earth. Moreover, he is exceptionally polite and powerful. Even if he were to force his way in, I doubt you could stop him." "Yes, old Supreme Kai. Follow me, Vegeta." Bobo replied before turning to guide Vegeta inside. Regarding Buu's expressionless demeanor, Vegeta remains indifferent. After all, Buu is inherently this way. In the original narrative, it is indeed rare for anything to alter Buu's countenance. Grateful to the Supreme Kai, Vegeta follows Buu to a door resembling a chocolate bar, adorned with a clock. Behind this door lies the hyperbolic time chamber, where 1 year inside equates to merely 1 day outside. Each individual may reside there for a maximum of 2 years throughout their lifetime. Should this limit be surpassed, the entrance connecting the chamber to the outside world will vanish, leaving one trapped within its confines. Buu, with his usual lack of expression, explains this. Thank you for the guidance, Buu. Vegeta is already quite knowledgeable about the hyperbolic time chamber from his previous life in the anime. As long as your fighting prowess is sufficiently formidable, even if you exceed the time limit, you can shatter the dimensional barrier and emerge unscathed. After expressing his gratitude to Buu, Vegeta steps into the hyperbolic time chamber. Upon entering, he is greeted by an expanse of white. The connection point between the chamber and the outside world resembles a yurt, flanked by 2 hourglasses utilized for timekeeping. Here, sustenance, water, and accommodations are abundantly available. The temperature fluctuates between 50 degrees Celsius and minus 40 degrees, while gravity is 10 times that of Earth. The space is as vast as the Earth itself. Individuals with weak wills and scattered minds may easily succumb to hallucinations if they linger too long. This environment serves as an excellent crucible for mental fortitude, establishing it as a veritable sanctuary for training. Consequently, within the Dragon Ball series, it has rightfully earned its reputation as a premier training ground. As Vegeta exits the chamber connecting to the outside, he immediately feels the weight of gravity magnified tenfold. However, within 20 minutes, he acclimates to this intensified force. Vegeta senses the air is thin and oppressively hot. With each breath, a stinging sensation ignites within his lungs. Alright, let the training commence. Vegeta concentrates his energy to manifest a doppelganger, possessing 80% of his original strength, to refine his combat skills. This technique was inspired by Piccolo's training in the hyperbolic time chamber from the original series. With a firm grasp on his energy, executing this is not particularly daunting. In a flurry of movement, Vegeta engages in combat with his doppelganger, honing his battle techniques. They exchange blows, landing punches and kicks, the sounds of impact echoing in the chamber. After a brief skirmish, their palms collide as they engage in a test of strength. The two find themselves evenly matched, neither able to gain the upper hand. They prepare to unleash a simultaneous energy wave. Kamehameha X2. The clash of energies results in a cataclysmic explosion. Vegeta's original form and his doppelganger are both thrust away by the shockwave. Ouch, that stings. Yet, I can feel my blood boiling. Could this be the warrior gene of a Saiyan? After the confrontation, the doppelganger dissipates, and Vegeta takes a moment to recuperate before rising with renewed vigor. Now, it is time to intensify his physical training. Adjusting the weight of his clothing to 2 times its original burden, he begins to challenge his body. Thus, Vegeta tirelessly hones his combat skills and conditions his physique. When fatigue sets in, he resorts to meditation. When his body can no longer endure, he retreats to his quarters for nourishment and rest. Chapter 6. Training concludes. Inside the hyperbolic time chamber, 1 year later, the two figures continue to clash, exchanging energy waves intermittently. Kamehameha X2. The very space within the chamber trembles from their battle. As the explosions subside, only Vegeta's original form remains, sprawled on the white floor. Phew, I'm exhausted. System, has a year elapsed? Beep. Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the task of training within the hyperbolic time chamber for a full year. Congratulations. Your soul and body fusion degree has increased by 5. Your current fusion degree stands at 30. The moment the system's congratulatory tones fade, a radiant light envelopes Vegeta's form. As the luminescence dissipates, he observes a furry brown tail sprouting from behind him, swaying incessantly. System, what is happening? Why have I grown a tail? Host, do not be alarmed. You are, after all, a Saiyan fused from Goku and Vegeta through the Patera earrings. Having a tail is quite normal. Your fusion degree has reached 30, resulting in a bodily evolution. Are you implying that once I reach a fusion degree of 60, I will not lose my sanity during transformation into a great ape? And at 100, even if I cease training, my power will gradually augment? Host, do not harbor delusions. The legendary Super Saiyan is a matter of bloodline inheritance. Your transformation is merely the result of self-directed cultivation. Well, perhaps I was overly optimistic. Nonetheless, I, Vegeta, will still make the legendary Super Saiyan acknowledge me as his superior. Beep. Congratulations, host, for comprehending the heart of a warrior. With an indomitable spirit, you shall grow stronger with each battle. This heart of a warrior combined with a fusion degree of 100 will be akin to the legendary Super Saiyan. Having spent a year in solitude, it is time to exit. Though the mental fortitude gained is commendable, enduring solitude is a heavy toll. Humans are inherently social beings. System, display my personal panel. After a year of interaction and exploration with the system, Vegeta has uncovered many of its functionalities. The personal panel is a manifestation of his discoveries over the past year. Beep. Personal panel activated. Name, Vegeta. Height, 183 centimeters. Race, Saiyan. Techniques, Kamehameha, afterimage technique, mastered during this year. Instant transmission, energy manipulation, achievable with sufficient energy control. Battle power, 1,000,000. After a year of grueling training, Vegeta has adapted to a gravity of 1050. With the enhancement of his fusion degree, his battle power has surged rapidly. Furthermore, he has solidified his skills during this prolonged period. It is time to leave, given my current battle power. Further training here will yield diminishing returns and could inflict irreversible psychological harm. Subsequently, Vegeta exits the hyperbolic time chamber. In the Celestial Palace, upon emerging from the time chamber, Vegeta encounters the Supreme Kai and Beerus. Supreme Kai, Vegeta? Is that truly you? The Supreme Kai, taken aback by Vegeta's disheveled appearance and the tail that sways behind him, struggles to recognize him. Vegeta smirks slightly. What is the matter? Supreme Kai, has one day passed, and you fail to recognize me? Is that a tail? You are a Saiyan. I never claimed otherwise. Indeed. So, what are your plans moving forward? I intend to rest properly. One cannot remain tense indefinitely. Quite right. Heavenly Lord, could you please guide me to a place to bathe? It has been a year since I last had the pleasure of a proper wash. Bobo, please take Vegeta with you. The Heavenly Lord commanded Bobo. After bathing, Vegeta sighed, how refreshing. Farewell, Heavenly Lord and Bobo. With that, Vegeta bid farewell to the Heavenly Lord and Bobo, departing from the Heavenly Palace towards the Korin Tower below, as he needed to replenish his supply of senzu beans. He had exhausted the rewards granted by the system. Upon arriving at the place of the Cat Sage, Vegeta called out, Greetings, Korin Sage and Yajirobe. How do you do? Could you spare me some senzu beans? I am willing to trade fish for them. It's Vegeta. Both the sage and the cat were startled. Yajirobe curiously inquired, why do you have a tail now? A tail? It was severed before, but has since regrown in the hyperbolic time chamber, Vegeta explained. Oh, how many fish are you willing to trade? Just a moment, Vegeta exclaimed, vanishing into thin air. In no time, he reappeared beside them through instantaneous movement. They both gasped again, startled. Yajirobe, still shaken, exclaimed, I must say, Vegeta, could you refrain from appearing out of nowhere? You nearly gave me a heart attack. My apologies. I can teleport instantly as long as I can sense someone's energy. That is indeed quite convenient. Korin Sage, do you think this is enough? With a swift motion, Vegeta summoned an abundance of fish, both freshwater and saltwater varieties. The sight of so many fish made Korin's mouth water profusely. That's sufficient. There are about 20 more in that jar. You may take those as well. Vegeta glanced at the jar and realized it contained only around 20 beans, quickly deducing that Yajirobe must have consumed the rest. In the original tale, it was indeed Yajirobe who had devoured all the senzu beans, leading to a situation where Goku and the others had to split a single bean to use. Could you please enlighten me on how to cultivate senzu beans? Vegeta inquired. To grow senzu beans, one must possess soil from the divine realm. I stumbled upon some long ago, which allowed me to cultivate them, but after all these years, the nutrients have nearly been depleted, Korin replied. Understood. Thank you for the information, Korin Sage. I shall take my leave now. Farewell. With that, Vegeta departed from Korin Tower. Acquiring divine soil was currently beyond Vegeta's reach, as he was unaware of where the divine realm even existed. Thus, he deemed it unnecessary to linger any longer. Leaving Korin Tower, Vegeta headed directly towards West City. In his previous life, he had always admired the character of Bulma in the anime. Now, having traversed into this world and encountering a more vivid Bulma, her every smile and frown frequently danced in Vegeta's mind, whether it was infatuation or love at first sight. After a year, he had come to realize his affections for Bulma. Although uncertain of her feelings towards him, he felt compelled to take a chance. After all, he had lived a solitary life before and now, having crossed over and become Vegeta, it would be a shame to leave any regrets behind. As for the charming Yamcha and the yet-to-appear Vegeta, those matters could be addressed later. If he succeeded in winning Bulma's heart, he could always find them other partners. Chapter 7. Confirming a relationship with Bulma, revised. As thoughts of Bulma's unforgettable visage flooded his mind, Vegeta instinctively quickened his pace. It wasn't that he couldn't teleport, rather, having just met her, he felt it inappropriate to suddenly appear by her side. If Bulma happened to be bathing or using the restroom, it would be incredibly awkward, far from the ideal scenario, to win her heart. A few minutes later, Vegeta arrived at the entrance of Capsule Corporation. He rang the doorbell, and shortly after, a beautiful woman with shoulder-length blonde hair and squinting eyes appeared at the door. "Oh, it's you, Vegeta. Where have you been these past few days?" "Good day, Mrs. Briefs. I have been training," he replied. Mrs. Briefs noticed the tail at Vegeta's waist. "Oh, you have grown a tail since we last met." Given that this world had anthropomorphic beings, she was not entirely surprised. It was merely that the previous Vegeta had not possessed a tail, hence her astonishment. "It was severed before, but it has regrown in the past few days," he explained. "Well then, would you like to go on a date with me?" she suggested, stepping closer to embrace Vegeta's arm. The moment she did, Vegeta felt himself engulfed by softness, an unexpected occurrence that left him momentarily stunned and unable to move. "Mom, are you teasing Vegeta again?" Bulma exclaimed, storming in between them to separate the two. "Vegeta, you're back." Bulma was genuinely delighted to see him again, having worried he might not return after his departure. "Yes, I have returned." Just then, a loud growl emanated from Vegeta's stomach. "Haha, I must be hungry," he said sheepishly, scratching the back of his head. In his eagerness to see Bulma, he had forgotten to fill his stomach. Bulma and Mrs. Briefs stifled their laughter at his expense. Feeling even more embarrassed, Vegeta wished he could sink into the ground. "All right, Mom, hurry to the kitchen and instruct the chef to prepare the meal," Bulma urged, noticing Vegeta's awkwardness and eager to have a private conversation with him. "All right, my dear daughter, no need to push." Once Mrs. Briefs had left, Bulma turned to face Vegeta, her demeanor shifting to one of shyness. "Don't mind my mother. She has that kind of personality and invites handsome young men on dates. It's fine. I actually find her personality quite endearing. So, where have you been these past few days? I thought you wouldn't return." Bulma swiftly changed the subject upon noticing Vegeta's nonchalance regarding her mother's behavior. Vegeta proceeded to recount everything he had done since leaving Bulma's home a few days prior, even explaining his heritage as a Saiyan and the origin of his tail, as there was nothing to conceal. Bulma inquired about the recent events regarding the Saiyans, and Vegeta provided her with all the details. Through their conversation, Bulma learned that Raditz was Goku's older brother and that Goku belonged to the Saiyan race. Before long, Mrs. Briefs returned to summon Vegeta and Bulma for dinner. At the dining table, Dr. Briefs and Mrs. Briefs were left astounded by Vegeta's voracious appetite. Observing their astonishment, Bulma explained that both Vegeta and Goku were Saiyans with colossal appetites. After hearing her explanation, they finally understood why Saiyans could eat so much, recalling how Goku consumed an extraordinary amount of food even as a child. Before long, the dining table was littered with mountains of empty plates. Despite Bulma's forewarning, Dr. Briefs and Mrs. Briefs had still underestimated the Saiyans' capacity for food. After the meal, Mrs. Briefs remarked, "Bulma, weren't you planning to invite Vegeta to accompany you shopping?" She was well aware of her daughter's affectionate glances towards Vegeta. Bulma felt her cheeks flush upon hearing her mother's words. Nevertheless, she lifted her gaze towards Vegeta, her eyes brimming with anticipation and concern, fearful that he might decline. Upon noticing Bulma's expectant expression, Vegeta nodded in agreement. He was more than willing to accompany Bulma, while also eager to explore this world and discern how it differed from his previous life. As soon as Bulma saw Vegeta's nod, she dashed to her room to prepare. She was genuinely impatient to embark on their shopping adventure together. "Be careful, Vegeta. Bulma is always in such a rush," exclaimed Chi-Chi. "It's quite all right, Aunt Chi-Chi," Vegeta replied. Within moments, Bulma emerged from her room, and upon seeing her attire, Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. Her short ponytail gave her a playful and lively appearance. The neatly styled bangs framed her exquisite face, enhancing her vibrant and spirited demeanor. She had applied a glossy pink lipstick, and though Vegeta could not discern the brand, the sight of her glistening lips made him yearn to taste them. The system chimed, "Ugh, pervert. I am merely appreciating her beauty. Do you not understand?" Vegeta retorted. She wore a striking red off-the-shoulder top that perfectly showcased her collarbones and neck, as well as her fair skin. Her bosom, ample enough to be at least a C-cup, left Vegeta in awe of Bulma's physical allure. She paired it with vintage-style denim shorts that revealed her long, fair legs, and completed the look with sneakers and short socks. The entire ensemble radiated youthful exuberance, accentuating Bulma's curvaceous figure. As Bulma approached Vegeta, she noticed he was still dazed, so she waved her hand in front of him. "What's wrong? Is my outfit unsuitable?" "And no, not at all," Vegeta stammered, turning away to hide his flushed face. Fearing Bulma might catch a glimpse of his flustered expression, he quickly changed the subject. "Well, aren't we supposed to go shopping? Let us hurry." Without waiting for Bulma's response, he strode out. Observing Vegeta's awkward demeanor, Bulma decided not to tease him, instead stifling a giggle as she hurried to catch up with his pace. Thus, their shopping expedition commenced. On the street, Vegeta marveled at the bustling thoroughfare, with hovercars and hot air balloons occasionally soaring overhead. He couldn't help but reflect on the advanced technology of this world. Meanwhile, Bulma fully embodied the spirit of extravagance. Within an hour, Vegeta was laden with items. It wasn't that he wished to avoid using his storage ring. But Bulma insisted that a bountiful display of goods provided a sense of accomplishment. Vegeta was grateful for his Saiyan physique, otherwise, he feared the weight of their purchases might overwhelm him. Once they had finished shopping, and with Bulma's consent, Vegeta finally stored their items in his ring. After their shopping spree, Bulma dragged Vegeta to the oceanarium, where they admired various fish and took numerous photographs together. Following that, they visited an aerial amusement park, where Bulma insisted on experiencing every adult ride available. As dusk fell, they ascended in a Ferris wheel to the highest point, witnessing the sun's descent. Vegeta gazed at the breathtaking sunset and the girl illuminated by its golden rays, exclaiming, "So beautiful." Bulma. Hearing her name, Bulma, who had been observing Vegeta out of the corner of her eye while feigning interest in the sunset, turned to face him. "Bulma, I adore you. Will you marry me and be my wife?" Vegeta, having noticed Bulma's sidelong glances, was certain of her feelings and decided to leap directly into a proposal, bypassing the typical courtship. With that, he knelt on one knee, retrieving a meticulously prepared diamond ring from his storage ring. How did he acquire the funds, you ask? Let us not dwell on such trivial matters. With his current abilities, obtaining money was a mere trifle. As Bulma beheld Vegeta kneeling before her, ring held aloft, tears welled in her eyes, and she consented. She chided him playfully for waiting so long to confess, revealing that she had orchestrated the day's events to encourage his proposal, having been anxious that he might not declare his feelings. After nightfall, Vegeta held Bulma close, soaring above the clouds to witness the starry sky. Utilizing energy blasts, he created a spectacular fireworks display that depicted their embrace and kiss. Upon returning home, the two engaged in a fervent exchange of affection. Each attack and defense was deftly executed, showcasing their innate combat skills honed through diligent training. Their spirited contest continued until dawn, concluding only when Bulma, overwhelmed, surrendered to Vegeta's superior prowess. Bulma finally rose from her slumber that evening, nursing the effects of their intense encounter. After conferring with her parents, they decided to postpone their wedding until after the impending Saiyan crisis had been resolved, at which point Goku would also have returned from his training. In the interim, Vegeta refrained from rigorous training, instead whisking Bulma away on a honeymoon across the globe. They traversed grasslands, snow-capped mountains, the polar regions, and the ocean depths. Essentially, they explored every corner of Earth, with Bulma feeling secure under Vegeta's formidable protection. Finally, 1 month prior to the arrival of the Saiyans, they returned to West City. Just a month earlier, Dr. Briefs had contacted Bulma regarding the completion of the gravity chamber, capable of simulating up to 100 times Earth's gravity. However, their honeymoon had yet to conclude, so they delayed their return. Upon their arrival, Vegeta resumed his training. Chapter 8. The Saiyans arrive on Earth. In the year 762 of the age of the Earth, on the 3rd of November, at 11:43 a.m., 2 small spherical spacecraft streaked across the sky, reaching East City. They penetrated the buildings, creating 2 craters of considerable diameter on the bustling streets. Passers-by paused in bewilderment, uncertain of the occurrence. Is something falling from the sky? Indeed, it appears so. Before long, 2 figures emerged from the respective spacecraft, slowly descending to the dilapidated street below. One stood at approximately 160 centimeters, sporting a mane of fiery hair, while the other towered at 240 centimeters, a menacing bald giant. Both donned combat uniforms, their left ears adorned with scouters, and a brown tail coiled around their waists. These 2 were the Saiyans, Vegeta and Nappa, who had finally arrived on Earth after a year-long journey. They surveyed the crowd with disdain. Is this Earth? This planet is rather unimpressive, Vegeta remarked. Nappa, why not send greetings to these overly dramatic onlookers? Nappa suggested mischievously, but do not exert too much force. Gathering energy in his hand, Nappa raised his fingers and with a flick, unleashed a blinding flash. The sound of destruction echoed as half of East City vanished, leaving only a barren expanse behind. When the Saiyans first arrived on Earth, the Z fighters immediately sensed the formidable energy emanating from the 2 Saiyans. The commotion they caused left the Z fighters in sheer astonishment. In West City, at the Capsule Corporation, Bulma exclaimed, "The Saiyans have arrived on Earth. I must go. Otherwise, they will ravage our planet beyond recognition." Vegeta emerged from the gravity chamber, discussing the Saiyans with Bulma. She, too, had felt the tremors from the recent explosion in East City. Bulma did not utter a word to deter Vegeta. Instead, she approached him, tidying up his attire. Rising onto her toes, she planted a gentle kiss on his cheek, saying, "Darling, stay safe and return soon. I'll be waiting for you at home." After more than a year of companionship, Bulma understood that Vegeta would never turn a blind eye to the destruction of Earth by the Saiyans. Although aware of his immense strength, she could not help but worry for him. Rest assured, are you not aware of my power? Vegeta remarked with a hint of confidence, causing Bulma to blush at his words. With a playful sigh, Vegeta placed a kiss on her forehead before sensing the Saiyans' energy and vanishing from sight with a burst of instant transmission. In East City, Nappa declared, enough playing around. If you destroy this planet too severely, it won't fetch a good price. Haha, you have a point. Who knew this planet was so fragile? As they conversed, a figure abruptly appeared behind them. Are you two the Saiyans, Vegeta and Nappa? Vegeta, upon seeing their familiar forms, noted little difference from what he had observed in the anime of his previous life. Who are you? How did you appear here? It seems you know quite a bit about us. Hearing the voice, both turned around, startled by Vegeta's sudden appearance. Who am I? Aren't you here to avenge Raditz? Nappa exclaimed. So you're the one who killed that worthless Raditz? Well, I didn't expect you to come to us. It saves us the trouble of finding you. With that, Nappa intended to show Vegeta a thing or two. From the moment Vegeta appeared until now, his demeanor and tone suggested that the two were utterly beneath his notice. Wait, Nappa, Vegeta interjected, halting Nappa's advance. What is it, Prince Vegeta? Look at his waist. Vegeta gestured towards Vegeta's tail. Nappa, a brute with brawn but little intellect, was oblivious to the significance of Vegeta's tail until Vegeta pointed it out. What? You're also a Saiyan. Aren't you two here to take revenge for Raditz? Follow me. Vegeta, however, chose not to respond to their inquiries and simply flew away. Damn it, this kid isn't afraid, is he? Trying to escape? Nappa questioned. Enough, Nappa. Let us follow him. I want to see what tricks he has up his sleeve. Vegeta pursued Vegeta without hesitation. Prince Vegeta, wait for me. Nappa called, hastily following suit. Before long, Vegeta led Nappa and Vegeta to where Piccolo and the others were gathered. Upon arrival, Vegeta spotted Piccolo, Gohan, Krillin, and Yamcha. Hey, everyone's here. Vegeta greeted the group. Noting that Tien and Kaiatsu were absent, Krillin felt a wave of relief upon seeing Vegeta. Long time no see, Vegeta. Gohan chimed in, his demeanor noticeably more confident after a year of training. Yamcha, however, chose not to greet Vegeta, still bitter about Bulma being taken from him. Piccolo, arms crossed, huffed. At this stage, he was still somewhat of a loner. Vegeta mused to himself about his lack of social connections. Hey kid, I thought you might be scared and run away after seeing us. Turns out you just wanted to lead us to your allies. Nappa laughed. Huh. Do you think your numbers make you our match? You should take a moment to consider just who it is you've summoned for help. Nappa and Vegeta had just arrived and quickly assessed the Z Fighters' power levels with their scouters. Vegeta 300, 000, Piccolo 250, 000, Gohan 900, Krillin 120, 000, Yamcha 130, 000. Influenced by Vegeta's presence, their power levels were significantly higher than those during the same period in the original story. Yamcha, spurred by his resentment over Bulma, trained diligently and had boosted his power level by 250 compared to his original self at this stage. Yet, to Vegeta and Nappa, the Z Fighters' might was utterly insignificant. Moments later, a rush of energy signified Tien and Kaiatsu's arrival. Nappa glanced at the newcomers, muttering, more fools seeking their demise. Tien's power level was 130, 000. Kaiatsu's was 400. As Tien approached the Z Fighters, he greeted Vegeta. Hello? You must be Vegeta? Tien recognized Piccolo, Krillin, and the others, having never met Vegeta before. Hello. Tien, I am Vegeta, he replied. You know me? Tien responded. Goku mentioned you and Kaiatsu. Hello, Kaiatsu, Vegeta greeted. Hi, Vegeta, Kaiatsu replied. I knew you in my previous life. Chapter 9. Piccolo vs. Nappa, Everyone vs. the Vegetable Man. 1. Hey, garbage, who wants to die first? Or are you all coming at me together? If you choose the latter, it'll save me some trouble, haha. Piccolo could not tolerate someone being more arrogant than him. Stepping forward, hey, bald guy, let me be your opponent. Upon seeing Piccolo step up, both Nappa and Vegeta turned their attention to him, surprised by his appearance. I didn't expect there to be a Namekian on Earth. Vegeta remarked, oh, a Namekian? I didn't realize there was a Namekian on this planet. Piccolo, taken aback, responded, what did you say? I'm a Namekian? Yes, don't you know? We've already killed several Namekians before. I've heard they possess some remarkable abilities. But by your appearance, you seem to be a combat-type Namekian. The others were astonished to learn that Piccolo was an extraterrestrial. No wonder he looked different from them. It turned out Piccolo was a Namekian. In the heavenly realm, the old Kai watched the unfolding events with keen interest. Upon hearing the conversation, he too was surprised. So, I'm not from Earth, but rather a Namekian? Old Kai, is what they say true? Are you truly a Namekian? Yes, Bubbles, they must be speaking the truth. After all, I am not like the people of Earth. Returning to the battlefield, Piccolo declared, so what if I am a Namekian? I was raised on Earth. So what? It doesn't matter? Your strength is woefully inadequate. We have vanquished numerous Namekians who surpass you. You are merely another addition to our collection. Vegeta, Nappa. Since this Namekian wishes to engage, you may entertain him. As for the others, we still possess 6 seeds of the vegetable people, and coincidentally, there are 6 of them as well. These worthless creatures do not warrant my involvement. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Nappa glanced around and indeed confirmed that 6 seeds of the vegetable people remained. He planted the seeds into the earth, pouring a mysterious liquid over them. Before long, 6 grotesque, crimson-eyed monstrosities emerged from the soil. Nappa grinned. Haha, let these vegetable creatures have their fun. As for that Namekian, I shall personally ensure your entertainment. Haha, I hope you can provide me with some amusement. Vegeta, those repugnant insects are entrusted to you all. I am disinclined to intervene, but I shall oversee your efforts. Hearing Vegeta's statement, Krillin and the others felt a wave of reassurance. Oh, it seems you are not as simple as you appear. Earth Saiyan, Vegeta remarked, slightly taken aback by Vegeta's reluctance to engage. Vegeta, upon hearing Vegeta's words, remained silent but revealed his characteristic smile. The Z-Warriors then noticed that Vegeta bore a tail similar to those of the 2 Saiyans. However, now was not the time for inquiries. Once everyone was prepared, they stood ready to confront their adversaries. The Z-Warriors were eager to test the fruits of their training over the past year. The wind howled, and the atmosphere grew tense. Engage, Vegeta commanded. The 6 vegetable beings surged into action. With incredible speed, they surrounded Gohan, Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, and Dend. The 5 were taken aback by the ferocity of these grotesque vegetable beings and formed a defensive circle, bracing against their onslaught to avoid being overwhelmed. Piccolo, meanwhile, chose to leave the field open for the others and flew to the opposite side. Observing Piccolo's departure, Nappa followed suit. Nappa, do not underestimate them. These creatures have methods to conceal their battle power. Do not place too much faith in the readings from your scouter, Vegeta casually warned as Nappa was about to depart. Ah, I see. I nearly forgot. Raditz was foolish enough to be overconfident in the scouter's readings, which led to his demise at the hands of these creatures. So, when you engage that Namekian, do not hold back. Understood, Vegeta. Though Nappa verbally acquiesced, he remained unconvinced. Having fought alongside Vegeta under Frieza's command for many years, he felt confident in his abilities. Even if this Namekian concealed his power, he would surely not be a match for him. Vegeta, recognizing Nappa's demeanor, realized he had not heeded his warning. TCH, that fool Nappa will have his day of reckoning. Subsequently, Vegeta and Vegeta flew away, each finding a mountaintop nearby to observe the ensuing battle with arms crossed. Vegeta, watching the nonchalant Vegeta, felt an inexplicable itch at the back of his head. On the Z-Warriors' side, the vegetable beings, through their relentless speed, sought opportunities to strike. Though Gohan had trained alongside Piccolo for a year, his youth and lack of combat experience left him somewhat flustered. Krillin, noticing this, could only offer encouragement. Gohan, don't be anxious. Focus on their movements. Believe that you can do this. Gradually, Gohan calmed down, beginning to find his rhythm in battle. After fending off several rounds of attacks from the vegetable beings, they started to decipher their patterns. Alright, it's time for us to strike back and see how much we've improved over the past year. The air erupted with energy as they clashed against the vegetable beings. Kamehameha. Boom. The first to eliminate a vegetable being were Tien and Dend, being longtime comrades. Their coordination was impeccable. Dend immobilized the enemy with his abilities, allowing Tien to swiftly finish it off. After dispatching one, they pressed on toward the next vegetable being. Yamcha, witness my Wolf-Fang fist. Yamcha unleashed his signature technique with remarkable speed, creating afterimages as he struck, leaving the vegetable beings struggling to defend themselves. Spirit Ball. Seizing an opportunity, Yamcha executed his ultimate move. However, the vegetable being evaded with a leap. Haha, the vegetable creature thinks it has outsmarted me, Yamcha scoffed. Noticing his attack had missed, he deftly maneuvered his hands to redirect the energy wave, causing it to curve and strike the airborne vegetable being directly. Boom. The creature plummeted to the ground, smoking. You repulsive creature, do you now recognize my might? Yamcha boasted, but he quickly turned to assist Krillin. Krillin, I'm coming to help. Just as he was about to move, Krillin shouted, Yamcha, watch out. In an instant, a vegetable being grasped Yamcha from behind before he could react. Boom. The creature self-destructed. As the dust settled, Yamcha lay in a crater. Vegeta, observing, remarked, what a spectacle. Too bad I didn't bring a camera. I would have loved to capture this moment. Yamcha, you fool. Just be a decent person. Not only did you steal my girlfriend, but you also sit idly by, enjoying the show instead of helping. I wish you a son with no manhood. Chapter 10. Piccolo vs. Nappa. Everyone versus vegetable beings, too. Krillin, Yamcha. Damn it. You disgusting monsters, perish. Witnessing Yamcha's fall, the others ceased holding back. Boom. They unleashed their ultimate attacks. Krillin, Energy Blade. Tien, Kamehameha. Gohan, Masenko. Then, Dodon Ray. Boom. 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 4 of the vegetable beings were swiftly dispatched. One remaining vegetable being, witnessing the demise of its comrades, lost all will to fight and attempted to flee. Yet before it could escape, boom. It was obliterated by Vegeta's energy wave. Vegeta, observing the decisive action taken by Vegeta, felt no surprise. At this stage, Vegeta was indeed ruthless. He would never allow a retreat from his subordinates. Oh, Vegeta, you strike with such decisiveness. Vegeta clapped his hands in admiration. He genuinely held a measure of respect for this version of Vegeta, a true embodiment of self-interest, swift, merciless, and unhesitating. Vegeta, noticing the applause and comments, grew increasingly displeased. TCH, worthless trash, deserves no mercy. Seeing Vegeta's scowl, Vegeta realized his words had been misinterpreted. He was not mocking Vegeta. However, Vegeta would undoubtedly assume otherwise, believing he was being looked down upon. Meanwhile, the scene shifts back to the beginning of the battle. In a desolate region surrounded by barren mountains, Piccolo escorted Nappa to a secluded spot. Although the distant clashes of battle were perceptible, the two combatants had detached themselves from the chaos. Piccolo declared, "Let us engage in battle here. This way, we shall be undisturbed." With a derisive tone, he added, "So, Namekian, have you found your final resting place?" Nappa surveyed the desolate surroundings and nodded, realizing it indeed was an ideal locale, void of life, free from interruptions, and well suited for a grave. "Humph, we shall see who gets buried here." Nappa scoffed, "I will show you how a piece of trash like you is laid to rest." With little further ado, the two commenced their duel. In a flash, Piccolo executed a rapid movement, appearing behind Nappa before the latter could comprehend the speed at which he had approached. What? Nappa could barely react before Piccolo delivered a powerful kick to his back, propelling him forward. With remarkable swiftness, Piccolo pursued Nappa, who was still reeling from the initial assault. With hands clasped together, Piccolo struck Nappa into the ground, shattering the mountainside beneath him and creating a significant crater in the earth. Debris flew in all directions, and dust engulfed the area. Moments later, Nappa emerged from the haze, seething with anger. "That accursed Namekian shall pay," he roared. The two warriors clashed once more, and the force of their blows reverberated through the earth. The air was filled with the sound of their explosive combat, creating rippling waves that spread outward. This time, Nappa was wary, and both fighters exhibited a keen awareness of battle, exchanging blows with fervor. While Nappa possessed greater raw power, his control over energy was somewhat crude, allowing Piccolo to narrowly evade each of his strikes. Conversely, although Piccolo's strength was slightly inferior, his mastery of energy manipulation allowed him to match Nappa's explosive power and speed, keeping him on equal footing in their confrontation. After a fierce exchange, they briefly separated. "You've truly incited my wrath, Namekian," Nappa bellowed, realizing he had yet to defeat his opponent. With determination, he resolved to unleash his full power. Piccolo, sensing Nappa's intent, mirrored his resolve and prepared to unleash his own full strength. The ground trembled under the immense pressure they exerted. Nappa, gathering energy within his mouth, declared, "Let us see if you can withstand this." In response, Piccolo positioned his fingers before him, channeling energy into his most formidable technique, the special beam cannon. He hoped this attack would rival the Saiyan's energy wave, for failure would mean his defeat. With a resounding clash, the two energy waves collided, generating a tremendous shockwave that flattened nearby mountains and created a deep depression in the ground. Nappa, realizing he had not completely overwhelmed the Namekian, intensified his energy output, forcing the energy wave toward Piccolo. Meanwhile, Krillin and the others, having concluded their battle with the fleeing Vegeta, sensed the powerful shockwave resulting from the clash between Piccolo and Nappa. "Gohan, cheer for Uncle Piccolo," Gohan exclaimed, having forged a deep bond with Piccolo over the past year, elevating him to a status akin to that of his father. Krillin, Tien, and Yamcha were astonished that Piccolo could hold his own against the Saiyan in such a fierce exchange. Despite the Saiyan's superior energy signature, Piccolo's skillful manipulation of energy allowed him to momentarily match Nappa's might. Though Piccolo could unleash his energy instantly, he lacked the stamina to maintain it against Nappa's relentless assault. Gradually, the energy wave began to encroach upon him. Just as the wave was about to strike Piccolo, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, swatting the incoming energy wave aside effortlessly. Vegeta, observing the situation, noted, "When did this brat arrive, and what is his power level?" The scouter registered a reading of 9,000 when Vegeta witnessed the moment Vegeta had intervened. "To think this boy concealed such strength," he mused. "However, do you believe that will deceive me?" To deflect Nappa's full power so easily, his true strength must be between 10,000 and 12,000. Vegeta, having combined the scouter's data with his observations, felt confident he had deduced Vegeta's capabilities. The deflected energy wave struck the ground, resulting in a massive explosion that sent a colossal mushroom cloud into the sky. The shockwave swept over the onlookers, forcing them to brace themselves against the force. Yet, Vegeta and Vegeta remained unaffected, their powers far surpassing those of the others. Once the dust settled, Nappa finally registered the situation. How could you possibly withstand my energy wave? Nappa exclaimed in disbelief, struggling to comprehend how his full power had been so effortlessly dismissed. Vegeta, what was the power level of that Earth Saiyan? Nappa inquired, still incredulous. 9,000, Vegeta replied, but Nappa, his actual power level is likely around 12,000. What? That is impossible. Nappa gasped, shaken by Vegeta's assertion. There is nothing impossible. You just witnessed it. Vegeta retorted. Furious, Nappa unleashed a barrage of energy blasts toward Vegeta, refusing to accept the reality of the situation. The air was filled with the sounds of explosive energy as Nappa fired relentlessly for nearly a minute, obscuring Vegeta's position in a cloud of smoke. Now, let's see if you survive this. Nappa cackled. Even if your power exceeds 12,000, you cannot withstand such a relentless assault. Do you now understand my prowess? He taunted. Just then, from within the smoke, Vegeta's calm voice emerged. What are you laughing about, fool? As the haze dissipated, Nappa was stunned to see Vegeta unscathed, arms crossed and a smirk playing on his lips, without a single scratch on him. Even Piccolo behind him remained unharmed. Fear gripped Nappa as he realized that his previous concentrated attacks had failed to inflict any damage. In a panic, Nappa attempted to flee towards Vegeta, but Vegeta swiftly maneuvered behind him, delivering a powerful kick to Nappa's back. With a gasp, Nappa expelled blood and hurtled towards Vegeta. Vegeta's actions were deliberate. He wished to ascertain whether, in his presence, Kakarot would replicate his original behavior of swiftly dispatching the powerless Nappa. With a resounding crash, Nappa obliterated the mountain peak where Vegeta stood. However, Vegeta had already ascended into the sky, deftly evading Nappa's impact. As the dust settled, Vegeta descended onto the ruins of the mountain. Mere moments later, a hand emerged from the rubble. Shortly thereafter, Nappa, battered and bleeding, struggled to free himself from the debris. Prince Vegeta, please save me. I beg you. Nappa cried, extending a hand toward him. Witnessing Nappa's pitiable state, Vegeta also reached out a hand. Nappa, believing Vegeta intended to rescue him, felt a surge of gratitude. Having been comrades for many years, he assumed Vegeta would honor their bond by choosing to save him. Thank you, Prince Vegeta, Nappa said, his smile frozen in place as he noticed the energy wave coalescing in Vegeta's palm, aimed directly at him. V Vegeta, are you going to kill me? Why? Nappa, bewildered by the impending fate, pleaded, please, don't kill me. I am still useful. Once I recover, I can continue fighting for you. Do you honestly believe you could defeat that creature at your peak? Vegeta's cold words pierced the air. Nappa fell silent, utterly unable to respond to Vegeta's impending assault. Prince Vegeta, I am still of use. Don't abandon me, I implore you. Nappa's voice was now a desperate plea. Fool, I warned you to unleash your full power. You couldn't even handle that Namekian. You have no value to me anymore. Die, you worthless wretch. Faced with Nappa's entreaties, Vegeta displayed no hint of mercy. The energy wave in his hand grew larger. Vegeta, please. I have fought for you all these years. Nappa's voice cracked with desperation. But Vegeta remained impassive. Here, in my presence, the worthless have no place. Nappa could scarcely believe his ears. Despite his fervent pleas, Vegeta showed no compassion. Had he not served Vegeta loyally? Did their shared history mean nothing to him? Though aware that Saiyans held emotions in low regard at that moment, Nappa found it inconceivable that he would perish at Vegeta's hands. Haha, even if you kill me, that creature will still slay you. Nappa's hope diminished, and he ceased to regard Vegeta with respect. Vegeta's energy wave swallowed Nappa whole. The explosion's roar drowned out Nappa's final words. Krillin, Tien, and the others, witnessing Vegeta's merciless act, were left in disbelief. Aren't they comrades? How could Vegeta kill him without a second thought? Krillin exclaimed. He was begging for his life. Comrades, don't be ridiculous. That fool Nappa and Raditz are hardly my equals. As the Prince of the Saiyans, I have no need for partners. Vegeta scoffed, his disdain evident. Even Piccolo, who once sought to dominate Earth, was taken aback by Vegeta's ruthless nature. The Saiyans are indeed a race devoid of emotion, he remarked, astonished. Emotion is a fleeting illusion that only hinders my path to strength. We Saiyans do not share the same lofty regard for feelings as you inferior beings do, Vegeta retorted. Gohan, witnessing Vegeta's brutality, struggled to comprehend it, glancing at Yamcha, who was still uncertain of his fate following the explosion. It's all right, Gohan. We can gather the Dragon Balls and wish back those slain by the Saiyans, Krillin reassured him. Dragon Balls. Vegeta's interest peaked at the mention of these wish-granting orbs. Oh no, the Saiyans don't know about the Dragon Balls on Earth. This is bad, Krillin thought to himself. Haha, little bald head, you've given me a delightful surprise. Who would have imagined this barren planet harbored such treasures? I suppose it is due to that Namekian's influence. They possess extraordinary abilities. And here I find orbs that can grant wishes. This is splendid. If I eliminate you all, I shall fulfill my desires. This journey to Earth was proving to be quite rewarding for Vegeta. Hey Vegeta, even if it's daytime, you shouldn't be daydreaming. Do you truly believe you possess the strength to defeat me? Haha, I am well aware of your hidden power. You cannot obstruct me. Vegeta turned to Piccolo. Here, take these 6 sins of beans and distribute them among everyone. With that, he tossed a bag containing the beans to Piccolo. After ensuring everyone was taken care of, Vegeta faced Vegeta with an iconic smile. It seems you are quite confident. I am eager to see the expression on your face when I have you beneath my heel. So, you're called Vegeta, huh? I initially thought that relying on the vegetable people and that useless Nappa would suffice to dispose of you, but I was mistaken. They were far too inadequate, weren't they? Vegeta interrupted, anticipating Vegeta's response. Do you believe your power level of 12,000 makes you my equal? Vegeta, incensed by the unwavering smile on Vegeta's face, retorted, confidence is commendable, but overconfidence invites disaster. Just wait and see how I torment you. Once I defeat you, not only will I seize the Dragon Balls, but I will annihilate every human on this planet. Prepare to experience the true terror of a Saiyan prince. Vegeta thought to himself, convinced that Vegeta could not possibly rival him. He was the most gifted Saiyan in history, born with a power level of 2,000. There was no way this unfamiliar Saiyan could surpass him. As Vegeta began to unleash his power, Piccolo, having distributed the sins of beans, sensed the imminent clash and urgently warned everyone, we must leave at once. The aftermath of their battle would be beyond our capacity to withstand. Krillin, Gohan, Tien, and Kaiatsu followed suit, fleeing the scene. Yamcha, having recovered after consuming a senzu bean, gazed at Vegeta's retreating figure for a prolonged moment before slowly ascending into the air to depart. Chapter 12, Vegeta's Defeat. Vegeta awaited Vegeta's full display of power, unhurried in his approach. Now do you comprehend the gulf in our strengths? Vegeta taunted. Vegeta raised his power to its zenith, eager to witness the fear etched upon Vegeta's face. Yet, to his dismay, he found no sign of panic or terror in Vegeta's demeanor, only confidence and composure. Are you prepared, Vegeta? You seem to be taking your time, Vegeta remarked, irritation creeping into his voice. With a swift motion, the two warriors lunged at one another. The fists of the two warriors collided with a resounding impact. Vegito stood his ground, while Vegeta staggered back several paces. Although Vegito had deliberately suppressed his power to match Vegeta's level, the disparity in their strengths resulted in a significant difference in physical capabilities. Vegeta simply could not withstand Vegito's blows. How infuriating! Vegeta, taken aback by his own lack of advantage, felt both anger and shock. His earlier punch, delivered with 80% of his strength, had been effortlessly countered by Vegito. Moreover, the collision left Vegeta's entire arm numb. How vexing! I, the prince, am the mightiest Saiyan. With that declaration, he charged at Vegito once more. As they engaged in combat, Vegito dominating the exchange, Piccolo, Tien, and the others could only watch in a daze, their eyes struggling to track the rapid movements of the two figures as they intertwined and separated in a blur. We are far too outmatched to discern their true prowess. Krillin found it hard to fathom such velocity. Piccolo and Tien remained intensely focused on the relentless skirmish, despite only catching glimpses of indistinct motions. The ground and sky bore witness to mere shadows darting to and fro. Craters formed in the earth, and the surrounding mountains lay in ruin. Boom! The knees of Vegito and Vegeta clashed, generating a tremendous shockwave that obliterated everything within their vicinity, leaving behind a colossal crater in the ground. Incredible! They are true monsters. Krillin and his companions crouched low, straining against the force of the impact. Despite their efforts, they were pushed back, the ground beneath them cracking as they struggled to maintain their footing. Meanwhile, on King Kai's planet, King Kai broke into a cold sweat. What a fearsome race the Saiyans are, possessing such overwhelming destructive power. Fortunately, it seems that the Saiyan named Vegito holds the upper hand. Had it been Vegeta, the Earth would be in dire peril. Goku, you must hurry. King Kai hoped fervently that Goku could reach Earth in time. Although Vegito currently held the advantage, he was uncertain if Vegeta had any tricks left up his sleeve. As long as Goku arrived, even if Vegeta had a hidden ace, he and Vegito together would surely prevail. Unbeknownst to King Kai, neither Vegito nor Goku intended to team up. For Vegito, dealing with the current Vegeta was a mere exercise in enjoyment. He relished the thrill of battle. As the fight progressed, Vegito felt the blood within him boiling and surging. How is this possible? Vegeta, incredulous that his attacks were being effortlessly deflected by Vegito, struggled to comprehend the situation. Ignoring Vegeta's disbelief, Vegito intensified his strength, pushing Vegeta back and delivering a solid punch to his face. Whoosh! Vegeta's body flew backward like a puppet with its strings severed. In an instant, Vegito vanished from sight, reappearing to seize one of Vegeta's arms mid-flight, using the momentum to hurl him toward the ground. Boom! Dust erupted into the air, rising dozens of meters high. Vegito hovered above, keenly observing Vegeta's movements within the cloud of dust. Oh yes, Uncle Vegito has won. He is truly formidable, Gohan exclaimed in awe, utterly captivated by Vegito's might. If Vegito could defeat Vegeta, the crisis threatening Earth would be averted. Remarkable. I can't believe that in just a year, Vegito has grown this powerful. Krillin and the others shared a similar astonishment at Vegito's strength. Vegeta was utterly outmatched. Piccolo clenched his fists. This guy Vegito has improved tremendously over the past year. How has he trained? Reflecting on the Vegito of a year ago compared to the current one, Piccolo recognized that this was no minor enhancement. Whoosh! Vegeta burst forth from the dust. Cough, cough. He couldn't help but spit out blood. Vegito smirked at the sight. How does it feel? Does our Saiyan prince still believe he can surpass me? Upon hearing Vegito's taunt, Vegeta felt his pride as the Saiyan prince being ruthlessly ground into the dirt. Silence! You wretched low-class warrior, be quiet. Vegeta, unable to endure Vegito's mockery, unleashed his signature royal technique, rapidly waving his hands to launch a barrage of energy blasts. In response to Vegeta's assault, Vegito swiftly countered, batting away each energy blast with precision. Boom, boom, boom. The energy blasts exploded upon impact with the ground, creating a scene reminiscent of a missile bombardment. We must leave this place. It's too dangerous. Witnessing the chaos of relentless explosions and the oncoming volley of energy blasts, Piccolo shouted for everyone to evacuate. Once they had distanced themselves from the blast zone, they turned back to see their previous location shrouded in a veil of energy blasts. The sight left them gasping in disbelief. That was far too perilous. Thankfully, we acted quickly. Otherwise, we would have been caught in the crossfire. Huff, puff. After several minutes, Vegeta finally ceased his assault, utterly exhausted. What is the matter? Vegeta, are you at your limit? Vegito continued his verbal onslaught, seeking to further provoke Vegeta. He understood that a Saiyan's fury could exponentially enhance their power, and he was eager to see just how strong Vegeta had become. Silence. You will be silent. Hearing Vegito's taunts only fueled Vegeta's rage. As a man, he could not allow anyone to question his strength. Vegeta's fury surged beyond its limits, and his aura began to rise steadily. How can this be? Even in this state, Vegeta's power continues to increase. Tien and the others stared in wide-eyed disbelief. Is there truly no limit to a Saiyan's strength? Gallic Gun. Although consumed by rage, Vegeta retained his composure, forming his signature technique with his hands. Vegito, witnessing this, positioned his hands at his waist. Kamehameha, a clash of titans. Vegito had long wished to test this technique. Glancing to his left, he realized he was positioned correctly, unbothered by the ancient superstition of left-side losses, for he was not in the realm of Dragon Ball, but rather in a world where traditions held no sway. Boom. The two energies collided, maintaining a stalemate for mere breaths before the Kamehameha began to overpower Vegeta's Gallic Gun, inching closer and closer. How can this be? Vegeta could hardly believe that his ultimate technique was being bested by Vegito's Kamehameha. His worldview and pride were being repeatedly shattered by Vegito's prowess. Boom. Ultimately, Vegeta could not withstand the onslaught of Vegito's Kamehameha and was engulfed. Vegito remarked, "Oh dear, it seems I've applied a bit too much power. Vegeta won't be coming back from this, will he?" Chapter 13. Great Ape Vegeta. How astonishing. Yamcha and the others were left dumbfounded at this spectacle. Yamcha stared in disbelief at Vegito's figure. This guy's strength is truly remarkable. After a considerable time, Yamcha finally came to a realization and resolved to let go of the enmity he held towards Vegeta. Upon reflection, the animosity between them was relatively trivial. A significant part of the reason for Bulma's separation from him lay within himself, as he could only blame his own magnanimous heart. When did he begin to exhibit such benevolence? It was hard to believe he once harbored a fear of women. As he regained his focus, everyone looked up to see Vegeta with his arms crossed, exuding an air of complete control, seemingly unscathed. The ground where Vegeta had once stood had been transformed into a vast crater by Vegeta's Kamehameha wave, with a deep chasm extending into the distance. The extent of the devastation illustrated the astonishing power of Vegeta's recent attack. As the dust settled, Vegeta's figure emerged, battered and bruised, his battle attire unrecognizable. Much of his body lay buried beneath the debris, and his energy was so feeble that it was almost imperceptible. He was not dead, thankfully. Vegeta had no intention of killing him. After all, he was the second protagonist of Dragon Ball. Following Vegeta's defeat of Nappa, a mission had been issued: defeat the Saiyan Prince Vegeta, do not kill. The reward for this task was an increase of 10 in fusion degree and a method for cultivating divine power. The system had explicitly stated that Vegeta could not be killed. Vegeta was determined not to let the mission fail. A failure would necessitate undertaking an additional mission to restore his progress, which would be exceedingly cumbersome. Such a delay in his power growth would hinder his ability to confront future formidable foes. From the current situation, it appeared that he, a mere butterfly, had inadvertently begun to alter the course of events. Thus, he could not afford to overlook the mission assigned by the system. Failure to enhance his fusion degree would significantly impact his early strength. If Vegeta had not dissipated most of the explosive aftermath of the Kamehameha into the earth, he would have undoubtedly been reduced to ashes. After a long moment, Vegeta slowly opened his eyes. His fists tightened as he recognized his defeat at the hands of Vegeta, the esteemed Saiyan Prince, humbled by an obscure Saiyan, a disgrace of monumental proportions. He gradually rose to his feet, gazing up at Vegeta, gritting his teeth as he attempted to summon his remaining strength to ascend into the sky, only to collapse back to the ground. The toll of Vegeta's Kamehameha had left him gravely injured. What was he trying to accomplish? As he saw Vegeta rise only to fall again, Krillin was somewhat perplexed. After a brief respite, Vegeta stood once more, this time summoning the last vestiges of his strength to soar into the sky. Throughout Vegeta's every movement, Vegeta merely observed silently, having already deduced Vegeta's intent. Once above the clouds, Vegeta looked up into the sky but found nothing. He could hardly believe it. How could this planet be devoid of a moon? He searched the surroundings, yet not even a shadow of the moon was visible. How could this be? He had calculated his arrival on Earth to coincide with a full moon, hoping for a rare opportunity to transform into a great ape for battle. Now, with the moon absent, the situation had become problematic. Even if the moon were missing, he could still expend some energy to create an artificial full moon. However, given his current condition, further exertion would render him no match for Vegeta, even in his great ape form. Vegeta, observing Vegeta's frantic searching, couldn't help but feel amused. Hey, Vegeta, you needn't look any further. Earth has no moon. It was destroyed by Piccolo. The Z fighters were astonished by Vegeta's revelation. Did he know what Vegeta intended to do? Vegeta could hardly fathom that they had anticipated his plan and destroyed the moon to prevent his transformation into a great ape. Vegeta, noting the fluctuating expressions on Vegeta's face, discerned his thoughts. No need to overthink it. Before you arrived on Earth, Kakarot's son had already transformed into a great ape. Piccolo destroyed the moon to revert Gohan back. Vegeta slowly descended to align himself with Vegeta, glancing at Gohan below, seemingly convinced by Vegeta's words. Besides, even if you were to transform into a great ape, you would still be no match for me. With the increase in fusion degree, a hint of arrogance colored Vegeta's demeanor. Yet, he was not so prideful as to disregard the potential for situations to spiral beyond his control. Humph, even without the moon, it matters not. Wait, here, take this. Before Vegeta could create an artificial full moon, Vegeta tossed him a green bean. Vegeta instinctively caught it. What is this? He inquired, perplexed. This is a Senzu bean. It can instantly restore all of a person's injuries and energy. The Z fighters were incredulous, unable to fathom why Vegeta would offer a Senzu bean to Vegeta. Vegeta, why are you giving him that? What if he becomes stronger after recovering? Piccolo voiced the concerns and anxieties of the group. It matters not. Even if he grows stronger, he will still be no match for me. Vegeta maintained his confident facade, leaving everyone at a loss for how to persuade him otherwise. You think I would believe your words? Vegeta remained skeptical. Do as you wish. If I wanted to kill you, my strength alone would render such effort unnecessary. Humph. You will soon learn how foolish you are, and you shall regret your kindness. Vegeta consumed the Senzu bean, chewing and swallowing it. In an instant, his energy surged, nearly doubling. Vegeta utilized the system's scanning function to assess Vegeta's battle power, 320,000. Perhaps due to the severity of his injuries from Vegeta's earlier attack, his recovery had exceeded that of the original storyline. Haha, you will regret giving me such a boon. Vegeta swiftly gathered a white energy sphere in his palm. The sphere reacted with the oxygen in the air, and Vegeta grasped the principle of creating an artificial full moon, a significant aid for future breakthroughs into Super Saiyan 4. He hurled the white energy sphere into the sky, then looked up at the artificial full moon. Piccolo, seeing this, quickly cautioned Gohan, Gohan, do not look up at that energy sphere. Gohan heeded his father's warning and refrained from gazing at the moon above. Vegeta did not look up either. He knew he could not transform into a great ape while maintaining his rationality. Roar. Vegeta instantly transformed into a towering brown gorilla. Chapter 14. Vegeta's defeat once again. Vegeta tossed the artificial moon into the sky and then looked up at it. Roar. Vegeta had transformed into a massive brown gorilla, and his energy surged tenfold. A ferocious and savage aura sweeping across the battlefield. Vegeta once more checked Vegeta's battle power using the system. 300,000. The creation of the artificial moon had likely depleted some energy, preventing Vegeta's power from reaching its peak. The crowd felt the terrifying aura emanating from Vegeta, rendering their bodies immobile. Meanwhile, Goku, traversing Snake Way, also sensed this formidable and brutal presence. This is bad. The Saiyans must have already arrived on Earth. I wonder if Vegito can handle this. I must hasten my pace. Everyone, please hold on until I return. Gohan. With that, Goku accelerated towards Earth. At that moment, King Kai, the Grand Kai, Master Roshi, along with ordinary people and animals on Earth, all felt this overwhelming energy. Although the average citizens were oblivious to the specifics of the situation, they sensed an immense pressure that made breathing difficult. The animals, more attuned to such sensations, fled their habitats in panic. The Z fighters, positioned nearby, struggled to stand straight under the oppressive force, their bodies rendered almost immobile. Haha. Vegito, do you regret it now? Do you feel the power that can annihilate the heavens and earth? Boomed a deep, resonant voice from the mouth of the great ape Vegeta. It was a gorilla. As Krillin witnessed Vegeta transform into a great ape, memories from his childhood resurfaced. He recalled how Goku had once transformed into a giant gorilla during the World Martial Arts Tournament, and the destructive force of that form still haunted him. However, why had Vegeta retained his intellect, unlike Goku? Krillin was puzzled by Vegeta's ability to articulate words as a great ape. Humph, ignorant earthlings. I am the prince of the Saiyans, possessing noble Saiyan blood, which naturally distinguishes me from those lowly Saiyans like Kakarot, who were born with a battle power of merely 2. Krillin felt a wave of anxiety about whether Vegito could contend with the great ape Vegeta. What does it matter if you have transformed into a great ape? Vegito remained calm in the face of the monstrous form of Vegeta. Fear. What is fear? That word does not exist in my lexicon. What? Is such a powerful Vegeta insignificant to Vegito? Could it be that Vegito's strength far surpasses the current Vegeta? It was truly hard to believe. None had ever sensed such potent energy before, yet Vegito remained so confident. You little brat, you must be bluffing. You cannot possibly be a match for this prince. Vegeta dismissed Vegito's words, convinced that Vegito's composure was merely a facade. Then why not test it and find out? Vegito beckoned to the great ape Vegeta with a finger. Damn you, do not get too cocky. With that, Vegeta leaped into the air. In the blink of an eye, the massive form of the great ape Vegeta loomed over Vegito. Vegeta swung a fist the size of a small mountain towards Vegito, who effortlessly dodged the blow. In Vegeta's mind, Vegito should have been turned to pulp by that punch. Unwilling to accept defeat, Vegeta unleashed a flurry of massive punches aimed at Vegito. The ground and mountains trembled and collapsed under the weight of the great ape's movements. Hey, Vegeta, although your body has grown, your speed is still commendable. However, your aim leaves much to be desired. Vegito taunted while evading the attacks. The Z fighters, witnessing Vegito handle the great ape's assault with such ease, collectively exhaled in relief, fearing that Vegito had been merely boasting. Given the current situation, it was clear that Vegito had not lied. Vegito had been suppressing his energy, leaving Krillin and the others unable to gauge his true strength. They had only just experienced the overwhelming energy from Vegeta, which had caused their earlier concern. Impossible. You're just too fast. If only I can land a single punch. Vegeta bellowed, frustration evident in his voice. Vegito remained silent. And just as the great ape's colossal fist swung towards him again, a massive shockwave erupted as the fist connected with Vegito, sending tremors through the earth. Haha, finally, I've struck you. This time, let us see you remain defiant. Hey, Vegeta, has your intelligence regressed since transforming into a great ape? You're gloating without grasping the situation. Piccolo and the others watched anxiously, fearing for Vegito's fate, but upon hearing his words, they felt their hearts settle. Vegito's feigned dodge had momentarily worried them, but now they were relieved. Looks like Vegito's strength exceeds our expectations. He has been toying with the great ape Vegeta. Piccolo, the strategist among the Z fighters, discerned that Vegito had merely been playing with Vegeta all along. Impossible. How could you be unscathed? Vegeta was incredulous that Vegito had emerged unharmed from his punch. Damn it. Vegeta withdrew his hand, gathering energy for another strike. Swish. His fist passed through Vegito's form, and the momentum nearly caused Vegeta to stumble. Damn it, a mere afterimage. Now it's my turn. With that, Vegito appeared before the great ape. Then, he split into 2, and then 4. Boom. To the great ape's eyes, for Vegito simultaneously attacked him. Vegeta was utterly overwhelmed by the simultaneous onslaught, rendered powerless to counter. It's the four-way fist. Tien, how could Vegito use your technique? Krillin exclaimed in awe as the four Vegetos exhibited greater prowess than Tien's original technique. No, Vegeto's clones are surely weaker than his true self. It's just that his power is so far beyond ours that we mistakenly perceive each clone as equally strong. Vegito is truly incredible. Gohan marveled. Swish. 3 of Vegito's clones vanished, and Vegito moved at high speed to the great ape's massive head. Boom. A single punch struck the left side of the great ape's face, launching it into the air and smashing it through several mountains. The mountains crumbled, and dust filled the air. The onlookers gaped in astonishment as they witnessed Vegito's relatively small form send the great ape flying with a single punch. Damn it! Damn it! Impossible, absolutely impossible. The great ape roared in fury, preparing to unleash a massive energy wave aimed at Vegito. It's about time to end this, Vegito declared. Seeing Vegeta the great ape gearing up for an attack. Kamehameha. Vegito positioned his hands at his waist, gathering energy as a cerulean energy sphere rapidly formed between his palms. The great ape unleashed its colossal energy wave towards Vegito, who countered with his Kamehameha. Boom. As the two energy waves collided, a shockwave erupted, flattening the surrounding mountains and valleys. Vegeta, it's time to conclude this. Huh. With that, Vegito intensified his energy output. The Kamehameha surged in size, rapidly overpowering the great ape's energy wave. Damn it! The great ape's cries were swallowed by the Kamehameha. A massive mushroom cloud erupted into the sky. After a while, once the tumult had subsided, Vegeta gently descended to the edge of the enormous crater created by the recent energy wave. Peering into the depths of the pit, he found no trace of the giant ape, only the battered figure of Vegeta, who had reverted to his humanoid form. His body was drenched in blood, and he was continuously spitting up more. His tail was nowhere to be found. The sight of Vegeta still clinging to life brought a sense of relief to Vegeta. Just moments ago, he had unleashed a Kamehameha at half his power, and it appeared that the transformation into a giant ape had significantly bolstered Vegeta's defenses. As the others regained their composure and realized the battle had concluded, they flocked to Vegeta's side, astonished at Vegeta's even more wretched state. They marveled that he had survived such a formidable assault, further astonished by the sheer might of Vegeta. Chapter 15. The Return of Son Goku. The group gathered around Vegeta, unable to comprehend that Vegeta was still alive after enduring such a tremendous Kamehameha. Vegeta slowly floated over to Vegeta, uttering, "You may leave." Vegeta, taken aback by Vegeta's words, gazed up at him in disbelief. "You may leave. I will not kill you," Vegeta reiterated. The onlookers were incredulous at the prospect of Vegeta sparing Vegeta. Yet they chose not to voice their opinions, trusting that Vegeta had his reasons. After all, Vegeta had been defeated by Vegeta and was now his captive, leaving Vegeta with complete authority over him. Vegeta, incredulously staring at Vegeta, recalled how he had been given a Senzu bean by him, boosting his own power. Now, he was being offered mercy. Could it be that Vegeta was the fabled paragon of virtue? Fortunately for Vegeta, Vegeta could not hear his inner thoughts. Otherwise, he would have been compelled to slap him down and retort, "You are the paragon. Your entire family is." Though Vegeta doubted Vegeta would truly let him go, he was unwilling to die, for he had unfulfilled ambitions and could not meet his end here. Aware that he could no longer contend with Vegeta in his current state, he resolved to avenge this defeat and humiliation once he had recovered. Vegeta retrieved a remote control and pressed a button. Soon, the spacecraft he had arrived in flew from West City to his side. After entering the ship, he swiftly departed the area, not daring to linger, fearful that Vegeta might unleash another Kamehameha, which would surely lead him to the afterlife. "Vegeta, wait for me. I shall surpass you and avenge today as humiliation." This journey to Earth had been a crushing defeat, yet on the bright side, he had learned of the wish-granting Dragon Balls. Overwhelmed by his injuries, Vegeta soon lost consciousness. Just after Vegeta departed Earth, an electronic voice echoed in Vegeta's mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Defeat the Saiyan Prince Vegeta, do not kill. Task reward. Fusion degree increased by 10, method for cultivating divine power. Congratulations, host, your fusion degree now stands at 40. Continue to strive for excellence." Instantly, Vegeta's mind was enriched with the knowledge of how to cultivate divine power. However, to commence this training, a modicum of divine energy would be required, which could be sought from the Elder Kai. Simultaneously, a wave of relaxation washed over his body and soul. "Thank you for saving Earth, Vegeta." Krillin and the others approached him, expressing their gratitude. "Had it not been for your intervention, it is unimaginable how we would have fared against the Saiyans in Goku's absence." Krillin sincerely appreciated Vegeta's assistance. Reflecting on the situation, it was clear that without Vegeta's triumph over Vegeta, the inhabitants of Earth, including themselves, would have perished at the hands of the Saiyans. ultimately leading to Earth being sold to extraterrestrial beings. It's nothing, Krillin. I gained much from this battle as well. There is no need for you to thank me. Not only did Vegeta have a mission to defeat Vegeta, but he also resided on this Earth and would have intervened to prevent Vegeta from destroying it. He was no longer alone. Through his encounter with Vegeta, he not only received system rewards, but also saw a significant enhancement in his power, a veritable double blessing. Vegeta's spirits soared as he anticipated rapid advancements in his training. Uncle Vegeta, you are so impressive. May I train with you? Gohan rushed to Vegeta, his face brimming with admiration. Of course, as long as you desire it. I shall teach you. Vegeta affectionately ruffled little Gohan's hair. He was eager to mentor Gohan, who not only possessed great potential, but was also a remarkably considerate child. Vegeta wished to prevent Gohan from becoming the bookish character he had been in his past life. After exchanging a few more words with Gohan, Vegeta found the boy to be exceedingly polite and easy to converse with. Piccolo observed Gohan's desire to train under Vegeta and felt a slight pang of discomfort. But he quickly dismissed this unwelcome emotion. As the formidable Piccolo, the self-proclaimed second generation of Demon Kings, how could he afford to entertain such distractions? Once the situation was resolved, Yamcha approached Vegeta and bowed deeply. I apologize, Vegeta. A year ago, due to my provocation, you struck me, resulting in my humiliation before Bulma. Following that, Bulma and I parted ways. When I later learned that you two were together, I felt a surge of resentment. In hindsight, my provocation stemmed from jealousy over your closeness with Bulma. The breakup with Bulma was also partly due to my own flirtatious tendencies. Yet you, without holding a grudge, even saved my life. Thank you, Mr. Vegeta. With that, Yamcha bowed once more. Seeing this, Vegeta waved his hand dismissively. Let bygones be bygones. No need to dwell on the past. From now on, please refrain from calling me Mr. We are all friends now. Just call me Vegeta. The group, witnessing Vegeta's approachable demeanor, joyfully echoed, we are all friends. Shortly thereafter, a rumbling sound reverberated as a jet appeared on the horizon, gradually descending from the sky. With a hiss, the cabin door opened, and two women dashed out, Bulma and Chi-Chi. Bulma sprinted towards Vegeta, leaping into his arms like a fledgling returning to its nest, tears streaming down her face as she scolded him for causing her worry. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi rushed to Gohan, lifting him into her embrace and weeping uncontrollably. Concerned for Gohan and uncertain of the others' whereabouts, she had gone to Bulma's home. Unsettled by the situation, the two women had taken the plane to find them. As Vegeta comforted Bulma, he reassured her, weren't you waiting for me at home? Why did you come here? It's somewhat dangerous. I was so worried about you. Besides, with you here, how could I possibly be in danger? Bulma retorted. Of course not. Vegeta replied confidently. Aside from Yamcha, the others were astonished at the closeness between Vegeta and Bulma, unable to fathom how they had become an item. Krillin, ever the jokester, made a light-hearted quip about Bulma's temper, only to receive a swift reprimand in the form of a bump on his bald head. Vegeta marveled at how such a thing could occur, reminiscent of the antics from the anime. The atmosphere was lively and jubilant when, suddenly, a powerful aura surged onto Earth. Daddy, it's Daddy returning. Gohan was the first to recognize the source of that familiar energy, his excitement palpable. It's Goku. He has returned. Krillin, upon sensing that same energy, felt a surge of exhilaration as well. Before long, a figure adorned with a crab-like hairstyle and clad in an orange martial arts gi gradually descended from the distance, revealing none other than the rejuvenated Son Goku, who had returned from his training in the afterlife. Chapter 16, Son Goku vs. Vegeta. Amidst the lively commotion among the group, a sudden wave of familiar energy washed over them. Dad, it's Dad, Gohan exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. Goku is back, Krillin echoed, equally thrilled. Soon, a figure in an orange martial arts uniform appeared before them. It was indeed Son Goku. After a long separation from his father, Gohan rushed to embrace Goku. Dad, I've missed you so much. Goku affectionately ruffled Gohan's hair. Gohan, it's been a while. You've grown stronger over the year. It seems you've been diligently training. Seeing his son's remarkable growth filled Goku with immense pride. As Goku basked in the warmth of family reunion, Chi-Chi leaped into his arms, playfully pummeling his chest with her tiny fists. Once the emotional exchanges settled, Krillin, Piccolo, Tien, Kaiatsu, and Yamcha approached Goku, greeting him one by one. Nearby, Vegeta, holding Bulma close, observed the scene with a subtle smile. Goku truly has a way with people, he mused, unable to suppress his admiration. Bulma, enchanted by Vegeta's smile, couldn't help but exclaim, my husband's smile is always so dashing. Upon hearing her words, Vegeta turned to Bulma, teasingly pinching her cute nose. And my wife is exceptionally beautiful as well. Bulma instantly blushed at Vegeta's playful banter, hiding her face in his embrace. At that moment, Goku, having finished his heartfelt exchanges, approached them. Hey, Vegeta, Bulma, it's been a long time. Indeed, it has, Goku, they replied in unison. Noticing the affectionate rapport between the two, Goku inquired with curiosity, so, Bulma, Vegeta, what is your current situation? Vegeta succinctly recounted his time training on North Kai's planet and the developments in his relationship with Bulma. Ah, I see. But Vegeta, can you really handle Bulma's temper? Goku innocently remarked, echoing Krillin's earlier sentiments. Bulma, taken aback, retorted, what do you mean by that, Goku? Am I really that difficult? She raised her delicate fist in a mock display of defiance, indicating, I'm giving you a chance to rephrase that. All right, Bulma. My Bulma is the sweetest woman in the world, Vegeta quickly interjected, smoothing over the situation while affectionately patting Bulma's head. Hee. Bulma's face lit up with a dreamy smile. You all are just martial arts enthusiasts who don't understand a girl's feelings. Thankfully, my Vegeta is not like you, she huffed. Haha, my apologies, Bulma. Goku chuckled sheepishly, scratching the back of his head. By the way, where are the Saiyans? Goku, noticing that Vegeta had placated Bulma, promptly shifted the topic. At that moment, Krillin stepped forward. Goku, it's like this. After the Saiyans arrived on Earth, Krillin briefly recounted the battles they had faced against the Saiyans. Wow. It seems everyone has become significantly stronger. Goku expressed his surprise at the changes in his friends over the past year. Turning to Vegeta with sparkling eyes, he exclaimed, Vegeta, let us have a match. I've become quite a bit stronger this year. Eager for a challenge, Goku issued a combat invitation. Just as he did, a notification chimed. Task issued. Defeat Son Goku. Task reward. Fusion level increase by 10. Instant transmission, intermediate. Goku, Vegeta, Krillin attempted to caution Goku, aware of Vegeta's formidable strength. However, Vegeta interrupted him with a wave. Sure, I'd like to see just how much you've improved over the year. Bulma chimed in, be careful, dear. It's fine, Bulma. It's just a friendly spar. I want to go all out, Vegeta reassured her, aware of her concerns regarding their bout. Understanding Bulma's worries, he sought to calm her, but Bulma remained silent, knowing Vegeta's words were final. After years of friendship with Goku, they all understood his competitive spirit. He would never be satisfied without testing his strength against a worthy opponent. Let us move to the side to fight. Otherwise, the shockwaves from our battle will be too much for them to handle, Vegeta suggested, gently patting Bulma's hand before taking to the skies. Seeing Vegeta's agreement, Goku eagerly followed suit. Go, Dad, Bulma shouted, cupping her hands around her mouth to cheer them on. Vegeta, hearing Bulma's encouragement, didn't he look back, but gave her a thumbs up. Chi-Chi, witnessing Bulma's enthusiastic support, joined in to cheer for her own husband. The others remained by the two women's sides, ensuring their safety, as they were the only ordinary people present. After a moment, the two fighters settled 2 kilometers away, far enough to avoid disturbing their friends, yet close enough for them to witness the clash. Goku, let us have our match here. It's close enough for them to watch without too much disruption, Vegeta suggested. Goku nodded in agreement, knowing everyone was eager to see the duel. All right, give it your all. Otherwise, I fear you might fall with just one of my strikes, Vegeta taunted with a grin. Hee okay, Goku replied, preparing himself for battle. Although he agreed to put forth his full effort, Vegeta could see that Goku would likely hold back at first, as was his usual style. With that in mind, Vegeta thought, if you choose not to fight at full strength, then brace yourself for my onslaught. They both assumed the fighting stance of the Turtle School. With a swift motion, Goku initiated the attack, darting toward Vegeta with lightning speed and launching a powerful punch. However, he merely struck through Vegeta's afterimage. The real Saiyan nowhere to be found. Not good. It's just a shadow, Goku realized, immediately scanning his surroundings for Vegeta's presence. Above you, a voice called out, echoing from above Goku. As he looked up, he was met with a swift kick to the shoulder from Vegeta, sending him crashing down into the mountainside. Rocks and debris flew in all directions, shrouding the area in dust. Goku, Chi-Chi, and the others, witnessing Goku vanish in the wake of that strike, called out in alarm. After a brief moment, Goku emerged from the dust, leveling himself with Vegeta in the sky. Wow, Vegeta, you sure hit hard, Goku remarked, feeling the ache in his bones. Yet, the adrenaline coursing through him ignited a fierce determination. I told you to fight seriously, otherwise, you won't be able to withstand even one of my attacks. Vegeta reminded him, arms crossed defiantly. Hee, this time, I'm going to give it my all, Goku declared, once again readying himself for battle. This time, Vegeta noticed the seriousness in Goku's eyes. He too lowered his arms, gazing intently at Goku. Chapter 17, Goku's defeat. Swish. Both figures vanished simultaneously. Boom. The sky resonated with the explosive sounds of their fierce battle. Bang. Seizing a fleeting opening, Vegeta landed a punch squarely in Goku's abdomen, causing Goku to double over like a shrimp. Goku, gritting his teeth against the pain, understood that if he did not seize the moment, he would soon face a relentless barrage from Vegeta. So, after absorbing Vegeta's punch, he retaliated with a swift strike of his own. Tat tat tat. Goku's punches moved with such speed that they left afterimages, yet Vegeta deftly evaded them with agile maneuvers. Boom boom boom. After a series of evasions, Vegeta discerned Goku's rhythm and countered, their fists colliding with equal force. Vegeta opted to match Goku's strength, for he relished the balance of their combat. To unleash his full power would render the battle meaningless. After all, this was not a life-or-death struggle. The two continued their exchange of blows, their silhouettes flickering across the sky, the ground, and the mountaintops. Their forms appeared and disappeared in rapid succession, creating ripples in the air above, while craters formed beneath them, and mountains crumbled and collapsed. Tat tat. Bang whoosh boom. Goku was struck once more by Vegeta, crashing into the ground and creating a massive dent. Whoosh. Boom. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta unleashed his Prince's technique, firing a barrage of energy blasts from his hands into the dust cloud enveloping Goku. Of course, the energy expended was just over 10,000. In an instant, the dust cloud thickened further. After launching nearly dozens of energy blasts, Vegeta paused, quietly observing the scene below. Wow, I never expected that in just a year, Goku has become this strong. Although Goku had been on the receiving end of the beating, he was undeniably far more powerful than he had been a year prior. The Saiyans truly are a prodigious race. Our gap with Goku seems to have widened even further after a year, Krillin remarked, watching the battle with awe. The others nodded in agreement, though Piccolo frowned deeply. Goku's newfound strength made his aspiration to defeat him seem even more daunting. Is Goku alright? Chi-Chi, worried as she saw Goku repeatedly hit the ground and unable to discern the movements of the two, asked anxiously. He's fine, Chi-Chi, they're merely sparring. And Vegeta is holding back, Krillin reassured her. Go, Vegeta. Meanwhile, Bulma cheered loudly for Vegeta, thrilled to see him gaining the upper hand. Goku, you can do it. Chi-Chi, inspired by Bulma's fervor, shouted out in support. On the battlefield, after a moment, a slight smile crept onto Vegeta's lips. Triple Kaioken. A figure surrounded by a white aura, edged with a ring of red flames, surged forth from the dust, charging at Vegeta. Tat tat tat. The two became entangled once more. Piccolo, Tien, has Goku's speed increased yet again? His energy seems to have surged threefold. Krillin, unable to keep up with the rapid movements of Vegeta and Goku, turned to Piccolo and Tien for confirmation. Among them, only Piccolo and Tien could barely follow the duo's actions. Piccolo, the strongest among them, assessed, this must be Goku's ultimate technique cultivated over the past year. To think he could elevate his energy threefold in an instant, what an incredible move. I never imagined Goku would master such a formidable technique, Tien mused. As a child, Goku learned the Kamehameha simply by observing Master Roshi demonstrate it just once. Hearing their reflections, the others regarded Goku's martial prowess with renewed admiration. Goku, is this the culmination of your year-long training? Quite impressive, Vegeta remarked, deftly countering Goku's attacks while offering praise. In the Dragon Ball series, without the transformations of the Saiyans, the Kaioken truly is a remarkable technique. Although it places immense strain on the body, it can catch opponents off guard when facing stronger foes. Despite Goku using Kaioken less frequently in the later stages of Dragon Ball, each time he employed it, the results were remarkable. For instance, during his confrontation with Hit in Dragon Ball Super, Goku utilized a modified tenfold Kaioken atop his Super Saiyan Blue form, pushing the assassin Hit to his limits. Due to the tournament rules forbidding fatalities, Hit was unable to unleash his full potential against Goku, ultimately leading to Goku conceding as his body reached its limits. Still, this underscored the extraordinary nature of the Kaioken technique. Digressing from that topic, let us return to the present. This technique is called Kaioken, a creation of North Kai, Goku explained while attacking Vegeta. While the technique is commendable, Vegeta suddenly teleported to Goku's right side, spinning 180 degrees to deliver a direct kick to Goku's right shoulder. Whoosh. Boom. Goku crashed into several mountains once more. But surely, this cannot be your limit? Vegeta, having delivered the kick, finally completed his earlier thought. Furthermore, if you continue to hold back, you may well face defeat. Rumbling, Goku shook off the debris from his body. Panting heavily, after several rounds of combat, he bore numerous cuts and bruises, his martial arts GI tattered beyond recognition, and his stamina waning. In stark contrast, Vegeta remained unscathed, his aura steady and composed, appearing as though he had not engaged in battle at all. Goku, unleash your full power. After such a prolonged engagement, it is time to settle this with one decisive move. Alright, fivefold Kaioken. Goku raised his gaze toward Vegeta, activating a higher level of Kaioken. His aura intensified dramatically. Humi Humi Ha X2. Boom boom boom. The ground began to tremble. On the Z Warriors side, everyone felt unsteady, struggling to maintain their footing. Didn't they say this was merely a spar? If they continue like this, the Earth will be reduced to rubble, Krillin exclaimed, filled with concern. North Kai's planet. Sweat beaded on North Kai's forehead as he telepathically urged Goku. Goku, cease this at once. If you two continue, the Earth will be destroyed. Though Goku heard North Kai's warning, he lacked the energy to respond. Goku strained to endure. Goku, you are strong now, but you are still no match for me. Surrender, Vegeta declared, gently pressing downward. The energy column of his Kamehameha swelled, slowly bearing down on Goku. Sevenfold Kaioken. Goku's aura surged once more. His Kamehameha energy column expanding to nearly match Vegeta's. The energy beams halted their descent. Goku, please stop. If this continues, your body will not withstand it. North Kai shouted, filled with dread. After a year of camaraderie, the bond between Goku and North Kai had grown strong. Seeing this, Vegeta increased the energy output once more. The energy wave pressing down slowly toward Goku. Goku struggled to hold on. However, in the end, Sun Wukong was ultimately submerged by Vegeta's Kamehameha wave. Wukong. X5. Dad. The crowd cried out in concern for Sun Wukong. Chapter 18. The Wedding Ceremony. Witnessing Sun Wukong engulfed by the Kamehameha wave, everyone was exceedingly worried for his safety. Boom. Vegeta slightly lifted his hands, redirecting the Kamehameha wave towards the sky. It pierced through the clouds, resulting in an explosion in the cosmos. The blinding white light from the explosion compelled the onlookers to shield their eyes. A few minutes later, once everything had settled, the place where Wukong had stood was utterly unrecognizable. It lay in ruins, with a massive pit at its center, a vast chasm extending from it into the distance. Within the pit, Sun Wukong's upper garments had been completely obliterated, his skin seeping with blood. Lying on the ground, he struggled to open his eyes, his breath notably frail. Clearly, after being struck by the edge of Vegeta's Kamehameha wave, Sun Wukong was no longer capable of continuing the fight. This bout had resulted in a decisive defeat for him. Though Wukong had revealed all his cards, he still had not witnessed the full extent of Vegeta's true power. He did not harbor resentment. Rather, he felt a twinge of regret for not being able to compel Vegeta to unleash his complete strength. Just then, a notification chimed. Congratulations. Host, you have completed the task. Defeat Sun Wukong. Task reward. Fusion level increased by 10, mid-tier instant transmission. Congratulations, host. Fusion level has reached 55. Vegeta felt the connection between his soul and body tighten. Simultaneously, insights into the mid-tier instant transmission technique and all the star map coordinates of Universe 7 appeared in his mind. Now, he could realize his intention to cultivate the sacred beans in the Kaishin realm. However, this matter could wait. For now, the beans from Korin were barely sufficient. Upon seeing the battle's conclusion, everyone hurried over. Vegeta also gently descended beside Sun Wukong. Vegeta, a year has passed, and you have grown stronger. Sun Wukong managed to lift his head to look at Vegeta. Vegeta returned the gaze. Wukong, you've also significantly improved. Wukong, are you alright? How do you feel? Can you hold on? The crowd gathered around Sun Wukong, bombarding him with anxious inquiries. Their concern for Wukong was palpable, especially from Chi-Chi and Gohan. Everyone, cough cough cough. As Wukong attempted to assure them he was fine, he was overtaken by a fit of coughing, causing panic among the crowd. Bulma rushed to Vegeta's side, inspecting him thoroughly from head to toe. After ensuring he bore no injuries, she finally felt reassured. Following the intense battles, Vegeta merely had some minor scratches on his skin. You scare me to death. Woo-woo. Bulma suddenly flung herself into Vegeta's arms, sobbing softly while her tiny fists playfully pounded against his chest. The recent clash had truly been earth-shattering. All right, I'm fine. Don't worry. Humph, you made me worry, so I won't talk to you anymore. Bulma pouted, turning her face away. She wore an expression that clearly conveyed, I'm upset. You better come and comfort me. All right, I'm not angry anymore, Mo. Vegeta pulled Bulma back into his embrace and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead. Humph, you just know how to tease me. Her little fists resumed their playful assault on Vegeta's solid and broad chest, this time out of shyness. Vegeta mused, Bulma is becoming increasingly adorable. I like her even more now. All right, I better not linger, or Wukong really might be in trouble. As for my wife, I must dote on her. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Bulma finally stepped out of his embrace and stood aside. Vegeta retrieved a sacred bean from his storage ring and handed it to the weakened Sun Wukong. Quick, eat this. Otherwise, your body won't hold up. Krillin took the sacred bean from Vegeta's hand and fed it to Wukong. After consuming the sacred bean, Wukong regained his vitality. Vegeta, Krillin, and everyone, thank you. Sun Wukong expressed his heartfelt gratitude to the group. They all waved their hands in response, insisting it was nothing. Seeing Wukong recover brought joy to the crowd. The North Kai and the Elder Kai from the Heavenly Realm. The earlier scene had genuinely frightened everyone. They had thought Sun Wukong was doomed. Sun Wukong turned to Vegeta. Vegeta, I wish to witness your full strength. May I? Vegeta was somewhat taken aback by Wukong's request, not expecting him to desire a glimpse of his true power. However, it dawned on Vegeta that Wukong must feel a sense of dissatisfaction for not having drawn out his entire strength, thus his curiosity. Upon seeing the expressions of others who shared the same desire, Vegeta agreed. All right, but be prepared. As he spoke, he slowly levitated into the air. Positioning himself several hundred meters away from the crowd, Vegeta placed his hands on his hips. Vegeta began to roar, unleashing his might. Whoosh! In an instant, a colossal white aura enveloped him, surpassing the sevenfold Kaioken that Wukong had previously deployed. Boom! The ground trembled violently, the sky shifted hue, and waves of energy roiled. Powerful shockwaves erupted from Vegeta's body, radiating outward in all directions. This power is simply overwhelming. Krillin stammered, rendered almost speechless by the pressure emanating from Vegeta. The others struggled to brace themselves against the onslaught of his energy. Bulma and Chi-Chi were somewhat shielded by the group, but had they not been, they would have either fainted from the pressure or been blown away. Vegeta's energy continued to rise steadily. Just moments ago, was that not his full strength? Why was his power so formidable? This time, even Piccolo's complexion turned green. Simultaneously, the North Kai and the Elder Kai, who had been observing the scene, broke into a sweat. They were utterly astonished by Vegeta's overwhelming strength. The nearby Z fighters struggled to remain upright as Vegeta's energy surged once more, their bodies refusing to cooperate. Bulma and Chi-Chi had already succumbed to unconsciousness from the force. After a furious roar, Vegeta ceased his display of power. How was that? He asked, turning to the crowd. It then dawned on him that they were all drenched in sweat, hands on the ground, incapable of responding. Moreover, Bulma and Chi-Chi lay unconscious. Seeing this, Vegeta reined in his energy and instantaneously transported himself to the group, cradling the unconscious Bulma in his arms. He tenderly caressed her lovely face and gently smoothed her disheveled hair. After attending to her, the others gradually began to recover. Following the series of battles and completion of 2 tasks, Vegeta's fusion level had surpassed 50, boosting his battle power to 2.3 million. Vegeta, you are truly astonishing. The crowd was left in awe and trepidation after witnessing Vegeta's might. The suffocating pressure was an experience they never wished to endure again. I finally understand now, Vegeta. You didn't even unleash 110 of your strength during our fight. Sun Wukong chuckled innocently. Subsequently, he also lifted the unconscious Chi-Chi into his arms. Everyone, the crisis of the Saiyans has been thoroughly resolved. After this ordeal, I believe we all recognize that formidable enemies still abound in the universe. Let us not neglect our training from now on. The group nodded in agreement, deeply resonating with his words. Vegeta, in all his formidable strength, remains diligently training. Continuously striving for greater power, they cannot afford to stagnate. Everyone is weary today, so let us all return home. In a few days, Bulma and I will be preparing to celebrate our wedding aboard Bulma's luxurious yacht at sea, and I sincerely hope everyone can attend. After acknowledging Vegeta's heartfelt invitation, the guests departed one by one. Days later, on the opulent yacht adorned with the logo of Capsule Corporation, the atmosphere was festive and vibrant. Vegeta and Bulma donned their wedding attire, he looking dashing and she radiating beauty, as they celebrated a grand wedding. The exquisite feast allowed Goku to indulge heartily. Thus, Bulma and Vegeta officially became husband and wife. Chapter 19. Breaking through to Super Saiyan in the days following their wedding. Bulma and Vegeta spent their time together in blissful leisure. Bulma refrained from her research, and Vegeta paused his training to cherish moments with her, knowing that soon they would need to prepare for their journey to Namek. Over these 5 days, they either strolled through shopping districts or relaxed at home during the day. And at night, they worked together to explore the origins of life. 7 days later, at the sacred world of the Kais, Vegeta gathered all the Z fighters, including Goku, Gohan, Piccolo, Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, and Kaiatsu, through the old Kai, observing their collective growth and strength after the crisis with the Saiyans. He noted their combat powers, Vegeta at 2.3 million, Goku at 210,000, Piccolo at 48,000, Gohan at 12,000, Krillin at 20,000, Tien at 22,000, Yamcha at 17,500, and Kaiatsu at 7,500. The purpose of this gathering was to enhance everyone's strength. Earlier, I had requested my father-in-law to create several gravity chambers. As he spoke, Vegeta produced 7 capsules, distributing them among the group. These gravity chambers were set to 100 times Earth's gravity for Goku and Piccolo, while the others faced a maximum of 50 times. Training in these chambers would yield several times the results of ordinary training. I brought these chambers for you all to utilize, and I also know of a sacred training ground. After Vegeta's explanation, the old Kai introduced the hyperbolic time chamber, inciting curiosity and disbelief among the group regarding such a training facility being present in the sacred world. Subsequently, pairs of fighters entered the chamber while the others trained in the gravity rooms. Once your training concludes, we shall journey to Piccolo's homeland, Namek. Upon hearing this, Piccolo's eyes gleamed with excitement. I believe Vegeta had learned about the Dragon Balls on Earth and, after suffering such a humiliating defeat, he refrained from searching for them there. However, he would undoubtedly seek the Dragon Balls on Namek. Therefore, after we enhance our powers a bit more, we will set out to explore Piccolo's homeland. I imagine Piccolo is quite eager to go upon hearing mention of the Saiyans. Piccolo, in his typical proud manner, turned away, unwilling to admit his enthusiasm. Seeing Piccolo's haughty demeanor, Vegeta paid it no mind. The group divided into pairs to enter the hyperbolic time chamber. Goku and I will go first. Wait until we emerge before you all enter, Vegeta instructed, and the group began to pair off. Piccolo with Gohan, Krillin with Yamcha, Tan with Kaiatsu. Subsequently, Vegeta and Goku entered the chamber. As they stepped inside, an electronic voice resonated within Vegeta's mind. Ding. Mission issued. Achieve a regular combat power of 3 million and break through to Super Saiyan. Mission reward. Fusion rate increased by 5 and 50 senza beans. Vegeta mused. The system is quite generous this time, offering 50 senza beans. Goku, upon entering, began to observe the surroundings. This place looks exactly as it did when I entered as a child. The air remains thin and scorching. Indeed, this location is truly an excellent training ground. Though it can be a bit grueling for just one person, Vegeta concurred. Goku, let us spar. Goku exclaimed eagerly. Since the last time he had been severely injured by Vegeta, he felt his strength had more than doubled. All right. Vegeta nodded in agreement. With Vegeta's presence, Goku had regained over 30,000 in combat power after consuming a senza bean. If Vegeta did not assist him, he might fall behind. The two engaged in a flurry of movement, energy blasts flying in all directions. Meanwhile, on planet Frieza, at the 79th sector, a spacecraft sliced through the atmosphere, landing at the docking port. Some underlings stood at the ready, but when nobody emerged for quite some time, they reluctantly approached to investigate. Through the craft's glass, they glimpsed a battered and bloodied Vegeta slumped unconscious in the pilot's seat. Recognizing him, the underlings summoned medical personnel to carry Vegeta for treatment. 1 year later, within the hyperbolic time chamber, the two continued their relentless exchanges. Vegeta was enveloped in a white aura, while Goku radiated both white and a ring of red energy. A resounding clash echoed as they struck fists, then separated. Goku, let us settle this with a single move. Vegeta proposed. Hehe, I was thinking the same. Goku replied. After a year of training alongside Vegeta, he could now execute the 10x Kaioken technique. Although he could technically achieve a 12x Kaioken, his body could only withstand it for 10 seconds before succumbing to spasms and losing combat capability. Both warriors positioned their hands at their waists, gathering energy. Kamehameha wave. X2. The ground of the chamber trembled beneath the force of their energy clash. Goku, your strength has improved significantly over this year, but I suggest you lie down now. Vegeta declared, amplifying his Kamehameha output, pushing the energy wave toward Goku. Don't underestimate me. Goku gritted his teeth, mustering the 12x Kaioken. The energy wave slowly inched closer to Vegeta. Goku, why do you persist in this manner? You cannot defeat me. Vegeta taunted, intensifying his Kamehameha further. Ultimately, Goku was overwhelmed by Vegeta's Kamehameha. Panting heavily, he lay on his back, muscles twitching from the strain of utilizing the high multiplication Kaioken. Vegeta approached him, offering a senza bean. Hurry and eat this. Each time you use the Kaioken, you end up like this. Vegeta consumed a senza bean as well. Before long, Sun Wukong sprang to his feet with a nimble leap. Haha. Fortunately, Vegeta, you have the senza beans. Otherwise, I would be in quite the predicament. However, Vegeta, you remain as formidable as ever. Even with my substantial power increase, I still cannot surpass you, even with the Kaioken technique. Wukong, if you wish to defeat me, you'll need at least another 20,000 years. He boasted, playfully raising 2 fingers in a gesture. And Wukong, in the future, if you can avoid using the Kaioken, please do so. The side effects on your body are far too severe. Sun Wukong nodded in acknowledgement. I understand. I will endeavor to use it sparingly. Wukong, would you like to witness the transformation of a Saiyan? Are you referring to the Great Ape transformation? After the Saiyan crisis, Krillin had informed Sun Wukong that a Saiyan could transform into a great ape upon gazing at a full moon, provided they possessed a tail. Not that. I mean another transformation, the Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan, Indeed, upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, one's combat power multiplies by 50 times. Vegeta elaborated on the conditions required for a Saiyan to achieve this remarkable transformation. Is that so? Please, show me. All right, but stand back a bit. Now, after a year of rigorous training, their respective combat powers stood at Vegeta at 3.4 million, Sun Wukong at 210,000. Ha 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 ha. Vegeta began to gather energy at his spine, employing the transformation technique taught by his counterpart, Vegeta, from Universe 6. Presently, there was little that could incite his anger. As Vegeta concentrated his energy, his hair began to oscillate between gold and black. With a rustle, Vegeta's hair ultimately transformed into a golden hue, accompanied by golden eyebrows and light turquoise eyes. His aura shifted from white to gold, a stark contrast to his previously stoic expression, now devoid of emotion. Vegeta had officially transcended into the realm of Super Saiyan. Chapter 20, The Arrival of Dares. With golden hair and eyebrows and turquoise eyes, Vegeta's aura radiated in a brilliant gold. His cold visage was now a harbinger of power. The energy emanating from him surged forth in waves, sending ripples of golden energy cascading outward. Sun Wukong struggled to withstand the onslaught of energy waves. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task, achieving a regular combat power of 3 million, surpassing the Super Saiyan threshold. Task reward, fusion level increased by 50 sins of beans acquired. Congratulations. Host, fusion level has reached 60. Host's Great Ape transformation will no longer lead to loss of reason. Vegeta exhaled, retracting his aura back into himself. At that moment, Sun Wukong flew beside him. Vegeta, you are truly extraordinary. Your aura just now, Sun Wukong exclaimed, brimming with excitement. As though he himself had transformed into a Super Saiyan, Vegeta turned to face Sun Wukong, who was momentarily taken aback by Vegeta's emotionless, icy gaze. What's wrong? He stammered. Nothing. It's just that after transforming into a Super Saiyan, the overwhelming desire for violence and battle flooded my mind. I simply need to adjust. After a brief period of acclimatization to his Super Saiyan state, Vegeta reverted back to his normal form. Wukong, let us head out. We've been in here for a year. It's time to leave. Yes, I feel ready to exit as well. After a year, I truly miss Chi-Chi's cooking. Wukong, aside from fighting, it seems only food can pique your interest, Vegeta remarked with a smirk. Haha. Sun Wukong scratched the back of his head sheepishly. The two then exited the hyperbolic time chamber. Upon emerging, they were met with curious gazes. Vegeta appeared relatively unscathed, his attire having self-repairing properties, while Wukong was a sight to behold, dirty and tattered, his clothing resembling mere rags. A flurry of inquiries regarding their training results ensued. Sun Wukong merely revealed a hint of his aura, which sent everyone into a frenzy. Piccolo was particularly eager to take Gohan back inside for training. Vegeta intercepted Piccolo, presenting him with 10 sins of beans as a contingency. After offering a few encouraging words to Gohan, the two entered the hyperbolic time chamber once more. Vegeta distributed 10 sins of beans to each of Krillin's group. With the remaining beans, Vegeta now possessed a total of 22 sins of beans, many of which had been consumed during their training. After a brief wash-up at the temple, Sun Wukong and Vegeta departed, aiming to solidify their newly acquired strength. Vegeta also needed to further acclimate to his Super Saiyan state, which could be achieved within the gravity chamber. Upon returning home, Vegeta took a refreshing bath and, after dinner, eagerly sought out Bulma. Having abstained from meat for a year, he was craving it intensely. That night promised to be another sleepless one. 3 days later, everyone had spent nearly a year training within the hyperbolic time chamber. Upon emerging, they entered the gravity chamber brought by Vegeta to further solidify their enhanced powers. One night, stars twinkled in the sky, and the Earth's forests resonated with the sounds of insects. Whoosh! An unidentified object descended from the cosmos, crashing into the tranquil forest and igniting a fierce blaze. Fortunately, it was not long before a gentle rain began to fall, extinguishing the flames. As tranquility returned. The following day, while training his son at the Baozi Mountain, Sun Wukong received a telepathic message from the North Kai. Wukong, trouble is brewing. What is it, Lord Kai? A band of villains has arrived on Earth, led by a Saiyan named Dares. They are cultivating a peculiar plant known as the Tree of Might. This extraordinary plant yields a unique fruit called the Tree of Might fruit, which was once said to be consumable only by gods. However, for reasons unknown, Dares came into possession of the Tree of Might seeds. The Tree of Might absorbs all nutrients from the earth, producing fruit that, when consumed, significantly enhances one's power. However, this process leaves the land barren, rendering it a desolate desert. It can take centuries for vegetation to regrow, essentially draining the planet's vitality for strength. Currently, the Tree of Might has been planted on Earth. If left unchecked, Once the fruit matures, Earth will no longer be habitable for living beings. I understand, Lord North Kai. I will handle this. Upon hearing North Kai's account, Sun Wukong recognized the gravity of the situation and wasted no time in planning to gather Vegeta and the others for a thorough investigation. However, Chi-Chi intervened, refusing to let Gohan join them, insisting he was too young. Although she had been persuaded by Vegeta to allow Gohan to train, she was adamant about not allowing him to engage in battle, especially after witnessing Sun Wukong's previous spar with Vegeta, which had left her deeply concerned for her young son. Despite Sun Wukong's attempts to convince her, Chi-Chi remained resolute, stating they must wait until Gohan was older. With no other option, Sun Wukong set off alone to find the others. 1 hour later, at Bulma's residence, Sun Wukong, Piccolo, Tien, Chaozu, Krillin, and Yamcha had gathered. Sun Wukong recounted North Kai's warning, and upon hearing his words, the group finally understood the reason for his summons. Ding. Mission initiated. Prevent Dare's nefarious scheme. Mission reward. Fusion level increased by 5. Origin of divine power. What is the origin of divine power? Can you elaborate, system? The essence of divine power serves as a fundamental source, as long as the host possesses this essence. They may commence their cultivation of divine strength without the need to rely on the powers of others. Moreover, with the essence of divine power at their disposal, the host can achieve remarkable results with minimal effort. Is it truly the case that I could swiftly transform into a Super Saiyan God? Indeed, esteemed host. Upon mastering divine strength to the level of the Supreme Kai, you shall attain the form of a Super Saiyan God. How splendid. By the way, system, can I complete my task without engaging in combat? Regarding Dales, Vegeta prefers to refrain from intervention, allowing Goku and the others to take charge. Based on the cinematic portrayal in Dragon Ball, Earth Special Forces, Dale's power level should be around 30,000 prior to consuming the fruit of the Tree of Might. Vegeta has lost interest in participating. Certainly, esteemed host. As long as you join the others in destroying the Tree of Might in the end, your task will be accomplished. That is wonderful. After all, it seems rather pointless for someone with nearly 4 million in power to battle someone with merely tens of thousands. Let Goku handle it. He could use the experience. Upon hearing the system's words, Vegeta felt a sense of delight at the prospect of completing the task without lifting a finger. Subsequently, Vegeta and the others made their way to inform Goku of the Tree of Might's location as directed by the North Kai. Chapter 21, Son Goku vs. Dales. Beneath the Tree of Might, the group, guided by the North Kai, discovered the colossal tree. Wow, I never expected the Tree of Might to be so immense, exclaimed Krillin, gazing up at its towering height. The others shared his astonishment at the tree's grandeur. Vegeta, however, remained unfazed. He had witnessed it in his previous life through the anime, though it appeared even more magnificent than he had remembered. Let us hasten to destroy the Tree of Might, Krillin urged, noting the encroaching desolation surrounding the tree. Hold on. There are some unwelcome guests atop the tree. We should deal with them first. Upon Vegeta's warning, the group carefully sensed their surroundings and detected several unfamiliar presences. Leading the charge, Vegeta and the others ascended towards the canopy. Upon navigating through the dense foliage and intertwining branches, they discovered an entrance a few meters in radius, where 5 peculiar extraterrestrials awaited the Z-Warriors. Vegeta mused, these 5 must be Dale's subordinates: Kakao, Doeyes, Amando, Rize, and Lacace. Hey, who are you? Did you cause the chaos surrounding the Tree of Might? Son Goku inquired, somewhat irked. The Earth's environment had been compromised due to the tree, leaving many areas barren. Haha, it seems a few bothersome intruders have arrived. Doeyes sneered. Brothers, care for a little fun? If you don't, I'll take them all for myself. Amando replied with enthusiasm. Hey, Amando, don't be greedy. Let us have a few as well. Otherwise, it will be too dull, Doeyes retorted. Rize and Lacace chimed in, yes. We want to have some fun too. The moment the Z-Warriors appeared, the 5 had already assessed their power levels, although the Z-Warriors were suppressing their energies. The 5 opponents noted the Z-Warriors' power levels to be merely in the hundreds. However, after a year of training in the hyperbolic time chamber, the Z-Warriors' true strengths were as follows: Vegeta in his normal state at 3.4 million, Son Goku at 210,000, Piccolo at 20,000, Krillin at 120,000, Tien Shinhan at 140,000, Yamcha at 90,000, and Kaiatsu at 45,000. After evaluating the opponent's power levels, Kakao at 130,000, Doeyes at 84,000, Amando at 91,000, and Rize and Lacace at 76,000 each, Vegeta realized that the adversaries were no match for the Z-Warriors, whose abilities had significantly surpassed their original counterparts in the narrative. Goku, I leave them to you. Their leader is likely not present, Vegeta remarked. casually glancing upwards. Meanwhile, in the high-altitude spaceship, Dales observed Son Goku and the others through the ship's large screen. Oh, Kakarot, I never anticipated that Bardock's son would be on this planet. Is that another Saiyan? Dales noted, spotting the tail at Vegeta's waist. How intriguing. I never expected to find two Saiyans on this insignificant planet. I was worried that if you intervened, Vegeta, I'd miss my chance to fight. Son Goku expressed his delight at Vegeta's decision to refrain from combat. Oh, it seems these lowly beings hold us in disdain. Doai's remarked disdainfully. Let us show them our true power. Amando replied, with Riai's and Lake's eagerly joining in. With a flurry of movements, the five charged toward the Z warriors, who reciprocated, each selecting their opponent. In an instant, the 11 combatants divided into 5 battlegrounds, the air resonating with the sounds of fierce clashes. After observing for a while, Vegeta lost interest. The Z warriors had grown far more formidable than their original selves, and Dale's minions posed no threat. Vegeta slowly approached the hollow of the Tree of Might, where he beheld over 10 nearly ripe fruits. You two are a Saiyan. Would you care to join us? As he admired the fruits, a voice called from behind. In truth, Vegeta had sensed Dale's approach the moment he exited the spaceship, but chose to ignore him. Vegeta intended to return Dale's ship intact for his wife Bulma to study. Hence, he deliberately positioned himself here to entice Dales into making an invitation. In the original anime, Dales had similarly invited Gohan, leading Vegeta to believe he would be approached as well. Oh, so you must be their leader? Indeed. You bear a striking resemblance to Son Goku, Vegeta remarked, turning to face Dales, who bore an uncanny likeness to Goku, but with an aura of malevolence. Clad in black battle attire. Son Goku? You mean Bardock's son, Kakarot. That is his name on Earth. I see. So, would you two be interested in joining me? Oh, join you? Pray tell, what benefits would that entail? Vegeta feigned interest in Dale's proposition. Joining me means you can reign supreme across the universe, doing as you please. Furthermore, I shall share the fruits of the Tree of Might with you, enhancing your combat prowess. Vegeta couldn't help but chuckle at Dale's pitch, reminiscent of a pyramid scheme. What is so amusing? Dales inquired, perplexed by Vegeta's laughter. Oh, nothing. I merely found your fervent sales pitch amusing, akin to a jester. What is a jester? Nothing of import. It is better left unknown to you. So, will you join me? We could. Before Dales could finish, Vegeta raised a hand to interrupt. I have no interest in joining you. I am not keen on wreaking havoc across the universe. I solely seek to enhance my combat strength. Oh, is that so? Then you ought to join me even more. Should you join, I could kill you and still claim all the fruits of the Tree of Might. Vegeta anticipated Dale's intent and interrupted him once more, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Haha, you are quite arrogant, young one. You truly have no understanding of your own limitations. Dales, incensed by Vegeta's repeated rejections and perceived disdain, prepared to teach him a lesson. Wait a moment. Your opponent is not me. Vegeta interjected as he sensed that Darius was about to make a move. Oh, are you frightened? Darius taunted, gazing at Vegeta with a mocking expression. No, you are simply too feeble. I can't be bothered to engage, Vegeta retorted, shaking his head and uttering words that nearly drove Darius to the brink of fury. Vegeta, it has already been resolved. Just as Darius was about to erupt in anger, Goku and the others arrived after dispatching their foes. Goku, you were quite swift this time. Hehe, did you not just say their leader had yet to appear? So, I finished off my opponent and rushed to assist the others. I am eager to face a more formidable adversary. Vegeta's lips twitched, realizing he had underestimated Goku. Goku remained unchanged, always eager for a challenge when confronted with a powerful enemy. This time was no different, which explained his quick dispatch of the lesser foes. Chapter 22, Goku vs. Darius, 2. After Goku and his companions dealt with their enemies, they arrived at the scene with Vegeta and Darius. Why do you resemble me so closely? Goku exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing someone who looked so much like himself. The others were equally amazed by Darius's striking resemblance to Goku. If one were to judge solely by appearance, it would be difficult to distinguish between the two without careful observation. How could this be? How did you manage to defeat all 5 of them so swiftly? Darius questioned, perplexed, as his scouter indicated that the Z fighters should possess relatively low battle power. His subordinates should have easily dealt with them. Kakarot, how were you able to vanquish them so quickly? Darius inquired, his curiosity piqued. They were quite weak, so it was a breeze. Goku replied sincerely, scratching the back of his head. It seems your battle power is greater than it first appears. You must possess hidden capabilities, Darius deduced as he connected the dots. His subordinates had clearly underestimated their opponents due to the scouter's data. Haha, I find you all the more interesting now, Kakarot. How about joining me? Vegeta was at a loss for words. Why did Darius have such a penchant for recruiting others? Join you? Why would I do that? Goku asked. bewildered by the request from someone who looked just like him. Vegeta, watching Goku's naive expression, couldn't help but chuckle at Darius's evident frustration. Indeed, sincerity is a potent weapon. Humph, do not think that defeating those 5 makes you my equal. I could easily have dealt with them myself. Yet, you are not particularly strong, are you? Upon sensing Darius's aura, Goku discerned that Darius was no match for him. Hey, Vegeta, didn't you say he was the leader of those 5? Why is he still so weak? Goku remarked, losing interest upon realizing Darius's lack of strength. Vegeta, exasperated by Goku's comments, responded, Hey, Goku, do not misrepresent me. Did I ever claim they were strong? I said they were too weak for me to bother, which is why I let you handle them. Their leader has yet to show himself. Oh, is that so? Goku recalled Vegeta's earlier words. Indeed, Vegeta had never said they were strong. Never mind that, whoever you are. Let us fight, Goku declared, scratching his head as he issued a challenge to Darius. Damn it, Kakarot. As a fellow low-class warrior, how dare you look down on me? I have grown strong from consuming the fruit of the Tree of Might. Your strength pales in comparison. You know me? But I have no idea who you are. Goku responded, uninterested in Darius's boasting. From Darius's aura, he could easily gauge his strength. He was not concealing his power. Goku was curious about how Darius recognized him. Kakarot, you do not know me? Why would I know you? I have never seen you before. Darius was baffled by Goku's lack of recognition. Have you not undergone data memory transfer aboard the spacecraft that brought you to Earth? I fell off a cliff as a child and hit my head. I see. No wonder you are unaware of your kin. Listen well. My name is Darius, and my father was comrades with your father, Bardock. Vegeta, growing impatient with the familial exchange, interjected, Hey Goku, are you going to fight or not? If not, I will simply eliminate him and destroy the Tree of Might. I still need to return to my family, Bulma. Let's fight then. Darius, we are going to battle. My Earth name is Goku. Humph, Kakarot, once I defeat you, I will deal with that arrogant fool over there. Let us step outside. This space is too confined. With that, Darius soared out of the tree hollow, followed closely by Goku. Vegeta and the others trailed behind them. Once outside, they found Darius and Goku poised for battle. I am about to make my move, Goku announced as he prepared to strike. With a swift motion, he aimed a direct punch at Darius. Darius tilted his head to evade it. Darius retaliated with a punch aimed at Goku's abdomen, only to have Goku catch it with his other hand. Hee. Goku grinned triumphantly at Darius. Damn it. The two engaged in a rapid exchange of blows. Observing their clash, Vegeta shook his head. Goku still has that old habit. He never starts a fight with full strength. The others nodded in agreement, clearly familiar with Goku's fighting tendencies. Goku always begins by gauging his opponent's capabilities before unleashing his full power. The two engaged in aerial combat, trading blows back and forth. Both of their fists struck each other's cheeks simultaneously, causing them to spit out saliva and be propelled backward. Damn it. Behold my energy sphere. Perish. Darius, realizing he was at a disadvantage in close combat, unleashed his ultimate technique. He raised both hands in front of his chest, gathering a yellow energy sphere. Goku, unwilling to be outdone, declared, Kamehameha, positioning his hands at his waist to gather energy. X2. The two warriors unleashed their respective attacks simultaneously. The collision of the energy sphere and Kamehameha generated a tremendous shockwave, rustling the leaves of the Tree of Might. Now's my chance. With that, Goku darted above Darius at high speed. Solar flare. In an instant, Goku radiated a blinding white light akin to the sun. What? Darius, caught off guard by Goku's sudden appearance above him, looked up just in time to be struck by Goku's solar flare. Instantly, his vision was compromised, rendering him unable to perceive his surroundings. With a swift motion, Goku capitalized on Darius's momentary blindness and delivered a powerful blow, sending him crashing towards the ground. Goku raised his hand, launching multiple energy blasts that struck Darius mid-descent, accelerating him downward with even greater speed. Boom. A cloud of dust erupted upon impact. Vegeta remarked. Though Goku may be absent-minded at times, his timing in battle is impeccable. The others nodded in agreement, acknowledging Goku's innate talent for combat, honed since childhood. Chapter 23, Goku vs. Darius, Final. Boom. Darius shook off the soil clinging to his body. Gasping for breath, he was battered and bruised, his battle suit in tatters. How infuriating. Just a moment ago, Kakarot's fighting power surged inexplicably. Whoosh. Darius lunged once more at Son Goku, who merely tilted his body slightly to evade the attack. Yet, Darius did not relent. Instead, he soared toward the spirit tree. Whoosh. Goku followed suit, and Darius darted between the branches of the spirit tree, attempting to delay Goku's pursuit. What is Darius up to? Why isn't he fighting Goku? Krillin voiced his confusion. The others, witnessing Darius' evasive maneuvers, were equally puzzled by his intentions. Vegeta, however, was well aware of Darius' motives, yet he had no intention of intervening. Even if Beerus consumed the fruit of the spirit tree, he would still fall short against Goku, ultimately serving as a mere experience booster for Goku's growth. Vegeta was disinclined to obstruct this opportunity for Goku to enhance his strength. Whoosh! Beerus entered the hollow of the spirit tree, looking up to see a ripe fruit hanging from the ceiling. He quickly plucked it and made his way outside. As Goku emerged from the cave, he spotted Beerus holding the red fruit, uncertain of his intentions, and thus refrained from attacking. Haha! Without hesitation, Beerus devoured the fruit in a few bites. Instantly, his body swelled, his muscles expanding, and his energy significantly amplified. Vegeta observed, noting that Beerus' battle power had soared to 450,000 after consuming the spirit tree's fruit. How could his strength increase so dramatically? Krillin stuttered in disbelief. Just one fruit, and his power has skyrocketed. The others were equally astonished by Beerus' transformation. How could consuming a single fruit yield such a substantial boost? Vegeta mused. It seems the fruit of the spirit tree enhances power by approximately 13-fold. However, it is a fruit meant solely for deities. Surely, its benefits extend beyond mere augmentation of strength. After all, as the fruit ripened, large swathes of earth had succumbed to desertification. The essence of life from all creatures on a planet could not be contained within such a simple fruit. Vegeta was unconcerned about the environmental degradation wrought by the spirit tree, knowing he could simply gather the Dragon Balls later to wish for the restoration of Earth's environment. Haha! Beerus gleefully regarded Goku. Goku, taken aback by Beerus' transformation, momentarily hesitated. Swiftly, Beerus seized the opportunity to close the distance, delivering a knee strike directly to Goku's abdomen. Goku coughed up blood, his back crashing heavily against the spirit tree's trunk. Beerus then positioned himself above Goku, striking down with great force, sending Goku plummeting towards the ground. Beerus unleashed a barrage of energy blasts. Boom! Goku found himself on the receiving end of the same treatment Beerus had endured moments prior. Vegeta shook his head at Goku's misfortune. How could Goku allow himself to be distracted in battle? He should seize the moment when the opponent is vulnerable. Vegeta critiqued Goku's combat strategy. Haha. That's just how Goku is. He never fights at full strength at the onset of a battle. Krillin chimed in to lighten the mood. Threefold Kaioken. From the dust, Goku's roar echoed. Bang! The battle power detector strapped to Beerus' ear shattered. What? Beerus could hardly believe that Goku's power had caused the device to overload and explode. Whoosh! Enveloped in a crimson aura, Goku surged forth from the smoke, arriving before Beerus in an instant. With a single punch, he sent blood streaming from Beerus' nose. Damn it! Beerus felt the sting of pain. Clatter! The two were instantly entangled in combat once more. Swish! Bang! Their movements quickened, resulting in even greater devastation. The trunk of the spirit tree bore the scars of their violent exchanges, each collision creating gaping holes. Goku seized an opening, unleashing an ascending dragon fist that sent Beerus reeling backward. Seizing the moment, Goku raised both hands to unleash a colossal energy wave. Boom! Beerus was propelled far away, the impact creating a small mushroom cloud. Hey, Goku, stop playing around and finish off Beerus so we can destroy the spirit tree. The earth is nearly drained. While Goku battled Beerus, the roots of the spirit tree had spread throughout the planet, wreaking havoc on structures. It relentlessly siphoned nutrients from the earth, leading to widespread riverbed desiccation, plant wilting, and mass animal deaths. From space, Earth had lost its azure hue, transformed into a desolate yellow planet. Hearing his friends' pleas, Goku surveyed the environment. Only the spirit tree remained green, while all else had been stripped of life. Realizing time was of the essence, Goku positioned his hands at his waist, channeling energy. Kamehameha! Goku unleashed the fully charged Kamehameha toward Beerus. Cough! Cursed Kakarot! I want to let you succeed. Injured and weary, Beerus rose from the rubble, beginning to gather energy for his own massive wave, aimed squarely at Goku's Kamehameha. Boom! The two energy waves collided, expanding continuously, creating a massive crater in the ground and radiating outward. Fivefold Kaioken. Goku amplified his Kaioken, causing the Kamehameha to swell even larger, overpowering Beerus' energy wave and swiftly engulfing him. Beerus' body began to dissolve within the Kamehameha's onslaught. Boom! Instantly, a gigantic mushroom cloud formed in the distance. The explosion's shockwave flattened everything in its vicinity. As calm returned, Goku hovered in the air, panting heavily. After the fierce battle with Beerus, Goku's orange GI was in ruins, revealing his battered skin, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Goku! Son Goku! With the fight concluded, everyone rushed to his side. Vegeta, quickly, eat a Senzu bean. Vegeta hastily retrieved a Senzu bean from his storage ring and handed it to Goku. Without hesitation, Goku took it, chewed, and swallowed. Instantly, his wounds healed, and his energy replenished. Let us go. It's time to destroy the spirit tree. The group approached the roots of the spirit tree. Kamehameha Wave. X4. Magic Flash. X3. Boom. Under the collective assault of their energy waves, the spirit tree began to crumble. The essence it had drained from the earth transformed into luminous orbs, replenishing the planet. The roots of the spirit tree quickly disintegrated. All right, it's done. Here are the fruits of the spirit tree. Let us each take one. Vegeta produced the fruits he had gathered after Darius consumed his, totaling 14. After distributing them among the group, he planned to take some back for Bulma, Briefs, Mrs. Briefs, Chi-Chi, and Gohan. Subsequently, Vegeta entrusted the ones for Chi-Chi and Gohan to Goku. As for the last fruit, Vegeta intended to give it to the Grand Elder of Namek, believing it would better enhance everyone's potential. Vegeta, haha, I truly am quite clever. The old turtle hermit need not partake in any sustenance. Chapter 24, Bulma's Pregnancy. Following the complete destruction of the spirit tree, a notification rang out. Congratulations on completing the task, thwarting Dale's nefarious plot. Task reward, fusion degree increased by 5. Source of divine power. Congratulations, Hostess fusion degree has reached 65. Keep up the good work. Subsequently, Vegeta distributed the fruits of the spirit tree among the group. As each individual consumed the fruit, an overwhelming aura emanated from them. Vegeta's power surged to 5 million, Goku's to 1. 2 million, Piccolo's to 300,000, Krillin's to 110,000, Tien's to 150,000, Yamcha's to 100,000, and Kaiatsu's to 50,000. After their consumption, Vegeta observed the combat strength of his companions. It appears that each individual's enhancement varies significantly, he remarked. After finishing the fruit, Vegeta sensed that a substantial portion of its energy had been utilized to elevate his own realm. Vegeta had now attained a divine level. With further training, he could ascend to the Kaishin level and transform into a Super Saiyan God. All right, everyone, return to solidify your newfound powers. In a few days, we shall journey to Namek. I will gather the Dragon Balls to wish for Earth's restoration, Vegeta announced. After bidding farewell, they each departed to prepare. Upon returning home, Bulma greeted him. Oh, take it slow. You are no longer alone. You must be exceedingly cautious. Vegeta hurried to support Bulma. Indeed, just 2 days prior. As they were about to share an intimate moment, Bulma suddenly felt nauseous, alarming Vegeta, who feared for her health. A medical examination revealed that Bulma was nurturing 2 tiny lives within her. Yes, twins. The unexpected news left them both in a state of shock, only calmed by Bulma's mother's presence. Joy soon followed, as Vegeta had never anticipated becoming a father, having been a lifelong bachelor before his transmigration. Now, he was to have not 1, but 2 children, which filled him with such elation that he couldn't sleep for 2 days and nights. He remained by Bulma's side, ensuring she did not lift a finger, attending to all her needs, while entrusting all research to Dr. Briefs. This left Dr. Briefs, Mrs. Briefs, and Bulma in a state of bemusement. Nevertheless, Vegeta remained steadfast in his resolve. As a result, Bulma found herself doing nothing, frequently chiding Vegeta for his overreactions. Yet, Vegeta continued to insist on her inactivity, and eventually, Bulma acquiesced, recognizing that it was her husband's love that drove his concern. You're back. How did everything go? Was it resolved? Upon seeing Vegeta's worried demeanor, Bulma, despite her verbal complaints, felt a profound sense of happiness and sweetness in her heart. Her husband cherished her and the child she carried, which delighted her immensely. Yes, I have returned, and everything has been settled. Vegeta then recounted the events to Bulma. After hearing his tale, Bulma was left in awe, marveling at the universe's boundless mysteries, particularly the existence of such extraordinary flora and a being that bore such a striking resemblance to Goku. Vegeta then summoned Dr. Briefs and Mrs. Briefs, distributing the spirit tree fruits to them while explaining their effects. The trio gazed at the small fruits in disbelief, astonished by their immense potential. After consuming them, their transformations were visibly remarkable. Bulma and Mrs. Brief's skin became more radiant, fairer, and more elastic, bringing them immense joy as they felt rejuvenated, as if they had returned to the vitality of their youth at 18. Dr. Briefs appeared several years younger as well. Their combat powers surged to approximately 1,000. However, none of them expressed any desire to pursue strength, though they were nonetheless elated. After all, who wouldn't wish for a youthful and healthy body? Vegeta then retrieved Dale's spaceship from his storage ring to be examined by Dr. Briefs. Bulma expressed a desire to assist, but Vegeta firmly prohibited it, insisting she, as a pregnant woman, should not exert herself. Although Bulma had become extraordinary after consuming the spirit tree fruit, Vegeta remained protective, and she accepted his affection, agreeing to postpone any research until after childbirth. Thus, Dr. Briefs, combined with the spacecraft of Goku, Raditz, and Nappa that Vegeta had previously acquired, would integrate with Dale's ship. Completion would take merely a few days, and once finished, the ship could reach Namek in under 3 days. You may wonder where the coordinates for Namek originated. Surely, Raditz and Nappa's ship's database contains them. You might also inquire why Vegeta does not simply teleport everyone to Namek. He responded, "There's no rush. There is ample time. Why stand when one can lie down?" Moreover, traveling by spaceship allows us to appreciate the beauty of the cosmos. Vegeta had never had the opportunity to witness the universe in his previous life. As an ordinary man, he longed to see it. Following this, Vegeta set off to gather the Dragon Balls and wished for Earth's restoration. Meanwhile, on another front, after returning home, Goku also provided Chi-Chi and Goten with the Spirit Tree fruits. Chi-Chi, like Bulma, instantly seemed to regain her youthful vigor at 18. After consuming the fruit, Goten's power reached 90,000. Goku, adhering to Vegeta's advice, sought out pirate treasure before heading to Namek. Previously, Goku had been solely focused on training, neglecting domestic responsibilities. Since the incident at Fire Mountain, Chi-Chi's life had become increasingly difficult, especially after marrying Goku and giving birth to Goten. Their household struggled financially, as both father and son were voracious eaters, relying solely on Chi-Chi for sustenance. Without her, it would be impossible to support Goku and Goten. Goku took the device provided by Vegeta to search for the pirate treasure. He found it with ease, having previously discovered a pirate hideout in his youth. Meanwhile, the others were diligently training, acutely aware of the significant gap in strength between themselves and Goku and Vegeta. Without immediate effort, they risked falling further behind. Their resolve in martial arts remained steadfast, unlike in the latter parts of the original story, where they succumbed to despair over their inability to keep pace with Goku and Vegeta and abandoned their training for ordinary lives. Goten balanced his studies with clandestine visits to train with his uncle Piccolo, much to Piccolo's delight. However, each time Goten returned, he faced Chi-Chi's admonitions. Yet, after Goku brought home several containers of gold and treasures, Chi-Chi agreed to let Goten train with Piccolo. 15 days later, Dr. Briefs finally completed the construction of the spaceship. This new craft was far more advanced and larger than the one Goku had traveled in the original tale. Its exterior resembled a flying saucer, with an interior spacious enough to accommodate 4 basketball courts, divided into 4 sections: the cockpit, training area, entertainment zone, and rest area. It was equipped with a gravity device capable of simulating 600 times Earth's gravity. Although it could have been completed much earlier, Dr. Briefs insisted on installing 3D surround sound and television systems, which delayed the project. Vegeta calculated the passage of time. In the original narrative, Bulma, Krillin, and Gohan took a month to reach planet Namek after defeating the Saiyan Vegeta. Thus, time was ample, and Vegeta did not hinder Bulma from equipping those entertaining devices. During this interval, Vegeta had acclimatized to the gravity of 100 times Earth's. He had mastered the Super Saiyan form at full power, 85 times in his normal state. Vegeta maintained his Saiyan form regularly, and upon being seen by Bulma, she exclaimed at his handsomeness. Were it not for the 2 little ones nestled in her womb, she would undoubtedly have engaged in a 3-day battle with Vegeta. Once Bulma, along with Briefs, completed the construction of the spaceship, Vegeta contacted everyone to prepare for their journey to planet Namek. The members embarking on this expedition included Vegeta, Goku, Gohan, Krillin, Piccolo, Tien, and Kaiatsu. Yamcha, having indulged in the Tree of Might, had become somewhat disoriented, preoccupied with courting women, and thus did not join this time. Chi-Chi refrained from stopping Gohan from going, swayed by Vegeta's persuasion and his assurance to protect Gohan. Nevertheless, she still packed an array of books and assignments, leaving the others speechless. They remarked, "Chi-Chi, you truly are a wonderful mother." Chapter 25. The journey to planet Namek. The group boarded the spacecraft. "Wow, this spaceship is enormous. It's even bigger than my house." Goku marveled, and the others echoed his astonishment. After touring the spaceship, they bid farewell to Bulma, Chi-Chi, Briefs, Mrs. Briefs, Master Roshi, and Oolong before launching toward planet Namek. "Vegeta, what is the maximum gravity in this spaceship?" Goku inquired. The previous conditions Vegeta had provided were no longer sufficient for him. "This spaceship incorporates elements of your childhood vessel, as well as Raditz, Nappa's, and Dodoria's crafts. Thus, it is exceptionally sturdy, capable of withstanding up to 600 times the gravitational force," Vegeta explained. "Then let us hurry and train. I need to catch up to you," Goku exclaimed eagerly. "You all train. I shall take this opportunity to relax," Vegeta replied, having been preoccupied with caring for Bulma during her pregnancy and training. He felt he hadn't had adequate rest. Upon hearing this, the others were momentarily taken aback, unable to believe that Bulma was indeed pregnant. Only after Vegeta had walked away did they come to realize it. After all, although the couple had just recently wed, they had been together for over a year. So Bulma's pregnancy was quite natural. Subsequently, they began their training, taking breaks to rest or unwind in the entertainment area, as the group voyaged toward planet Namek. On Frieza Planet's Sector 79, Vegeta emerged from the healing chamber, his battle powers significantly enhanced. Vegeta's combat strength had surged to 430,000. Perhaps due to the butterfly effect caused by Vegeta's growth was far greater than depicted in the original story. Lord Vegeta, with whom did you engage in battle to cause such damage to your battle suit? A chatterbox alien beside him incessantly speculated. Humph. Vegeta scoffed at the thought of the one who had left him in such a disheveled state, his anger flaring. Yet, he felt elated. After visiting Earth, not only had his power increased nearly threefold, but he had also learned to conceal his battle strength. Once dressed in his battle armor, Vegeta prepared to depart. Lord Vegeta, your scouter? The chatterbox alien's lackey trailed behind. No need for that. You can keep it, Vegeta retorted, striding out without sparing a glance. Is that not our Saiyan prince, Vegeta? What is this? Have you healed? An alien with purple skin, adorned with horn-like protrusions and a catfish-like mouth, mocked Vegeta. Chioi, step aside. I have no time to waste with you, Vegeta impatiently replied, attempting to move past him. Vegeta, please let me finish. Lord Frieza is quite displeased with your unauthorized actions. However, the good news is that he is magnanimous, having learned about the Dragon Balls from you. He has decided to pardon you. Could it be that Frieza was absent because Vegeta had surmised that if Frieza truly ventured to planet Namek, it would spell disaster? Chioyi's subsequent words only confirmed his suspicions. Indeed, after learning this news, the king has set off for planet Namek accompanied by Mr. Dodoria and Mr. Zarbon. Just as I suspected. Damn it, I won't allow you to succeed, Frieza? Vegeta thought, swiftly circumventing Chioi and racing toward the spacecraft. As he passed the chatterbox lackey, he snatched the scouter and dashed away. Hey, I'm telling you, Vegeta, Lord Frieza commanded you to awaken. Chioi called after him, but Vegeta paid no heed to his words. He needed to act quickly, otherwise, if Frieza obtained the Dragon Balls, his wish for eternal life would vanish. Vegeta swiftly boarded the spacecraft and shot up into the sky, heading for planet Namek. Frieza, I will not allow you to claim the Dragon Balls. They belong to this prince. Chioi followed closely behind, also boarding a spacecraft bound for planet Namek. Meanwhile, Vegeta, leisurely resting aboard the spaceship, had no inkling that due to his actions, Vegeta had awakened earlier, and Frieza had already arrived on planet Namek. On board, Piccolo and Goku were engaged in push-ups and sit-ups, diligently training under the gravity of 120 times that of Earth. The others, unable to endure such intensity, retreated to rest. In the relaxation area, Vegeta was engrossed in a lengthy phone call with Bulma. On the other side, on planet Namek, 3 figures were seated in a hovering vehicle, one adorned with twin horns and purple accents, flanked by a strikingly handsome green-skinned individual and another with pink skin, covered in cactus spines. A horde of lackeys was ruthlessly assaulting a Namekian village. These 3 were none other than Frieza, Zarbon, and Dodoria, come to seize the Dragon Balls. Dodoria, quickly inquire as to the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls. Yes, Lord Frieza, I shall find them for you at once. In an instant, the Namekians in the village faced slaughter and injury, their homes reduced to ruins amidst smoke and the corpses of their kin. Each fallen Namekian bore a visage of profound agony, testifying to the cruel torment endured before their demise. Lord Frieza, I have procured the Dragon Balls for you. These Namekian bones are quite resilient, costing me considerable effort, Dodoria announced, presenting the Dragon Balls to Frieza, who was thoroughly pleased. Dodoria, you have done splendidly. Now, let us proceed to the next village. The lackeys followed Frieza as he continued to pillage the Namekian villages. Those reluctant to surrender the Dragon Balls faced the grim fate of having Namekian children killed to extract the information they sought. On the 3rd day since leaving Earth, the group, peering through the spaceship's glass, beheld a planet entirely shrouded in green. Is that planet Namek? Such a beautiful world. I wonder what the Namekians are like. Is everyone here resembling Piccolo? The crowd chattered animatedly. Piccolo gazed at the distant planet, feeling a stirring deep within his heart. At last, I have returned to my homeland. The spaceship gradually approached Namek, traversing the atmosphere and gently descending onto its soil. Chapter 26. The first encounter with the Cosmic Emperor Frieza. As the spacecraft neared Namek, it passed through the atmosphere and softly landed on its terrain. The group disembarked, their feet touching the ground of Namek. Vegeta casually stored the ship in his dimensional ring. Uncle Piccolo, this place feels just like where you trained me, Gohan exclaimed, observing the surroundings, the blue grass and candy-like trees. Everything resembled the training grounds Piccolo and he frequented. Piccolo surveyed the environment, reminiscent of his distant memories, and he was assured that this truly was Namek. Now, let us take in the beauty of this place. There will be ample time for that later. We must address the impending trouble. Upon setting foot on Namek, Vegeta sensed an aura, Stronger than Piccolo S yet weaker than Goku S, laced with a hint of malevolence. This aura must belong to Frieza. Something feels amiss. Frieza shouldn't he have arrived on Namek at this time? Could it be that he came early due to my presence? Vegeta reflected, realizing that even though he had not significantly altered the storyline, many events had shifted because of his existence. The others, upon hearing Vegeta's words, calmed themselves and also sensed the abundant malice permeating the planet. These sinister auras must belong to Frieza and his minions, he concluded. Frieza had certainly learned about the Dragon Balls through surveillance of Vegeta and the others' devices. Their arrival on Namek was undoubtedly for the Dragon Balls. Vegeta, how do you seem to know everything? Krillin inquired. Vegeta smiled slightly. Have you forgotten? I am also a Saiyan. Before coming to Earth, I was acquainted with Frieza. He had to phrase it this way to avoid further explanation. The group accepted Vegeta's statement without doubt, for he was not of Earth. It was plausible that he had gathered knowledge during his time in the cosmos. Frieza was exceedingly wicked and ruthless, and in his quest for the Dragon Balls, he had likely slaughtered many Namekians. You can feel it too, can't you? Many auras similar to Piccolo S are fading away. The group sensed it as Vegeta had said. Indeed, the energy resembling Piccolo S was dissipating. At present, you are no match for Frieza. But his subordinates you can easily dispatch. However, if Frieza is as you say, Krillin began, but Vegeta raised his hand to interrupt. Krillin, I understand your concerns. Currently, Frieza is indeed weaker than Goku, but Goku himself is not a rival to him at this moment. Frieza is merely in his initial form. He possesses 3 additional transformations. His ultimate form boasts a combat power of 1.2 billion. As of now, aside from myself, you are not his equals. Thus, heed my guidance. A confrontation with Frieza is inevitable. Our priority is to rescue Piccolo's kin. Piccolo, please impart a portion of your energy to each of them. I believe the Namekians, being your brethren, will share a similar essence with you. After receiving Piccolo's energy, split up to rescue the Namekians. I shall confront Frieza first. Vegeta, I want to accompany you, Goku insisted, eager to witness the Frieza Vegeta had described. Goku, hold your horses. I will ensure you face Frieza, but not at this moment. North Kai, how did you all end up on Namek? I was just about to discuss this matter with you. The North Kai exclaimed. Remember, never confront Frieza. He is not someone you can defeat. He is immensely powerful and cruel, and should you oppose him, not only will Namek suffer, but Earth may also be drawn into the fray. Is Frieza truly that formidable, Lord Kai? Goku asked. Indeed, he is incredibly strong. Heed my warning and avoid direct confrontation with him. North Kai, do not be so pessimistic. I am here. Vegeta interjected. Huh, you're here too, Vegeta? How do you know my identity? I heard of you during my travels in the cosmos. It was I who sent Goku to train with you. Ah, I see. The North Kai did not question Vegeta's words, as the system provided verification. Regardless of how the North Kai probed, he could only ascertain that Vegeta had indeed been traversing the universe before arriving on Earth. Goku wished to persist in his argument, but Krillin and Gohan restrained him. Goku, Vegeta and the North Kai are right. Our foremost task is to rescue Piccolo's kin. Father, let us follow Uncle Vegeta's plan. Hearing Krillin and his son's sentiments, Goku suppressed his desire to battle Frieza, acknowledging that rescuing the Namekians was paramount. Piccolo, touched by Vegeta's strategy, hadn't he anticipated that Goku's allies would care so deeply for his brethren. Subsequently, Piccolo divided his energy into 3 parts, distributing them to Vegeta, Goku, Tien, Kaiatsu, Krillin, and Gohan. The group split into 4 teams to rescue the Namekians. Vegeta had instructed Piccolo to do this so that when they encountered the Namekians, presenting Piccolo's energy would prevent them from being mistaken for Frieza's minions, thus making it easier to persuade the Namekians to relocate. Vegeta sensed Frieza's aura and soon arrived at a hill near him. There, he saw Frieza reclining in a floating chair, flanked by 2 individuals, one with green hair holding a Dragon Ball, and the other with pink skin, also clutching a Dragon Ball. Frieza appears much as he did in the anime of my previous life, and the one beside him must be Zarbin, along with Dodoria. I wonder if Vegeta has arrived on Namek. Seeing Dodoria still here suggests he hasn't. Unbeknownst to Vegeta, however, he had arrived on Namek before him, having just dispatched Chui moments before Vegeta's arrival. At this time, Frieza commanded his lackeys to pressure the Namekian elder for the Dragon Ball's location. Despite their intimidation tactics, the elder remained resolute and silent. Frieza, growing impatient, ordered Dodoria to demonstrate some force. Just as Dodoria was about to strike, Vegeta moved with blinding speed, instantly incapacitating everyone except Frieza, sending Dodoria and Zarbin flying. Vegeta's attack was merciless. Although they were still alive, Dodoria and Zarbin lacked the strength to rise. The other lackeys lay lifeless. Moreover, the scouters on Dodoria and Zarbin's ears were destroyed by Vegeta's swift strike. Frieza, still reeling from the sudden turn of events, could hardly comprehend that his subordinates and two elite warriors had been so effortlessly defeated. As Frieza beheld the figure before him, a sense of incredulity washed over him. It was astonishing to discover such formidable prowess on Namek, previously unnoticed. "Who are you?" he inquired. As you can see," replied Vegeta, releasing the tail coiled around his waist, allowing it to sway behind him. Witnessing Vegeta's tail, Frieza was genuinely surprised to encounter yet another Saiyan apart from Vegeta and his companions. "Oh ho ho, you are also a Saiyan," Frieza exclaimed. "Are you blind?" Vegeta retorted, crossing his arms with an air of confidence. This remark caused the corners of Frieza's mouth to twitch in irritation, yet he maintained an appearance of nonchalance. "Oh ho ho, from where do you hail, Saiyan?" "As far as I know, aside from Vegeta and his ilk, there should be no other Saiyans left." "Frieza, your laughter is truly sinister." Vegeta shuddered at Frieza's cackling, which had not struck him as particularly unsettling in the animated series. However, hearing it firsthand evoked an involuntary chill. "Oh ho ho, thank you for the compliment. Now, may I inquire as to your identity?" Frieza feigned indifference towards Vegeta's jibe. "Me? I am Vegeta, a Saiyan from Earth." Vegeta did not hesitate to disclose this information to Frieza. "Earth? Oh ho ho, I recall now. Not long ago, Vegeta suffered a crushing defeat there. The one who vanquished him must be you, Mr. Vegeta?" Frieza asserted with certainty, having witnessed Vegeta's earlier display of skill and knowing he hailed from Earth. Frieza connected the dots. "Indeed, that was I," Vegeta admitted candidly, feeling no need for subterfuge. "Oh ho ho, Mr. Vegeta, you are quite an unconventional individual." The atmosphere between the two, to an uninformed observer, might suggest they were longtime friends. Chapter 27. The initial encounter with Frieza. The Namekians nearby listened intently to their conversation, not daring to utter a word for fear of disturbing them. "Enough chit-chat, Frieza. Spare me your verbosity. I demand you allow me to take the Namekians of this village with me. What say you?" "Oh ho ho, is it possible that Mr. Vegeta has come for the Dragon Balls?" The Namekians, trembling at Frieza's question, cast wary glances at Vegeta, fearful that he too sought to seize the 7 Dragon Balls. Vegeta shook his head. "No, I have no interest in the Dragon Balls. I merely wish to take them with me." "Oh ho ho, then, can Mr. Vegeta persuade them to hand over the Dragon Balls? If they can relinquish the Dragon Balls to me, I may permit you to take them." Frieza, having witnessed Vegeta's earlier prowess, recognized that he was not an adversary to be trifled with and sought to avoid unnecessary conflict. Vegeta turned to face the Namekian elder. Upon noticing Vegeta's gaze, the elder clutched the 2 younger Namekians even tighter, remaining silent. The younger Namekians stood defiantly in front of the elder and the child, resolutely locking eyes with Vegeta. Given the earlier circumstances, it was apparent that this Saiyan was not allied with Frieza. However, they remained distrustful of Vegeta and, considering the Dragon Balls as their sacred emblem, would not surrender them. Thus, even though they recognized they were no match for Vegeta, they stood resolutely to protect their kin. "You see, Mr. Frieza, they are unwilling to comply." Vegeta shrugged, adopting a demeanor of helplessness. "Oh ho ho, then I cannot allow you to take them, Mr. Vegeta?" Sighing, Vegeta felt somewhat troubled. It appeared a battle was unavoidable, and with that, his expression grew serious. "Oh ho ho, it seems Mr. Vegeta desires a confrontation with me." Frieza maintained his cheerful facade, yet he remained vigilant for any sudden moves from Vegeta. In an instant, Vegeta vanished from sight. Reappearing before Frieza in the blink of an eye, he delivered a powerful sidekick that struck Frieza squarely in the head. Whoosh! Boom! Before Frieza could react, he was sent flying, crashing into a distant cliff and creating a substantial dent. Vegeta did not hold back in his strike, yet he was aware that Frieza was quite resilient. Boom! Moments later, Frieza unleashed his energy, sending debris flying. Despite the single blow from Vegeta, blood now trickled from Frieza's mouth. "Damn you, filthy wild monkey." Frieza wiped the blood from his lips, enraged at the sight of his own injury. Whoosh! Frieza shot towards Vegeta with incredible speed, launching a series of fierce punches. Vegeta, with a slight smirk, effortlessly deflected Frieza's attacks. Gradually, their battle ascended into the skies. Vegeta deliberately increased the distance between them and the Namekians, lest they be caught in the fallout. The clash of Frieza and Vegeta sent shockwaves that crumbled mountains and churned the sea. Seizing an opening, Vegeta darted above Frieza, fists clenched like hammers, and delivered a crushing blow. Boom! Frieza plummeted into the ground, creating a massive crater with a deep hole at its center. Vegeta hovered above, gazing intently into the depths of the pit, clearly sensing Frieza's energy. Moments later, the earth began to tremble. "Oh, has he transformed?" Vegeta mused, sensing Frieza's energy escalating in response to the earlier blows. Boom! Frieza expelled the earth surrounding him, slowly rising, his purple aura swelling. His form expanded significantly, and his horns grew larger, morphing him into a fearsome creature resembling a bull-headed demon. "Stinking monkey, You are the first to witness my transformation. You shall die with your eyes wide open. Vegeta chuckled nonchalantly. Damn it. Frieza, unable to endure Vegeta's mocking laughter, surged towards him. Vegeta merely shifted slightly, effortlessly evading the attack, and seized Frieza's tail. What? Before Frieza could react, Vegeta spun him around in a dizzying 360-degree motion. Vegeta's rapid rotation induced involuntary screams from Frieza. Whoosh. Spotting an opening, Vegeta released Frieza's tail, sending him hurtling away. Vegeta raised his hands in a flower-like formation, aiming in the direction Frieza flew, and unleashed a white energy wave. Boom. A massive mushroom cloud erupted in the distance. Meanwhile, Vegeta, searching for the Namekian village, noticed the explosion and wondered, what is that? Is there a battle occurring? Why is there such commotion? And why has there been no word from Frieza? As Vegeta had only recently mastered the use of energy, he was unable to decipher the energy signatures of the Earth Warriors. I must investigate this. Vegeta, filled with determination, sped toward the source of the explosion. At the same time, Goku, Piccolo, and Krillin, who were rescuing and relocating the Namekians, sensed the terrifying disturbance. Could it be that Vegeta is engaged in combat with Frieza? Piccolo speculated. Wow, Vegeta's fighting without me. But he isn't wrong, Goku mused. A surge of sinister energy suddenly intensified, more than doubling in magnitude. It was imperative to relocate the Namekians to a safer location. Although Son Goku was eager to assess the situation, he understood the immediate priority at hand. Krillin remarked, Vegeta is incredibly powerful. That ominous energy just now was significantly stronger than Goku's. Despite the commotion, Vegeta's aura remained remarkably stable. Gohan, Tien, Kaiatsu, let us hasten the evacuation of the Namekians. Krillin roused the still-dazed individuals. Once they regained their composure, they sprang into action. The scene shifted back to Vegeta, who quietly observed the distant mushroom cloud. After a brief moment, he turned and flew to the side of the Namekians. As the villagers saw Vegeta return, their anxiety resurfaced. Now with a clearer understanding of his formidable strength. All right, we are temporarily safe, but we cannot linger in this village. Do you have another place to go? Quickly. We must evacuate. Although Vegeta was aware they could relocate to the Grand Elder, he feigned ignorance and inquired, Who are you? By what means can we trust you? The eldest Namekian stepped forward to question Vegeta. This was the third elder, the guardian of the village's Dragon Balls. Throughout the encounter, the third elder had sensed that Vegeta harbored no malice, for his energy was not malevolent, but instead exuded peace and kindness. Nevertheless, the lives of his kin were at stake, and he could not afford to be careless. Sighing, he said, This is quite a headache. Take a look at this. Vegeta, noticing their continued wariness, produced the energy signature given to him by Piccolo. Upon sensing the familiar aura of their compatriot, the Namekians gradually lowered their defenses. Vegeta then recounted the tale of Piccolo and his origins from Earth. After hearing this, the third elder began to trust that Vegeta meant no harm. The third elder inquired, Can we go to the Grand Elder? Where is he? Vegeta found it challenging to pinpoint the Grand Elder's exact location due to the multitude of similar energy signatures on the planet. Subsequently, the third elder gestured in a direction. Without hesitation, Vegeta faced the indicated path and placed his fingers on his forehead to concentrate. Eureka! In a short while, Vegeta detected two energy signatures akin to those of the Namekians. One was quite weak, while the other was significantly stronger. Hold hands. As long as one of you places a hand on my back, I will transport you. However, they exclaimed, but there are about 10 of us. No worries. I can use instant transmission to take you all. Soon, the group joined hands, and the third elder placed his hand on Vegeta's back. In an instant, the scene was left with nothing but the ruins of a smoking village. Chapter 28. Unleashing potential on a peak resembling a tower stood a pale-colored house, shaped like a slime. In the open space in front of the house, a group of Namekians suddenly appeared, having been brought here by Vegeta's instant transmission. Is this the place? Vegeta surveyed his surroundings. Indeed, this is the residence of our Grand Elder, the third elder confirmed as he stepped out from behind Vegeta. Wow, that's incredible. We arrived at the Grand Elders in the blink of an eye, exclaimed the others in awe of Vegeta's strength and abilities. Moments later, a Namekian resembling Piccolo emerged from the house. Naru, how is the Grand Elder? The other Namekians surrounded Naru, inquiring about the Grand Elder's condition. The Grand Elder's time is limited. He is already aware of the current situation. Please, come inside, Naru urged. No, you all enter first. Aren't there more of your kin? My companions should be at your other villages. I will go retrieve them. Vegeta declined Naru's invitation, prioritizing the retrieval of the others first. If that is the case, let us trouble our earthly friend. Karidaru, the third elder, please send someone with this earthling to assist, suggested Naru. Just as Vegeta was about to use instant transmission again, the Grand Elder's voice resonated from within the house. Yes, Grand Elder. The third elder then designated a Namekian named Shalulu to accompany Vegeta. In an instant, as Shalulu placed his hand on Vegeta's back, the two vanished from sight. What just happened? Neru expressed his astonishment at their sudden disappearance. Do not worry, Neru. That friend just transported us here using something called instant transmission, the third elder clarified, patting Neru on the shoulder. Neru nodded in understanding and refrained from further questioning. Before Neru and the others could enter the house, Vegeta reappeared with another group, this time bringing Krillin and his companions. With another flash, Vegeta and Shalulu disappeared once more. Thus, Vegeta continued to utilize instant transmission repeatedly. Within a few minutes, he had successfully brought back the surviving Namekians, along with Goku and Piccolo. On the final return, Vegeta began to gasp for breath, having exerted himself significantly by transporting so many individuals in rapid succession. A small Namekian child approached Vegeta, raising his hands with palms directed towards him, emanating a soft green glow. Before long, Vegeta's energy was replenished. However, the child, Dandy, soon collapsed from exhaustion, as the disparity in power between him and Vegeta was considerable. Indeed, fate had intertwined Gohan and Dandy, as they had fortuitously ended up in the same village. Due to their shared youth, Gohan and Dandy had quickly become fast friends. Elders and our friends from Earth, please come inside. The Grand Elder wishes to speak with you, Neru announced upon seeing the safe return of his fellow Namekians. The summoned elders and Vegeta followed Neru into the house. Upon reaching the second floor, they encountered a tall, elderly Namekian seated in a grand chair. The sight of such a towering Namekian left Krillin and Goku in awe. Although the Grand Elder was large in stature, his countenance radiated kindness. Grand Elder, I have brought them all, Neru said with a respectful bow. Cough, cough. Welcome, friends from Earth, and thank you for saving my kin, the Grand Elder expressed gratefully. It's no trouble, Grand Elder. Part of the reason Frieza came to Namek was due to us as well. Vegeta waved off the thanks. He then gestured towards Piccolo and briefly recounted the tale of the Saiyan's knowledge of the Dragon Balls on Earth. The Grand Elder regarded Piccolo. Child, come here and stand beside me. I merely need to touch your head to know all that has transpired. Without hesitation, Piccolo approached the Grand Elder's side. As Piccolo sensed the warmth radiating from the Grand Elder, he felt as if he were in the presence of a beloved elder. The Grand Elder's wrinkled, expansive hand gently enveloped Piccolo's head. Moments later, he remarked, Ah, so you are a descendant of Catus. However, upon becoming a deity, his benevolent and malevolent aspects became divided. Catus was an exceptionally remarkable dragon. Had he not separated into two beings, the Saiyans would have posed no threat at all. Upon hearing the Grand Elder's words, everyone except Vegeta was taken aback, astonished by the extraordinary talent of Piccolo's father. Nevertheless, my child, you harbor vast potential within you. Allow me to guide it forth. However, the other elders and Nail, who had accompanied the Grand Elder, stepped forward in an attempt to intervene, only to be halted by the Grand Elder's raised hand. Cough. Developing a person's potential does not deplete my lifespan. It will be fine. Wait a moment, Grand Elder, please consume this first. Vegeta interjected, stepping forward to offer the Grand Elder a vibrant red fruit. Ah, it is indeed a fruit of the Tree of Might, the Grand Elder recognized, recalling it from Piccolo's memories. Without hesitation, he accepted and consumed the fruit, understanding Vegeta's intent was to enhance his own abilities for the benefit of his comrades. Upon finishing the Fruit of Might, the Grand Elder felt revitalized, his cough subsiding. The hand resting on Piccolo's head began to emit a soft white glow. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura erupted from Piccolo's being, causing a powerful gust of wind to sweep through the room. Piccolo, quickly retract your energy, Vegeta urged, aware that if Piccolo did not contain his power, the room would not withstand the force of his might. Responding to Vegeta's warning, Piccolo swiftly reined in his energy. Thank you, Grand Elder. Piccolo bowed respectfully. The Grand Elder waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was unnecessary to fuss over such matters. Come forth, all of you. The more allies we have, the greater our chances of resolving the crisis on Namek. Following this, Goku stepped into the spot Piccolo had just vacated. The Grand Elder repeated his previous actions. Your potential is immense. I can only guide forth a portion of it. The Grand Elder was astounded by Goku's vast potential. In a flash, an aura emanating from Goku was dozens of times stronger than Piccolo's earlier output, but, having learned from Piccolo's example, Goku promptly contained his energy. The Grand Elder continued his actions, awakening the potential of each Z warrior in turn. Finally, it was Vegeta's turn. Come here, child. The Grand Elder smiled kindly at Vegeta. He felt fortunate to have Vegeta and his companions assisting. Without them, Namek's race might face extinction. Vegeta approached. Grand Elder, you should consume this first. Vegeta produced a Senza bean from his storage ring and offered it to the Grand Elder. Vegeta surmised that awakening the Grand Elder's potential would likely be more challenging than for anyone else. so he wished for him to regain his strength first. A Senzu bean. Such a miraculous item, the Grand Elder remarked, and without hesitation, he consumed it, instantly replenishing his energy. The Grand Elder began to awaken Vegeta's potential, placing his hand upon Vegeta's head. For a long time, there was silence, and beads of sweat began to trickle down the Grand Elder's forehead. Grand Elder, Vegeta. The others grew anxious, concerned for both the Grand Elder and Vegeta, wondering if something was amiss due to the prolonged stillness. The Grand Elder raised his hand, signaling that all was well. Child, your potential is truly terrifying. I may only be able to awaken 1/1000th of it. The group's astonishment rendered them speechless, unable to fathom that Vegeta possessed such vast potential, with the Grand Elder only capable of tapping into a minuscule fraction of it. With a sudden surge, an immense aura erupted from Vegeta, and although he swiftly contained it, the force shattered the glass throughout the room, sending everyone reeling. Thank you, Grand Elder. Vegeta bowed solemnly to the Grand Elder, then presented him with another Senzu bean. Awakening Vegeta's potential had required more energy than the Grand Elder had expended on all the others combined. Vegeta was astonished to discover the magnitude of his own potential. To his delight, he heard the system's voice in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for awakening your body's potential. Fusion degree increased by 25. Vegeta was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the Grand Elder's awakening of his potential would yield such a significant increase in his fusion degree. After the previous year spent in the hyperbolic time chamber, his fusion degree had only increased by 5, and he had learned that once it reached 40, it would no longer increase automatically over time. He had not expected such a pleasant surprise from awakening his potential. Utilizing the system's scanning feature, Vegeta assessed the combat power of himself and his comrades after their potential had been awakened, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded. Vegeta 100 million, Goku 4 million, Piccolo 1 million, Gohan 500,000, Krillin 300,000, Tien 450,000, Kaiatsu 150,000. Vegeta was astonished by his own power and that of his comrades. He wondered if the substantial increase in their abilities was due to his earlier distribution of the Fruit of Might. The newfound strength of his allies was staggering, now comparable to the combat power of Trunks during his journey to the main timeline in the original narrative. Vegeta considered that during the Android saga, the Z-Warriors might not even need Goku and himself to defeat androids 19 and 20. Dr. Gero will surely be dumbfounded then. As the others felt the overwhelming aura emanating from Vegeta, they were all left in a state of shock. The room descended into a peculiar atmosphere. After a few minutes, the system chimed again. Ding. Mission issued. Resolve the crisis on Namek. Mission reward. Ability to survive in the universe. Elevation of divine power by 1 tier. Why is there no reward for an increase in fusion degree this time? Vegeta inquired. Returning to the host, the rewards are random. Very well, my comrades. We must set forth to address the troubles on Namek, Vegeta announced, his expression brightening as he turned to his companions. Vegeta, let me make one thing clear. You must not intervene. Otherwise, your overwhelming strength will deny us the chance to fight. Goku exclaimed excitedly, eager for battle but concerned that Vegeta's prowess would overshadow their efforts. The others nodded in agreement, their confidence surging with a significant boost in their abilities. I assure you, I will not intervene unless we find ourselves in dire straits. Vegeta replied with enthusiasm. The sudden surge in their powers indeed warranted a proper battle to solidify their newfound strengths. Meanwhile, Vegeta ventured to the site where he had battled Frieza, noting the devastation but finding no one present. Although he was unsure who had fought Frieza, he sensed that this individual must be even more formidable than Frieza himself. He hastened his search for the Dragon Balls, but found no Namekians, as they had all been relocated, leaving him frustrated. Just then, the energy of the others began to leak out uncontrollably. Vegeta sensed the overwhelming presence of a multitude of formidable energies around him, rendering him momentarily speechless. He could scarcely believe that Namek harbored such a plethora of powerful beings, one of whom felt particularly unfathomable. Where did all these formidable warriors on Namek come from? They are undoubtedly stronger than the Jinyu Force. Who are they? Damn it. The Dragon Balls belong to me, and no one shall take them. With renewed determination, Vegeta hastened his search for the Dragon Balls. Meanwhile, aboard Frieza's spaceship, Frieza lay in a healing pod, undergoing treatment. His current form had transformed into that of a grotesque creature. When Frieza endured Vegeta's devastating strike, he had only narrowly managed to shift into his third form at the last moment. Otherwise, he would have perished, leaving him utterly incapacitated. Despite his transformation, the blow from Vegeta had left him grievously injured, with 3 of the 6 horns adorning his head and his tail severed. Vegeta had not held back in that assault. However, he was aware that such an attack would not be sufficient to extinguish Frieza's life. After Vegeta's departure, Frieza discovered Dodoria and Zarbon, both incapacitated by Vegeta. The disappearance of the Dragon Balls only fueled Frieza's fury further, yet he lacked the means to locate Vegeta and the other Namekians without a scouter. Thus, he had no choice but to bring Zarbin and Dodoria back to the spaceship and contact the Ginyu Force, commanding them to hasten to Namek with utmost urgency. Under other circumstances, Frieza would not have cared for Zarbin or Dodoria's fates. However, after encountering Vegeta, he reconsidered and decided to take them back for treatment, as they might prove useful in the future. Unbeknownst to the Cosmic Emperor Frieza, a group intent on using him as a stepping stone was rapidly approaching. After departing from the Grand Elder's residence, Vegeta, Goku, and the others surged toward Frieza's spaceship in a fit of rage. Their sheer velocity caused landslides and turbulent seas, generating sonic booms along their path. Vegeta sensed their approach but had no inclination to investigate, as each of their energies far surpassed his own. At long last, they arrived before Frieza's massive spaceship. "Wow, this spaceship is enormous. It's far larger than ours," exclaimed Krillin in awe. The others were equally astonished by the grandeur of Frieza's vessel. "Heh, soon it will be ours. First, let us lure them out. I intend to take this spaceship back to Bulma," Vegeta mused, envisioning Bulma's astonishment and delight upon seeing such a magnificent craft. The advanced technology aboard would mean more to Bulma and the Briefs, being research enthusiasts, than gold or silver ever could. He also imagined the joy of taking Bulma and their children on cosmic adventures in the future, which filled him with happiness. "Vegeta, you truly think of Bulma well. Goku, you ought to learn from him," Krillin teased Goku. "Heh, I never thought of that before." Vegeta had already reminded me. "Before coming to Namek, I retrieved the pirate treasure I had previously destroyed. My family is financially strained now," Goku replied sheepishly, scratching the back of his head. Upon Vegeta's prompting, he realized that life had indeed been quite frugal since Chi-Chi married him, especially after Goten was born. "Well, Goku, it seems you've finally come to your senses. To be honest, you used to be so oblivious, focusing solely on training while neglecting home responsibilities," Krillin advised, with others nodding in agreement. Acknowledging his oversight, Goku promised to be more attentive to his family to evade Krillin's admonishments. After their discussion, Vegeta interjected, "Who will inform Frieza of our arrival?" "I will do it." "Heh." Krillin volunteered. Stepping forward, he enveloped his voice with his energy, creating a colossal sound wave. "Frieza, we have come to settle the score for your massacre of so many Namekians." His voice resonated thunderously. Frieza, still in his healing pod, was jolted awake along with Zarbin and Dodoria. Seething with rage, Frieza emerged from the pod, demanding to know who dared challenge his authority. "You, go outside and find out who is shouting, and release Zarbin and Dodoria from the healing pod." His subordinates, intimidated by Frieza's fearsome third form, scrambled to comply, some hastily releasing Zarbin and Dodoria while others rushed outside to assess the situation. With a hiss, the spaceship's hatch opened and dozens of Frieza's minions poured out. Unbeknownst to them, their scouters had been destroyed during the battle between Vegeta and Frieza, leaving them unaware of the Z-Fighter's true strength. "Who are you to provoke Lord Frieza? You are courting death," they shouted at the approaching warriors. Before long, Frieza himself joined the fray, flanked by a significantly recovered Zarbin and Dodoria, alongside a few minions. Upon spotting Vegeta, Frieza's body trembled with rage. He had never felt so humiliated, all thanks to this earthborn monkey. "You, wild monkey, were fortunate enough to escape last time. Yet you dare return to meet your demise. Oh, Frieza, have you changed your form? Your appearance is truly grotesque. Haha, and you look quite pathetic," Vegeta taunted. "Leave the minions to you. I shall confront Frieza," Piccolo announced to the group. "Hey, Piccolo, Frieza should be mine to handle," protested Goku. "No, I will engage Frieza first. He undoubtedly has more strength yet to reveal. If I falter, you can step in," Piccolo explained. After contemplating, Goku agreed, seizing the opportunity to observe Frieza's battle style. "Ensure the battlefield is relocated further away. We must not damage the spaceship," Vegeta reminded, arms crossed. "Understood. Worry not, Vegeta, we will be cautious." With that, Piccolo soared to the forefront. "Frieza, allow me to be your opponent," he bellowed. "How dare you, a mere Namekian, look down upon me? I shall make you aware of the consequences of challenging me. Minions, attack and crush them." Frieza commanded as Zarbin, Dodoria, and the minions charged toward the Z-Fighters. The ensuing chaos erupted into a cacophony of energy blasts and explosions. Vegeta swiftly dodged to the front of the spaceship, deflecting an energy blast aimed at it. "These fools are reckless in battle," he remarked, turning to store the spaceship away. "Damn it, wild monkey. What have you done to my spaceship?" Frieza, engaged in combat with Piccolo, realized his vessel had vanished and aimed to rush towards Vegeta. "Frieza, your opponent is me." However, he was intercepted by Piccolo. Although Piccolo's fighting prowess does not surpass that of Frieza, the latter's previous injuries have not fully healed, allowing Piccolo to hold his ground against Frieza. Damn it, you Namekian. Get away from me. With a swift exchange of blows, Frieza and Piccolo resumed their fierce battle, their movements and speeds astonishingly rapid, trading punches and kicks, occasionally unleashing energy waves from their hands. The minions surrounding them fared poorly, either perishing from the shock waves generated by their combat or being obliterated by their energy blasts. Goku faced off against Zabo. Preferring to suppress his own strength during fights, Goku, with a power level of 4 million, found himself evenly matched against Zabo in his transformed state. Poor Dodoria, however, was not so fortunate. He was confronted by Tien Shinhan, who, unlike Goku, held nothing back and quickly dispatched Dodoria with a single blow. Meanwhile, the others were effortlessly dealing with the minions as if they were mere vegetables being chopped. Boom. Piccolo, having made a critical error, found himself caught by Frieza, who, with his fingers interlaced, delivered a crushing blow that sent Piccolo crashing to the ground, creating a deep crater. Frieza surveyed the battlefield and noted that Dodoria had been eliminated, while Zabo was being thoroughly beaten by the enemy. His minions were rapidly being dispatched as well. Damn it. You have truly enraged me. Frieza roared, his aura swelling with a violet glow, causing the very ground of planet Namek to tremble. What? Frieza's energy is surging uncontrollably. How can I feel Frieza's energy? Goku, Krillin, Tien, and the others halted their battles in disbelief at the rapid escalation of Frieza's power. On the other side, Nail exclaimed, Elder, what is this energy? The Elder responded, I hope they can resolve the crisis on Namek. The Namekians were filled with trepidation upon sensing this terrifying and potent aura. Meanwhile, King Kai on North Kai's planet had been closely monitoring Goku and the others. These fools are doomed. He lamented, fully aware of Frieza's formidable strength. Vegeta, still searching for the Dragon Balls, also sensed the energy. What is this presence? It's Frieza. How has his power grown so formidable? Could those strong fighters have gone to confront him? I must investigate. Vegeta promptly set off towards the source of the energy. As the blinding white light enveloping Frieza dissipated, his form was revealed, not the grotesque visage of terror he once was, but a sleek and polished appearance. Standing around 160 centimeters tall, he was adorned in white with violet accents on his head, shoulders, arms, and calves. Most striking were his sinister, triangular eyes and his crimson pupils. Ahaha! Annoying insects, behold my ultimate form. Tremble before my power. Frieza proclaimed, raising his hand and laughing maniacally. Boom. Piccolo rose from the deep crater, looking quite disheveled, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth and his body battered with wounds, his clothing torn in several places. Though Frieza had sustained injuries, Piccolo had not gained any significant advantage. Ahaha! You Namekian are still alive. Your life force is quite resilient. But it matters not. I shall soon send you to the depths of hell. Planet Destruction Ball. Frieza raised his hand, extending his index finger as a dark energy sphere rapidly expanded above his head. Damn it. I cannot believe what Vegeta said was true. Frieza is indeed concealing such immense power. Piccolo positioned his fingers at his forehead, preparing to unleash his most powerful technique, Special Beam Cannon. Ahaha. Perish, Namekian. Frieza hurled the energy sphere towards Piccolo. Piccolo fired his fully charged Special Beam Cannon at Frieza. Boom. The moment their energy waves collided, a tremendous shockwave erupted. Frieza's Planet Destruction Ball hesitated for just a moment before resuming its relentless advance towards Piccolo. Piccolo summoned all his strength to withstand it. Piccolo! Uncle Piccolo! Goku shouted. Realizing Piccolo was in danger, he no longer held back, sending Zabo flying before darting towards Piccolo with unmatched speed. Seeing he would not arrive in time, he unleashed a Kamehameha wave, empowered by his tenfold Kaioken, without any charge time. Boom. In the nick of time, Goku's Kamehameha wave deflected Frieza's Planet Destruction Ball far away. A massive mushroom cloud rose in the distance. After the explosion, the sky over Namek darkened, and the earth cracked open, with the seas beginning to churn. The recent explosion had severely impacted the core of Namek. That was close. The others sighed in relief, having seen Piccolo saved. Goku rushed to Piccolo's side, helping him up. Piccolo, are you alright? I'm fine. Not dead yet, Goku. That's good. You should step back. I will take on Frieza from here. Goku's expression turned grave as he regarded Frieza. Damn it. Who are you to interfere with my plans? Frieza seethed in rage, having failed to eliminate Piccolo. My name is Goku, Goku replied, locking eyes with Frieza. Ahaha. So you are Kakarot. Another wild monkey. Frieza recognized Goku as Raditz' brother from the information he had intercepted. You think that just because you deflected my Planet Destruction Ball, you are my equal? Goku remained silent, his expression serious. On the surface, Frieza's energy appeared comparable to his own, but Goku recalled Vegeta mentioning that Frieza's full power was around 1.2 billion. He understood that Frieza must have additional strength hidden away, and he could not afford to underestimate him. My apologies, Lord Frieza. It is my incompetence that has failed to stop him. Zabo, nursing his injuries, approached Frieza. Frieza cast a cold glance at Zabo, who was instantly drenched in cold sweat under Frieza's merciless stare. Oomph, what a useless waste. Zabo, Goku prepared for battle, stating, "Come on, Frieza, let me be your opponent." Ahaha, wild monkey, you shall soon know the consequences of angering me. Zabo, step aside. Zabo, fearful, quickly retreated to a distance. Come forth, wild monkey. Frieza hovered in the air as Goku stood on the ground, the two locked in a tense standoff. Bang! Goku soared into the sky. Your speed is lacking, wild monkey. Frieza launched a punch at Goku, but he merely passed through Goku's afterimage. Goku reappeared at Frieza's side, delivering a swift kick. Frieza raised his hand with ease to block it. Tap! Boom! The two engaged in a fierce melee, trading blows with astonishing speed. Frieza landed punches on Goku's face while Goku retaliated with strikes to Frieza's abdomen. Their combat was even faster and more intense than before, causing shockwaves that shook the ground and sent waves crashing higher. Bang! Seizing an opportunity, Goku delivered a knee strike to Frieza's abdomen. Ugh! Frieza spat out a spray of blood. Frieza swiftly reacted, ensnaring Goku's neck with his tail. With relentless ferocity, he pummeled Goku's abdomen and chest. Goku, unable to break free, sank his teeth into Frieza's tail. Agonized, Frieza was compelled to hurl Goku towards the ground. Boom! A massive crater formed instantaneously. The audacious wild monkey dared to mar the noble tail of this great king with such an unsightly wound. Frieza glared at the bite marks on his tail, his ire intensifying with each glance. Die! Death beam! Frieza unleashed a crimson beam from the tip of his index finger, followed by a barrage of energy blasts. Boom! 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 The smoke thickened, obscuring the battlefield. Uncle Vegeta, is my father all right? Gohan, having dispatched the minions, rushed to Vegeta's side, worry etched on his face. The others gathered around, keenly observing the fierce duel. Rest assured, Gohan, if you attune your senses, you will find your father's energy has not diminished significantly, Vegeta replied patiently, ruffling Gohan's hair. Hearing Vegeta's reassurances, they collectively sensed Goku's energy. It was indeed still robust. Their battle is so intense, we can barely keep up with their movements. Krillin remarked. Do not merely rely on sight. You must feel their energy, Vegeta instructed. By catching their aura, you will be able to follow their actions. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Krillin closed his eyes, striving to perceive the energies of Goku and Frieza. Oh! Goku roared with fury. Whoosh! He burst forth from the dust-laden pit. Just in time, Goku had activated his protective shield, otherwise, he would have been in peril. Frieza! Goku, moving with remarkable speed, appeared before Frieza in an instant, delivering a powerful dragon fist to his chin. Frieza soared into the sky. Seizing the opportunity, Goku placed his hands at his waist to gather energy. Huh! He unleashed a Kamehameha aimed at Frieza. Damn it! Frieza steadied himself, realizing it was too late to evade. He activated his shield, bracing for Goku's Kamehameha. Boom! The explosion generated a vast cloud of dust, enveloping Frieza entirely. Huff! Huff! Goku, expending considerable energy in his onslaught, felt drained. Frieza's energy, however, remained unabated. He was a fearsome adversary. Astonishingly, after enduring Goku's Kamehameha, Frieza's energy showed little sign of decline. Krillin felt a twinge of dread. He anticipated that Frieza could withstand such a formidable attack with minimal damage. In the final moments, Frieza had activated his shield just in time. Piccolo had discerned Frieza's maneuver. What? Goku, you must push harder. Krillin sensed a significant drop in Goku's energy. Meanwhile, as Goku unleashed his Kamehameha, Vegeta stood at a distance, discerning who was truly battling Frieza. Impossible. How could it be those from Vegeta's group? He thought, infuriated. Why are they on Namek? I see now. It must be due to my mentioning the Namekians during our previous visit to Earth. Curse it. Raditz and Nappa must have had the coordinates to Namek in their spacecraft. That is how they arrived here. Damn it. How could they have grown so powerful in just 1 or 2 months? Frieza seethed, incredulous that even the weakest of those Earthlings surpassed him. How could they have become so strong? Vegeta, as the proud Saiyan prince, found his ego severely bruised. Previously, those Earthlings had been weaker than him. Yet now each one surpassed him by a considerable margin. This reality drove Vegeta into a frenzy. While Vegeta wallowed in disbelief, Vegeta cast a glance in his direction, a subtle smirk gracing his lips. Chapter 32, The Battle on Namek 4. As the dust settled, Frieza emerged unscathed. Goku, too, was not immune to the law of being unharmed amidst the chaos. How is this possible? Goku gasped in disbelief, astonished that Frieza suffered no injuries. Oh ho ho! Wild monkey, are you astonished? My injuries are non-existent. Are you disappointed? Oh ho ho! Frieza laughed with delight. Fortunately, I activated my shield quickly, otherwise it would have been dire. Wild monkey, prepare yourself, for I shall now unleash 50% of my power. Oh, in an instant, Frieza's violet aura surged, his energy escalating rapidly. What? X4. The onlookers were stunned to witness Frieza's power climbing at an astonishing speed. Vegeta, observing from afar, could hardly believe that after such a fierce battle, Frieza had barely exerted half of his strength. Goku felt a heavy weight of foreboding. Frieza's energy now far surpassed his own. Oh ho ho! Wild monkey, are you shaken by my might? Frieza reveled in Goku's astonished expression. Come at me. Goku, undeterred, prepared himself meticulously for Frieza's impending assault. Whoosh! Frieza vanished from sight, reappearing before Goku. Bam! Frieza's fist struck Goku's abdomen. Gagging, Goku found himself unable to react before blood spewed forth, propelling him backward. Bam! 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 Boom! Goku tore through several mountains, carving a deep trench into the earth, eventually crashing into the ground and creating a vast crater. Father! Goku! Gohan and Krillin rushed to aid Goku, but Vegeta restrained them. Do not worry. Goku is not in mortal danger, Vegeta explained to the two. Nevertheless, they remained anxious, peering through the haze towards Goku's direction. Crack! Crack! Rocks and soil rained down from above. After a prolonged moment, Frieza taunted, Oh ho ho! Wild monkey, did my single strike end your life? A thunderous voice resonated from the dust. 18 times Kaioken. It was Goku's powerful declaration, the highest level of Kaioken he could currently wield. Instantly, the clouds of dust surrounding him were dissipated by his energy. Whoosh! Goku surged forward at an incredible speed toward Frieza. The sudden burst of power caught Frieza off guard, landing a blow to his left cheek. Whoosh! Frieza was propelled backward. Boom! He crashed into a mountain, leaving a gaping hole, his figure disappearing within the debris. The mountain trembled under the force of Frieza's impact, collapsing around him. Boom! Damn it! Frieza's form erupted from the rubble. Whoosh! Thud! The two resumed their battle with even greater velocity. The air was filled with the sound of fists meeting flesh, interspersed with their anguished cries. Their speed had escalated to such a degree that it became increasingly difficult to track their energies. Father! Gohan cried out, deeply concerned for his father. Gradually, Goku began to falter. The strain of the 18-fold Kaioken was taking its toll on his body. Sensing Goku's slowing pace, Frieza seized the moment, his fingers interlocking, delivering a crushing blow that sent Goku crashing into the ground. Due to the overwhelming speed of Sun Wukong's descent, his entire form became engulfed by the ground, which subsequently yielded to create a deep crater. Die, you monkey! Death energy blast. Frieza raised his hand, and an energy sphere, larger than any he had conjured before and resembling the sun, gradually took shape. With a swift motion, Frieza hurled the energy sphere directly at Sun Wukong. Uncle Vegeta, please save my father. Upon witnessing this, Gohan urgently called out to Vegeta. However, when he turned around, Vegeta's presence was nowhere to be found. Vegeta had already executed instant transmission to position himself in front of Sun Wukong, confronting Frieza's planet-destroying attack. Vegeta unleashed all of his energy. To withstand this energy sphere, he would need to exert his full strength, otherwise, it would prove somewhat challenging. Kamehameha. Vegeta unleashed a full-powered Kamehameha towards Frieza's energy wave. What? Frieza watched in disbelief as his energy wave was pushed away into the cosmos by Vegeta's Kamehameha. Boom. The two energy waves exploded in the universe, sending shockwaves that generated fierce winds on Namek. How is this possible? That guy can actually withstand Frieza's formidable energy blast. Is he truly a once-in-a-millennium Super Saiyan? It was inconceivable. As the prince of all Saiyans, Vegeta could not fathom that a Saiyan from Earth could be a Super Saiyan. Watching Vegeta propel Frieza's powerful energy wave into the cosmos, he recalled the legendary Super Saiyan of the Saiyan race. However, as the proud prince of Saiyans, he found it utterly impossible to believe that a mere Earth Saiyan could achieve such a transformation. Vegeta, having successfully sent Frieza's energy sphere into space, turned to observe Sun Wukong, who lay in the deep pit. Wukong, consume this Senzu bean and gather your energy in your back. You have now met the conditions to transform into a Super Saiyan. With that, Vegeta tossed the Senzu bean into Wukong's mouth. In no time, Wukong leapt from the pit to stand beside Vegeta. Thank you, Vegeta. If it weren't for you, I might have just perished. It's nothing. Hurry and do as I instructed. With that, Vegeta began to ascend into the air. Alright. Wukong complied with Vegeta's instructions, flying to a height level with Frieza, yet maintaining a distance of about 10 meters. Frieza, do you wish to see what a Super Saiyan looks like? Vegeta regarded Frieza with a smirk. What? A Super Saiyan? Frieza was taken aback by Vegeta's words. His ancestors had once passed down a warning. Should they encounter a Saiyan with golden hair in the future, they must not engage in battle. This ancestral decree instilled a modicum of fear in Frieza regarding Super Saiyans. What is a Super Saiyan? What is Vegeta talking about? Is he implying that Wukong can transform into this Super Saiyan? Krillin and Tien Shinhan were engaged in discussion. I believe so. Vegeta and Wukong spent a year training in the hyperbolic time chamber. Something must have transpired during that time that we are unaware of, Piccolo deduced, connecting Vegeta's words with Wukong's immediate action of gathering energy. Impossible. That low-class warrior Kakarot could never become a Super Saiyan. Absolutely impossible. Vegeta's worldview was once again shattered, leading him to question his very existence. Regardless of the disbelief surrounding him, as Wukong gathered energy at his back, his hair began to flicker between black and gold, and the white aura enveloping him gradually transformed into a golden blaze. The ground beneath his feet began to rise in fragments. Crackle. The sky intermittently flashed with lightning. Wukong's energy surged rapidly. How can this be? Could he truly be a Super Saiyan? Frieza felt a twinge of panic upon witnessing Wukong's transformation. Wukong let out a furious roar. His pupils vanished, leaving only the whites of his eyes. With an even more powerful scream, Wukong's hair fully transformed into a radiant gold. Rustle, rustle. Golden hair, golden eyebrows, pale green pupils, a golden aura, a cold visage, and a ferocious presence. Sun Wukong had finally ascended to the status of a Super Saiyan. Chapter 33, The Battle on Namek, and Rustle. Frieza, this is a Super Saiyan. Vegeta smiled at Frieza. With a flash, he utilized instant transmission to return to Krillin and the others. The group remained in shock, unable to shake off the image of Wukong's fierce demeanor and his overwhelming energy. Vegeta, Wukong won't lose his sanity like he did as a child when he transformed into a giant ape, will he? He looks like that now. Krillin snapped back to reality and asked Vegeta. No, he won't. Becoming a Super Saiyan doesn't lead to irrationality like the transformation into an ape. It merely amplifies the desire to fight and the ferocity of emotions. He will not lose his mind. Upon hearing Vegeta's explanation, the group felt relieved. If Wukong were to lose his sanity, it would pose a significant threat to both allies and foes alike. Vegeta, what is Wukong's combat power now? I can only sense that his energy is vast and powerful. Piccolo inquired, as the others expressed their eagerness to know how strong Wukong had become. Currently, Wukong should possess a combat power of 22.5 billion. Becoming a Super Saiyan increases one's power by 50 times. Vegeta explained nonchalantly. What? X50. The group was left astounded. Their mouths agape. What about your own strength, Vegeta? And during your training with Wukong in the hyperbolic time chamber, were you already capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan then? Piccolo gazed at Vegeta with inquiry. Oh, Piccolo, you're quite astute. Indeed, I could transform into a Super Saiyan at that time, Vegeta affirmed, nodding with calm composure. So who is stronger now, you or Wukong? Krillin asked impatiently. My base form is 100 million. What? The group was once again struck with astonishment. So your Super Saiyan form would possess a combat power of 5 billion. Krillin exclaimed, voicing a number he could scarcely believe. You and Wukong have both become incredibly strong. The gap between us is widening. You Saiyans are truly a terrifying race. Krillin lamented. Upon observing Krillin, Tien Shinhan and Kaiatsu felt their martial spirits wane. Vegeta thought to himself, this simply cannot stand. Earth will face even greater crises in the future. If they were to give up their training due to my presence, I would truly be a sinner. Krillin, training is not solely about chasing someone or surpassing them. You should harbor a mindset of continuous self-improvement, aspiring to surpass your former self. Strive to be stronger today than you were yesterday, and even stronger tomorrow than you are today. The essence of training is to gain the ability to protect what you cherish and those you hold dear. This is the true purpose of striving to grow stronger. Reflect on why you first embarked on the path of martial arts and what brought you to this point today. If you abandon your training simply because you cannot keep pace with Wukong and me, then all your years of effort and suffering would be in vain. Upon hearing Vegeta's counsel, the group contemplated internally. Indeed, what was the reason that initially led them to pursue martial arts and embark on their journey? Is it truly the aspiration to surpass a particular individual that drives one to diligently hone their martial prowess? All are reflecting upon the original intent that led them to embark on the path of martial arts. Thank you, Vegeta, I understand now. X3. After the trio has contemplated the meaning of life, they have come to grasp their original intentions. Gohan is still rather young, and thus does not ponder such matters deeply, while Piccolo is certainly not one to worry. In the original narrative, Piccolo never relinquished his training. Upon witnessing the trio reaffirm their resolve in martial arts, Vegeta felt a sense of relief. Vegeta mused, thankfully, after struggling at the bottom for so many years in my past life, I do possess some wisdom to share. On another front, it is inconceivable, utterly inconceivable, that lowly warrior, Kakarot, has truly transformed into a Super Saiyan. If he can achieve such a feat, then that wretch who defeated me must certainly be capable of becoming a Super Saiyan as well. How infuriating. The one who should be able to ascend to Super Saiyan status is none other than I, Prince Vegeta, for I am the one with the greatest innate talent. Vegeta could only seethe internally, veins bulging on his forehead. How is this possible? How could you possibly transform into a Super Saiyan? This must be a lie. Frieza obstinately refused to accept the truth. Whoosh, whoosh. Frieza unleashed a barrage of deadly beams from his fingertips, but they were all effortlessly swatted away by Son Goku. Boom. The surface of Namek was once again ravaged. This is intolerable, absolutely impossible. I am Frieza, the Emperor of the Universe. Seeing that his energy wave was ineffective, Frieza charged directly at Son Goku. Bang. Ugh. Frieza reached Goku and landed a blow, but Goku preemptively struck Frieza in the stomach, causing him to spit up blood. Thud. Boom. Son Goku spun 360 degrees, delivering a kick that sent Frieza crashing into the ground, creating yet another deep pit. Ah, that despicable wild monkey. I will not let you escape. Frieza roared in fury, his purple aura intensifying, muscles bulging, transforming him into a veritable powerhouse, slightly taller than before. Frieza unleashed his full strength, a barrage of death beams. A multitude of purple beams shot forth from his fingertips towards Son Goku. Whoosh, whoosh. However, Son Goku moved with such speed that the beams failed to ensnare him. Frieza, realizing he had missed, conjured a purple, disc-shaped energy sphere in his palm and hurled it at Goku, yet it was again evaded. Hee hee. Frieza let out a sinister laugh. With a flick of his wrist, Goku turned to see the slicing disc curving back towards him. Goku, in a fit of rage, dodged once more, yet the disc pursued relentlessly. Unable to shake off the disc, Goku charged towards Frieza. Upon reaching him, he unleashed the solar flare. Goku placed his hands beside his head, emitting a blinding white light. How infuriating. Frieza, preoccupied with controlling the slicing disc, bore the full brunt of Goku's solar flare. Whoosh. Seizing the moment Frieza was blinded, Goku positioned himself directly in front of him. Just as the disc was about to strike Goku, he swiftly evaded. Zing. Ah. Frieza was bisected by his own disc. His severed halves plummeted to the ground. Goku slowly descended before Frieza. Frieza, leave Namek, and I shall spare your life. Goku had no intention of killing Frieza. How infuriating. Frieza clenched his fists, filled with resentment for having been defeated by a Saiyan. Goku, enough of this. End him quickly, after such a prolonged struggle. It's time to finish this. Do not grant him a moment to breathe, lest he employ some desperate measure. Vegeta cautioned Goku, aware that in the original tale, Frieza had twice destroyed Namek and Earth after his defeats, nearly claiming Goku's life both times. The second time, he even took Vegeta with him. Were it not for Whis and Beerus, the saga of Dragon Ball Super may have concluded right there. How infuriating. Cursed wild monkey. Let us perish together, Frieza declared, preparing to unleash an energy wave upon the surface of Namek. Whoosh. Vegeta instantaneously teleported, seizing Frieza's wrist. You, when did you arrive here? Frieza could hardly believe that he had been interrupted. Die, Frieza, Vegeta proclaimed as he hurled Frieza into the sky. Kamehameha. Vegeta unleashed a Kamehameha wave directed at Frieza. Boom. The Kamehameha engulfed Frieza. Frieza gradually disintegrated within the powerful beam of Vegeta. Boom. After a considerable time, Krillin remarked, Frieza must surely be dead this time. The others did not respond, but instead silently gazed at the smoke billowing in the sky. As the smoke dissipated, not a trace of Frieza remained. Not even a drop of blood. Oh yeah, he is finally dead. That was truly perilous. Frieza undoubtedly intended to annihilate Namek, taking us down with him. Fortunately, Vegeta discerned Frieza's intentions and thwarted him. Otherwise, we would have been doomed, huh? Krillin and Gohan joyfully held hands, bouncing with excitement. Chapter 34, Shenron, Porunga. Vegeta glanced at the still-dazed Zarbon, who stood nearby after Frieza's demise. Hee, there is still a small fry here. Boom. With a single energy wave, Vegeta sent Zarbon to accompany Frieza. The group soared upwards, gathering around Son Goku and Vegeta, celebrating their victory with exuberance. Though Piccolo did not join Krillin and the others in their jubilant celebrations, a smile graced his lips. Vegeta noticed this and couldn't resist teasing. Oh, Piccolo, it seems you are in good spirits. Humph. Piccolo turned his head away. However, Vegeta could still see the blush on Piccolo's face. It is a rare sight to behold Piccolo in such a manner. Let us return to the Grand Elder, Vegeta suggested as the group's discussions began to wind down. Hey, Vegeta, do you wish to join us? Vegeta suddenly called out towards Vegeta. What? Vegeta also came to Namek? Krillin and the others were taken aback by Vegeta's unexpected mention of Vegeta. Has he already discovered me? I must leave at once. Vegeta muttered to himself, intending to depart. Hey, Vegeta, do you want to grow stronger? Stronger than Son Goku? Just a single sentence from Vegeta caused Vegeta to halt in his tracks. He then flew over to join Vegeta and the others. Vegeta, are you serious? Will you truly share the method to grow stronger with me? Vegeta could hardly believe Vegeta's words. The prospect of becoming stronger had always been Vegeta's obsession. Hey, Vegeta, you aren't actually going to let him come with us? Are you? Krillin couldn't comprehend the Saiyan mindset. Goku was one way, and now Vegeta seemed to follow suit. What's the harm? Vegeta smiled at Krillin. Krillin, let Vegeta accompany us. Vegeta, once you grow stronger, let us have a spar. Son Goku was eager for the challenge. Having missed the chance to battle the Saiyans due to his training with King Kai. How infuriating, Kakarot. I will undoubtedly surpass both you and Vegeta. I will defeat you both. Vegeta boldly proclaimed, unfazed. Vegeta chuckled, unperturbed. Vegeta, I can teach you how to become stronger, but from this day forth, you must cease your reckless misdeeds. You. Vegeta bristled, unwilling to accept being bossed around by Vegeta. If you cannot comply, then leave. I will not divulge the secrets of becoming stronger or how to transform into a Super Saiyan. Initially, Vegeta was indifferent, but upon hearing Super Saiyan, he fell silent. Reluctantly, Vegeta nodded, still maintaining an air of pride as he turned his head away, embodying a blend of reluctance and arrogance. Vegeta, am I still unable to grasp your speed? Vegeta? Haha. Following this, everyone returned to the residence of the Grand Elder. Krillin and Gohan vividly recounted their battle experiences to the Namekians, who listened with astonishment. However, after such a lengthy period without hearing the system announce the completion of a task, Vegeta felt a twinge of curiosity. Internally, he pondered, System. My task should have been completed by now, right? Why have you not reported it? System, ding. Host, the task has not yet been completed. Then enlighten me as to what remains. Did not Goku already vanquish Frieza? Am I required to intervene personally? System, not at all, host. Frieza contacted the Ginyu Force after sustaining severe injuries from you. They will arrive on Namek in a few days, thus the crisis on Namek remains unresolved. Upon hearing the system's response, Vegeta recalled Frieza's five-man team and remarked that he seemed to have overlooked something. Surely, I don't need to deal with it myself. Host, there's no need. The system is quite humane. As long as the entire Ginyu Force is eliminated, the task will be accomplished. With the system's assurance, Vegeta felt at ease. It seemed he would have to remain on Namek for a few more days. Subsequently, the Grand Elder bestowed the Dragon Balls upon Vegeta and his companions as a token of gratitude for assisting Namek in overcoming its crisis. The 2 Dragon Balls previously acquired by Frieza were also retrieved when Vegeta injured Frieza and brought the Elder and the others to the Grand Elder. The remaining Dragon Balls were likewise transported here during the transfer. Vegeta and his companions accepted them graciously. With Naru acting as a translator, Vegeta made 2 wishes. The first wish was to restore and reinforce Namek's geography, while the second was to conceal Namek in a location known only to the individuals present. The third wish Vegeta graciously granted to Goku, who, under Vegeta's suggestion, wished for Chi-Chi to remain eternally youthful. These 3 wishes were realized after a flash of red light emanated from Purunga's eyes. Simultaneously, Chi-Chi on Earth felt a transformation within her body, her skin becoming smoother and more elastic than before. Upon hearing Vegeta's wishes, the Namekians expressed their gratitude once more. When Purunga emerged, Krillin and the others marveled at the dragon's robust physique. Unlike the Earth's Shinron, Purunga's upper body resembled that of a muscular toad. Vegeta sought to claim a wish for himself, but was swiftly silenced by a glare from Vegeta. As for resurrecting the Namekians slain by Frieza, they could only return to Earth to wish for their revival from the Earth's dragon, as Purunga could only resurrect one individual at a time. Regarding the wish for Bulma's eternal youth, they would have to wait for another year to have that opportunity. Vegeta stated, It's not that I don't care for Bulma. I simply cannot take all the benefits for myself. That would be most unethical. Although Vegeta had never admitted to being a moral Saiyan, his past experiences prevented him from acting in such a manner. Following the fulfillment of the wishes, Vegeta requested the Grand Elder to help Vegeta unlock his potential. The Grand Elder readily agreed, bolstering Vegeta's faith in Vegeta's promise to make him stronger. Once these matters were concluded, the group contemplated returning to Earth. However, Vegeta fabricated a story, claiming he had discovered Frieza had issued orders to his subordinates, the Ginyu Force, instructing them to approach Namek, arriving in a few days. He also provided an overview of the Ginyu Force to the others, who harbored no suspicions. Thus, after hearing Vegeta's description, the group became intrigued by the Ginyu Force's remarkable abilities and resolved to remain on Namek until their arrival. During the waiting period, Vegeta, having unlocked his potential and boasting a combat power of 600,000, foolishly provoked Piccolo, who promptly taught him a harsh lesson. Meanwhile, Goku and Vegeta engaged in combat, exchanging blows evenly. The others were left exasperated by Goku's fighting style. Upon witnessing the intensity of the battles, the Grand Elder assisted Neru in unlocking his potential, further enabling Neru to merge with Piccolo. Neru and Piccolo accepted the Grand Elder's words without resistance and consented eagerly. After their fusion, Piccolo's combat power surged to an astonishing 30 million, leaving everyone astounded, especially Vegito. This development incited envy among Krillin and the others from Earth. Vegito speculated that the significant boost in power could be attributed to both individuals unlocking their potential, or perhaps due to Piccolo consuming the fruit of the Tree of Might. Nevertheless, regardless of the reason, Piccolo's newfound strength would undoubtedly benefit Earth in the future. With such a substantial enhancement, Piccolo began to grow arrogant, challenging Vegito. Of course, Vegito obliged his wish for a beating, delivering a thorough thrashing to Piccolo without holding back, to the dismay of the onlookers. After consuming a Senzu bean, Piccolo sparred with Goku once more, resulting in a satisfyingly vigorous battle. The others, spectating as mere bystanders, enjoyed the spectacle, questioning why Piccolo, like the Saiyans, seemed to relish combat. Were not the Namekians known for their peaceful nature? This led them to ponder that perhaps Piccolo was merely a Saiyan cloaked in Namekian guise. Through his encounters with Vegeta and Piccolo, Goku further refined his mastery of Super Saiyan. Unlike Piccolo and Vegeta, Goku did not foolishly challenge Vegito. He had sensed Vegito's formidable strength within the hyperbolic time chamber and understood that even in Super Saiyan form, he would not stand a chance against Vegito. Goku's self-awareness made Vegito feel a twinge of regret, as he could not openly bestow a beating upon Goku. Goku remarked, "I may be a bit slow, but I'm not foolish. I don't let you beat me just because I'm bored." Chapter 35, The Ginyu Force, 1. The group awaited the arrival of the Ginyu Force on Namek while training and sparring. A few days later, while engrossed in their training, they sensed 5 malevolent presences approaching Namek at an alarming speed from the cosmos. "Let us go. The enemies are coming," Vegito declared, leading the way toward the predicted landing site of the Ginyu Force. 30 minutes after reaching the Ginyu Force's landing site, 5 spherical spacecraft streaked across the sky, crashing into the ground and creating 5 massive craters. With a thundering boom, the doors of the spacecraft opened and 5 figures emerged. The group eagerly awaited the appearance of Frieza's rumored elite squad. As the 5 exited the spacecraft, they struck absurd poses. "Ginyu!" shouted the horned, purple-skinned individual. "Rikum!" bellowed the bulky figure with pineapple-red hair, striking a flamboyant stance. "Berta!" announced the tallest, blue-skinned member. "Guldo!" shouted the shortest, stout figure with 4 eyes. "Together, we are the Ginyu Force," they proclaimed, striking yet another ludicrous pose, leaving the onlookers utterly speechless. The scene was so ludicrous that it nearly compelled everyone to regurgitate the meal they had consumed the night before. "Ugh, Vegeta, are you certain they are indeed Frieza's subordinates?" Krillin inquired, a hint of skepticism lacing his voice as he glanced at the twitching corner of Vegeta's mouth. "Uft, ha ha ha, this is too funny." Vegeta couldn't contain his laughter any longer. As he chuckled, the others joined in, for the 5 individuals before them moved with such flamboyance that they resembled clowns, utterly oblivious to their own ridiculousness. Witnessing the mockery of their so-called perfect entrance, the Ginyu Force was incensed. "Who are you? Where is Lord Frieza?" Ginyu stepped forward, his voice booming with authority. "Ginyu, I shall soon reveal to you the whereabouts of your Lord Frieza," Vegeta retorted, pointing an accusatory finger at Ginyu. "Humph, is that not Vegeta? What has emboldened you to betray Lord Frieza?" Jinyu's expression dripped with disdain upon recognizing Vegeta. "Ha ha, Ginyu, your elite team remains as arrogant and ignorant as ever. I am no longer the same. Taking your life will be as effortless as squashing an ant," Vegeta proclaimed with haughty confidence. Compared to their original counterparts, the group's strength had significantly escalated, rendering the Ginyu Force utterly insignificant. "Ha ha, X5. The 5 erupted in laughter at Vegeta's declaration. "Vegeta, you truly have a knack for humor." "Humph, foolish creatures," Vegeta dismissed their mockery, knowing he would soon prove the veracity of his words. "Goku, do you wish to take action?" Vegito turned to face Son Goku. "Let Gohan, Krillin, and the others take the lead. They ought to gain more practical experience," Goku replied thoughtfully. "I have no desire to engage either." Piccolo maintained his usual proud demeanor. "And you, Vegeta?" Vegito inquired once more. "Umph, I shall demonstrate the might of Prince Vegeta of the Saiyan race," Vegeta declared, raising his fist. Despite his arrogance, Vegeta had often been looked down upon by the Ginyu Force during his time under Frieza's command, and he was eager to vindicate himself. "Very well. Gohan, Krillin, Tien, and Yamcha, alongside Vegeta, make a team of 5. You may decide your opponents," Vegito announced to the group. They all nodded in agreement, viewing these minor lackeys as suitable practice. The Ginyu Force, observing the formation of strategies, refrained from interrupting, merely utilizing their scouters to gauge the battle power of their foes. "Ha ha ha, we expected something formidable, yet they are merely weaklings with power levels in the thousands. Jinyu scoffed. It seems they are preparing to send out 5 fighters. Who will lead the charge? As the captain, Jinyu inquired of his teammates. They began to deliberate amongst themselves. The group on the opposite side reached a consensus as well. Vegeta versus Jinyu, Gohan versus Guldo, Tien versus Berta, Krillin versus Jis, Yamcha versus Gudo. Vegito wholeheartedly supported their arrangements, yet he took the time to explain the unique abilities of the Jinyu force. Jinyu possessed the power to exchange bodies, thus instructing Vegeta to conceal a worm on his person just in case. As for the others, there was little to worry about. Gohan's current strength was sufficient to suppress Guldo, while Tien's third eye was perfectly suited to counter Berta's speed. However, the collective power of their group far surpassed that of the 5 adversaries, making Berta's speed seem as sluggish as a snail. Jis posed no real threat, and Yamcha's psychic abilities would provide an excellent opportunity for him to hone his skills against Guldo. Yamcha shall be the first to battle. Oh, so they are allowing this little one to take the lead, Jinyu instructed Guldo. Yes, Captain Jinyu. The 2 combatants stepped forward from their respective teams. Haha, little one. Soon you shall witness the prowess of your elder, Guldo. Guldo boasted, a smug grin plastered on his face. But you are so weak. You hardly seem a match for me, Yamcha replied with an innocent tilt of his head. Damn it. Prepare yourself. Guldo charged at Yamcha, throwing a punch. But Yamcha deftly sidestepped. Guldo spun around and lunged again, raising his fist in another attempt. Swish, swish. Guldo unleashed a flurry of punches, all of which Yamcha effortlessly evaded. You are so slow. Now it's my turn, Yamcha declared, delivering a punch to Guldo's face. Swish, boom. Guldo was sent flying, carving a trench into the ground before embedding himself into a large boulder. Of course, Yamcha had held back. Otherwise, a single punch would have spelled his demise. Prior to the battle, Vegito had advised Yamcha to compel Guldo to use his psychic abilities, which might grant Yamcha insights into their application. Damn it. How could this little brat possibly land a hit on me? Guldo muttered in disbelief after taking Yamcha's punch. If you don't take action, I will strike again, Yamcha warned. As soon as he finished speaking, he darted forward at Guldo with incredible speed. Guldo struggled to track Yamcha's movements, growing increasingly agitated. Damn it. Guldo took a deep breath, and upon opening his eyes, he found Yamcha standing directly before him, ready to deliver another blow. This sight nearly caused Guldo to exhale the breath he had been holding. He was genuinely frightened. He had not anticipated such swiftness from the diminutive fighter. Quickly, he dashed to the side, gasping for air. Just as Guldo exhaled, time resumed. TCH. That little one managed to force Guldo to utilize time pause. If it weren't for Lord Frieza's orders, Guldo wouldn't even qualify to be part of the Jinyu force. Jinyu remarked, having failed to locate Frieza's whereabouts, thus remaining on the battlefield. Indeed, the other members echoed in agreement. Frieza only allowed him to join due to his peculiar abilities, Berta added. Hey, Guldo, are you even capable? You won't let a little brat best you, will you? The Jinyu Force members exhibited a blatant disregard for Guldo's well-being, more concerned about maintaining their reputation than anything else, continuously mocking him. They seem utterly indifferent to their comrade's fate. Krillin observed. Fools. Frieza's subordinates are heartless creatures. In their eyes, only strength earns respect. Such is the law of survival in the universe. Vegeta scoffed at Krillin's naive words. Humph. Vegeta, aside from Vegito, Goku, and Gohan, are you Saiyans not equally ruthless? Did you not slay that Bu upon arriving on Earth? And later, you treated Dubra with the same callousness. Krillin retorted, unafraid of Vegeta with Vegito, Goku, and Piccolo by his side. You. Humph. They were simply too weak. What purpose does their existence serve? Vegeta forcefully defended his stance. Damn it. These guys have no intention of helping me. Guldo seethed with anger and frustration as he watched the other Jinyu Force members mock him while refusing to assist. Oh. Did he just use his psychic abilities? He dashed away in an instant. Yamcha mused inwardly. He charged at Guldo once more. Damn it, this guy is coming again. Guldo swiftly held his breath. Upon opening his eyes, he was startled once again, as Yamcha had closed the distance even further. After Goku repeatedly executed the time stop technique, Vegeta discovered that he seemed to be entirely unaffected. He pondered whether this was due to his immense strength or perhaps a consequence of being a time traveler. This revelation took Vegeta by surprise, and he noted that he would have the opportunity to verify it later. Frustratingly, Goku aimed to eliminate Dumpling with a Kamehameha wave while time was halted. However, his consecutive use of the time stop took a toll on his stamina, rendering him incapable of unleashing a Kamehameha in that state, and he nearly suffocated from holding his breath. Goku remarked, "It seems I must find a place to rest." He quickly searched for a suitable spot and soon discovered a large rock, rushing towards it. Upon reaching the stone, he exhaled deeply, and time resumed. Oh dear. Dumpling noticed that Goku's figure had vanished. Yet, He swiftly detected Goku's energy signature lurking behind a rock nearby. With a thunderous boom, Dumpling unleashed a Kamehameha, obliterating the stone and sending Goku flying. How did he know I was here? Goku wondered in perplexity. It seems that the warriors from Earth possess a method to sense others' energy, Captain Ginyu remarked. Moreover, their strength is not as simple as it appears. They might also have hidden combat abilities. What? The other members of Ginyu Force, Rikuum, Berta, and Jis, were astonished by Jinyu's words, unable to fathom that Earthlings possessed such incredible techniques. They realized that if their strength were truly limited, Goku would not be in such a precarious situation. Dumpling charged at Goku once more. Darn it! Behold my binding technique. In an instant, Dumpling found himself immobilized. What happened to Dumpling? Tien Shinhan exclaimed, noticing Dumpling's sudden stillness. Fear not, Tien Shinhan. Dumpling is merely bound by Goku's binding technique. Vegeta explained. He had faith that Dumpling could handle the situation, for he was not easily defeated now. A faint smile graced Vegeta's lips. Indeed, Vegeta had mastered the binding technique. Strangely, after his fusion level reached 90, he found that he could replicate techniques once used by others. He had previously discovered this during the battle between Son Goku and Frieza, and now his hypothesis was validated. However, Vegeta had yet to learn Goku's time stop, possibly due to its being an innate ability. Nonetheless, Vegeta was confident that, with further training and a deeper understanding of time, he could eventually harness a power akin to Hit from Universe 6. Such a remarkable ability. Besides halting time, he possesses a technique similar to Dumpling's binding technique, Krillin marveled. Krillin, Goku's binding technique is far superior to Dumpling's. Vegeta interjected. After this battle, Dumpling will surely gain significant insights. Go for it, Dumpling. Tien Shinhan cheered loudly. Hearing Tien Shinhan's encouraging voice, Dumpling, who had just begun to panic at his immobilization, found calmness. Vegeta had mentioned that forcing Goku to reveal his super ability was primarily to enhance his own mastery of it. Once composed, Dumpling began to sense the energy that bound him. Goku has even employed the binding technique. It seems the outcome will soon be determined, Berta noted. Captain Ginyu remained silent, observing that no one from the opposing side attempted to rescue the diminutive Goku. Haha, you enjoyed bombing me earlier, didn't you? Now it's my turn. I will land 40 punches on you. No, 100. Goku declared, grinning confidently as he soared towards Dumpling. At that moment, Dumpling opened his eyes and exclaimed, binding technique. In the midst of his sensations, Dumpling learned the binding technique. Having already mastered the immobilization technique, he quickly adapted Goku's binding technique. What? The 5 members of the Ginyu Force could hardly believe their ears. Incredible! Dumpling has learned Goku's technique. How impressive! Krillin exclaimed with delight. Dumpling. Tien Shinhan genuinely rejoiced for him. After mastering the binding technique, Dumpling regained his mobility. Although he had just learned it, Dumpling's power vastly surpassed Goku's, leaving Goku unable to escape Dumpling's control. Now, Goku truly began to panic. Thank you, Dumpling said, gathering energy in his hands. This action was lethal. Captain Ginyu, save me. Goku urgently called for help. Damn it. Ginyu contemplated intervening to rescue Goku. Although he did not care for Goku's fate, the sheer number of opponents made him reconsider. Realizing that the enemy was not as simple as they appeared, Ginyu decided to aid Goku, for his time stop might be of assistance. However, before Ginyu could act, Vegeta appeared before him, blocking his path. Haha, Ginyu, this way is closed. Let them settle their matters. If you cannot contain yourself, I wouldn't mind playing with you. Vegeta laughed, feeling triumphant as he had not experienced such elation in years. Ginyu, seeing Vegeta obstruct his path, gestured for his comrades to rescue Goku. But Tien Shinhan, Krillin, and Gohan swiftly positioned themselves to confront Jinyu's team. Damn it, Vegeta, do you think you can challenge me? Ginyu sneered coldly at Vegeta. Huh, after our bout, you will know the true might of this prince. Vegeta retorted. With a resounding clash, as the 4 of them held Ginyu at bay, Dumpling obliterated Goku into ashes. Thus, after fulfilling his purpose, Goku was sent to accompany his Emperor Frieza. Chapter 37, Everyone vs. Ginyu Force, and, damn it, everyone, let's not waste time with them. We must unite to eliminate them quickly and find Frieza, Ginyu declared, launching himself towards Vegeta. The others charged at their respective foes. Boom. The sky resounded with the sounds of combat as 8 warriors clashed. Thud. Jinyu's punch was effortlessly caught by Vegeta. Huh, Ginyu, you're searching for Frieza? Allow me to inform you of his whereabouts. I shall send you to meet him, Vegeta proclaimed, brimming with confidence. What? Ginyu could hardly believe that Vegeta, who had been so relentlessly suppressed by his team, could now so easily intercept his attack. He was further astounded that Vegeta claimed to know Frieza's location. Ginyu struggled to comprehend Vegeta's words. If he understood correctly, Vegeta was implying that Frieza was dead. But who could possibly have defeated such a formidable Frieza? Vegeta, you lie? Jinyu exclaimed, unable to accept this notion, and he attacked Vegeta with his other hand. But Vegeta deftly evaded it. Thud. After dodging Jinyu's strike, Vegeta seized Jinyu's fist and yanked him forward, delivering a knee strike to Jinyu's abdomen, simultaneously releasing his grip. Cough. Jinyu was struck hard by Vegeta, spitting out blood and staggeringly retreating, clutching his stomach. Why you? How could you be so strong? Jinyu felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, unable to fathom the sheer strength of Vegeta. In his imagination, he had always believed that Vegeta's battle power would not exceed 60,000. Yet, after merely receiving a single punch from Vegeta, he found himself nearly incapacitated in battle. Haha. This prince has proclaimed that the current me surpasses the former me in ways unimaginable. Are you experiencing despair now? Fear not, for I shall not end your life so swiftly. I intend to torment you slowly. A cold smirk graced Vegeta's face, embodying the essence of a villain. Now, observe with your scouter the magnitude of my battle power. Prepare to be astounded. As Vegeta unleashed his fury, the ground trembled beneath him. Simultaneously, Jinyu's scouter displayed Vegeta's escalating power. 100, 000, 150, 000, 200, 000, 250, 000, 300, 000, 500, 000, 600, 000. Jinyu stared in disbelief at the wildly fluctuating numbers. Utterly astonished by Vegeta's formidable strength, the scouter, capable of detecting power levels up to 1, 000, 000, thankfully did not explode. Meanwhile, on other battlefields, Berta's speed was rendered almost negligible before Tien Shinhan, resembling a turtle's pace. Berta repeatedly charged at Tien, only to have each attack effortlessly evaded. Tien had anticipated that the speed Vegeta referred to as the fastest in the universe would be something extraordinary. However, it proved to be trivial in light of his current capabilities. On another front, Gohan toyed with Raikou, who unleashed a barrage of flamboyant techniques such as Raikou's elbow strike, Raikou's death crash, and Raikou's annihilation, all of which Gohan sidestepped with ease, feeling a tinge of embarrassment at Raikou's boisterous proclamations. He regretted choosing such a hulking opponent. Meanwhile, Krillin faced off against Geese with a remarkable sense of ease, as the disparity in their strengths was vast. Upon sensing Vegeta's explosive aura, the trio refused to be outdone and unleashed their own energies. Gohan, however, only raised his power slightly above 300, 000, without fully unleashing his potential. Following their displays of power, the Jinyu force was left dumbfounded by the numbers on their scouters, never having anticipated such a surge in strength from these fighters. Ha ha ha, this is truly formidable. Jinyu laughed heartily. After witnessing Vegeta and the others' might, Jinyu felt elated, astonished by their unexpected power. He began contemplating the prospect of switching bodies with Vegeta. As the battle unfolded, it appeared that Vegeta was indeed the strongest present, for Goku, Vegeta, and Piccolo had yet to engage or reveal their energies, leaving Jinyu to speculate that they could not rival Vegeta's strength. The members of the Jinyu force, noting their captain's sudden laughter, surmised that he intended to utilize the body-switching technique. They regained their composure, reigniting their hope. Sensing Jinyu's intent, the group braced themselves, understanding that he was preparing to employ his signature move. With a thunderous roar, Jinyu bombarded Vegeta with energy blasts. Vegeta, with minimal effort, swatted away many of Jinyu's energy spheres, absorbing some with his body. The ground erupted in explosions, yet the damage was minimal due to the fortification of Namek. The Jinyu force members remained oblivious to this fact. Ha ha ha. Vegeta, you are truly remarkable, Jinyu exclaimed while attacking with mirth. Vegeta, aware of Jinyu's intentions, discreetly grasped the worm handed to him by Vegeta during the ensuing chaos of smoke, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. He eagerly anticipated the expression on Jinyu's face when he revealed the worm during the body switch, relishing the thought of Jinyu transforming into a worm himself. Vegeta, is Jinyu planning to switch bodies with you? Piccolo inquired, seeking confirmation from Vegeta. Vegeta nodded affirmatively. Then why doesn't he switch bodies with us? Goku questioned, perplexity evident in his tone. While Goku exhibited remarkable talent in combat, he often found himself befuddled by such inquiries. Listen, Goku, they lack the understanding of key manipulation. Their ability to discern the strength of their opponents relies solely on their scouters. By suppressing our ki, their devices cannot accurately gauge our true battle power. Moreover, Gohan did not unleash his full energy earlier, leading him to perceive Vegeta as the strongest on the field. Piccolo elucidated, finally grasping the intricacies of the situation. Nodding in agreement, Vegeta acknowledged Piccolo's explanation. Once Goku comprehended the situation, he resumed watching the battlefield. After exhausting much of his stamina, Jinyu raised his hand, and plunged it into his chest. With a grunt, he involuntarily coughed up blood. TSK, this fellow is quite ruthless towards his own body. Vegeta mused, observing the battle with intrigue. As the smoke began to dissipate, Jinyu bellowed, "Ha ha ha, Vegeta, I concede your strength. But the ultimate victor will still be me. Switch," he shouted, unleashing a beam of light from his eyes towards Vegeta, while simultaneously his soul detached from his body. "Ha ha, Jinyu, I have been waiting for you to use this move," Vegeta exclaimed, tossing the worm he had held tightly into Jinyu's path. Jinyu, spotting the worm hurtling towards him, panicked. "No, could it be that you?" Before Jinyu could finish his sentence, his soul entered the worm's body, while the worm's essence entered Jinyu's form. Jinyu's body plummeted to the ground. Vegeta clutched the worm's body in his hand. "Haha, Jinyu, it will now be as effortless as squashing an ant to terminate you," he proclaimed, relishing in Jinyu's predicament. The worm, Jinyu, squirmed helplessly in Vegeta's grasp. As Vegeta tightened his fist, he crushed the worm, Jinyu, into a bloody pulp. "Ha ha ha," Vegeta laughed maniacally. Meanwhile, Jinyu, the worm, writhed and attempted to escape. Seizing the moment while Berta and the others were still dazed, Gohan unleashed energy waves, sending them to accompany Jinyu. Thus, the Jinyu force was completely annihilated. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the mission, resolving the crisis on Namek. Mission reward, the ability to survive in the universe, advancement in divine power. Vegeta exclaimed, "Yao? I've taken another step closer to becoming a Super Saiyan God." Afterward, Vegeta collected the Jinyu Force's spacecraft. The group then prepared to return to Earth. Chapter 38, Journey to Yardrat for Training. After tidying the battlefield, Vegeta and his companions returned to the Grand Elder's residence. Bidding farewell to the inhabitants of Namek, Vegeta utilized instant transmission to bring the group back to Earth. Earth, West City Capsule Corporation. With a flash, Vegeta and his 8 companions appeared. "Wow, Vegeta, what kind of technique is this that allows us to return to Earth from Namek in the blink of an eye? I thought you were simply too powerful to be so fast." Goku chattered incessantly. Vegeta, standing nearby, was equally astonished by the peculiar ability of Vegeta. "All right, Goku. If you wish to learn, I will take you somewhere," Vegeta replied. "There exist various other skills. After a brief respite, should you wish to accompany me, I would gladly lead the way." Upon hearing Vegeta's words, the group relinquished their curiosity about him. Subsequently, everyone dispersed. "May I join as well? Vegeta, you mentioned that as long as I refrain from engaging in reckless misdeeds, you would impart the knowledge of becoming stronger," Vegeta eagerly inquired. Witnessing the formidable power of Kakarot and Vegeta, he felt an overwhelming urge to strive harder. "Certainly, if you wish to join, I can take you along later. As for your quest for strength, first take a moment to rest, and I shall enlighten you further. Remember, training requires a balance of labor and leisure. Moreover, to transform into a Super Saiyan, a battle power of 3 million is merely the beginning. You must also ensure that the concentration of S cells within you reaches a certain threshold." "S cells?" Vegeta questioned, seeking clarity, unashamed in his pursuit of strength. "Indeed. There are 2 prerequisites for becoming a Super Saiyan. First, one must possess a battle power of 3 million. Second, the concentration of S cells must be sufficiently high. Both conditions are indispensable. To rapidly increase the S cells, we Saiyans must reside in a tranquil environment for an extended period. Do you understand why, in the past, none of our kind could transform into Super Saiyans? It was because we were perpetually embroiled in conflict under Frieza's dominion, causing our S cells to develop at a painfully slow pace. Additionally, no Saiyan had ever achieved a battle power of 3 million. Therefore, if you aspire to become a Super Saiyan, a considerable amount of time is still required. The reason Kakarot and I were able to transform was due to our existence in the peaceful environment of Earth." Vegeta and Vegeta elaborated on the conditions and factors necessary for transformation into a Super Saiyan. "Thus, there is no need for you to rush in your pursuit of strength. Come, let us first take a bath, enjoy a meal, and rest well." With that, Vegeta, without waiting for Vegeta's response, strode directly toward Bulma's room. "Bulma, my dear, I have returned," Vegeta called out before even crossing the threshold. Vegeta, following closely behind, was taken aback to discover that this was indeed Bulma's residence. "Oh, you're back, darling." Upon hearing Vegeta's voice, Bulma promptly emerged from her chamber, leaping into his arms like a returning swallow. "Oh dear, my ancestor, you should be a bit more careful," Vegeta exclaimed, worried by Bulma's exuberant embrace. Due to their twin nature, Bulma's belly had already begun to show slightly within the span of 3 months. "Humph, you do know how to be concerned. After being gone for so long, did you not miss me and the children at all?" "Not at all, my dear wife. I think of you every day, most of all my beloved Bulma," Vegeta quickly reassured her. In his previous life, Vegeta had never married, but he had heard that pregnant women could be prone to mood swings, which would not bode well for the fetus. Although he was uncertain of its veracity, he remained deeply concerned for Bulma and their 2 children. I suppose you are somewhat perceptive. Bulma beamed with satisfaction. Though her husband was a training and battle fanatic, he still showed great affection for her. And who might this be? After their affectionate exchange, Bulma finally noticed Vegeta standing behind them. Vegeta had witnessed their entire interaction, leaving him utterly astounded. He had never anticipated that the usually stoic Vegeta possessed such a tender and considerate side. The display was enough to make Vegeta, a bachelor of over 20 years, blush profusely. Vegeta then recounted Vegeta's situation, including his intention to reside there. Bulma did not hesitate to agree. She contacted the kitchen to prepare a meal. After taking a bath, Vegeta indulged heartily, leaving the chefs and waitstaff in utter disbelief. They were already aware of Vegeta's prodigious appetite, but they were astonished to learn that his friend could consume just as much. They were compelled to prepare additional food, for otherwise, it would indeed be insufficient. That evening, in their quarters, Vegeta and Bulma discussed the prospect of bringing Bulma's sister, Ties, and Vegeta together. Bulma readily consented, feeling elated. Although Vegeta had not previously been the best of individuals, Vegeta had assured her that he would change for the better. Trusting Vegeta completely, Bulma promised to assist in uniting the 2 once her sister returned. Thereafter, Vegeta recounted the events that transpired on Namek to Bulma, who listened in astonishment. In the late hours, having not seen each other for so long, while unable to consummate their union, they still engaged in all that was permissible. The following day, Vegeta instructed Vegeta to train in the gravity chamber. Initially skeptical about the chamber's ability to facilitate rapid strength gains, Vegeta soon devoted himself entirely to training, spending every moment outside of basic needs within the chamber. After entrusting all the spacecraft and detectors acquired from their journey to Dr. Briefs, Vegeta set out to locate the Dragon Balls to resurrect the Namekians slain by Frieza. Upon fulfilling his wish, Vegeta split his time between training in the gravity chamber and keeping Bulma company. During this period, he also devised names for the 2 children. The boy would be named Duttus, and the girl, Elise. Both Bulma and her parents were quite fond of these names. Thus, Vegeta enjoyed a leisurely and fulfilling month. 1 month later, Vegeta contacted everyone, inviting those who wished to train on Yardrat to gather at the Capsule Corporation. Soon, the group assembled. Bulma also proposed a gathering for a meal, cherishing the rare occasion that everyone was present. There were no objections. After the meal, Vegeta led the Z-Fighters to Yardrat for training. This time, Yamcha joined, regretful of missing the previous opportunity to grow stronger. He was determined not to let this chance slip by again. Meanwhile, Vegeta prepared to advance his mastery of the Super Saiyan transformation and explore the possibility of becoming a Super Saiyan god. He was eagerly anticipating this endeavor. Chapter 39, The Birth of Duttus and Elise. Upon arriving at Yardrat, Vegeta and the group were met with a scene of devastation, smoke swirling through the air, and ruins scattered about. Is this truly the Yardrat you spoke of? Goku scratched his head in confusion. It appears Yardrat has suffered an invasion, Vegeta reflected. Recalling that after defeating Frieza, Goku had also arrived at Yardrat, which was then under siege by Frieza's minions. Only after Goku had resolved the immediate threats did he begin to learn instant transmission. As the group sensed the surrounding energy, they discerned numerous auras akin to those of Frieza's henchmen. Although the Yardrat people possessed profound mastery over energy and some unique techniques, their overall combat prowess was insufficient to confront more powerful foes. Indeed, Yardrat is currently under attack by Frieza's remnants. These invaders have yet to receive word of Frieza's demise. Following the sensed energy signatures, Goku and the others arrived at the site of the invasion, where they spotted a band of warriors clad in uniforms reminiscent of Frieza's army. The group realized that these lowly thugs were indeed Frieza's subordinates. Let us split up and swiftly dispatch these nuisances. Since the purpose of our visit is to learn from others, it is only fitting that we assist them in resolving their troubles. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, the crowd nodded in agreement. TCH, these filthy scum are truly detestable, Vegeta remarked as he set his plan into motion. A day later, the group had finally eradicated the remnants of Frieza on the planet Yardrat. The main challenge lay in the fact that these individuals were scattered across various locations on Yardrat, making the task rather cumbersome. Once the invaders were dealt with, the elder of Yardrat, Pibara, welcomed the group. Initially startled by the tale at Vegeta's waist, the Yardratans were taken aback, for Saiyans were notorious across the cosmos. However, upon witnessing Vegeta's display of goodwill and sensing his tranquil aura, the Yardratans lowered their guard and began to trust the group, realizing they were not malevolent beings. When the group expressed their intention of visiting Yardrat to learn their ancient techniques, Elder Pibara did not refuse and led them into the sacred realm of their people, allowing them to grasp the profound skills within. He informed them that each person could only learn one technique at a time. Although it was not impossible to learn multiple techniques, once a technique was chosen, attempting to comprehend a second would yield no results. Vegeta himself was unsure of the reason behind this. Yardrat possessed a myriad of techniques: instant transmission, cloning, enlargement, telepathy, scouting, healing, and more. Each individual selected a technique suited to them and began their meditation. In addition to their studies, the group also learned about the manipulation of ki from the Yardratans, who were far superior in this art. Vegeta benefited immensely from this experience. The Z warriors, under the tutelage of the Yardratans, became increasingly adept at harnessing ki. In June of age 763, apart from Son Goku and Vegeta, the others completed their training. Now, on the surface, one could no longer sense their ki, a testament to their mastery over it. Son Goku and Vegeta, due to their focus on mastering instant transmission, had yet to finish their training and needed to continue. Vegeta escorted those who had completed their training back to Earth. After spending a few days with Bulma, he returned to Yardrat to pursue his training. He was on the cusp of breaking through to Super Saiyan 2, and it would not be long before he achieved it. In September of age 763, Bulma gave birth to a boy and a girl. The boy was the elder, while the girl was the younger sibling. Both children were adorably plump and far from the wrinkled appearance typical of newborns. The boy shared a striking resemblance with Vegeta, sporting a similar hairstyle and two tufts of bangs that fell charmingly over his forehead. The girl had the same purple hair as Trunks, making her exceptionally adorable. The two children embodied Vegeta's handsomeness and Bulma's beauty, resembling exquisite dolls, each with a brown tail trailing behind them. Fortunately, Bulma delivered in the comfort of her own home, where all the necessary medical care was available. Otherwise, the nurses and doctors might have been left in shock. Vegeta finally had children of his own in this world, and gazing into their round, sparkling eyes brought him such joy that he found himself sleepless for several nights, staying vigil by Bulma and the children's side. Bulma also shared the joyous news with Galactic Patrolman Jocko, asking him to inform Tights. When the two little ones were born, Vegeta checked their battle power through the system and was astounded to find that Dart's had a battle power of 6,000, while Eliza's was 5,200. After spending a month with Bulma, once she completed her postpartum recovery, she dove into the cosmic technology Vegeta had brought back. In truth, given Bulma's current physical condition, she need not have undergone a confinement period. It was merely Vegeta's insistence. When the children reached their first month, Vegeta invited Son Goku and Vegeta back, gathering everyone to host a grand celebration for the occasion. Tights returned as well, and under Bulma's enthusiastic encouragement, she developed a keen interest in Vegeta, considering Vegeta and Son Goku's children to be promising. Their relationship gradually deepened, despite Vegeta's initial resistance, which softened thanks to Vegeta's influence. Over time, they grew closer. Everyone was enamored by the two children, who were swaddled and neither cried nor fussed, displaying remarkable calmness. This made the others yearn to marry and have children of their own, though they merely entertained the thought without rushing into marriage. After all, marriage is no trivial matter. It cannot be taken lightly. Subsequently, Vegeta learned that after that occasion, Chi-Chi kept Son Goku bedridden for 2 days and nights. Vegeta could only sigh, acknowledging the complexities of Saiyan women. Another delightful development was that Vegeta and Bulma's sister, Tights, successfully came together. Recognizing the immense potential in Vegeta and Son Goku's offspring, Vegeta speculated whether the hybrid offspring of Saiyans and Earthlings possessed extraordinary talents. Under such circumstances, their relationship flourished smoothly. After all was said and done, Vegeta, Son Goku, and Vegeta resumed their training on Yardrat, continuing their unfinished endeavors. After a month of reflection, Vegeta could sense that he was on the verge of breaking through to Super Saiyan 2. Meanwhile, far across the cosmos, a frozen planet, several times smaller than the moon, was slowly making its way toward Earth. Chapter 40. The Invasion of Shrag. In November of age 763, on Yardrat, in a desolate wasteland, Vegeta, in his Super Saiyan form, let out a thunderous roar that echoed through the heavens. As Vegeta's power surged, the ground trembled beneath them. Vegeta's strength is increasing exponentially. Son Goku marveled. Humph. One day, I shall surpass both you and Vegeta, Kakarot. Vegeta retorted with a cold scoff. Heh, you might want to transform into a Super Saiyan before you start boasting. Humph, Kakarot, don't get too smug. Vegeta gritted his teeth. By the way, is Vegeta on the verge of breaking through to the next level? I recall Vegeta mentioning he was close to mastering Super Saiyan 2. Son Goku exclaimed in awe. Super Saiyan 2, how impressive. Speaking of which, Vegeta, it seems Vegeta knows everything, whether it pertains to events or training. Do you have any idea why? Don't ask me. How would I know? Aren't you the Prince of the Saiyans? You should know a bit about Vegeta, right? I have never heard of a Saiyan named Vegeta on planet Vegeta. You don't know? Well, whatever. Vegeta isn't a bad person. Besides, he has protected Earth and Namek on several occasions. And he is married to Bulma. Where he comes from is no longer relevant. Vegeta is now a good friend to us all and the strongest protector of Earth. TCH. Hearing Son Goku refer to Vegeta as the strongest irked Vegeta immensely. Though begrudgingly, Vegeta did not argue with Son Goku. Indeed, Vegeta was quite commendable. He shared his methods for becoming stronger with himself and led everyone to planet Adrat to train. Vegeta shone like a beacon, continuously guiding everyone forward. The two engaged in discussions. When Vegeta sensed he was on the verge of breaking through to Super Saiyan 2, he summoned Son Goku and Vegeta. The three ventured to a desolate area, as Vegeta wished to demonstrate the transformation path of the Super Saiyan. Unlike in the original narrative, where they had to navigate this journey alone and risk taking detours, Vegeta was well aware of the Saiyan growth trajectory. Vegeta was relentlessly amplifying his energy. Vegeta noted that Vegeta's energy was on the cusp of a qualitative shift. It appeared he was on the brink of success. Son Goku felt it too. Vegeta also sensed it, casting a serious gaze towards Vegeta. Whoosh, rustle, crackle. The golden aura surrounding Vegeta transformed into a jet-like form, significantly larger than that of Super Saiyan 1, occasionally crackling with lightning. His gaze and demeanor became increasingly cold and ruthless, and his hair stood even more erect. The two tufts of bangs on his forehead had grown considerably longer than before. Vegeta had finally broken through the bottleneck of Super Saiyan 1, ascending to Super Saiyan 2. The ground beneath him erupted in stone fragments, producing immense wind pressure that pushed Vegeta and Son Goku backward. They braced themselves with all their might, yet still found themselves gradually retreating. The sheer magnitude of Vegeta's power was terrifying. Witnessing Vegeta's transformation and his oceanic strength, Son Goku couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. How infuriating. The prince had yet to transform into a Super Saiyan, while that rascal Vegeta had already attained Super Saiyan 2. Vegeta fumed inwardly, clenching his fists at the sight of Vegeta's form. 2 days prior, beyond Earth, a frozen planet was slowly approaching. This phenomenon was sensed by Tien Shinhan, Gohan, Krillin, and the others on Earth. The group gathered together. As the icy planet neared Earth's atmosphere, they combined their energy blasts, successfully altering its trajectory. Just as the frozen planet was redirected and subsequently destroyed, a colossal spaceship descended upon Earth. From this immense vessel emerged numerous soldiers clad in identical battle attire, proclaiming that from this day forth, Earth would be ruled by their king, Slag. Upon making this announcement, they launched an unrelenting assault on the unsuspecting civilians. The Z-fighters hurriedly intervened to thwart the soldiers. Through their collective efforts, they managed to repel the minions. Just as the crowd erupted in cheers, for uniquely appearing aliens emerged from the spaceship. One was a demon with a body covered in spikes and wings protruding from its back, sporting orange skin. Another was a squat, green-skinned creature resembling a frog. A tall figure, akin to a human with grayish-white skin and a mane of golden hair, stood beside an orange-skinned beast man. These individuals were none other than Slag's 4 formidable generals, Doladebo, Metamaga, and Kyra, and Jayan. There was originally another subordinate, Kaguga, but he was a technician and did not engage in battle. The Z-fighters clashed with Slag's 4 generals, just as victory seemed within reach. A brown-skinned figure emerged from the spaceship. This individual was none other than the aged Slag. Despite his advanced years, Slag proved to be a formidable opponent. As Gohan found himself in peril, Piccolo appeared. Surprised to see another Namekian, Slag, however, showed no mercy. Though both were Namekians, Slag was a malevolent Super Namekian, endowed with extraordinary combat prowess and a savage disposition. While the elderly Slag was not as powerful as in his youth, his extensive battle experience still rendered him superior to Piccolo, especially with the support of his 4 generals and numerous minions. After several rounds of combat, Piccolo ultimately fell to Slag. After defeating the Z-fighters, Slag refrained from delivering a fatal blow, having spotted the 4-star Dragon Ball on Gohan's cap. As a Namekian, Slag was well aware of the Dragon Balls. Upon seizing the 4-star ball, Slag mused, "I never imagined Dragon Balls would exist on Earth. How nostalgic." With the Dragon Balls at his disposal, he could fulfill his wish to restore his youth. You've only acquired 1 Dragon Ball. Fulfilling your wish is utterly impossible, retorted Bulma, who had just arrived with Darts and Elise at the battlefield. Upon witnessing the dire situation, she was incredulous. "It's you. Isn't it? You're their leader. You've turned Earth into such a dreadful place." Bulma vociferously confronted Slag. Hearing her words, the demons momentarily halted their assault. Instead explaining their intention to alter Earth's environment and orbit, transforming it into a habitat suitable for their survival and utilizing it, as a means of transportation, as they could not endure direct sunlight. Upon acquiring the 4-star ball, Slag exclaimed in surprise, "I never expected to find a Dragon Ball on Earth. This brings back memories. With the Dragon Balls, I can realize my wish to regain my youth." Bulma interjected, "Oh, you've only obtained 1 Dragon Ball. That wish is impossible to grant." At that moment, Krillin, still on the ground, shouted, "Bulma." Realizing she had spoken too freely, Bulma recognized the danger, but it was too late. Slag had already overheard her. "Oh, it seems you are quite knowledgeable about the Dragon Balls," Slag remarked, raising his hand to pull Bulma closer. He covered her head with his hand, beginning to extract her memories. After absorbing her recollections, Slag learned the entire truth about the Dragon Balls. So, these 2 children are the offspring of Saiyans. Slag observed the children in Bulma's arms with a knowing glance. Bulma, now aware of her folly in bringing her children to such a perilous situation, cursed inwardly. Saiyans should perish. With that, Slag unleashed an energy wave, sending Bulma and the children flying far away. The Z fighters, witnessing Bulma and the children's plight, were filled with concern. Yet, they found themselves powerless, struggling even to stand. Unbeknownst to Slag, the 2 children had generated a protective barrier, shielding Bulma and themselves. However, the energy shield dissipated upon impact with the ground, exhausting its power. Bulma lost consciousness from the shock, while the children fainted from energy depletion. "Veget! Veget!" Bulma called out in her heart before slipping into unconsciousness. Chapter 41, The Return of the 3. After sending Bulma flying, Slag paid her no further mind. Although he had learned from Bulma's memories that 3 exceedingly powerful Saiyans existed, he was aware they were not present on Earth. Based on her recollections, he did not consider Vegeta and the others to be his adversaries, as Bulma had never witnessed their battles as Super Saiyans. At present, his utmost priority was to locate the 7 Dragon Balls and restore his youth. Once he regained his vitality, no one would stand a chance against him. After acquiring the Dragon Ball radar from Bulma, Slag commanded his generals to hasten their search for the 7 Dragon Balls, disregarding the incapacitated Z fighters lying on the ground. In Slag's eyes, they posed no threat whatsoever. Shurag commanded his minions to launch a device into the atmosphere. Once the device ascended, it began releasing a black mist that enveloped the Earth, initiating a transformation of the planet's environment. The temperature on Earth plummeted rapidly, and the ground began to freeze. With the aid of the Dragon Radar, Shurag swiftly gathered all 7 Dragon Balls and commenced the summoning of the Eternal Dragon. As the dragon emerged, the already darkened sky grew even more ominous. The Eternal Dragon proclaimed, "Whoever has gathered the 7 Dragon Balls, state your wish. No matter what it is, I shall grant you one." Shurag replied, "Restore me to my youthful state." The dragon responded, "Such a wish is quite simple." As the dragon's crimson gaze flickered, Shurag's form began to rejuvenate, his skin reverting to the vibrant green of his youth. "Vegeta, Goku, return quickly." He sensed Shurag's power surging. Krillin and the others felt a wave of despair wash over them. Meanwhile, on planet Yardrat, Goku and Vegeta were engaged in a fierce battle against Super Saiyan 2 Vegito. Suddenly, Vegito halted mid-fight. Bam! Goku landed a punch squarely on Vegito's face. "What's wrong?" Goku sensed something amiss with Vegito. Whoosh! In an instant, Vegito vanished. "Hey!" Goku was taken aback by Vegito's sudden disappearance. Just then, the voice of King Kai echoed in his mind. "Goku, trouble is brewing. A band of demons is invading Earth. It needs your help." Following that, King Kai detailed the situation regarding Shurag and the current plight of Earth. Upon hearing this, Goku realized that Vegito must have sensed something significant. He had likely returned to Earth. Indeed, Vegito had sensed Bulma's call, prompting his abrupt cessation of combat. Otherwise, with Goku and Vegeta alone, they would have had no chance against Vegito in his Super Saiyan form. Goku relayed King Kai's message to Vegeta. "Shouldn't we hurry back to Earth? What are you waiting for?" With that, Vegeta prepared to teleport back. "Wait for me, Vegeta." Goku quickly placed his hand on Vegeta's shoulder. Both had nearly mastered their training on Yardrat, though they were still refining their skills. Goku had learned the instant transmission technique, while Vegeta had developed his own version, the instant move. However, Vegeta's technique differed from instant transmission. It operated similarly to Jebet's instant transmission, but with notable distinctions. Instant move did not require sensing ki. As long as one had previously visited a location and could see it, they could arrive there instantly. In contrast, Jebet's instant transmission could reach any planet in the lower realm, but it had the drawback of being ineffective if one had never been to that place or could not see it. Upon mastering instant move, Vegito couldn't help but admire Vegeta's remarkable talent. He speculated that in the original narrative, Vegeta's status as the perennial second had stemmed from a lack of foundational training compared to Goku's. On Earth, whoosh! Vegito reappeared instantaneously beside Bulma and their 2 children. Witnessing their condition filled him with a furious resolve. His expression hardened. Just then, a notification chimed. Mission issued. Eliminate Chirag. Reward. Advanced instant transmission, Namekian language. Vegito brushed aside the system's task, gently cradling Bulma and their children, employing the healing techniques he had learned on Yardrat to restore them. Before long, Bulma began to awaken slowly. As she opened her eyes, she felt a familiar, warm embrace. Wah, you finally returned. Upon seeing her longed-for beloved, tears streamed down her face. Vegito remained silent, placing their 2 quiet children into Bulma's arms before lifting her in a princess carry. Whoosh. Vegito transported the family to the battlefield, gently setting Bulma and the children down. With remarkable speed, he gathered the fallen warriors and brought them to Bulma's side, using his healing abilities to restore them. Piccolo, please take good care of Bulma and the children. I will not spare that fiend, Vegito uttered with chilling determination. Piccolo, observing Vegito's icy demeanor, could only nod in mute acknowledgement. Vegito then turned to face Chirag atop the spaceship's platform. Noticing the commotion, Chirag glanced toward them. Huh. The filthy monkey has returned. Now rejuvenated, Chirag felt emboldened. Whoosh. Bam. In an instant, Vegito vanished from sight, only to reappear beside Chirag, kicking him off the platform and creating a massive crater upon impact. Hey, Piccolo, did you see Vegito's move? So swift. Krillin dared to speak, astonished by Vegito's incredible speed. Piccolo shook his head, rigid with disbelief. Bulma, what is going on with Vegito? Krillin inquired. Bulma, entranced, held her children tightly, gazing at Vegito's imposing figure and murmuring, my husband is so handsome, so powerful. Realizing his question was futile, Krillin fell silent. Just then, Goku and Vegeta appeared beside them, startling Krillin, who relaxed upon recognizing them. Hey everyone, Goku waved. Oh, it's you two. You startled me. Have you completed your training? Almost. Goku nodded in affirmation. Hey, what is going on with Vegito? Piccolo asked. Goku turned to observe Vegito atop the platform. That's Super Saiyan 2. He then explained Vegito's transformation to the group. Although Vegito's appearance was similar to that of Super Saiyan 1, the immense power and the arcs of electricity dancing around him were distinctly absent in his previous form. What about Chirag? Goku scanned the area but did not see Chirag. Piccolo pointed to the crater created by Chirag's fall. Goku spotted Chirag rising from the pit. Sensing Chirag's formidable energy, Goku felt compelled to engage, but Piccolo restrained him. Why are you holding me back, Piccolo? Goku exclaimed. Piccolo recounted the events leading up to their return, adding, Goku, let Vegito handle Chirag. If you intervene now, Vegito might not spare you either. Indeed, let Vegito deal with it. Krillin chimed in, having personally felt the oppressive aura radiating from Vegito. Recognizing it as a manifestation of his pin-up fury, Goku observed Chirag and then turned to Vegito's cold, unyielding visage. Even Goku, with his usual naivety, grasped the gravity of the situation. He decided against taking action. Upon the elevated platform, Vegeta's gaze was icy and devoid of expression as he observed Chirag, who had just risen from the deep pit. Chapter 42, The Wrath of Vegeta. After sending Chirag flying, Vegeta cast a glance at the minions surrounding him. He raised his hand, aiming for their foreheads, and unleashed a barrage of swiftly moving purple beams, reminiscent of Frieza's multiple death rays. A few minutes later, all the minions, including the 5 generals of Chirag, were vanquished by Vegeta. What an extraordinary display of power. He unleashed such a multitude of beams without the slightest disruption to his breath. Our comprehension of Vegeta's strength has reached an impasse, Tien exclaimed in astonishment. The others nodded in agreement. A year had passed, and the prowess of Vegeta, Goku, and Bardock had only intensified. With a great commotion, Chirag emerged from the debris that had buried him. A trickle of purple blood at the corner of his mouth as he wiped it away. Taking stock of the carnage around him, he was unable to comprehend the scene before him. Who are you? He bellowed, looking up at Vegeta on the platform. Vegeta coldly retorted. The one who will take your life. Haha, how arrogant. With a powerful push against the ground, Chirag propelled himself towards Vegeta at an astonishing speed. His fist raised to strike. However, he merely passed through Vegeta's afterimage. Chirag scanned the area for Vegeta's presence. What are you searching for? Vegeta's voice echoed from behind him. As Chirag turned to attack, Vegeta's fist connected squarely with his chin, sending him soaring into the air. Vegeta looked up at Chirag, and in an instant, he vanished. With a swift motion, Vegeta reappeared above Chirag, delivering a powerful kick that sent him crashing into the ground. The impact caused a mountain to collapse, creating a massive crater that enveloped the area in dust. Evil Flash. Vegeta raised his hand and unleashed a beam into the swirling debris, which erupted in a violent explosion, further expanding the pit. When did Vegeta learn Evil Flash? Krillin pondered in confusion. Perhaps he picked it up by observing us, Piccolo speculated. Such prodigious talent. He can master techniques simply by watching others. High above, Vegeta gazed intently into the center of the dust cloud. In a flash, he vanished again. The sounds of combat echoed from within the haze. Suddenly, Shrag's form was hurled out from the dust, and after flying a considerable distance, he regained his balance amidst his rage. Damn it, how does he always know my location? Shrag, now battered and bruised, had lost his mechanical left arm, and his tattered clothing revealed his Namekian heritage. What? He is a Namekian? Tien and the others struggled to accept this revelation. Shrag, like Piccolo, was a Namekian, having been sent to Shrag Star as an infant during the annihilation of Namek. He was a super Namekian with a heart filled with malevolence. At that moment, King Kai's voice resonated from the heavens. A super Namekian with a wicked heart? The group questioned in bewilderment. Indeed, and he might even surpass Frieza and Goku in strength. King Kai continued. What? The group was further astonished, unable to fathom that Shrag, a Namekian, could potentially be stronger than Super Saiyan Goku. Hey, don't be so shocked. No matter how strong Shrag is, he will never be a match for Vegeta. Did you not see how Vegeta has been toying with him? Vegeta crossed his arms, wearing an expression that suggested their alarm was unwarranted. Indeed, no matter the strength of the enemy, they could not possibly rival Vegeta. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, the group finally came to their senses, recalling how Vegeta had been relentlessly dominating Shrag. Suddenly, Vegeta reappeared before Shrag, causing him to stumble back several meters in fright. Realizing his reaction, Shrag was filled with anger. Damn it, just a filthy monkey. I, the great Demon King, will not be defeated. Shrag, infuriated, began to unleash his full power, his energy surging 2 to 3 times its previous level as his body grew larger. Vegeta observed quietly as Shrag's form expanded to a towering height of several dozen meters. Haha, you foolish monkey, are you frightened by my might? Shrag boasted, feeling invincible once more. How ostentatious. Vegeta replied with disdain. Curse you. Shrag, incensed by Vegeta's demeanor, declared. I will have your life. His colossal fist swung toward Vegeta, who deftly soared upward to evade the blow. Vegeta landed on Shrag's arm, channeling 2 energy waves in his palms, aiming them at Shrag's shoulder. As Shrag attempted to swat Vegeta away, he narrowly dodged the attack, positioning himself on Shrag's shoulder, where he unleashed the energy waves against Shrag's side. The resulting explosion sent Shrag tumbling to the side. Vegeta swiftly evaded from Shrag's shoulder, conjuring 2 slicing discs and launching them toward Shrag. As the discs soared, they multiplied from 2 to 4, then to 8, incessantly cutting into Shrag. Ah! Shrag cried out in agony. Once Vegeta deemed the slicing complete, he brought his hands together, unleashing the 8 discs from multiple angles toward Shrag. The resulting explosion engulfed Shrag in a cloud of smoke. Oh my, Vegeta is merciless, Krillin remarked, unable to bear the sight. The brutality of Vegeta's actions was staggering. Shrag's hands, feet, and ears were severed, and his eyes were blinded by Vegeta's assault. Such savagery was unprecedented. It was evident that Vegeta was genuinely enraged, particularly due to the injuries inflicted on Bulma and their 2 children. Piccolo lamented. The others silently vowed to themselves to provoke Vegeta rather than risk incurring Bulma's wrath or endangering her children. As the smoke gradually cleared, Shrag lay battered, resembling a mere stick figure with a significant wound where his eyes once were. Ah! He howled in agony. You wretched monkey, I will never forgive you. Shrag's furious cries echoed. Gradually, his limbs, ears, and the injury on his eye began to heal. Huff, huff. Though he had recovered, the severity of his injuries had significantly diminished his energy. After a brief respite, Shrag ascended into the sky, declaring, Die. Let us perish together. Aware that he could not match Vegeta, he prepared for a final desperate struggle, gathering a powerful energy wave in his mouth. Boom. Shrag unleashed the energy wave toward Bulma and the others below. Damn it. This fiend intends to destroy the earth, taking us all with him, Yamcha exclaimed in horror. The others braced themselves, preparing to unleash their own energy waves to counter the impending onslaught. Vegeta emerged before the crowd. Vegeta, my beloved. Yet, Vegeta did not cast a glance at the onlookers. Instead, he placed his hands firmly upon his hips. Kamehameha wave. Huh. Vegeta unleashed the Kamehameha toward Shrag's energy wave. The instant their energies clashed, the Kamehameha rapidly expanded, swiftly engulfing Shrag's wave. It surged forth with astonishing speed towards Shrag. Impossible. I will never be defeated. I am the mighty demon. Shrag was swiftly consumed by the Kamehameha. With a thunderous roar, the Kamehameha ascended into the heavens, dispersing the dark clouds and illuminating the sky once more. Chapter 44. The arrival of the Gula father and son on Earth. Following the crisis with Shrag, everyone resumed their respective training. Witnessing Vegeta's formidable strength, Piccolo, Krillin, and others realized that the gap in power between themselves and the Saiyans was widening. Thus, their training intensified. Piccolo practiced in the sacred land, occasionally meditating in the forest. Goku and his sons trained alongside Chi-Chi by Mount Payos. Initially, Goku intended to train on North Kai's planet. But after being scolded by Chi-Chi, he was compelled to train at home. Prompted by Vegeta, Goku would occasionally seek out pirate treasures to support his family. Consequently, Goku's family was no longer impoverished as depicted in the original story. They had established a high-tech estate akin to Bulma's residence. As a longtime friend, Bulma gifted Goku a gravity chamber with 500 times the Earth's gravity, ample for his use. As life transitioned back to a period of peace, Gohan, under Chi-Chi's encouragement, gradually developed a fondness for reading. Nevertheless, he still trained with Goku in the gravity chamber from time to time. Chi-Chi did not hinder Gohan's training, with their improved circumstances. She no longer placed all her hopes solely on Gohan's future as depicted in the original narrative, nor did she strictly compel him to study. While she would still urge Gohan to focus on his education, she did not oppose his training with Goku. Krillin and Yamcha trained at the Kame house, frequently sparring with one another. Notably, Krillin, as in the original story, found a girlfriend named Marin, whom he brought to live at the Kame house. Vegeta also visited Krillin's girlfriend, but found her unimpressive. To Vegeta, it seemed that Marin did not regard Krillin as a genuine boyfriend. After learning of Krillin's relationship, Vegeta's family and Goku's family gathered once more at the Kame house. Upon witnessing Vegeta's handsome appearance, Marin flirted with him, provoking Bulma's ire. However, after seeing that Vegeta paid Marin no mind, Bulma calmed down. After being rebuffed by Vegeta, Marin attempted to flirt with Goku, but Goku showed no interest in romance. Disappointed, Marin resigned herself to flirting with Master Roshi and Yamcha instead. Krillin stood by, silent and bewildered, prompting Vegeta to advise Krillin to reconsider his association with such a woman, urging him to end the relationship as she did not genuinely care for him. Awakening to Vegeta's wisdom, Krillin realized that Marin was not the right match for him. Subsequently, they broke up, leaving Krillin heartbroken for quite some time, as he truly liked Marin. Vegeta comforted Krillin, assuring him that his destined partner would soon come into his life, and lamenting over someone like Marin was not worth his sorrow. With Vegeta's encouragement, Krillin regained his spirit and resumed his training. Tianjinhan and Chaos engaged in their own training, with Launch accompanying them to care for their daily needs. Initially, Tianjinhan was reluctant to have Launch tag along, but Vegeta, wishing to see them together, persuaded both parties. After Vegeta's matchmaking efforts, although Tianjinhan had not verbally agreed to be with Launch, he did not send her away, allowing her to remain by their side. Launch genuinely cared for Tianjinhan. Vegeta mused, "I do have a knack for matchmaking, haha." After 6 months of Vegeta's guidance, Bulma, Dr. Briefs, and Mrs. Briefs had learned to perform the flight technique. During this time, Vegeta also sought out Dr. Gero's laboratory. Despite a week of searching, he found nothing, perhaps due to the constraints of the world, leaving the matter unresolved. In July of age 764, the child of Terras and Vegeta was born, a baby boy named Trunks. The child bore an uncanny resemblance to the Trunks of the original story, prompting Vegeta to exclaim, "Such is the binding power of the timeline." Time hurried past amid everyone's endeavors. In August of age 764, on a certain day, everyone gathered aboard a massive cruise ship emblazoned with the Capsule Corporation logo. Today marked the celebration of Terra's and Little Trunks' one-month banquet, organized splendidly by Bulma. "Hey, Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, it's been ages." Krillin greeted everyone as he arrived. "Krillin, long time no see," Goku exclaimed. "Krillin, it's been a while. Have you started dating again?" Vegeta inquired. And no, Krillin's face flushed instantly in response to Vegeta's teasing. Laughter erupted at Krillin's bashful demeanor. Everyone had heard tales of Krillin's previous girlfriend, who was not of good character, so no one felt regret over their breakup. Afterward, they exchanged greetings and inquired about each other's lives, creating a joyful and lively atmosphere. Amidst this conviviality, a disc-shaped spaceship approached Earth from outer space. King Gula, King Cold, the planet ahead is Earth, reported a tall figure with golden hair. This individual was the captain of Gula's mechanical army, Frieza, possessing a calm demeanor. He was the foremost intellect among Gula's subordinates, with a combat power of 170,000. Gula's mechanical forces included 2 additional members, Dre, with a power level of 185,000, and Nez, with a power level of 163,000. Oh, so the Saiyan who killed Frieza resides on such an inconspicuous planet? A tall figure resembling Frieza's second form remarked. This imposing figure was King Cold, Frieza's father. Humph. That fool Frieza was too naive, believing his power was the greatest in the universe, neglecting his training. To be slain by that battle-hungry monkey is a disgrace to our frost demon lineage, scoffed another figure resembling Frieza's final form, though with purple skin and broader blood-red markings beneath his eyes. This was Gula, Frieza's elder brother. I heard Frieza was defeated by a Super Saiyan. Is that correct? King Cold inquired. Yes, Your Majesty. According to data transmitted from Frieza's spaceship, he was indeed defeated by a Super Saiyan. A subordinate quickly responded. Humph. I shall restore our frost demon lineage's honor for the disgrace Frieza has brought. Gula replied arrogantly. Haha, my most prideful son. However, do not underestimate them. Our ancestors have spoken of the immense strength of the Super Saiyans. Humph. No matter how formidable, they cannot rival me. The dignity of our Ice Demon clan is impervious to the provocations of foul monkeys. Cooler and King Cold did not journey to Earth for vengeance against Frieza, but rather, it was Frieza's defeat at the hands of the Saiyans that tarnished their race's reputation. Their objective is merely to vanquish the Saiyans and restore the honor of the Ice Demon clan. As the ruthless Ice Demons of the universe, there exists no bond of affection between father and son. Their pursuit of revenge is solely for their own pride. At the very moment King Cold and Cooler approached the outer reaches of Earth, the Z warriors, engaged in a festive gathering, felt an abrupt chill settle over the atmosphere. Chapter 46, Super Saiyan Vegeta. Ding. Task issued. Defeat King Cold and Cooler. Task reward. Fusion degree increased by 10. Vegeta. System at last. You grant me a fusion degree this time. If I complete this task, will my soul fusion reach its zenith? System. Yes, host, so give it your all. Vegeta. Whom do you look down upon? As for me now, I fear not even if Cooler and King Cold join forces. Unless they merge through the Metamoran fusion technique into a single entity, they pose no more threat to me than mere ants. Indeed, the host is unparalleled. System. With that body of the Supreme King, if you cannot crush your opponents, you might as well smash them with a block of tofu. The system feigned compliance with Vegeta, while inwardly belittling him. Who is your esteemed self? Regardless, he is still my subordinate, and you slay him without a word. Does that not come off as somewhat impolite? King Cold remarked, gazing at Vegeta. Humph. Politeness? You trespass onto another's planet with malicious intent, and you dare speak of manners? Do you believe you deserve such? Vegeta retorted without hesitation, mocking him. How infuriating. King Cold found himself at a loss for words once more. Father, why do you waste so much breath with them? Since they refuse to acknowledge, let us eliminate them all. Cooler observed King Cold's impatience with the banter. Ah, you must be Cooler, Frieza's brother. Vegeta turned to Cooler. What? He is actually Frieza's brother? No wonder he bears such a resemblance to Frieza. Ah, you know of me. That is a pleasant surprise. Cooler felt a flicker of interest in Vegeta. I have heard a bit about you. You are as repugnant as Frieza. Both are refuse of the universe, Vegeta disdainfully remarked. Infuriating. Cooler gritted his teeth in response. Vegeta relished in the thrill of confrontation. Goku, Vegeta, choose your opponents. The towering figure beside must be Frieza's father, King Cold. I fear that if I intervene, you may miss your chance to fight, so choose first. At Vegeta's words, both sides were taken aback. The Z warriors had not anticipated that the imposing figure was Frieza's father, while Cooler and his cohort were astonished that this unknown Saiyan possessed such knowledge of their affairs. Vegeta, you claim that towering figure is Frieza's father? But he seems weaker than his own son, Cooler. Krillin questioned in confusion. By common standards, should not the father be stronger than the son? Why is King Cold weaker than Cooler? Ah, a piercing truth struck King Cold's heart. You see, King Cold possesses the least talent among the three. Were it not for Frieza's lack of training, King Cold would be the weakest of their Ice Demon clan. Ah, another arrow struck King Cold. I will not let you, filthy monkey, escape my wrath. King Cold seethed with indignation. Enough chatter, let us hasten to select opponents. Vegeta, Kakarot. I intend to battle Cooler. Do not interfere. Son Goku. Vegeta, that is not fair. Let us decide with rock, paper, scissors. The victor will face him. Very well. Vegeta pondered briefly before acquiescing to Goku's suggestion. Rock, paper, scissors. The two began their game without a care for their surroundings. This scene incensed Cooler and King Cold. As renowned ice demons of the universe, they were treated like mere commodities to be chosen. Seeing that a clash was imminent, Vegeta promptly intervened. Do not rush. Sooner or later, you shall all accompany Frieza. Why the haste? Additionally, allow me to introduce myself. I am Vegeta, a Saiyan from Earth. And it was I who vanquished Frieza. Should you be so eager, I would not mind expediting your journey to meet Frieza. Vegeta continued to stoke the ire of the two adversaries. How infuriating. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Cooler and King Cold simmered with rage, yet momentarily paused their actions, not out of fear, but rather to allow these Saiyans a fleeting moment of pride before they would thoroughly torment them. Rock, paper, scissors. Huh, I have triumphed. Goku declared with glee. Humph. What a stroke of bad luck. Vegeta was visibly displeased. Goku had chosen rock, while Vegeta had selected scissors, thus securing Goku's victory. Hey, that one called Cooler, Frieza's brother. Yes? Allow me to be your opponent. Let us move to another area, so we may not be disturbed. Before Cooler could respond, Goku soared to the designated location. Oh ho ho. As you wish, Cooler followed suit. Hey, you there, bull-headed fellow. Let this prince be your opponent. After Goku whisked Cooler away, Vegeta approached King Cold. Ah, I thought it was someone significant. It is merely Vegeta, once Frieza's lapdog. What now? Do you believe yourself capable since Frieza's demise? Vegeta. King Cold regarded him with disdain. Yet little does King Cold know that the Vegeta of today is no mere shadow of his former self. Huh? I shall make you aware of who truly lacks capability. With that, Vegeta charged at King Cold. Vegeta's speed momentarily startled King Cold, but it was merely a fleeting surprise. In his usual state, King Cold dismissed Vegeta entirely. Vegeta's fist lunged toward King Cold, who nimbly leaped aside to evade the attack. Whoosh! Without hesitation, Vegeta vanished in an instant. Upon witnessing Vegeta's disappearance, King Cold was taken aback. This time, he failed to perceive Vegeta's presence. I am right here. Vegeta's voice echoed from above King Cold. What? King Cold looked up, just as bang. Vegeta delivered a powerful strike to King Cold's back. Whoosh! Boom! King Cold crashed into the ground, creating a massive crater and raising a cloud of dust. You all should attend to the remaining minions. Vegeta remarked without turning, observing the battle between Vegeta and King Cold. The others understood that Vegeta was allowing them a chance to hone their skills, and bore no complaints as they charged toward the remaining foes. Piccolo faced off against Dor, Tien against Frieza, and Yamcha against Nez. Krillin chose to deal with the remaining lackeys, having no choice as Yamcha had insisted. How infuriating. The former dog dares to bite the master. You naive monkey are too optimistic. Whoosh! King Cold vanished from the crater. What? Vegeta gasped. Bang! Before Vegeta could react, he was struck squarely in the face by King Cold's fist. Bang! 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 King Cold continued his assault, his fists leaving afterimages as he pummeled Vegeta from the sky down into the ground. The crater widened, stirring up more dust. Whoosh! King Cold ascended from the haze. As a dog, one must fulfill the role of a dog and refrain from harboring delusions of devouring its master. Kurd raised his hand, summoning a colossal sphere of brilliant yellow energy above his head. Once formed, he hurled it down into the billowing dust below. Disobedient dogs no longer warrant existence. Perish. Boom. The energy sphere gradually sank into the ground. The shockwave dispersed the previous dust, creating a fresh cloud of debris and flying stones. A furious roar emanated from beneath the energy sphere, belonging to Vegeta. The sphere ceased its descent and began to ascend instead. What? Kurd could hardly believe that such a terrifying orb of energy had failed to obliterate Vegeta. You speak of dogs daring to devour their masters. Today, I shall demonstrate the act. With a fierce shout, Vegeta transformed, his aura radiating gold, his hair and brows turning golden, while his eyes gleamed a vibrant green. Behold! Vegeta retaliated, pushing the energy sphere back toward Kurd. Seeing this, Kurd swiftly sidestepped. Boom! The energy sphere shot into the cosmos, exploding and generating a shockwave that birthed hurricanes on Earth, uprooting flowers, trees, and rocks from the surface. How could this be? Kurd was utterly astonished that Vegeta could withstand his energy orb. With a flourish, Vegeta ascended to match Kurd's height. Witnessing Vegeta's golden hair, golden brows, green eyes, and his expression of cold indifference, a name flickered through Kurd's mind. Super Saiyan. Chapter 43, A Brief Respite. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. Eliminate Shrag. Mission reward. Instant transmission, advanced, Namekian language. Hearing the system's announcement, Vegeta exhaled the pent-up frustration within. He returned to his normal state. Darling. As soon as Vegeta turned, Bulma rushed into his arms, clutching their two children. Vegeta embraced his wife and children in return. All is well now, he gently reassured, patting Bulma's back. Bulma, now radiating maternal brilliance, appeared increasingly beautiful, her hair having grown long. Previously, Vegeta had casually remarked, Bulma, the way the wind tousles your long hair is particularly enchanting. Since then, Bulma had begun to grow her hair long, which only endeared her more to Vegeta. You are remarkable, Vegeta. Indeed, indeed, exclaimed the children. Uncle Vegeta, you are amazing. Thank goodness Earth has the three of you. Otherwise, we would stand no chance against our current foes. Krillin marveled. The group gathered around Vegeta, celebrating jubilantly. It's been a while, Gohan. I'm pleased to see you have not neglected your training, Vegeta remarked, ruffling Gohan's hair. He exchanged pleasantries with everyone. Are you three, Vegeta, Goku, and the other? Planning to return to Yardrat to continue your studies? After some small talk, Piccolo posed the question. I shall not return. It holds little significance now. I wish to train on Earth in the gravity chamber and spend quality time with my wife and children. Since their birth, I have been preoccupied with training, so I want to cherish this time with them. Thank you, darling. Bulma felt deeply touched by Vegeta's words. I shall not return either. I suppose I shall not return either. It has been a long time since I spent time with Chi-Chi. Goku scratched his head. Laughter erupted among the group at Goku's obliviousness. Goku, I must say, even if you love training, it would do you well to occasionally return home. You seem to toss Gohan and Chi-Chi aside whenever training is mentioned, never looking back. You ought to learn from my Vegeta, while he too enjoys training. He still makes time to return home. As the one who had known Goku the longest, and was also a Saiyan woman, Bulma understood Chi-Chi's feelings better than anyone. My apologies. I will be more mindful in the future, Bulma, Goku replied sheepishly, scratching the back of his head. Upon hearing Bulma's words, Goku realized he had indeed been neglectful. Bulma nodded at Goku's acknowledgement and turned to Vegeta. Vegeta, you too. The disdainful Vegeta cast a cold glare at Bulma, stifling the retort he wished to voice. Mind your own business. Vegeta averted his gaze, muttering dismissively. Laughter erupted again as everyone witnessed Vegeta's flustered demeanor. Vegeta, both vexed and embarrassed, remained silent. Over the course of the past year, the group had come to recognize that Vegeta had undergone significant change. He was no longer as malicious as before, though he still retained his proud disposition. I have delightful news to share. Would you like to hear it? Bulma leaned into Vegeta's embrace, playfully teasing. Bulma was unafraid of Vegeta, knowing her husband was by her side. After spending so much time together, she realized Vegeta was merely proud and a bit temperamental, with no ill intentions. Speak or don't, I care not. Vegeta maintained his haughty demeanor. Vegeta, you truly lack interest. Vegeta's aloofness prompted Vegeta to inwardly ponder. WC. Now Bulma is critiquing Vegeta's lack of interest? One wonders how they came together in the original story. The details remain elusive. I shall tell you directly. My sister is pregnant. What? Vegeta exclaimed in shock. With a swift motion, he abandoned the scene, teleporting to find Terais. What? Even Vegeta was taken aback by Bulma's revelation. Bulma, you mean your sister Terais is having Vegeta's child? Krillin could hardly believe it and sought confirmation once more. Indeed, it has been over a month. My sister recently exhibited signs of pregnancy, confirmed by medical scans. Bulma replied with a radiant smile. Could it be that my actions have led to Trunks' premature arrival? My sister now has her own child, adding to our family. And the Brief's family is overjoyed. Who would have thought they would have a child so soon? I too wish to marry. Krillin lamented, a sorrowful expression on his face. Laughter erupted again as everyone enjoyed Krillin's antics. The atmosphere was lively. Everyone, Earth has once again weathered a crisis. How about we gather for a meal at my home? Bulma suggested, sensing the delightful ambience. Absolutely. Yes. Goku eagerly nodded. He adored gatherings. The others agreed, acknowledging it had been a couple of months since they had all come together, making this an excellent opportunity to reconnect. Then, everyone, come to my home tonight for dinner. Goku, be sure to bring Chi-Chi and Uncle Ox King with you. Since Goku had brought back treasures previously, their home had expanded, and Ox King had moved to live with Goku. See you all tonight. See you tonight. After bidding farewell, everyone departed. The old Kai breathed a sigh of relief. Earth had successfully averted another crisis. Old Kai, what troubles you? Bubbles inquired. Nothing. I am simply grateful that Earth has Vegeta and Goku. Having such powerful scions is truly a blessing. North Kai's planet. A year has passed. I never expected them to grow even stronger, so effortlessly defeating Shrag. Having Goku and the others in the North Galaxy is truly fortuitous. Shrag has been reduced to mere fodder, reduced to mere fodder, reduced to mere fodder. North Kai chuckled to himself, covering his mouth. Barbarous and Guragrilli exchanged bewildered glances, their small heads filled with big questions. Upon returning home, Vegeta proceeded to freshen up, while Bulma busied herself preparing the ingredients needed for the evening. While bathing, Vegeta took a moment to review his personal information. System, open my personal panel. With a chime, the panel revealed itself. Host, Vegeta. Race, Saiyan. Height, 183 centimeters. Battle power, 9 billion. Realm, Grand Kai. Techniques, Kamehameha, Ultimate Kamehameha, Big Bang Attack, Ocean Wave, Afterimage Fist. Spirit Ball, Energy Blade, Magic Flash, Key Cannon, Magic Piercing Beam, Planet Destruction Blast, Death Sphere, Death Beam, Multiple Death Beams, Death Beam Net, Cutting Disc. Special Skills, Healing. Namekian Language, Instant Transmission, Advanced. Gazing at his lavish panel, Vegeta felt an overwhelming sense of joy. He looked forward to when Trunks would arrive, allowing him to journey into the future and explore the possibilities of entering the hyperbolic time chamber. Previously, Vegeta had attempted to enter the chamber in this timeline to transcend into Super Saiyan God, but was unable to do so. His 2 years had been exhausted, leaving him no option to enter, and transforming outside was not feasible either, as awakening beerus could lead to dire consequences. Therefore, Vegeta refrained from attempting to break through to Super Saiyan God outside. The timing was simply not right. The elevation of Vegeta's realm was discreetly facilitated by the system, which concealed his energy signature. Otherwise, beerus and the Angel Whis would have detected him long ago. Although Vegeta inquired whether the system could mask the manifestations and energy fluctuations associated with transforming into Super Saiyan God, he regrettably learned that it was beyond the system's capabilities. According to the system, the phenomena generated by the transformation were too pronounced to be entirely obscured, and angels were exceedingly perceptive. Consequently, Vegeta dismissed the notion of becoming a Super Saiyan God for the time being, as there was no urgency in his current stage of development. As evening fell, everyone gathered at Bulma's home. This time, Master Roshi, Oolong, Pu'er, Chi-Chi, and the Ox King were all present. Under the influence of Vegeta, Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan, the appetites of the others were greatly stimulated, leading them to consume more than usual. Subsequently, Vegeta began instructing Bulma, Dr. Briefs, and Mrs. Briefs on the utilization of ki. He did not expect them to achieve high battle power. He merely aimed to equip them with a means of self-defense. Meanwhile, Vegeta trained while accompanying Tais, occasionally taking leisurely strolls and shopping with her, causing Vegeta to wonder if Vegeta had been possessed. After consulting the system, he realized it was merely his overthinking. Life continued in this leisurely manner. Chapter 45, The Duel Between Races. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted as they sensed the formidable and malevolent auras of Gula and King Cold. Goku, did you feel that? Krillin asked, his expression grave as he turned to Goku, who nodded solemnly. Vegeta also felt the presence and rose from his seat. Piccolo, Tien Shinhan, and Yamcha sensed the two powerful auras as well. Vegeta looked skyward, prompting the others to follow suit, their expressions heavy with concern. What is happening? Bulma inquired, puzzled by their demeanor. Though she had learned to fly through Vegeta's teachings, her understanding of ki was still rudimentary, preventing her from accurately sensing others' energy. Bulma, enemies are approaching. Vegeta replied. What? Enemies? Where? She asked, glancing around. In the cosmos. Vegeta pointed to the sky. Ah, are they very powerful? Bulma looked at Vegeta. Yes. They are likely stronger than Goku in his Super Saiyan form. But fear not, for I am here, he reassured her, gently patting her head. That's good. So, you will go to battle, right? Bulma asked, embracing Vegeta. Indeed, he confirmed with a nod. Dardus, Iris, stay close to your mother, grandparents, and aunt, and protect them. Vegeta instructed, kneeling to tousle the children's hair. Okay, Daddy, are you going to fight the bad guys? Dardus asked with shining eyes. Yes, and you must protect your mother. Vegeta replied with a smile. I will. You go, Daddy. I will keep Mom, my sister, and grandparents safe. Dardus asserted, nodding vigorously. And I will protect Mom too. Iris chimed in, raising her small hand. Good, my precious daughter is growing up. Vegeta kissed both children on the forehead. At just over a year old, their battle power had already exceeded 10,000, showcasing their extraordinary potential. Be careful, dear. With 2 children here, you need not worry about me, Bulma said, embracing Vegeta once more, straightening his clothes. Vegeta and Goku were similarly advising their families. Once everyone had exchanged their farewells, Vegeta soared into the sky, accelerating towards the landing site of Gula and King Cold. Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, Tien Shinhan, Krillin, and Yamcha followed closely behind, employing their flight techniques to ascend. Dumplings and Gohan were instructed to remain behind to protect the others. Daddy, good luck. The 3 children cheered in unison for their fathers. Everyone gathered at the cruise ship's railing to bid farewell, showering the departing warriors with well wishes for a safe return. With a rush, figures streaked across the sky, stirring up powerful winds as they traversed the ocean, creating tumultuous waves. They swept over the mountains, startling insects and birds, and stirring up clouds of dust. 7 figures headed towards a common destination. Minutes later, on an unknown desolate plain, Vegeta and his companions arrived at the designated landing site of their adversaries. They made an effort to suppress their energy levels, aware that the enemy's ship likely possessed detection devices. Everyone, lower your energy, Vegeta urged. Upon hearing his command, they began to diminish their ki. Excellent. This time it should be Gula and King Cold. After all, Frieza has been thoroughly eliminated by me. Upon arriving, Vegeta could distinctly sense the 2 auras, which bore a striking resemblance to Frieza's. They did not wait long before a spacecraft pierced through the clouds, gliding overhead and gradually descending nearby. Who are they? How can they be so powerful? Yamcha questioned, sensing the enemy's energy, feeling overwhelmed. Is it Frieza? How is that possible? Was he not turned to dust by Vegeta on Namek? Krillin exclaimed, now acutely aware of the two potent auras. What? You fought such formidable foes on Namek? Yamcha asked incredulously. No, these two are significantly stronger than Frieza, especially one of them, who is at least twice as strong, Piccolo clarified. Only Vegeta, Goku, and Vegeta remained composed in the tense atmosphere. Let us go. We'll find out who they are, Vegeta declared, heading towards the spacecraft. He preferred not to divulge to everyone that these were Frieza's father, King Cold, and brother, Gula, as it would lead to lengthy explanations. Hey Vegeta, wait. Let me take on an enemy, Goku called out, fearing he might miss the chance to fight. Che, how infuriating. Vegeta, Kakarot, they are mine. Vegeta, in a fit of rage, surged forward to catch up with Goku and the others. Hey, Goku, you three, he called out. Sigh. Why do these three Saiyans always act like this? Krillin lamented. Let's go. With those three around, no matter how formidable the enemy, we have Vegito on our side. So there's nothing to fear, Piccolo reassured, following closely behind Goku as they soared towards the spaceship. I truly cannot comprehend these battle maniacs. Let us go. Krillin agreed, making his way to the spacecraft. Tien and Yamcha also followed suit, heading towards the spaceship. With a click, the top of the spaceship opened, and two figures slowly emerged from within. This planet is indeed a beautiful one. It could fetch a handsome price. It would be a sheer waste to let wild monkeys inhabit it, don't you think, father? Gula remarked, awestruck by the beauty of Earth. Once we, father and son, defeat the Saiyans, this planet will belong to us, he cackled. You're right, father. Ha. As the father and son duo discussed Earth, the others flew overhead, catching Gula's attention first. Oh ho ho, father, we have visitors, he exclaimed. Kurd glanced upward. Are you the Saiyans who killed Frieza? Which one of you defeated him? Step forward, and I shall spare the rest, including the humans on this planet, Kurd boasted arrogantly. Despite the warnings from their ancestors and Frieza's prior defeat, Kurd did not believe that the Saiyans could pose a threat to him and Gula. They were not Frieza. However, the strongest energy among them resembled Frieza's. Who could the other one be? He mused, sensing a familiarity in their energies. Krillin, noticing Gula's demeanor, deduced that he and Frieza belonged to the same race. Yet, since they had never encountered Frieza's second form, they did not classify Kurd alongside Frieza. Hey, Kurd the king is asking you a question. Didn't you hear? Quickly hand over the one who defeated King Frieza, and I may spare the others. A minion shouted, eager to impress before the two kings. Annoying. With a swift motion, Vegito unleashed a ki blast, sending the minion to the afterlife. What kind of dog barks in front of its master? Vegito scoffed disdainfully. How dare you? Kurd gritted his teeth, furious at Vegito's blatant disrespect. Such insolence had ignited his anger. How could a mere wild monkey act so brazenly? The racial conflict between the ice demons and the Saiyans was on the brink of eruption. Chapter 47, Vegeta vs. Kurd. Vegito assessed Vegeta's transformation into a Super Saiyan, noting his battle power had reached an astounding 17.5 billion. Over nearly 2 years, Vegeta's strength had surged dramatically, now exceeding 3 million in his base form. This monumental progression was largely attributed to the presence of Vegito and Goku, who kept pushing him to excel. As the proud Saiyan prince, Vegeta's dignity compelled him to train relentlessly, subjecting himself to grueling, hellish training, thus elevating his power from a mere hundreds of thousands to over 3 million. Vegito couldn't help but admire Vegeta's tenacity. However, due to his earlier shortcomings, Vegeta still lagged slightly behind Goku. Presently, Goku's base power was nearing 6 million, not to mention Vegito's exceptional power of 200 million. Upon witnessing Vegeta ascend to Super Saiyan, a momentary silence enveloped the battlefield. I never imagined Vegeta could also transform into a Super Saiyan, Krillin remarked. The Saiyans truly are a bizarre race. Tien added. Their power increases far too rapidly. Yamcha chimed in. Boom. With a thunderous crash, Piccolo slammed Dre into the ground before glancing up at Vegeta. TCH, that guy has become so strong, he muttered. Then looked over at Vegito and Goku. With Vegeta now a Super Saiyan, it was evident that both Goku and Vegito had also grown stronger. This is quite frustrating, Piccolo thought to himself. With a punch exchange between Goku and Gula, Goku was sent flying but steadied himself to look towards Vegeta. Wow. I can't believe Vegeta has already become a Super Saiyan, Goku exclaimed. Alright, I want to transform into a Super Saiyan too. With a mighty roar, Goku's energy surged, causing the ground to tremble. What? Vegeta has transformed into a Super Saiyan, Gula exclaimed in disbelief. Could this guy also be a Saiyan? Kakarot? That name sounds familiar. He asked that Saiyan child from back when Frieza destroyed planet Vegeta. How infuriating. Gula recalled the Saiyan child who was sent away during Frieza's annihilation of planet Vegeta. He never anticipated that Kakarot would grow so powerful. Back then, he had mocked Frieza for being naive and foolish. Now, it appeared that not only Frieza but they themselves had been profoundly foolish. What happened? The people on the cruise ship felt a strong tremor. It must be Dad and the others. They're engaging the enemy, and Dad has transformed into a Super Saiyan. Gohan sensed Goku's energy. Are they fighting that fiercely? We can feel it so clearly from this distance. Tais remarked. Among them, only Tais, Dr. Briefs, and Mrs. Briefs had not personally experienced the Z-Fighters battles. Oh dear. I wonder if Vegito and the others will be alright. Mrs. Briefs expressed with great concern. Mom, can we go see Dad and the others? Gohan pleaded with Chi-Chi. No? Gohan, it's too dangerous over there. You cannot go. Chi-Chi insisted. But we want to see Dad fight. Both Tais and Darts echoed, pleading with Bulma. To be honest, Bulma also wished to go, but after the previous threat from Shrag, she hesitated. Mom, with Dad there, nothing will happen. Let us go. Iris clung to Bulma's leg, continuing her plea. Yes, Mom, with Dad around, there's no danger. All right, let us go. Bulma finally decided, eager to witness Vegito's heroic battle. Gohan, seeing Bulma's resolve, continued to implore Chi-Chi. Fine, but I will be watching over you. Chi-Chi relented, secretly worried about Goku. Bulma produced a capsule and with a boom, conjured a massive jet. Bulma, Darts, Iris, Tais, Young Trunks, Gohan, Chi-Chi, Master Roshi, Kaiatsu, Puar, and Oolong boarded the aircraft, heading towards Vegito and the others. At the Kaishin Temple, the Supreme Kai reflected, I never expected that in just 2 years, they would grow this powerful. It's truly wonderful to have Goku and the others on Earth. Meanwhile, on North Kai's planet, North Kai was also intently observing the battle on Earth. What kind of training did Goku and the others undergo on Yardrat? They have become remarkably strong. You are you. But beerus exclaimed. With Goku and the others around, we need not worry about any formidable enemy. Returning to the battlefield. Kurd scoffed in disbelief. Impossible. How could you be a Super Saiyan? This must be some sort of trick. Why don't you come over and find out? Vegeta beckoned Kurd, exuding confidence with his newfound power. How infuriating. Unable to tolerate Vegeta's taunts, Kurd charged at him. Bang. Oof. Just as Kurd reached Vegeta, his fist failed to connect, and instead, he was met with Vegeta's knee thrusting into his abdomen. Vegeta's strike was immensely powerful, causing Cooler to spit out a mouthful of blood. Grasping his abdomen, Cooler instinctively retreated. Impossible. How could a mere filthy monkey inflict such harm? Cooler couldn't help but vomit blood again. Whether it be Frieza or you both naively believe that no one in the universe can threaten you, and thus neglect your training. How utterly foolish. This prince has endured grueling training akin to that of a demon. How could self-important trash like you comprehend my struggles? As Vegeta spoke, he slowly floated toward Cooler. Stay back. Cooler exclaimed, genuinely frightened. Whoosh. Boom. Boom. Cooler unleashed a barrage of energy blasts at Vegeta. The explosions generated a thick cloud of smoke. Huff, huff. After sustaining Vegeta's blow and firing so many energy blasts, Cooler was already gasping for breath. Haha. How naive you are. Even if you transform into a Super Saiyan, what difference does it make? You will still perish at my hands. A wild monkey is simply a primitive, uncivilized creature. Seeing that Vegeta had fallen silent, Cooler was convinced that his opponent had been obliterated by his attack. What are you so proud of? Vegeta's voice echoed from above Cooler. At that moment, while the smoke obscured Cooler's vision, Vegeta had instantaneously teleported above him. Cooler's attacks had merely struck the air. What? Upon hearing the voice, Cooler looked up to see Vegeta, arms crossed, leisurely observing him reveling in his false triumph. How can this be? As Cooler was momentarily distracted, Vegeta vanished from sight. When Cooler regained his focus, he found Vegeta standing calmly before him, gazing at him as if he were an insignificant insect. Chapter 48, The Fall of Cooler. Cooler, filled with rage at being regarded with such disdain, knew that he was a renowned member of the Frost Demons, a lineage that commanded respect throughout the universe. When had he ever been looked upon in such a manner? Thud. Cooler launched a flurry of punches and kicks at Vegeta. Swish. Vegeta effortlessly dodged Cooler's punches, blocking his kicks with ease while maintaining his arms crossed. Heh. Look at Vegeta. It seems he's enjoying himself, observed Vegeta as he watched the battle unfold. Boom. Boom. Piccolo, Tien, Yamcha, and Krillin toyed with their opponents as if it were a game. Now it's our turn to counterattack. The four initiated a fervent assault against their foes. Bang. Their adversaries were completely overwhelmed, unable to retaliate. Damn it. How can these Earthlings be so strong? Boom. Krillin found it even easier, obliterating a horde of minions with a single energy wave. Demon Flash Cannon. Demon Light. Kamehameha. Boom. Piccolo, Tien, and Yamcha executed their signature moves, effortlessly dispatching Gula's mechanical forces. Krillin employed the prince's tactic, unleashing a carpet bombing that engulfed all the small foes in energy waves. Boom. After the explosions, the ground was littered with the corpses of minions, not a single one left alive. After enduring a series of Cooler's attacks, Vegeta prepared to retaliate. Unleashing a surge of fury, Cooler was pushed back by the intensity of Vegeta's aura. You've attacked for long enough. Now it's my turn. In an instant, Vegeta closed the distance between them. Bam! A punch struck Cooler's chest, sending him hurtling backward. Whoosh! Vegeta, fueled by rage, pursued Cooler, surpassing him in flight and delivering a kick that sent Cooler crashing toward the ground. Utilizing his incredible speed, Vegeta reappeared beneath Cooler, sending him soaring into the sky. Bang! 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 Vegeta treated Cooler like a mere ball, kicking him relentlessly. Cooler was utterly defenseless against Vegeta's onslaught. Bam! Boom! Vegeta ascended high into the air, then dove down with tremendous force, delivering a punch that drove Cooler deep into the earth. Vegeta unleashed a barrage of energy blasts into the dust-filled pit where Cooler lay. Boom! The dust stirred violently as explosions erupted. Vegeta raised his hands above his head, concentrating a massive energy wave to hurl into the cloud of dust. Boom! A small mushroom cloud erupted from the ground. TSK, TSK. Vegeta's relentless assault left no opportunity for his enemy to retaliate, remarked Vegeta, impressed. Whoosh! At that moment, Piccolo, Krillin, Tien, and Yamcha finished off their opponents and joined Vegeta. Vegeta is incredibly strong. He must be even more powerful than Goku was on Namek. Krillin exclaimed in awe. Not just that. Vegeta interjected. Unlike Goku, who holds back, every strike I deliver is with full force. Vegeta's explosive power surpassed Goku's by a significant margin. The others nodded in agreement. The fighting styles of Vegeta and Goku were distinctly different. Vegeta's approach was relentless, providing no chance for counterattacks, while Goku preferred a gradual buildup of power, testing his opponent's strength in evenly matched battles. Whoosh! The wind blew away the dust, revealing Cooler's precarious state. Lying in the pit, he was barely clinging to life, incapable of continuing the fight. Whoosh! Vegeta appeared before Cooler, gripping his throat and lifting him up. Now who is the insect? Who is to be slain? You and Frieza are cut from the same cloth, foolish and grossly underestimating the Saiyans. I couldn't avenge myself on Frieza, so let you, as a father, bear the brunt of my wrath. Bam! 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 With each word, Vegeta delivered a punch to Cooler's abdomen, causing him to spew blood repeatedly. Having already sustained severe injuries from Vegeta's energy blasts, Cooler was now enduring further punishment, his strength waning further. As Vegeta observed Cooler's state, his fury began to dissipate, leaving him disinterested. Look at you now, boasting about being the strongest frost demon in the universe. How pitiful. Die. With that, Vegeta flung Cooler into the air. Gallic Gun. Vegeta raised his hands, aiming at Cooler, gathering a terrifying energy wave in his palms. Once fully charged, he unleashed it toward Cooler. Boom. The Gallic Gun struck Cooler directly, obliterating him into a mist of blood as he ascended, utterly defenseless against the attack. Vegeta is truly decisive, showing no mercy, Krillin remarked with a wry smile. Tien and Yamcha nodded in agreement, while Piccolo remained unconvinced. If not for the transformations, Vegeta would be no match for him. Vegeta gazed at the blood mist in the sky, waiting for it to dissipate before confirming Cooler's demise, then returned to his normal state. Whoosh! He flew over to join the others, glancing at Goku and Gula's battleground. TCH. That Kakarot is so slow, he hasn't finished off his opponent yet. Being toyed with by the enemy, how useless. If I were to handle Gula, he would have long since joined Frieza. Yo, Vegeta, the rain has stopped. The sky is clear. Do you think you're ready now? Vegeta held a low opinion of Goku's fighting style. He could easily overpower his enemies in one go. Yet Goku preferred to test the waters, dragging out battles unnecessarily. The anguished cries of Goku echoed from his side. Even in his Super Saiyan form, Son Goku found himself on the receiving end of a relentless assault, utterly outmatched by Gula. The latter had undergone a remarkable transformation, shedding his previously rotund appearance for a more imposing physique. His body had grown significantly, exuding an aura of raw strength. From his head, jagged horns extended backward, while a mask shielded his mouth. His eyes glowed a menacing red, with pupils vanished, and his shoulders jutted out like defensive plates. The undersides of his forearms adorned with sickle-like protrusions. Moments earlier, Goku, witnessing Vegeta's ascension to Super Saiyan, began to elevate his own energy. Knowing he was no match for Gula in his normal state, he could perceive Gula's movements yet struggled to match his speed. Throughout the skirmish, he endured continuous blows. However, Goku's resilience was remarkable, Despite his tattered clothing and wounds, none were life-threatening. What? Could this fiend also transform into a Super Saiyan? Gula sensed the rising power emanating from the Saiyan before him, astonished. The very earth trembled under the force of Vegeta's transformation, and now, with Goku's surge, the atmosphere quaked even more violently. With a brilliant flash, Goku completed his transformation. A golden aura enveloped him, his hair and eyebrows shimmering with the same hue, while his eyes glinted a pale green. Now, Goku's battle power soared beyond 2.7 billion. Gula involuntarily swallowed hard upon witnessing this transformation. Although he lacked the ability to sense energy, the oppressive aura radiating from Goku was unmistakable. Apologies for the wait. It took me a while to transform. Now, let us resume our battle, Goku declared, casting a challenging glance at Gula. Merely a change in hair color. Do you believe that makes you my equal? Gula retorted dismissively, yet he could not ignore the pressure Goku exuded. Nevertheless, Gula remained confident in his superiority, thinking, who can say for certain? Goku, assuming his fighting stance, raised an eyebrow. Gula mirrored his readiness, though he still regarded Goku with disdain. The stage was set for an epic confrontation between the strongest of foes. Chapter 49, Son Goku vs. Gula. After enduring a brutal thrashing from Gula, Goku had finally transformed into a Super Saiyan, elevating his battle power to a staggering 2.7 billion. Gula was taken aback by Goku's transformation. Impossible. Isn't the Super Saiyan a rarity of millennia? How could even a lowly Saiyan like him achieve this? Gula murmured in disbelief. Even with your transformation, you are still no match for me. Gula feigned composure. Let us put that to the test, Goku replied confidently, having embraced his newfound strength. Krillin, witnessing Goku's transformation, expressed his relief, exclaiming, finally, Goku is ready to unleash his true power. Piccolo observed. Old son only seems willing to fight seriously after taking a beating. Vegeta chuckled. Goku thinks that becoming a Super Saiyan makes him a match for Gula? He'll soon realize the gravity of his mistake. In a flash, Goku surged toward Gula. What? With a forceful punch, Goku struck Gula before he could react, sending him crashing down from the sky, obliterating the mountain below. Rocks flew, and dust billowed in the aftermath. I finally landed a hit on Gula, Goku exclaimed, a hint of pride evident in his tone. Gula, however, erupted with fury, unleashing his own power to clear the debris that had buried him. Wiping the purple blood from the corner of his mouth, flames of anger ignited in his eyes. Damn it, Gula roared, not out of pain, but from the humiliation of being wounded. As the renowned Gula, he had never been made to bleed before. It was always he who inflicted such injuries upon others. The thought of being assaulted by a Saiyan he deemed inferior was intolerable. With a primal scream, Gula unleashed his full power, intent on crushing the insolent monkey that had dared to harm him. The ground trembled beneath him as an overwhelming energy surged forth. Such a powerful aura. How terrifying. Gohan, rushing to the scene, sensed the potent force, his body trembling involuntarily. Gohan, what's wrong? Chi-Chi inquired, concerned. Gohan, are you alright? The twins, Dartiz and Iris, echoed, having noticed Gohan's distress. Though they possessed commendable power, their youth rendered them somewhat oblivious to the nuances of energy sensing. There's an incredibly powerful force escalating rapidly, Master Roshi noted, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Tien, Kaiatsu worried, anxious for his friend's safety. Everyone brace yourselves. I'm about to accelerate, Bulma announced as she piloted the aircraft, sensing the gravity of the situation. In the heavenly realm, the Supreme Kai was taken aback by Gula's terrifying potential. Who would have thought he harbored such strength? The Supreme Kai exclaimed, perspiration trickling down his forehead. Bubbles, is something amiss down there? Bubbles, too. Sensed the tremors emanating from the lower realm. Indeed, Goku's opponent has revealed an even greater power. Will Goku and the others be alright? Trust in them. Even if Goku were to falter, Vegeta is still there. Earth should remain safe. On North Kai's planet, the gravity of the situation weighed heavily. Truly terrifying. The Frieza clan are indeed vile demons. Goku, you must prevail, Giregli pondered. Babulus vowed, I shall not spare you, you detestable monkey. With a swift motion, Gula charged at Goku, creating a massive crater upon impact with the earth. With a flurry of punches and kicks, Gula unleashed a relentless barrage upon Goku. After a brief period of defending against Gula's onslaught, Goku began to retaliate, their strikes clashing with tremendous force. The shockwaves from their confrontation caused the ground to heave, and nearby mountains crumbled under the strain. Vegeta glanced at Gula in his transformed state, noting that his power had reached a staggering 2 billion. It appears that Gula's true strength was not fully depicted in the movie Dragon Ball, strongest versus strongest. He likely fell victim to the plot, Vegeta mused. Otherwise, considering Gula's current power, his final form must exceed 400 million battle power. Goku, relying solely on his Super Saiyan form, stands no chance against him. True, the prior events were merely animated fiction. But now, Vegeta finds himself in a tangible reality where these once fictional characters exist. Seeing that he was struggling to gain the upper hand in their physical exchange, Gula resorted to firing beams of energy from his eyes, the infamous destruction rays, moving at remarkable speed. With a sudden strike, Goku was caught off guard by the destruction ray, enveloped in an explosion of smoke. As the dust settled, Goku emerged unscathed, having crossed his arms to block Gula's attack just in time. Ugh, that stung, Goku exclaimed, shaking his hands. That attack was quite impressive. Had I not blocked it, it could have been dangerous. As Sun Wukong regained his composure, he conceded to the formidable power of Gula's recent attack. Gula, witnessing that Sun Wukong had managed to fend off his assault, felt a pang of regret for not being able to eliminate this Saiyan outright. After all, his previous strike had been launched when Sun Wukong was caught completely off guard. Humph, you merely got lucky this time. Let us see how you fare against my next move. Gula raised a hand, pointing his index finger at Sun Wukong. Zing, zing. A barrage of rapid laser beams surged towards Sun Wukong. Zing, boom, boom. Sun Wukong lifted his hand, effortlessly swatting away Gula's lasers. The beams that were deflected towards the ground detonated, creating a series of explosive craters. The disparity in strength between Sun Wukong and Gula was nearly 50 million. Although Gula's lasers were remarkably swift, Sun Wukong effortlessly countered every single one. Damn it! With successive attacks failing to phase Sun Wukong, Gula felt a surge of irritation. He raised one hand high above his head, and a yellow energy sphere, radiant like the sun, gradually formed and rapidly expanded, soon reaching a diameter of several dozen meters. Sun Wukong, sensing the terrifying destructive power contained within Gula's energy sphere, refrained from underestimating his opponent. With his hands positioned at his waist, he began to gather the Kamehameha wave. Sun Wukong concentrated his energy, and with a resounding cry, both combatants launched their respective energy spheres and waves at one another. Thunderous roars echoed as their energies collided, generating a colossal shockwave that forced both warriors to stagger backward. The ground beneath them was uprooted by the immense force of their clash, displacing several meters of soil and rock. Both fighters continued to amplify their energy output, their attacks swelling in size. Boom, boom. As their energies reached a critical mass, they erupted in a tremendous explosion. Gula was sent crashing into the earth, creating a massive crater, while Sun Wukong was hurled backward, smashing into a mountain. From space, one could witness the formation of a vast mushroom cloud where their battle raged. Chapter 50, Gula's final transformation, Sun Wukong's defeat. These two, Vegeta gazed toward the confrontation between Sun Wukong and Gula, feeling the violent tremors of their battle. He looked down at the barely conscious Kurd in his grasp. Losing interest in prolonging the fight, he resolved to eliminate Kurd swiftly. Intending to watch the battle between Sun Wukong and Gula, hoping for an opportunity to intervene himself. After tossing Kurd skyward, he unleashed his ultimate technique, the Gallic Gun, obliterating Kurd entirely. Meanwhile, Vegeta, Piccolo, and their companions, positioned closer to Sun Wukong's battle, were subjected to an even more intense shockwave than Vegeta's group. The ferocity of Sun Wukong's and Gula's clash was overwhelming. Krillin and the others, who possessed lower power levels, struggled to withstand the onslaught of the shockwave. Observing this, Vegeta generated a protective barrier, enveloping Piccolo, Krillin, Tien, and Yamcha within its confines, shielding them from the impact. Phew, that was terrifying. Thank you, Vegeta. Krillin took a moment to recover. No need to mention it, Vegeta replied, his gaze fixed intently on Sun Wukong's struggle. It was truly awe-inspiring. He never expected the residual energy from their battle to be so potent. Yamcha, with the lowest combat power among them, felt the effects most profoundly. Old Sun has grown even stronger in just a year. Damn it. Piccolo gritted his teeth, realizing that surpassing Sun Wukong had become an even more daunting aspiration. Meanwhile, the aircraft carrying Bulma and her companions was also affected by the shockwave, shaking violently. What is happening? Bulma exclaimed, managing to maintain control of the aircraft for the moment. Had she been her ordinary self from the original storyline, she would have been unable to stabilize the plane under such intense turbulence. The aircraft, subjected to such a powerful shock, would have spiraled out of control. It must be Dad and the others. After the shockwave subsided, Gohan spoke up. Kiki, Gohan, do you think the commotion was caused by Dad and the others? Yes, Mom, you all stay back. I need to go to Dad. I must help him. Gohan was overwhelmed with concern for his father. He opened the aircraft's hatch and leaped out, racing towards Sun Wukong and the battle. With his combat power nearing 1,000,000, he was much faster than the aircraft. Gohan. Kiki attempted to stop him, But her words were cut short as Gohan had already soared away. Seeing this, Kiki prepared to jump out of the plane but was restrained by Master Roshi and Oolong. Though Kiki now possessed over 1,000 in combat power, she had not been taught the flight technique by the dedicated Sun Wukong, and thus remained unable to fly. Darts and Elise, witnessing Kiki's determination, rushed forward to help restrain her. The aircraft erupted into chaos. Meanwhile, the Old Kai and North Kai, who were vigilantly monitoring Sun Wukong's battle, were taken aback by the sheer ferocity of the clash. Beads of sweat cascaded down their foreheads, returning their focus to the battlefield. Gula emerged from the mountainside just in time to witness Vegeta obliterating Kurd into a mist of blood. Haha. Vegeta's decisiveness remains unparalleled. Sun Wukong, having regained his footing, also saw Vegeta's triumph over Kurd. Gula clenched his fists tightly, his fingers digging into his flesh, drawing forth purple blood, yet he paid it no heed. Though there was no familial bond between him and Kurd, the fact that Kurd had been slain by the very Saiyans they had always looked down upon was intolerable to him. Taking a deep breath, he sought to quell his fury. He could not allow rage to dictate his actions. He did not wish to become a mindless machine of destruction devoid of reason. He resolved to savor the torment of these insolent monkeys, intending to prolong their suffering rather than ending it swiftly. He ascended slowly, positioning himself level with Sun Wukong, who had just regained his balance in the air. He raised a finger. Sun Wukong, puzzled by Gula's actions, soon found his confusion clarified. I can transform once more. I possess one more transformation than Frieza. Gula declared slowly. What? What? The first exclamation came from Sun Wukong, in disbelief that Gula could transform again. The second came from Piccolo, astonished by Gula's revelation. The fierce battle they had just witnessed was not even Gula's full strength. Piccolo, what did Gula just say? How come both you and Wukong look so surprised? Krillin inquired, perplexed. Although the Earthlings could see Gula speaking, they could not hear his words. He said he can transform again. Piccolo relayed, his voice fragmented. What? What? Krillin and Tien were stunned by Piccolo's revelation. They could scarcely fathom that the previous battle did not showcase Gula's entire power. It was truly astonishing. What are you all talking about? Even if he can transform. So what? Can he increase his strength like Wukong and the others? Yamcha, who had not been to Namek, remained ignorant of the situation. Piccolo retorted, you fool. Each transformation for their kind significantly amplifies their power. Can Wukong win then? Yamcha began to worry. Krillin and the others shook their heads, uncertainty clouding their minds. Gula began his final transformation. Moments passed. Gula has completed his transformation. He has undergone a complete metamorphosis, his physique enlarged and imbued with formidable strength. From his head, four horns extend backward, while his mouth is obscured by a protective mask. His eyes have turned a menacing red, devoid of pupils, and his shoulders protrude like a formidable breastplate, with two pairs of horns sprouting from the back of his head. His arms have elongated into sharp, knife-like appendages. This. Sun Wukong, along with Piccolo and the others, were utterly astonished by Gula's appearance and the overwhelming surge of energy he now exuded. Gula's power had reached astonishing heights, nearly double that of Sun Wukong's. Vegeta noted that Gula's battle power now exceeded 400 million, approaching 500 million. Wukong, as a close friend of Sun Wukong, Krillin felt a wave of concern wash over him. In the blink of an eye, Gula vanished from Wukong's sight. In his current state, Sun Wukong was incapable of tracking Gula's movements. The speed of his foe was astonishing. Bang! Oof! By the time Sun Wukong registered the attack, Gula had already delivered a devastating knee strike to his abdomen, causing him to uncontrollably spit out blood. I shall relish torturing you, my detestable monkey, Gula hissed ominously. As he spoke, he seized Sun Wukong's foot, propelling him into a dizzying spin. Round and round, once, twice, thrice. Gula spun with such velocity that the air was filled with Wukong's anguished cries. Whoosh! Boom! After flinging Sun Wukong countless times, Gula released him, sending him crashing into the ground with tremendous force. Sun Wukong's body burrowed into the earth, creating a deep crater with a dark abyss at its center. Whoosh! Gula vanished from the sky. Thud, thud, thud. Moments later, sounds of combat erupted from beneath the surface, and the ground began to tremble ominously. Boom! A figure burst forth from the earth. It was Sun Wukong, utilizing his rage to counteract the upward thrust. He was gravely injured, his left arm dangling uselessly, blood dripping incessantly, and he could barely open one eye, his vision severely impaired. Whoosh! Just as Sun Wukong regained his balance, Gula reappeared beneath him, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. Ugh! Sun Wukong cried out in pain, spitting more blood. Gula propelled him higher into the sky. Wukong! X2! Old Sun! Sun Kuan! Piccolo and the others shouted out in alarm upon seeing Sun Wukong's dire state. At that moment, Vegeta arrived beside Vegito and expressed his earlier sentiments. TCH. That Kakarot is so sluggish, he still hasn't dealt with the enemy after all this time. To be getting pummeled like this, what a useless fool. If it were up to me, Gula would have been sent to accompany Frieza long ago. Struggling, Sun Wukong attempted to strike Gula. Whoosh. Gula vanished just beneath him, leaving only an afterimage in Wukong's wake. Whoosh. Gula materialized above Sun Wukong. Whoosh. He dove down towards Wukong with ferocious speed. Bang. Gula again slammed Sun Wukong down towards the ground, and just as they neared the earth, he concentrated an energy wave on Wukong's back, propelling him into the ground. Boom. A massive crater formed instantaneously. Ha! Gula cackled maniacally from the sky. Tap, tap. He unleashed a barrage of energy blasts into the dust cloud where Sun Wukong lay. Boom. Boom, boom. Sun Wukong's situation was perilous. Wukong! Krillin shouted in desperation. With such severe injuries, enduring Gula's potent assault left Krillin deeply worried for his friend. Vegito, you must intervene and save Wukong. Krillin implored, hoping for his aid. Krillin, please remain calm. Wukong is not in immediate danger. If he were truly at risk, I would step in, Vegito assured him. Upon hearing Vegito's words, Krillin gradually regained his composure, returning his focus to Sun Wukong. Vegeta, do you wish to engage Gula in battle once more? I know you harbor a deep-seated resentment towards the Frieza clan. Vegito inquired. Absolutely. That Gula, is far too weak. My fury has yet to be fully unleashed. Vegeta replied eagerly. Here, take this Senzu bean to restore your strength. You must have expended quite a bit of energy just now. With that, Vegito handed a Senzu bean to Vegeta, who accepted it without hesitation, acknowledging his fatigue. Vegito had previously exhausted his supply of Senzu beans before learning healing techniques on Yardrat. The current beans were obtained after returning from Yardrat, where he had replenished his stock from Korin. Since Vegito had mentioned it before, Korin had ceased allowing Yajirobe to consume any more beans, while Yajirobe remained on Korin's tower. Vegito's exchanges for beans were ample enough for both himself and the cat. Thus, Korin had cultivated a sufficient number of beans to avoid splitting one in half for usage. Although Vegito could restore Vegeta's stamina with healing techniques, he was reluctant to expend that effort. A single bean sufficed to resolve the issue without unnecessary exertion. After seeing Vegeta consume the Senzu bean, Vegito turned his gaze back towards Sun Wukong, remaining vigilant lest an unfortunate mishap occur. Vegito anticipated that Gula would soon unleash a powerful attack. Vegeta, be prepared. Gula is likely to employ his ultimate technique, Vegito cautioned. Vegeta focused intently on Gula, readying himself for action. Whoosh. With a rustle, he transformed into a Super Saiyan, his overwhelming energy pushing Piccolo and the others back several paces. That bastard Vegeta. Piccolo ground his teeth in frustration. Die, foul monkey. Gula raised his hand, gathering energy for a supernova. This time, the energy contained within was far more terrifying than before, capable of obliterating the entire planet. Whoosh. Gula hurled the charged supernova towards Sun Wukong's direction. Whoosh. Vegito executed instant transmission, positioning himself directly in the path of the descending supernova. Whoosh. In an instant, Vegito transformed into Super Saiyan 1, delivering a powerful kick to the descending supernova. Whoosh. Boom. Boom boom. Gula's supernova shot away into the cosmos, exploding in a brilliant display. Who are you? Gula exclaimed, astonished that this seemingly inactive Saiyan could so effortlessly neutralize his supernova. I am Vegito. Gula felt a surge of rage at Vegito's arrogant demeanor. Curse you. Gula vowed to show Vegito the consequences of underestimating him. Whoosh. But before he could act, Vegeta appeared before Gula through instant transmission. From this moment on, I shall be your opponent, he declared, as Vegito descended to the ground beside Sun Wukong. There was no choice. Gula's previous energy ball was too formidable for Vegito to confront without transforming into a Super Saiyan. To avoid jeopardizing the unconscious Sun Wukong, he had no option but to become a Super Saiyan. Now, with Sun Wukong in a state of unconsciousness, Vegito lifted one of his arms. Whoosh. Vegito transported Sun Wukong back to Krillin and the others, gently laying the unconscious warrior on the ground. He began to heal Sun Wukong, who could no longer consume a Senzu bean on his own. Moments passed. Sun Wukong gradually regained consciousness. Wukong, how do you feel? Krillin hurriedly inquired upon seeing him awake. Krillin, what is this? The newly awakened Sun Wukong's mind was still in a fog. Noticing Vegeta retracting his hand, he finally realized that he must have lost and succumbed to unconsciousness. It was undoubtedly Vegeta who had employed healing magic to save him. During their training on planet Yardrat, when the three had been gravely injured in their sparring, it was also Vegeta's healing spells that had restored them. Krillin, I'm fine now. Haha, thank you, Vegeta. It's nothing. Just a small effort, Vegeta replied. Wukong, you remain so heedless, prioritizing battle over your own injuries. Haha. Son Wukong sheepishly scratched his head, acknowledging that he often cast aside other concerns when engaged in combat. He understood that Vegeta was referring to his initial failure to employ his full strength against Gula, which led to his subsequent disarray after Gula transformed. Son Wukong stood up from the ground. Wukong, you frightened us just now, Krillin exclaimed, finally relieved to see him unharmed. Haha, sorry, Krillin, for worrying you. But I never anticipated Gula could transform further. He truly is formidable, Son Wukong remarked. By the way, Vegeta, aren't you going to intervene? I'm not in a hurry. Vegeta said he wants to fight Gula himself, and I shall wait until Vegeta has been defeated before I step in. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Son Wukong comprehended. As a fellow Saiyan, he could deeply empathize with Vegeta. Facing an opponent as strong as Gula made his blood surge with excitement. He understood the feeling of wanting to battle, even knowing it might lead to defeat. Meanwhile, Vegeta faced Gula, who, upon witnessing Son Wukong's rescue, made no move to stop them, merely focusing on the barrier that was Vegeta. He was confident that these opponents would eventually meet their demise at his hands. Thus he was not in a rush. Well, if it isn't Prince Vegeta, are you so eager to seek your own end? Gula regarded Vegeta with disdain. Although Vegeta had transformed into a Super Saiyan, his aura paled in comparison to Kakarot's. How dare you underestimate this prince? I am Vegeta, the prince of all Saiyans. With that, Vegeta charged toward Gula. Gula, however, found Vegeta's movements leisurely and unworthy of serious attention. To him, Vegeta's speed and actions were painfully slow. Swish, swish, thud. Vegeta relentlessly launched attacks at Gula, but Gula effortlessly evaded them all. What's wrong, Vegeta? Is that all the power you possess as a Super Saiyan? Do you only excel in empty bravado? Gula taunted while dodging Vegeta's strikes. Damn it. Vegeta seethed with frustration at Gula's mockery, yet he was helpless, as he could not land a single blow. Realizing that physical strikes were futile, Vegeta retreated and prepared to unleash his signature royal technique, directing a barrage of energy blasts at Gula. Boom, boom, boom. Each energy blast struck Gula, creating a massive cloud of smoke. Vegeta fired hundreds of energy waves before finally ceasing. Huh, take that, you underestimated Prince. Vegeta boasted, seeing his attacks connect with Gula. However, as the smoke cleared, Gula remained unscathed, hovering in the same spot. How is this possible? Vegeta could hardly believe that Gula had endured the full brunt of his assault without a scratch. Gula lifted his crimson gaze toward Vegeta. In an instant, Gula vanished from Vegeta's sight. Vegeta frantically searched for him. Swish. Gula reappeared at Vegeta's side. You are far weaker than that other one, Gula stated, before executing a sweeping kick that sent Vegeta crashing to the ground. Boom. Vegeta created a crater upon impact, enveloped in dust. This is how power is wielded, Gula remarked, returning Vegeta's technique with his own. Boom, boom, boom. The hole from Vegeta's fall widened further, the dust cloud thickening. After halting his assault, Gula observed the stillness for a moment before shaking his head. Vegeta, I expected you to provide me with more entertainment. What a disappointment. You are far too weak. You have outlived your usefulness. Prepare to meet your end. Gula began charging a supernova. As the dust began to settle, Vegeta was revealed, battered and lying within the crater. Struggling to lift his gaze toward Gula, he felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Damn it. Vegeta was acutely aware of the gap in strength between them. He had not anticipated it to be so vast, and this realization gnawed at him. Die, Gula declared, launching the fully charged supernova toward Vegeta. The deadly energy orb descended slowly, but Vegeta lacked the strength to rise, trapped within its lethal range. Damn it. Tears of frustration streamed from the corners of Vegeta's eyes. Chapter 52, Vegeta's Intervention, the Mysterious Boy. Just as Vegeta grappled with his unwillingness to accept defeat, pounding the ground in frustration, Vegeta appeared before him in an instant. Hey, Vegeta, are you really giving up? He challenged. You, who now exudes not a trace of defiance in the face of despair, are not acting like yourself. Do you understand where you differ from Wukong? No matter how powerful the adversary, he faces them with an indomitable spirit. He would never surrender. Even a so-called lowly warrior like him would never entertain the thought of defeat. How can you, a self-proclaimed noble prince of Saiyans, find yourself in such a pitiful state? Do you know why he, born as a lowly warrior with a power level of just 2, has surpassed you despite your efforts? It is because, as a warrior, he has never entertained thoughts of surrender. A true warrior fights until the last moment, even in the face of failure or death. Fighting until death is the ultimate fate for a warrior. So, cast aside that meaningless expression of defeat. If your strength falls short of your enemies, then strive harder to cultivate your power. Vegeta's words struck a chord with Vegeta, who stared blankly at him. Hearing Vegeta's admonitions led him to introspection. Indeed, why did Kakarot, as a lowly warrior, possess such unwavering resolve? Why had he entertained thoughts of surrender? Just as Vegeta had said, for a warrior, fighting until death was the noblest end. Vegeta observed as Vegeta fell into this self-reflective state, choosing not to disturb him further. Gradually, Vegeta mustered the strength to rise. "Thank you, Vegeta. I leave the rest to you," he said, slowly ascending into the air. Though the exchange was brief, it was merely a matter of breaths. Without looking back, Vegeta prepared to confront Goula's supernova. "Huh!" Vegeta roared, beginning to amplify his energy, his aura flaring with white intensity. The supernova drew nearer. Boom, boom. Vegeta braced himself against the descending energy sphere. His feet sank into the ground as he was pushed back by the energy, carving two deep trenches in the earth. Huh! Vegeta continued to escalate his energy. Yet, he chose not to transform into a Super Saiyan, for through countless battles, he had discerned that directly overwhelming his opponent with sheer force. After the battle, his own strength had seen only minimal enhancement. In contrast, Goku's combat style allowed for significant growth after each encounter. Although Vegeta was not entirely in agreement with Goku's approach to fighting, he could not deny the substantial improvements that such confrontations afforded Goku. After Vegeta once again heightened his energy, the energy sphere ceased its descent, as this time, the energy condensed by Goula was considerably weaker than before. Following 2 rounds of combat, while Goula had not sustained serious injuries, his stamina had been considerably depleted. What is happening? Goula pondered, observing that his energy sphere had halted in its fall, leaving him somewhat perplexed. He had witnessed the exchange and actions between Vegeta and Goku, yet he dismissed them entirely, viewing them merely as ants, some stronger, some weaker. To him, it mattered not who withstood the energy sphere. He was confident that Vegeta would be incapable of resisting it. Thus, he made no effort to impede Vegeta's departure. However, what was the situation? His energy sphere had failed to obliterate the Saiyan he regarded with disdain. Goula refused to yield, exerting even more force. Boom. Though the energy sphere sank slightly once more, it was only marginally so. Why did Vegeta have such confidence in his ability to withstand Goula's supernova without transforming into a Super Saiyan? It was essential to remember that while Vegeta's base power level was merely over 200 million, his latent potential far exceeded that. Remarkable, Krillin exclaimed, astonished that Vegeta could withstand such a terrifying energy sphere in his base form. Fool, do not forget Vegeta's hidden power. If he were to transform into Super Saiyan 2, his battle power would surpass 10 billion. Piccolo admonished. Indeed, I completely overlooked that Vegeta is also capable of transforming. Krillin lamented his own foolishness. Haha, Piccolo, you speak the truth. Vegeta's latent fighting capacity is indeed formidable. However, there is one aspect in which you are mistaken. Vegeta's total battle power is not merely over 10 billion. If he transforms into Super Saiyan 2 now, it should be over 20 billion. What? This revelation left even Piccolo astounded by Goku's words. The multipliers for a Saiyan's transformation had been previously discussed during their gathering. Super Saiyan 1 offers a 50-fold increase over base form. Super Saiyan 1 at full power provides an 85-fold increase, and Super Saiyan 2 grants a 100-fold boost. The multipliers beyond this were yet to be attained by anyone, so Vegeta had not elaborated further. At that moment, Vegeta returned to where Goku and the others were, cradling his injured arm. Vegeta, are you alright? Goku inquired. Kakarot, mind your own business. Vegeta retorted sharply. Come on, Vegeta, don't be like that. Goku scratched his head in response. Humph. Vegeta turned his head away defiantly, having grown accustomed to his temper over the past 2 years. Here you go. Vegeta smiled slightly, raising both hands with Goula's energy sphere as he began to move, gradually gaining speed. He then kicked the energy sphere towards Goula. Observing the energy sphere hurtling towards him, Goula sidestepped to evade it. He watched in stunned silence as his own energy sphere soared past him and into the cosmos. Boom. The supernova erupted in space, illuminating half of the Earth so brightly that it was blinding. What is happening? Ordinary people on Earth were utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Gohan, hastening towards his father, was similarly astonished by the scene and momentarily halted his flight. Dad. Once the spectacle subsided, he sped towards the battlefield with renewed urgency. Haha. Vegeta's ability to withstand Goula's energy sphere in his base form is rather surprising, he mused. In a flash, Vegeta vanished from the ground, appearing in midair directly opposite Goula with his arms crossed. Goula was momentarily at a loss for words upon realizing that Vegeta had managed to reflect his supernova. Haha. Now, permit me to be your opponent. Vegeta lowered his arms and smiled at Goula. Humph. I concede you possess a modicum of skill for blocking my supernova, but do you believe that makes you my match? Gula scoffed. Who knows? We shall find out through combat, Vegeta replied, unfazed by Gula's derision. Only through fighting will we know who is superior. Damn it. Whoosh. Bang. As Gula finished speaking, he vanished from his position, landing a punch squarely on Vegeta's face, sending him plummeting towards the ground. Boom. The earth trembled as dust enveloped Vegeta completely. When the dust settled, Vegeta's unscathed figure emerged. Phew, that truly stung. Vegeta twisted his neck and rubbed his cheek. Why haven't you transformed into a Super Saiyan? Gula had witnessed Vegeta transform while saving Goku earlier. Heh. It's not necessary just yet, Vegeta replied with a grin. Arrogant fool. I shall force you to transform. With that, Gula dove rapidly towards the grounded Vegeta. Boom. Upon witnessing Gula's movement, Vegeta shot upwards, the force creating a depression in the ground. Tat. Boom. The two clashed in an instant, exchanging blows with relentless intensity. The shockwaves from their collisions flattened mountains and cracked the earth. It was astonishing that Vegeta could hold his own against Gula without transforming. He was truly remarkable. As Yamcha marveled at their fierce battle, just then, a yellow machine emblazoned with the Capsule Corporation logo appeared abruptly nearby, its upper half encased in glass. Within it sat a strikingly handsome boy with purple hair. Chapter 53, The Fall of Gula. Goku, Vegeta, and Piccolo were the first to sense the sudden, unfamiliar energy. The three immediately looked up. Krillin and the others, noticing their expressions, quickly followed suit and beheld the peculiar machine. Saiyan. Krillin sensed the unfamiliar energy. Recognizing its similarity to Goku's, Vegeta gazed solemnly at the machine. Having detected that this energy was indeed quite akin to that of a Saiyan and not significantly weaker than his own. Whoosh. The machine slowly descended. Upon landing, a handsome boy with purple hair leaped out and pressed a button on the machine. Boom. The machine transformed into a capsule. Witnessing the boy's actions and the machine's transformation, Goku and the others were filled with even more questions. Who was this boy? Where did he come from? Was he a Saiyan? How did he possess Capsule Corporation technology? Countless inquiries raced through their minds. After stowing away the time machine capsule, the boys surveyed the chaotic scene, the devastation, the pockmarked ground, and the billowing black smoke. He too was puzzled, wondering if he had inadvertently traveled to the wrong time. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, the purple-haired boy heard the sounds of Vegeta and Gula's fierce battle. His gaze shifted towards them. Who are they? They are incredibly strong. The boy was awestruck by the formidable energy of the two combatants. Truly, they were beyond impressive. Whoosh, whoosh, boom. Vegeta and Gula moved at such incredible speeds that their actions became indistinguishable to the naked eye, appearing only as two lines that continuously intersected, collided, and separated. Bang! Gula delivered a powerful strike, sending Vegeta crashing into the ground. Vegeta's body curled into a spherical shape, spinning several times to mitigate the downward force. Just as he regained his footing, boom. With a thunderous roar, Gula followed up with a kick, driving Vegeta deep into the earth. In an instant, their forms were engulfed by a cloud of dust and debris. Whoosh! Gula emerged from the smoke, panting heavily, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. He was astonished at Vegeta's formidable strength, realizing he had to exert all his energy just to keep Vegeta at bay. After an extensive battle with Son Goku, and then with Vegeta, Gula was feeling the toll on his stamina. However, he remained undaunted, confident in his superiority, believing he could vanquish any number of opponents. Your arrogance will be your downfall. Gula felt a flicker of pride, as he sensed that Vegeta was not his equal. In the recent skirmish, Gula had indeed held the upper hand. A fierce roar erupted from the depths of the earth, and a white light burst forth from the soil. Boom! The ground trembled violently, revealing Vegeta, who, despite the ferocity of their earlier clash, bore only minor scratches upon his skin. Phew, that was invigorating, Vegeta remarked, stretching his limbs. The mysterious youth, witnessing the temporary cessation of combat, finally discerned the true identities of the combatants. Who are they? Could it be that I have indeed arrived at the wrong time? He glanced again at the watch on his left wrist, confirming he had not miscalculated the timeline. Yet, why did the history his mother spoke of differ so greatly? There were no Frieza or Cooler here. After scanning the area, he spotted the Z warriors in the distance and, amidst the crowd, caught sight of Son Goku, which deepened his confusion. According to his mother, Son Goku should not arrive on Earth for another 3 hours. How could he already be here? After several confirmations, the boy was certain that it was indeed Son Goku. His father was also present, though he appeared gravely injured. An abundance of questions flooded his mind, but now was not the time to seek answers. Vegeta cast a sideways glance at the purple-haired youth, already formulating a strategy in his mind. It seems that must be Trunks, the time traveler from the future. Gula looked down at Vegeta, tauntingly declaring, "You haven't even begun to unleash your true power. for you are no match for me. Vegito gazed up at Gula in the sky. All right, I've warmed up sufficiently. Now it's time to reveal my true strength. Though he had sustained no serious injuries, Gula's blows had indeed been painful, igniting Vegito's blood with fervor. What? That fierce battle was merely a warm-up for that Saiyan? The mysterious youth, noticing Vegito's tail and sensing his Saiyan-like energy, confirmed that Vegito was indeed a Saiyan. Vegito's energy surged dramatically. His hair began to stand on end, and a whirlwind enveloped him, sweeping away the debris around him. With a flash, Vegito's aura transformed into a brilliant gold, his hair and eyebrows shimmering in the same hue, while his pupils shifted to a vibrant teal. Even if you transform into a Super Saiyan, you will never be my equal. Gula had previously witnessed the Super Saiyan forms of both Son Goku and Vegeta, leading him to believe that Vegito, despite his transformation, would not surpass him. His ignorance of energy manipulation colored his underestimation of Super Saiyans. Yet, he failed to consider that Vegito had been battling him in a base form all along without sustaining significant injuries. It could be summarized that the Ice Demon clan had dominated the cosmos for far too long, becoming overly arrogant and self-assured. Oh, is that so? A charming smile curled at the corners of Vegito's lips. Whoosh. Bang. Gula was taken completely by surprise as Vegito landed a punch squarely in his abdomen. Ugh. The blow nearly caused Gula to retch. So fast. So powerful. The boy marveled, having missed Vegito's swift movement. Upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, Vegito's overwhelming energy was palpable. The disparity between Vegito as a Super Saiyan and himself was akin to comparing the heavens to the earth. Indeed, Vegito's base power far exceeded his own, which was just over 4 million, while Vegito's base level was an astonishing 200 million. The gap was insurmountable. Impossible. Gula could hardly fathom it. Vegito had merely transformed, yet his strength had escalated beyond Gula's expectations. He had not seen Vegito's movements at all. You won't believe what comes next. Whoosh. Bang. As soon as the words left his mouth, Vegito charged at Gula, raining down a relentless barrage of punches upon him, landing blows on every part of Gula's body without giving him a chance to retaliate. Thud, thud. The sound of fists striking flesh echoed in the air. Under Vegito's torrential assault, Gula cried out in agony. Had Vegito not been holding back, a single strike would have spelled Gula's doom. Vegito performed a 360-degree flip, delivering a kick to Gula's face, cracking the protective shield around his mouth. Whoosh. Gula soared toward the ground like a kite, with its string severed. Boom. He crashed into the earth, creating a deep crater, the edges of which splintered like a spider's web. Vegito raised both hands toward Gula, unleashing a torrent of energy blasts that rained down upon him. Boom, boom, boom. The crater transformed into a gaping pit, as Gula's location was bombarded incessantly. After a considerable time, Vegito finally ceased his onslaught, gazing down at the aftermath of the explosions, which had left a haunting silence. Vegito lifted his hand, releasing his energy to disperse the smoke, finally revealing Gula's battered form. Gula lay in the depths of the crater, injuries covering his body. A significant portion of his tail missing, armor shattered on his shoulders, 2 of his horns broken, and his mask completely destroyed, with purple blood oozing from his wounds. Whoosh. Vegito appeared beside Gula in an instant. Thud. Vegito planted a foot on Gula's chest. Ugh. Gula spat out blood, letting out a pained wail. At that moment, Gula comprehended the terrifying might of Vegito. He felt like nothing more than a human punching bag, devoid of any means to defend himself. As death loomed nearer, fear began to take root within him. Please, spare me. I should not have come to Earth. I promise I won't return. From now on, I will mend my ways and become a better person. Just let me live. Now, he truly regretted coming to Earth. In the face of death, all dignity faded. And at that moment, his only desire was to survive. Oh really? Vegito said, a mocking glint in his eyes as he looked down at the pleading Gula. I promise. Gula hastily assured, terrified that Vegito might strike him down at any moment. Vegeta gently lowered his foot from Gula's chest. Gula finally found the opportunity to take a breath, struggling to rise from the ground, somewhat incredulous that Vegeta had spared him. Thank you. Gula hastily expressed his gratitude to Vegeta, though his eyes were filled with resentment. Cleverly concealed beneath his facade, Vegeta waved his hand dismissively, signaling Gula to depart. Observing Vegeta's gesture, Gula swiftly ascended into the sky, abandoning his spacecraft. Fearful that Vegeta might reconsider his mercy, Vegeta watched as Gula gradually ascended, shrinking into a mere black dot against the expanse of the sky. His hands resting on his hips, preparing his ultimate Kamehameha. Once in the cosmos, Gula exclaimed, The Saiyans are so naive and foolish. With that, he began to gather a supernova of energy. You filthy monkeys shall vanish along with this planet. The ultimate Kamehameha surged forth with unstoppable force towards the heavens, the recoil causing the ground beneath Vegeta to cave in. Just as Gula was about to hurl the amassed energy sphere towards Earth, he was met with a brilliant azure energy wave hurtling towards him. No. Gula was completely engulfed by the energy wave. Chapter 54. Trunks from the Future. In the final moments of his impending demise, Gula finally realized that it was not just Frieza, but also Cooler who had been overly naive. He too had underestimated the Saiyans. If given another chance, he would certainly refrain from hastily coming to Earth. He would diligently train to become stronger before returning. Boom. Gula gradually disintegrated within Vegeta's ultimate Kamehameha. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have completed the task. Defeat Gula. Task reward. Fusion degree increased by 10. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your soul and body fusion degree has reached a maximum of 100. No further fusion rewards will be granted. Breathing a sigh of relief, Vegeta felt a profound sense of ease emanating from the depths of his soul. He understood that henceforth, his soul had completely merged with this body. He was now truly Vegeta. After sensing the absence of Gula's energy and the system's announcement, he realized that Gula was utterly deceased. How powerful! That Saiyan is incredibly strong. Who could he possibly be? The youth was deeply impressed by Vegeta's formidable strength. It seemed there were no records of this individual in the annals of history. If he existed in the future, those two demons would hardly pose any threat. Just the thought of those two fiends filled him with seething resentment. Dad! At that moment, Gohan finally arrived. Gohan, what brings you here? Were you not supposed to protect everyone over there? Goku inquired, surprised to see Gohan. Dad, Mom, and the others came too. We were so worried about you, Gohan said, gesturing with his hands in front of his chest, a touch of grievance in his tone. All right, though Goku was innocent. He understood, gently ruffling Gohan's hair. Upon seeing his father no longer angry, Gohan beamed with joy. Whoosh. Vegeta, uninterested in Goku and the others, swiftly approached the mysterious youth. Overwhelmed by countless questions that plagued him, he needed clarity. Hey, Vegeta, Goku called out, noticing Vegeta heading towards the boy, and followed suit to uncover the identity of this enigmatic figure. Let's go? We should join them, Piccolo said. Yes, Uncle Piccolo, Gohan agreed, fully supportive of Piccolo's decision. The others had no objections either, for they sensed no hostility emanating from the boy. As everyone approached, the youth began to feel increasingly anxious, for he was finally about to meet his father. Vegeta, observing the group gravitating towards Trunks, also took flight, eager to ascertain whether the future remained unchanged from the original narrative. The unfolding events had rendered Vegeta unable to predict the outcome. All had become chaotic. Whoosh. Vegeta was the first to reach the purple-haired boy. Hey, kid, who exactly are you? You must be a Saiyan too. Where do you come from? And what is your purpose here? Vegeta's gaze was intense, ready to strike should the boy exhibit any hint of treachery. Aye. The boy stammered, unsure how to explain his origins. Not wishing to alter the course of history too drastically, he hesitated to answer Vegeta's inquiries, fearing that revealing too much could prevent his very existence at this moment. Whoosh. Just then, Vegeta, Goku, and the others arrived at the boy's side. Under the scrutiny of so many eyes, his anxiety heightened. Nevertheless, upon seeing Goku, he bravely approached him. Excuse me, you must be Mr. Goku? Huh, you know me? Goku pointed to himself, bewildered that this youth was familiar with him. Hey, Goku, do you know this kid? Krillin nudged Goku. After a moment's thought, Goku shook his head, recalling no memory of the boy. Mr. Goku, can we speak privately for a moment? The boy's expression turned serious. Sensing the boy's gravity, Goku understood he must have something significant to discuss, which he preferred to keep from the others, and thus adopted a more earnest demeanor. All right, Goku agreed, eager to uncover the boy's identity and why he recognized him, as well as his intentions for being here. The two then walked off into the distance. What could they possibly need to discuss that others couldn't know? Krillin scratched his bald head. TCH. Vegeta was displeased, wondering why only Kakarot got to converse with the boy. Allow me to tend to your injuries, Vegeta. Vegeta approached his counterpart, noting that he was still clutching his wounded shoulder. Vegeta turned his head away, neither rejecting nor agreeing, his ears slightly reddening. He felt embarrassed that his earlier defeat by Gula had been witnessed by Vegeta. For someone who prided himself as the noble prince of the Saiyans, it was mortifying to have been seen in such a dire state. Before long, under Vegeta's care, Vegeta's injuries were healed. Thanks, he replied without turning back. Vegeta was accustomed to his prideful demeanor and paid it no mind. He then treated the others as well. Although none were severely injured, they had sustained minor scrapes. Soon, everyone was fully healed. Uncle Vegeta, your healing technique is remarkable. It's just like Den from Namek. You can heal wounds. Gohan marveled at Vegeta's abilities, having only witnessed healing from Den and now Vegeta. Haha, it's no big deal. Once you grasp the essentials, it's not difficult at all. Vegeta patted Gohan's head. But I just can't seem to master it. I couldn't learn it on Yardrat, Gohan lamented, lowering his head. Haha. The sight of Gohan's small, disheartened expression prompted laughter from everyone. At that moment, a distant aircraft approached rapidly. It was Bulma and the others, racing towards them. Zing. As the aircraft landed, the door swung open, and two women rushed out. Husband, Gohan. Bulma dashed to Vegeta, enveloping him in an embrace, while Chi-Chi clung to Gohan, showing little concern for Goku's situation. Dad. Both exclaimed simultaneously. Darths, Iris, and the others disembarked from the aircraft and joined the group. Hey, Daddy's good boy and precious girl. Vegeta released his wife from his embrace, crouched down, and scooped up both little ones in his arms. Wow, Daddy is so amazing. Iris exclaimed joyfully, wrapping her arms around Vegeto's neck. Then tell me, Iris, what makes Daddy so amazing? Iris pressed her delicate index finger against her chin, pondering for a good while. Her adorable, thoughtful expression filled Krillin and the others with such envy that they longed to pinch her cheeks. I don't know, but Daddy is just super amazing. Haha. Everyone was charmed into laughter by Iris's innocent demeanor. Where's Goku? Bulma asked, only now noticing Son Goku's absence. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi hadn't given a single thought to Son Goku. She was entirely preoccupied with checking if Son Gohan was unharmed. The matter of Son Goku's well-being hadn't even crossed her mind. Krillin raised a hand, pointing in the direction where the youth and Son Goku stood. Following Krillin's indication, the group spotted two figures in the distance, now so far away that they appeared as mere blurred silhouettes. The youth halted once he deemed the distance sufficient. Mr. Goku. Hello. My name is Trunks, and I come from the future, 20 years from now. Trunks finally revealed his identity. Wait a minute. You said your name is Trunks? Son Goku was utterly astonished. Yes. What's the matter, Mr. Goku? Trunks was puzzled by Goku's extreme reaction to his name. Son Goku kept glancing back and forth between the little Trunks nestled in Tights' arms among the group and the grown Trunks standing before him. He found the situation incredibly bewildering. Chapter 55. The grim reality of the future timeline. You say your name is Trunks? Then your parents must be Vegeta and Tights. Son Goku exclaimed, still reeling from the surprise. Huh. Trunks was equally confused by Goku's words. While his father was indeed Vegeta, his mother was not Tights. Mr. Goku. Why would you say that? Do you know me? My father is Vegeta, but my mother isn't Tights. Tights is my aunt. Son Goku was once again thrown into confusion by Trunks' explanation. If Trunks had traveled from the future, how could his mother not be Tights? For someone as straightforward as Goku, unraveling such complex relational intricacies was an overwhelming challenge. My father is Vegeta, and my mother is Bulma, Trunks continued. What? This revelation left Son Goku even more astounded. If Trunks' mother was Bulma, then what about Vegeta? Seeing the mix of bewilderment and shock on Goku's face, Trunks realized that this timeline must differ significantly from his own. He began contemplating whether to disclose the grim truth of the future, uncertain if the same demons would emerge in this timeline. After a moment's thought, Trunks decided to first inquire about the circumstances of this timeline before deciding how much to reveal. Mr. Goku, could you tell me about the events of this timeline? Oh. Goku's train of thought was pulled back by Trunks' question. But where should I start? Goku pondered aloud. If he began from his childhood, it would take far too long, and many details had already faded from memory. Then, Mr. Goku, could you tell me about the gentleman who just defeated the enemy? Trunks suggested, noticing Goku's hesitation. Oh, you mean Vegeto? Vegeto? Trunks searched his memory, but found no recollection of such a name. Huh. Trunks, you don't know Vegeto? Goku found it strange that Trunks, hailing from the future, was unfamiliar with Vegeto. No, Mr. Goku. In my future, there is no one named Vegeto. Haha. Trunks, you don't need to call me Mr. Just Goku is fine. Hearing this, Trunks smiled. Mom was right. Uncle Goku, you really are a carefree yet incredibly reliable person. Haha, is that so? I can hardly imagine Bulma, with her fiery temper, ever praising me. The thought of Bulma complimenting him made Goku feel somewhat uneasy. Although Goku had asked Trunks to address him informally, as a younger individual, Trunks felt it would be impolite to do so. Moreover, having grown up hearing his mother's tales of Goku's heroic deeds, how this man had repeatedly saved Earth from peril, Trunks held immense respect for him. Even though he now understood this timeline was not the past of his own world, Goku remained exactly as his mother had described. So Trunks continued to address him with reverence. Swish. At that moment, Vegeto teleported directly beside the two of them. He had grown impatient with their prolonged, off-topic conversation. Trunks, why don't you start by explaining the situation in your future timeline? Vegeto interjected. Hey, Vegeto, what are you doing here? You two are taking too long and avoiding the main point. Haha. Goku scratched his head sheepishly, realizing they had indeed been sidetracked. Trunks took the opportunity to study Vegeto up close. Yet, he could discern nothing extraordinary about him. Standing there, if one overlooked the tail at his waist, Vegeto appeared merely as a handsome, exceptionally powerful, ordinary individual. This was inevitable, given the vast gap in their abilities. How could Trunks possibly gauge Vegeto's true strength? All right, Mr. Vegeto, Trunks agreed. Wait, let me gather everyone to listen together, Vegeto interrupted. Mr. Vegeto, you can't, Vegeto cut him off. Trunks, I understand your concerns. But in this timeline, you have already been born. You needn't worry that revealing the truth will prevent your existence. However, in our timeline, Bulma is my wife. And Vegeta's wife is her older sister, Tights. The young Trunks is the child of Vegeta and Tights. I believe you've already noticed the differences between this timeline and yours. Simply put, this timeline is the past of a parallel universe relative to yours. Trunks comprehended Vegeto's explanation. His earlier conversation with Goku had already hinted at the discrepancies. Everyone, come over here. Vegeto called out to the distant group. Soon, everyone had gathered. Vegeto, what's going on? Krillin asked. Hold your questions for now. Once Trunks explains the entire situation, everything will become clear, Vegeto instructed. The group swallowed their inquiries and fell silent. All right, Trunks, please describe the circumstances of your future world. Very well, Mr. Vegeto. Trunks set aside his remaining doubts, deciding to address them after relaying the crucial information. In the future I come from. Trunks began narrating the events of his timeline, 3 years from now in this world, specifically, on May 12th, age 767, at 10 a.m. 2 androids emerged on an island 9 kilometers southwest of South City. These androids were created by the mad scientist Dr. Gero of the Red Ribbon Army. The objective is to seek vengeance against Sun Wukong for his actions during his youth, when he dismantled the Red Ribbon Army, resulting in Dr. Gero lacking the necessary funding for his research and their inability to conquer the world. In a bid to eliminate Sun Wukong, he subsequently created androids 17 and 18. Upon their emergence, these 2 androids wreaked havoc, deriving pleasure from murder. Tragically, Sun Wukong succumbed to a heart disease at the time of their arrival. The other Z fighters, unable to withstand the onslaught of these androids, were successively vanquished. Due to the connection between Piccolo and the Old Kai, Piccolo's demise also led to the Old Kai's death. The Dragon Balls turned to stone, rendering any hopes of resurrection impossible. Only the young Trunks and the still youthful Gohan remained. Together, they struggled against the androids, striving to thwart their atrocities, and during their resistance, they gradually became both mentors and friends. However, before Trunks could return from the future, Gohan was killed during a confrontation with the androids, leaving Trunks to face them alone. In the future, under the destruction wrought by the androids, the population of Earth dwindled to merely a few thousand. In a desperate attempt to alter the dismal fate of the future, Bulma's relentless efforts culminated in the invention of a time machine. Trunks utilized this time machine to return, carrying with him a cure for heart disease, with the hope of changing the outcome of Sun Wukong's tragic demise. This change in history could potentially transform the dire circumstances of the future. As Trunks recounted the grim state of the future, tears streamed down his face. The ordeal of battling 2 androids single-handedly was overwhelmingly arduous. A profound silence enveloped the group. Vegeta, gritting his teeth, could hardly accept that he had been defeated by the androids, feeling a deep-seated resentment and disbelief at being vanquished by such wretched beings. Bulma and Tai stepped forward to embrace Trunks, comforting him. The 2 women, one the mother of future Trunks and the other the mother of present-day Trunks, shared an unbreakable bond of motherhood, albeit from different timelines. Now both had become mothers, and they could empathize deeply with Trunks' harrowing experiences. Enough of tears. They are but a sign of weakness in a man. In the future, you are the sole warrior left. You must learn to be stronger. For the fate of the world depends upon you. Trunks. Vegeta patted Trunks on the shoulder. This was a rare moment of encouragement from Vegeta, leaving the others still engulfed in sorrow, astonished. Chapter 56, The Divergence of 2 Timelines. After hearing Trunks' account, the others felt a deep sympathy for him and the harrowing experiences of that timeline. They were also struck by the formidable power of the androids, realizing that all had perished at their hands. Trunks, if the Dragon Balls on Earth are no longer usable, why not seek the Dragon Balls on Namek? Sun Wukong inquired, puzzled. Even if the Earth's Dragon Balls are gone, Namek still possesses its own. Kakarot, have you forgotten? When we were on Namek, didn't Vegito wish to conceal the coordinates of Namek? Since that timeline lacks Vegito, I can only surmise that you, that infuriating fellow, defeated Frieza. Subsequently, the coordinates of Namek were likely hidden, just as in our timeline. With our demise, surely no one remains to know the coordinates of Namek. Besides, when we were killed, Gohan and Trunks were still too young to reach Namek, Vegeta retorted, exasperated. Haha, I forgot. Sun Wukong admitted sheepishly, realizing his oversight. Father was right. In the future, I cannot locate Namek, thus we cannot resurrect everyone. I apologize. With that, Trunks expressed his remorse to the group. It's alright, Trunks. None of this is your fault, Vegito consoled him. Indeed, in such dire circumstances, you and Gohan managed to resist those two androids for so long. That is already quite remarkable. Others chimed in, offering their support to the young boy who had endured such hellish conditions. Thank you, everyone. Trunks felt deeply moved by their words. After listening to the situation from the future, I believe I understand the disparity between the two timelines, Vegito stated, stepping forward. You understand? Vegito urged. Please share your thoughts. Krillin pressed eagerly. Because of me. Because of you? The others were puzzled by Vegito's cryptic statement, unsure of his meaning. Indeed. In Trunks' recounting, he did not mention me. When we first met, Trunks recognized all of you, yet he did not recognize me, Vegito continued. Reflecting on this, the group acknowledged Vegito's assertion as accurate. In my timeline, there was no Uncle Vegito, Trunks confirmed. At this moment, the others began to comprehend, though not entirely. Noticing their lingering confusion, Vegito elaborated. It is my existence that has led to the divergence between the two timelines. He then proceeded to recount the events that marked the differences between the two timelines. Beginning with Raditz' invasion of Earth, Vegito and Sun Wukong's first encounter, where Vegito aided in defeating Raditz. Sun Wukong did not perish at this juncture, but at Vegito's suggestion, he still went to the North Kai's planet for training. Then came Vegito's meeting with Bulma, leading to their love story. Following that was Vegeta and Nappa's invasion of Earth, which Vegito thwarted once more, saving the planet from their grasp. The group learned from Vegito and Bulma about Piccolo's homeland and the Dragon Balls, as well as Vegito's marriage to Bulma. When the Saiyan Dorius invaded Earth, they united to thwart his nefarious plans. Their journey to Namek led them to unlock their potential with the aid of the Grand Elder. Confronting Frieza, culminating in Vegito's triumph over him, Namek was spared from destruction, and they utilized the Dragon Balls to wish for their return to Earth. Upon their return, Vegito guided everyone to Yardrat, where they trained. During this period, Bulma gave birth to Dutuz and Elise. Vegeta and Bulma's sister, Tais, became a couple. When Slug invaded Earth, he met his demise at Vegito's hands. Tais bore Vegeta's child, naming him Trunks. Finally, with the present attack by Cooler and Guldo, Earth was saved yet again. Thanks to Vegito's presence, Vegito meticulously detailed all the events that had transpired due to his existence. After hearing Vegito's account, the others realized the extensive journey they had undertaken since meeting him. In this moment, Trunks finally grasped where the divergence of the two timelines lay. It was indeed Vegito's emergence that led to the distinct changes in their fates. After hearing Uncle Vegito's words, it is evident that the two timelines began to diverge with his arrival, Trunks stated. He then began to recount the history of his timeline. The history prior to the Saiyans arriving on Earth remained largely unchanged. Following Raditz's arrival, Piccolo and Sun Wukong united to confront him. Yet they were still unable to overcome Raditz. Sun Wukong restrained Raditz, and Piccolo utilized the special beam cannon to eliminate both Raditz and Sun Wukong. Consequently, Sun Wukong ventured to the underworld before ascending to King Kai's planet for training. Upon his resurrection, he resumed his training on King Kai's planet until Vegeta and Nappa invaded Earth. During the ensuing battle against the Saiyans, Piccolo, Yamchu, Tien, and Kairatsu fell in succession. Ultimately, Sun Wukong returned from the underworld and triumphed over Vegeta, albeit sustaining severe injuries. With Piccolo's demise, the Dragon Balls on Earth became unusable. To revive their fallen comrades, Bulma, Gohan, and Krillin boarded the Supreme Kai spaceship and journeyed to Namek in search of the Dragon Balls. On Namek, during his confrontation with Frieza, Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan, fueled by Krillin's death. As the battle unfolded, Frieza, overwhelmed by Sun Wukong's might, destroyed the planet's core. Utilizing the final wish of the Namekian Dragon Balls, everyone except Sun Wukong and Frieza was transported to Earth. Sun Wukong ultimately defeated Frieza, but Namek met its catastrophic end. In the last moments before the explosion, Sun Wukong found the Jinyu Force's spacecraft and escaped, surviving the destruction. Subsequently, Bulma and the others utilized the Namekian Dragon Balls to resurrect Tien, Kaiatsu, Yamcha, and Krillin. The Namekians, in turn, sought a new planet to inhabit. After surviving Namek's destruction, Sun Wukong traveled to Yardrat, where he mastered instant transmission. 2 years later, Frieza, who had not been completely vanquished, along with Cooler, arrived on Earth seeking vengeance against Sun Wukong. Trunks chose this moment to return, determined to defeat Frieza and Cooler, thereby altering the course of history. Sun Wukong arrived on Earth 3 hours later than Frieza and Cooler, only to find his friends either injured or deceased. Trunks' primary objective was to deliver a heart disease antidote to Sun Wukong and inform everyone about the impending arrival of the androids 3 years hence, enabling them to prepare. Upon hearing the accounts from Trunks, the Z fighters were astonished by the ever-changing nature of their world, marveling at how the mere presence of one individual could significantly alter history. Thanks to Vegito, Sun Wukong had not perished alongside Raditz. Piccolo, Tien, Yamcha, and Kaiatsu had escaped death at the hands of Vegeta, and Krillin had survived Frieza's wrath. Bulma had become Vegito's wife, while Vegeta had wed Bulma's sister, Tights. Thus, Trunks emerged as the offspring of Vegeta and Tights, who had also achieved Super Saiyan status ahead of schedule. Everyone marveled at the bizarre twists of fate. Uncle Wukong, here's the antidote for you, Trunks declared. Though this timeline isn't the past of my own, I still want you to have it. As Vegito explained, history has changed. Despite the differences, certain events are still fated to unfold. Therefore, the androids will undoubtedly appear 3 years from now, so please accept this. Alright. Thanks, Trunks, Sun Wukong replied. Accepting the antidote. As Trunks had said, while history had transformed, many aspects remained the same. Sun Wukong was eager to confront the androids, as he did not wish to miss the chance to battle such formidable foes due to heart failure. Trunks felt a tinge of sadness for not being able to alter the past, grappling with the uncertainty of how to confront the two malevolent beings in the future. Would the future remain fraught with turmoil? As he pondered this, tears streamed down Trunks' face, lamenting his inadequacy. Chapter 57, Journey to the Future. Vegito, noticing Trunks' despondency, approached and patted his shoulder. At that moment, a mission was issued by the system. Ding. Mission: travel to the future and train Trunks to personally eliminate the androids. Mission reward: infinite stamina. Oh, how fortuitous. This mission from the system arrives just in time. Even without the mission, I had planned on accompanying Trunks to the future. Vegito thought. His reasons were twofold: to assist Trunks in defeating the androids and to ascertain whether the Room of Spirit and Time could be utilized for his own training to transcend into a Super Saiyan God. Trunks, while history cannot be altered, the future lies within your grasp. The future is created by one's own efforts. So, even if we cannot change the past to alter the circumstances of your timeline, do not lose hope. I will accompany you to the future and train you. I believe that with my guidance, you will easily defeat those androids. What? Everyone was stunned by Vegito's declaration. They had not anticipated that Vegito would join Trunks on his journey to the future. Hey, if Vegito is going, then I, the prince, must also accompany you. I need to find out why I was such a weakling in the future to have been defeated by those two androids. Vegeta exclaimed, scolding himself fiercely. I want to go too. Sun Wukong chimed in, unwilling to be left behind. Bulma, however, was deeply concerned for Vegito. According to Trunks, those two androids were exceedingly powerful. Daddy, the twins, though still young and unable to fully comprehend, sensed that their father might be venturing to an unreachable place. Vegito knelt down, lifting each child in his arms, and embraced Bulma as well. He consoled them, asserting that he had to go. Don't worry, sweetheart, I'm incredibly strong. Those androids are no match for me. However, despite Bulma's knowledge of Vegito's strength, as a wife, her worry lingered. It's all right. Those two androids have committed unforgivable acts, and I cannot allow them to wreak havoc any longer. Understanding that she could not dissuade Vegito from his determination, she refrained from further protest and instead rose on her toes to plant a kiss on his lips. Darling, after I leave, you both must train even harder to protect your mother, all right? I'll be back as soon as I can. While I'm away, you two will be responsible for watching over her. Okay, Daddy, we'll protect Mommy, the twins declared, raising their tiny fists. Such good children. Vegito kissed their cherubic faces and then pecked Bulma on the forehead before releasing them. He turned to face Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Goku, Vegeta, you two should remain here. I'm uncertain if I can return in 3 years. In my absence, this timeline will require your protection. If we all leave, not only will the time machine not accommodate so many, but we cannot predict how much time this journey will consume. If we cannot return in 3 years, the emergence of the androids will pose a danger to Earth. After Vegito's explanation, he extended his fist towards Sun Wukong and Vegeta. The two pondered Vegito's words, which were indeed reasonable. The uncertainty of time was daunting. Although they were eager to confront the androids Trunks spoke of, they had the opportunity to battle them in this timeline in 3 years. If they all ventured to the future and failed to return in time, the present timeline would be at risk. After much deliberation, they raised their fists to meet Vegito's in agreement. They decided to remain behind and utilize the next 3 years wisely, with even more rigorous training. The objective is to vanquish the androids that will emerge in 3 years and, seizing this opportunity, to potentially surpass Vegito. Vegito scoffed. You all are overestimating yourselves. You shall never surpass me. In the heavenly temple, it was utterly unexpected that the suddenly appearing youth was actually a time traveler from the future. What was even more astonishing was the existence of parallel timelines. Indeed, I have aged. Perhaps I should consider merging with Piccolo. Such a fusion might empower Piccolo to triumph over the androids of 3 years hence, the old god Piccolo pondered. Given his current age, he felt rather feeble, unable to assist the Earth in its time of crisis. Merging with Piccolo could perhaps offer a modicum of support against the impending calamity. On North Kai's planet, the North Kai had been attentively observing the events transpiring on Earth, his heart racing with anxiety. When Goku and Vegeta were defeated by Cooler, he presumed that Earth was doomed. Fortunately, Vegito intervened, ultimately leading to Cooler's defeat and the salvation of Earth once more. Yet, the emergence of the mysterious youth caused the North Kai's heart to leap to his throat. He initially suspected the boy to be an adversary. After hearing the boy recount the entire saga, the North Kai's heart raced uncontrollably, never finding calm again. Upon hearing Vegito express his intent to journey into the future, the North Kai nearly suffered a heart attack. He was acutely aware that recklessly traversing time was a grave offense. Should a god of destruction or an angel discover this, it would result in obliteration. The privilege of time travel was exclusively granted to the Kaioshin of time. If others were to traverse time indiscriminately, it could lead to cosmic chaos. Thus, he promptly established a telepathic connection with the inhabitants of Earth. Vegito, you must not go to the future. The North Kai's voice resonated through the heavens, heard by all. Is that you, North Kai? Goku inquired uncertainly. Indeed, it's me, Goku. Why do you say Vegito cannot go to the future? Goku, you do not comprehend. Arbitrary time travel is a severe crime. What? The revelation left everyone in a state of bewilderment. The North Kai then succinctly elucidated the dire consequences of reckless time travel. Should a being who ought not to exist appear in a particular timeline, it would throw that timeline into disarray, potentially creating 2 or more divergent timelines, thus spawning numerous parallel universes. An excess of parallel timelines would lead to cosmic turmoil, something that the higher deities absolutely forbid. Once the North Kai concluded his explanation, the others grasped the gravity of the situation. Do not worry, North Kai. Trunks has already crossed over into our timeline. This signifies that our 2 timelines have begun to intertwine and transform from this moment onward. Even if I do not venture into the future has already been altered. If change is inevitable, why not intervene to steer it toward a favorable outcome? However, the North Kai conceded. He does make a compelling argument, and I have no retort. Very well, North Kai. If any repercussions arise, I shall bear the burden alone. You need only manage the North Galaxy. I can no longer concern myself with you. Do as you wish. I shall not be accountable for any consequences that may ensue. The North Kai huffed in irritation. Indeed, I will shoulder any outcomes that arise, Vegito pledged. The North Kai, in a fit of fury, severed the connection. These individuals truly infuriate me, he fumed. Directly, Babarusu, regardless of the repercussions. Vegito was resolute in not abandoning the future. Whether in his previous life depicted in the anime or in this current existence, the future world was fraught with calamities, and Vegito could not stand idly by. Otherwise, Trunks would bear the weight of it all alone, and that was too pitiful. Moreover, Vegito wished to venture into the future to assist Bulma. Although this Bulma was not his wife, he yearned to alleviate her burdens and spare her from suffering. Vegito, should you encounter the deceased me in the future, I implore you to give that fool a sound reprimand for allowing himself to be defeated by androids. What a disgrace. Vegito raised a thumb in acknowledgement of Vegeta's sentiment. Vegito had to admit, when Vegeta was fierce, he spared no one, not even himself. Trunks, let us depart. Certainly. Trunks was elated at the prospect of Vegito aiding him in his training. Hope finally flickered in the future. Boom. Trunks retrieved the time machine. The 2 entered, and Trunks adjusted the settings. The machine slowly ascended into the sky. Darling, do return promptly. If you tarry too long, I shall remarry. Bulma shouted. Goodness, this woman. How can she utter such cold-hearted words? Vegito exclaimed, incredulous at Bulma's audacity. With a wave, Vegito and Trunks vanished into the sky along with the machine. Chapter 58, Arrival in the Future Timeline. After Vegito and Trunks departed, Krillin approached Bulma with a mischievous grin. Bulma, was what you just said true? Would you really remarry if Vegito doesn't return soon? Dardus and Ellis, holding Bulma's hand, looked up at their mother. Though the 2 children did not comprehend the meaning of remarriage, they sensed it was not a good thing. Begone, you bald-headed nuisance. That was merely an outburst. Do you not understand? Bulma snapped, releasing her children and delivering a light smack to Krillin's shiny head. The impact left a bright red handprint on his scalp. I am deeply devoted to my husband. I would never remarry, she declared with conviction. Laughter erupted among the others, dispelling the previously heavy atmosphere. Dardus, Ellis, let us return home. We must not associate with these morally questionable men. They will lead us astray, Bulma huffed, taking her children by the hand and striding away without a backward glance. Yamcha approached the fallen Krillin. Krillin, How could you speak so bluntly? You know Bulma has a fiery temper. You ought to know not to poke a tiger, especially a female one. When Vegito returns, if Bulma reports you, you shall be doomed. Yamcha chuckled, reveling in Krillin's predicament. Such is the nature of brotherhood. One laughs at your misfortune, yet when you face adversity, they would not hesitate to lend a hand. Enough, Yamcha. Spare me your jests. Ouch. Bulma's slap is truly formidable. I am in real trouble now. Krillin lamented as he stood, rubbing the red mark on his head. The sight of Krillin elicited another round of hearty laughter from the group. Oof, Vegito, you shall wait. When you return, I will surely surpass you. Vegeta clenched his fists in determination. With that, Vegeta soared into the heavens, intent on undertaking more arduous training to eclipse Vegito and Kakarot. Alas, Vegeta has abandoned both his wife and children? Yamcha remarked. Everyone must strive to train diligently. We must enhance our strength to confront the android crisis 3 years hence. Until we meet again in 3 years, Goku concluded, departing with Chi-Chi and Gohan. Humph. Those who fear death need not return in 3 years. Piccolo remarked as he too took his leave. Humph, who fears death? Yamcha retorted indignantly, although such words were spoken. According to Trunks, those 2 androids were demons who reveled in murder. He felt a twinge of fear. Well then, let us depart. We shall meet again in 3 years. Tien and Kairatsu also took their leave. What about Ties and Little Trunks? Krillin inquired. Just then, a roar echoed as Bulma piloted an aircraft towards them. Sister, it's time to go, she announced through a loudspeaker as the plane came to a halt. All right, Ties replied, clutching Little Trunks as she boarded the aircraft. The plane gradually lifted off the ground and soared into the sky. Come on, Krillin, let us return to Master Roshi's place together. Everyone is working hard to prepare for the crisis 3 years from now. We cannot afford to be lax. Yamcha motivated himself. Understood. Yamchu, Krillin, Master Roshi, Puar, and Oolong set off towards the Turtle Hermit's abode. Inside the time machine, Trunks and Vegeta traversed the time corridor, feeling the potent essence of time enveloping them. Vegeta marveled at the richness of the temporal energy, then began to meditate upon its power. The intensity of this time energy was truly remarkable. Such an opportunity was exceedingly rare. Observing Vegeta in silent concentration, Trunks refrained from speaking so as not to disturb him. I never imagined Uncle Vegeta could be so formidable and diligent in his training. His dedication is commendable. In the future world, at West City, crows perched upon the ruins of a devastated landscape, while others circled ominously above. It resembled a ghost town, akin to a hellish nightmare. Everywhere, collapsed buildings littered the area, rendering the city a mere wasteland. The streets lay in tatters, as though they had recently endured a bombardment. Black smoke billowed from the remnants of skyscrapers. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder. Corpses of men, women, and children lay sprawled in pools of blood. The absence of any living soul evoked a chilling sense of desolation, reminiscent of an apocalyptic scene. This hellish reality mirrored the current state of many cities in the future, where past prosperity had faded into oblivion. Suddenly, a machine appeared in the sky, startling the circling crows. The time machine descended, and Vegeta and Trunks emerged. Gazing at the apocalyptic scene before him, Vegeta's fists clenched instinctively. The sound of cracking knuckles betrayed the intensity of his fury. The androids of the future, number 17 and number 18, were nothing short of monsters, reveling in slaughter. Trunks, having secured the time machine, approached Vegeta and surveyed the devastation of West City. Tears welling in his eyes. Damn it, I can't believe that during my absence, West City was reduced to this by the androids. Those 2 fiends have wrought such havoc upon my city. Enraged, Trunks knelt and pounded the ground in frustration. Calm yourself, Trunks, Vegeta urged, attempting to temper his anger. Now is not the time for sorrow. Since West City has fallen, our priority must be to ascertain your mother Bulma's safety. Yes, Uncle Vegeta, Trunks acknowledged, realizing the wisdom in Vegeta's words, and quickly wiped away his tears. Let us go. With that, the 2 flew westward towards Capsule Corporation. Upon arrival at Capsule Corporation, they found that West City had also suffered destruction, though it was marginally better than West City, as they encountered no bodies strewn about. Faced with this ruin, Vegeta's concern for Bulma's safety grew. His fists tightened, veins bulging. Although this timeline's Bulma was not his own wife, both versions of her were irreplaceable to him. Come, Uncle Vegeta, Mother should be fine. To evade those 2 androids, the people have built a concealed underground base over the years. Hearing Trunks' words, Vegeta managed to suppress his emotions. As Trunks led Vegeta onward, he explained, in the years following the androids' rampage, humanity devised ways to evade their attacks. Thus, each city constructed several discrete underground shelters. The androids cannot sense life energy, so as long as people remain hidden in sturdy, concealed locations, they are difficult to detect. Naturally, As the world's wealthiest individual, Capsule Corporation has also established a robust and hidden underground refuge. Trunks arrived at a concealed entrance, stating, "This leads to the place where Mother is hiding." These underground shelters were constructed secretly after the androids began their destruction. Though they were well concealed and capable of withstanding earthquakes of magnitude 12, resource limitations meant that the facilities were not fully equipped and the conditions were less than ideal. "I hope Uncle Vegeta won't mind," Trunks added as they descended. "Not at all," Vegeta replied. He understood that given the current plight, it was remarkable that people were still alive, and one could hardly expect amenities. Indeed, the resilience of humanity is astonishing in an environment where death lurks at every corner. They have managed to construct such secure and hidden underground shelters. Humanity truly is exceptional. Chapter 59. Bulma of the future. Trunks guided Vegeta to a sealed iron door, positioning his eye at a circular slot for identification. The successful recognition was met with a mechanical female voice. "Welcome back, Master Trunks," Vegeta remarked. "The technology of Dragon Ball is indeed far more advanced than that of my previous life. Please come inside. We will record your information shortly for easier access in the future," instructed Trunks. Vegeta nodded in agreement. Upon entering, they encountered a woman in her 40s. Clad in a lab coat with blue hair, engrossed in her work at a computer screen. "Mother, I'm home," Trunks called. Hearing his voice, the woman turned to face them. "Trunks, you're back. Was your trip successful?" Bulma then noticed Vegeta standing behind Trunks. "Who is this?" she queried, her gaze drawn to Vegeta, as if she were seeing the echoes of Goku and Vegeta. In this future timeline, Bulma had only experienced the era of the androids. Majin Buu had not yet emerged, and thus she was unfamiliar with Vegeta. "Mother, it went very smoothly. This is my ally, Uncle Vegeta, whom I brought back from the past," Trunks explained. "Vegeta?" Bulma pondered, trying to recall if such a person existed in her memories. Observing Bulma's confusion, Trunks succinctly elaborated that he had not traveled to the past of their timeline, but to a parallel universe's past. He then shared some insights about parallel universes. Upon hearing Trunks' explanation, Bulma quickly grasped the situation. After all, she was the genius who invented the time machine, and her intellect was undeniable. Trunks had merely skimmed the surface, yet she comprehended the essence of the matter. "Hello, Vegeta," Bulma greeted warmly. Vegeta, noticing the lines of worry etched on Bulma's face, felt a deep sense of sympathy for her plight. After Vegeta's demise, she had relied solely on Trunks, bearing the heavy burden of combating the android menace. In her relentless pursuit to return to the past and cure son Wukong's heart condition, thereby altering the present outcome, she toiled day and night in her research. At just over 40 years of age, the lines on her face had become strikingly prominent. Yet, rather than detracting from her beauty, they bestowed upon her a unique allure. As Bulma gazed into Vegeta's eyes, she found herself perplexed by the depth of sincerity reflected there, especially from someone she had just met. She was certain this was her inaugural encounter with Vegeta, and his display of tenderness left her feeling somewhat flustered. "I apologize for my indiscretion." Observing Bulma's discomfort, Vegeta realized he had overstepped his bounds. "Mom, you two continue your conversation. I'll go make some coffee." Trunks quickly sought an excuse to exit. He bore no ill will towards Vegeta's earlier behavior. He understood that Vegeta's emotions had inadvertently spilled forth upon witnessing his mother's current plight. Trunks knew that Vegeta harbored profound affection for Bulma, which had been evident during their farewell in the past timeline. The love between Vegeta and the Bulma of that era was indeed profound, and their two children were equally charming. It was this vision of his mother that had caused Vegeta to lose his composure. Thus, Trunks discreetly provided them with space, preferring not to meddle in the affairs of adults. In the future, Trunks had flawlessly inherited the best traits from his parents, embodying Bulma's wisdom and Vegeta's decisiveness. He was dubbed by fans as the least reckless Saiyan in the Dragon Ball series, for he had no luxury of frivolity left to him. At such a tender age, he had endured the loss of his father, the passing of friends, and even witnessed his mentor and friend Gohan die before his eyes. Now, with only his mother remaining, he bore the heavy responsibility of defeating the androids, leaving little room for levity. In the laboratory, after Trunks departed, the atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. "Vegeta, please have a seat. There's no need to be so formal." It was Bulma who broke the tension. She poured a glass of water for Vegeta. "Would you share your story with me?" Bulma continued to inquire, eager to understand why Vegeta had exhibited such intense emotions during their first meeting. Hearing Bulma's words, Vegeta gradually began to relax. Although he was over 40 years old in this life, his experiences paled in comparison to Bulma's trials, who had endured the loss of her parents, husband, and friends. Moreover, as the leader of Capsule Corporation, her worldly wisdom far exceeded Vegeta's. Vegeta accepted the glass of water Bulma offered, contemplating how to convey the tale of his relationship with the Bulma from that timeline. Bulma patiently awaited his response, sensing from Vegeta's earlier display of emotion that there was a significant bond between him and her alternate self. Thus, she remained attentive, eager to learn their story. Vegeta drained the glass and began to reminisce about everything related to Bulma, recounting how he had fallen in love with her at first sight, captivated by her beauty. After a year in the hyperbolic time chamber, his affection had deepened significantly. After returning to Bulma's home, every moment spent together was cherished, from her inviting him to go shopping to their excursions to various entertainment venues. Ultimately, beneath a breathtaking sunset, he had confessed his feelings. And when the lovely girl had leapt into his arms, weeping, revealing that she had orchestrated everything in anticipation of his confession, his affection blossomed into love. Their journey continued with honeymoons around the world and culminated in their marriage, resulting in the birth of 2 adorable children. As Vegeta narrated, he retrieved photographs from his storage ring, showcasing their sweet and joyful moments together, culminating in a cherished family portrait. In that photo, the woman cradled a delicate girl while the man held a handsome boy, her head nestled against his shoulder, radiating happiness. The man, with one arm around the boy and the other around the woman, wore a charming smile. Vegeta and Bulma's love story was not one of grand gestures, but rather a simple, profound bond that Vegeta treasured above all, as Bulma had given him a home filled with warmth. After a considerable time, Bulma remained transfixed by the family photograph, gazing at it vacantly, lost in thought, until tears began to stream down her cheeks. It was uncertain whether these tears were born from envy of the family's happiness or from the hardships she had endured over the years. Seeing the tears on Bulma's face, Vegeta instinctively reached out to wipe them away, only to realize afterward that he had overstepped again. "I'm sorry. It's all right," Bulma replied, shaking her head. "It's evident that you love her dearly, and she is immensely happy. Indeed, I love her profoundly. They are my everything. If any harm were to befall them, I fear I would go mad and upend this world." Vegeta spoke with a resolve that matched his power, and Bulma couldn't help but admire the fierce determination in his demeanor. "Who would have thought that one day I would envy myself?" Bulma mused, reflecting on the girl in the photograph, who was not the woman she had become, and thus her envy deepened. Memories of the struggles she had faced, living in solitude with her son, caused fresh tears to fall unbidden. "I apologize for losing my composure." Noticing Vegeta's discomfort, Bulma hurried to apologize. "No worries, Bulma. Regardless of how challenging or dark life may become, we must strive to persevere. I promise you, one day the sun will shine again, bringing warmth to this world." Vegeta made his solemn vow. Chapter 60. The commencement of training for Trunks. Vegeta, I am truly grateful for your presence in my life during that timeline, and for your assistance in our time of despair. Bulma expressed her heartfelt gratitude for Vegeta. Without him, her alternate self might have faced a fate akin to her current suffering. "It's no trouble, Bulma. If this world is overlooked by the divine, then let me be the ray of dawn that rekindles warmth and light." Gurgle, gurgle. Haha, my apologies, I'm quite hungry. Bulma chuckled. Vegeta felt utterly embarrassed, wishing he could sink into the ground, having just tried to project a noble image. After having spoken such profound words, his dignity had vanished in an instant. Bulma couldn't help but find humor in Vegeta's sudden shift from confident to akin to an ostrich. "Ah, youth is truly wonderful," she mused. "Trunks, prepare the meal and invite our guests to dine." Bulma used the intercom to contact Trunks. "All right, Mom." Trunks promptly responded. Trunks understood that the two had concluded their conversation. "Shall we?" Bulma beckoned as she led Vegeta to the dining area. Following closely behind, Vegeta could only reflect on how life had wielded an invisible blade, shaping this version of Bulma into her current form. At present, Bulma's character has evolved into one of restraint and resilience. Life has compelled her to conceal her innocence and vivacity. The future that awaits Bulma is fraught with immense hardship and adversity. Equally pitiable is Chi-Chi from this timeline. Both women, bound in matrimony to Saiyans, share the unfortunate fate of discontent. In comparison, Bulma's situation is slightly more favorable, as she still has Trunks by her side, while Chi-Chi is left utterly alone. Vegeta exclaims, "No, I must pay a visit to the other world and teach those two incompetent Saiyans a lesson. Their behavior is simply intolerable." Upon arriving at their dining location, Trunks has already prepared a meal. The trio begins to eat, and Bulma observes the two Saiyans voraciously devouring their food, her appetite piqued as she joins in. After their meal, Vegeta presents Bulma with a collection of special metals and minerals he had gathered from another timeline, which he had not yet handed over to her, along with some advanced technology from the cosmos. These items will alleviate many of the resource shortages Bulma faces. Once this is accomplished, Vegeta decides to take Trunks for training, stating that as long as the androids remain a threat, more lives will be lost. "Trunks, let us depart. I am taking you to a place for specialized training. You must confront those two fiends yourself, as I am merely a transient in this timeline. Therefore, it is your responsibility to handle those androids. I will not assist you. I believe you wish to vanquish them with your own hands. Trunks, now fiercely independent, understands that Vegeta cannot aid him in overcoming the two Saiyans. Vegeta does not want Trunks to develop a dependency on him. After all, he is not a permanent resident in this world. And thus Trunks and his companions must rely on their own strength. Yes, Uncle Vegeta, I will defeat those two demons myself. So please, train me. Trunks is determined to avenge his father and his brother Gohan without resorting to Vegeta's help. Take care, Mom. Bulma hears them bid farewell simultaneously. You too. She waves as they depart. Once they are a distance away, she resumes her research. With a whoosh, the two arrive on the ground. With Vegeta leading and Trunks following towards Korin Tower. Uncle Vegeta, where are we headed? Trunks inquires, unable to contain his curiosity. You will find out when we arrive. Vegeta replies cryptically. Trunks, seeing Vegeta's silence, refrains from asking further questions, knowing he will soon discover the answer. After approximately 30 minutes, they descend upon the sacred world of the Kais. Scanning the surroundings, Trunks notes with relief that the area remains intact. Where is this place, Uncle Vegeta? He asks again. The sacred world of the Kais, Vegeta responds. The sacred world of the Kais? Trunks recalls that Bulma had mentioned Goku trained here during his youth. Vegeta glances around, but finds no sign of Korin. Korin, are you still around? I know you're here. We require your assistance. He calls into the depths of the temple. While Vegeta could directly lead Trunks into the hyperbolic time chamber, he recognizes that this is not his domain and wishes to respect the owner's wishes. Additionally, Vegeta is curious to know whether Piccolo and Old Kai are still present after Korin's passing. Before long, a figure resembling a dark-haired Indian man emerges from the depths of the temple. Korin, I knew you were still here, Vegeta sighs with relief, as he had not been entirely certain of Korin's presence. What do you seek? Korin inquires, his expression as emotionless as ever. We would like to utilize the hyperbolic time chamber for training, Vegeta responds hastily. Korin gazes at Vegeta, remaining silent for an extended period. Why do you stare at me like that, Korin? Is there something on me? Vegeta asks, eventually growing self-conscious. Finally, Korin speaks, follow me. He turns and walks deeper into the temple, not sparing a glance at Trunks. Come, Trunks, we must follow, Vegeta urges. All right, Uncle Vegeta, Trunks replies. After a few minutes, they arrive at a door resembling chocolate, with a clock hanging above it. This is the hyperbolic time chamber. You may enter, Korin instructs. Thank you, Korin. For leading the way, Vegeta expresses his gratitude. Korin glances back at Vegeta before turning to leave, leaving Vegeta puzzled. Dismissing his confusion, Vegeta pushes open the door, and he and Trunks step inside. Once inside the chamber, Trunks asks, Uncle Vegeta, who exactly is Korin? He seems rather unusual. I'm not entirely sure, in my timeline. I only know him as the attendant of the Kai. Beyond that, I have no further insights, Vegeta replies, withholding his suspicions about Korin's true nature. While he suspects Korin may not be an angel, the mystery surrounding him remains. Wow, this place is truly extraordinary, Trunks exclaims, marveling at his surroundings. How did you come to know of such a place in the sacred world of the Kais, Uncle Vegeta? I trained here in my timeline, Vegeta replies simply. Oh, Trunks nods in understanding. Vegeta then begins to explain the unique environment of the hyperbolic time chamber to Trunks. Chapter 61, The Transformation of the Super Saiyan. Little do Vegeta and Trunks know that once the door to the hyperbolic time chamber closes, Korin stands once more before the now-closed door, contemplating the recent events. His earlier gaze at Vegeta had not been without purpose. Korin has discerned that Vegeta does not belong in this timeline, that he is, in essence, an outsider. Furthermore, Korin has perceived the aura of the god of destruction concealed within Vegeta. Were Vegeta to become aware of this, he would undoubtedly be taken aback. As they settle into the hyperbolic time chamber, Vegeta begins to explain its peculiar conditions to Trunks. The air is thin and oppressively warm, with temperatures fluctuating between 50 degrees Celsius and -40. The gravity here is 10 times that of Earth, yet the space is as vast as their home planet. A year spent inside the chamber equates to merely a day in the outside world. However, one may only enter for 2 days in their lifetime. Exceeding this limit would result in becoming trapped, unable to escape. Fortunately, Trunks need not worry, as those with sufficient strength can shatter the barrier separating this realm from the outside world, allowing for an exit. Hearing Vegeta's explanation broadens Trunks' horizons. He had never imagined such a training ground existed on Earth. Now, Trunks, let us begin your adaptation to the gravity here while I explain the various transformations of the Super Saiyan, Vegeta instructs. Understood, Uncle Vegeta. Trunks has come to place considerable trust in Vegeta, perceiving him almost as a venerable mentor imparting wisdom to his junior. despite their seemingly similar ages. The bond between them has deepened. Upon stepping outside the confines of the dwelling, Trunks was immediately struck by the overwhelming tenfold gravity and the searing heat of the environment. A stark contrast to the comfort of the interior. It was his first encounter with such conditions, and he found himself momentarily disoriented. Vegeta, unfazed by the harshness, commenced an enlightening discourse on the transformation into a Super Saiyan. As Trunks gradually acclimated to the intense gravity and scorching temperature, Vegeta elaborated on the remarkable potential of their warrior race, asserting that the transformation into a Super Saiyan is merely the beginning. He spoke of the subsequent forms, such as the Super Saiyan Full Power, and the next level he referred to as Super Saiyan 2, followed by the Super Saiyan 2 Full Power, and finally the transcendent Super Saiyan 3. Trunks, while adjusting to the gravity, interjected with a question, prompting Vegeta to pause his explanation. "What level have you reached now?" Trunks inquired. "I am currently at the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 2, on the verge of breaking into Super Saiyan 3, Vegeta replied confidently. "Could you demonstrate that transformation for me? I find it somewhat difficult to grasp solely through explanation," Trunks requested earnestly. After a moment's contemplation, Vegeta acknowledged the validity of Trunks' request, recognizing that first-hand experience often surpasses theoretical understanding. "Very well, I shall transform for you, allowing you to witness the distinct powers of the Super Saiyan forms." Through their ongoing dialogue, Trunks had successfully acclimated to the oppressive gravity and heat. "Are you ready?" "I am about to transform," Vegeta warned. Trunks, filled with anticipation, responded eagerly. With a powerful exhalation, Vegeta's energy surged, emanating an aura so potent that Trunks struggled to withstand it. Vegeta's energy is formidable, even in its base state. "I can barely endure," Trunks thought, recognizing the vast difference in their strength. Vegeta, having completed his task of defeating Goku, had achieved a remarkable battle power of 500 million. It was no surprise that Trunks, with his mere 4 million in base form, found it insurmountable to resist Vegeta's overwhelming energy wave. In a dazzling display, Vegeta's hair, eyebrows, and aura transformed to a brilliant gold, while his pupils shifted to a striking turquoise. He had become a Super Saiyan. Trunks was sent flying by the sheer force of Vegeta's aura. "Trunks, focus and absorb the essence of my transformation," Vegeta instructed. "Understood, Uncle Vegeta," Trunks replied, now eager to experience the power firsthand. Vegeta began to retract his energy, allowing Trunks to regain his footing. As the overwhelming force subsided, Vegeta took a deep breath and declared, "At present, I am in the Super Saiyan 1 full power state, with a battle power approximately 85 times that of my base form." Trunks approached Vegeta, feeling no trace of the ferocity typically associated with a Super Saiyan. "Remarkable," Trunks remarked in awe. The Super Saiyan 1 full power form represents the pinnacle of the Super Saiyan state, where stamina and energy consumption are exceptionally low. Trunks nodded, intuitively grasping the truth of Vegeta's words. Vegeta's aura, now perfectly contained, exuded a calmness reminiscent of the sky. Yet there was an undercurrent of danger akin to a flash of lightning. "Uncle Vegeta, your Super Saiyan state feels as serene as your base form," Trunks observed. "Indeed, Trunks," Vegeta affirmed. "To master the Super Saiyan 1 full power, one must embody the Super Saiyan as their default state. Achieving a level where you can maintain the Super Saiyan form even during mundane activities like eating and sleeping signifies that you have attained the Super Saiyan 1 full power. Then please, Uncle Vegeta, show me the transformation into Super Saiyan 2. Trunks urged eagerly. "Very well, but keep your distance. My power in Super Saiyan 2 will surpass your expectations," Vegeta replied, as Trunks quickly moved away to avoid being overwhelmed again. Once a safe distance was established, Vegeta commenced his transformation. With a primal roar, his energy surged once more ferocious than before. Trunks felt the intensity of Vegeta's aura escalate dramatically, a stark contrast to the calm he had just experienced. Vegeta's fiery aura morphed into a jet-like form as his hair stood on end, with one lock of bangs extending even longer. His expression hardened, surrounded by crackling energy. "Astounding," Trunks exclaimed, struggling to withstand the onslaught of Vegeta's energy. "How do you feel now, Trunks?" Vegeta's voice had taken on an icy tone, characteristic of his Super Saiyan 2 form. "Uncle Vegeta, I can barely manage." Trunks stammered, breathless from the exertion. Vegeta returned to his base form, swiftly approaching Trunks. "Are you all right?" he inquired, concern evident in his tone. "I'm fine. But your Super Saiyan 2 is truly extraordinary," Trunks gasped, still recovering from the overwhelming pressure. Vegeta patiently awaited Trunks' recovery. "Now, let us commence our training. I must grow stronger swiftly to confront those 2 demons," Trunks declared, his determination unwavering. "Excellent," Vegeta praised, appreciating Trunks' resolute spirit. As the training commenced, Vegeta stood beside Trunks and explained, the transformations of a Saiyan merely amplify one's base capabilities. Thus, the crux lies in your base battle power. If it is formidable enough, you can contend with opponents without relying on transformations. As it stands, my base power is 500 million. And even in your Super Saiyan form, you cannot match my normal state. Trunks nodded, recognizing the truth in Vegeta's words. He had felt the disparity in their strengths. Now, let us begin your training. Are you prepared? Vegeta asked. Yes, Uncle Vegeta. I am ready, Trunks affirmed. Without hesitation, Vegeta unleashed his strength. Transforming his punch into a blade enveloped in white energy, he struck Trunks' chest with the precision of a razor-sharp sword. Trunks gasped as blood spilled from his mouth, disbelief washing over him. Vegeta, how could you? He stammered, grappling with the betrayal of someone he trusted. In that moment, remorse coursed through Trunks as he lamented his own inadequacy. Mother, forgive me. I cannot remain by your side, he whispered, overwhelmed by the gravity of his weakness. Brother Gohan, I can no longer take vengeance for you myself. Vegeta gazed with satisfaction at the unwillingness reflected in Trunks' eyes. He wanted Trunks to understand that if he felt discontent, he must strive to grow stronger, enduring every hardship and exhaustion with gritted teeth. Vegeta had two motives for this. Firstly, Saiyans experience a significant power boost upon recovering from the brink of death. Secondly, he intended to subject Trunks to grueling training, fearing that he might falter or retreat. As Trunks fell unconscious, he gradually slipped into a deep stupor. Vegeta swiftly employed healing magic to mend Trunks' wounds. Minutes later, Trunks stirred awake, his eyes meeting Vegeta's, prompting him to leap away and assume a combat stance. Vegeta, why did you try to kill me? I trusted you completely. Looking down at his recently healed wound, devoid of any scar, he felt as though everything had transpired in a dream. Yet, the sensation of impending death lingered vividly in his memory. But if you attempted to kill me, why then did you save me? Huh, Trunks, if I truly wished to kill you, why would I bother to save you? Vegeta retorted, have you not realized? Realized what? Trunks was left bewildered by Vegeta's words. Have you not noticed that your strength has significantly increased? The Saiyans are known as a warrior race not merely because of their penchant for battle, but because each time they recover from the brink of death, their power surges immensely. Hearing Vegeta's words, Trunks began to tap into the power within him, discovering that indeed, he was much stronger than before. Vegeta assessed the situation and found that Trunks' strength had reached an astonishing 6 million. Indeed, the hybrid Saiyan possesses remarkable talent, and that feeling of imminent death, along with your inability to avenge yourself, you must have grasped it profoundly. The training I will subject you to will be lethal. If you lack the resolve to face death, you should abandon the notion of growing stronger, and likewise the idea of defeating the androids. After you leave here, take your mother to a place where the androids cannot find you, and live out your days in peace. Vegeta's words resonated like those of a true villain. Hearing this, Trunks clenched his fists. In that moment of near demise, fear had indeed gripped him. However, what consumed him more was the frustration of not being able to vanquish the androids with his own hands. Taking a deep breath, Trunks steadied his emotions. Uncle Vegeta, please train me. Indeed, I fear death, but I cannot die without having defeated those two androids. Therefore, I implore you to train me rigorously. Trunks bowed deeply to Vegeta. Now, he finally comprehended Vegeta's intentions. His uncle was aiding him in conquering his fear of death, doing all of this to make him stronger. Observing Trunks' determination, a slight smile crept onto Vegeta's lips. Excellent, Trunks, come forth. Transform into a Super Saiyan and unleash your full power against me. I shall not hold back. Yes, Uncle Vegeta. With a cry, Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan and without hesitation launched a fierce assault against Vegeta, each strike embodying a strength of 100. Yet, Vegeta effortlessly deflected Trunks' attacks in his normal state. Your punches are too slow, your accuracy lacking, and you exhibit excessive movements. As Vegeta parried Trunks' strikes, he pointed out Trunks' shortcomings. Gradually, Trunks' attacks became more fluid. With Vegeta's guidance and the elimination of superfluous actions, the speed of his punches increased considerably, as did their precision. Witnessing such a marked improvement in Trunks, Vegeta felt a surge of pride. Trunks, prepare yourself. I shall counterattack. With that, Vegeta unleashed a flurry of strikes upon Trunks. Struggling to defend himself, Trunks found his injuries multiplying as time passed, for Vegeta showed no mercy in his assault. The cold and heat intertwined, time slipped away swiftly. A year had passed within the hyperbolic time chamber, with Vegeta and Trunks training relentlessly. In the vast, white expanse, two figures with golden hair and golden auras collided and parted, only to collide again. Each occasionally unleashed energy waves at one another. Both were in their Super Saiyan forms. Though Vegeta had achieved Super Saiyan 2 while Trunks remained at Super Saiyan 1. Well done, Trunks. Your aura is now much less detectable during combat in your Super Saiyan state. If you refrain from attacking, it becomes exceedingly difficult to sense your presence. Vegeta praised him as they exchanged blows. Hee. Thank you for the compliment, Uncle Vegeta. Boom. Rumble. Trunks, I have told you before, do not lose focus during battle. Have you forgotten? Seizing the moment when Trunks was distracted by speech, Vegeta struck him down from the air to the ground. Over the course of a year, Vegeta had repeatedly brought Trunks to the brink of death, only to restore him with healing magic. Each sparring session was accompanied by Vegeta's commentary to disrupt Trunks' concentration. Whenever Trunks wavered, Vegeta would not hesitate to inflict severe injuries upon him. Although Trunks' combat power had initially surged rapidly, the increases had now become negligible. Coughing up blood, Trunks found himself unable to rise. Ugh, that hurts, Uncle Vegeta. You strike far too hard, with no mercy whatsoever. With that, Trunks settled into a more comfortable position and fell into a deep slumber. The two had not rested in nearly 3 days. Enough of your excuses. Do you not realize that mercy towards your enemies is cruelty towards yourself? Have you forgotten my teachings? Vegeta remarked as he approached Trunks, only to find him fast asleep, shaking his head in disapproval. Using healing magic, Vegeta mended Trunks' wounds and levitated him gently, placing him on the bed for a proper rest. After a year of companionship, their bond had grown remarkably strong. Let him sleep well. Afterward, we can attempt to break through to Super Saiyan 2. With that, Vegeta went to wash up and rest. After 6 months of training, Trunks had reached a point where he could maintain his Super Saiyan form even while eating or sleeping. Had Vegeta not advised him to take time to consolidate his power, he might have already transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Once they had rested sufficiently, Vegeta declared, Trunks, you should now be able to transform into Super Saiyan 2. Today, attempt to break through. All right, Uncle Vegeta. Trunks felt a surge of excitement. But how do I achieve that transformation? Super Saiyan 2 requires anger, much like Super Saiyan 1, but the intensity of that anger must be far greater. Just recall the scene of Gohan being slain by the androids. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Trunks closed his eyes and began to recall the moment Gohan was killed by the androids. The anger required for this transformation was all too easy for Trunks. Given his tumultuous past, as he delved deeper into his memories, his aura began to surge wildly, escalating uncontrollably. Oh! Trunks opened his eyes and began to roar. Observing Trunks' transformation, a faint smile graced Vegeta's lips. Vegeta had already sensed that Trunks' energy was beginning to undergo a transformation from mere quantity to profound quality. Trunks' hair gradually stood on end, with a lock of bangs slowly cascading down his forehead. With a rustling sound, a ferocious and even more savage energy than that of a Super Saiyan erupted from Trunks' being. Chapter 63. Vegeta breaks through Super Saiyan 3. Rustle. Hiss. The golden spikes of hair, the draping bangs, and his cold visage were occasionally enveloped by flickering lightning. Trunks had successfully transcended into Super Saiyan 2. Vegeta, witnessing Trunks' achievement, felt a surge of joy for him. Trunks, maintain your emotions and stabilize this form. Come, strike me. Upon seeing that Trunks had managed to stabilize his Super Saiyan 2 form, Vegeta encouraged him to engage in combat. Vegeta imparted the method to maintain Super Saiyan 2, signaling Trunks to attack. The key to stabilizing the newly transformed state lay in sustaining the fury within. If that rage were to dissipate, it would be all too easy to revert from Super Saiyan 2. Whoosh. Bang. Trunks launched a rapid punch toward Vegeta, but Vegeta effortlessly caught Trunks' fist. Realizing his initial attack was futile, Trunks raised his other fist to strike Vegeta. Vegeta released Trunks' fist and countered with a punch of his own. Boom. The space within the hyperbolic time chamber began to tremble from the force of their colliding fists. Whoosh. Tap. Bang. After a brief standoff, both began a frenzied exchange of blows. Each collision of their fists generated shockwaves that reverberated through the chamber. Fortunately, they were far enough from the entrance of the hyperbolic time chamber. Otherwise, it might have been obliterated by their clash. Whoosh. The two fighters instinctively increased the distance between them. Ultimate Flash. Kamehameha. Boom. They initiated a powerful energy wave clash. At the moment of collision, the vast space was engulfed in a tremendous whirlwind. Had there been ground and vegetation within this realm, they would have surely been swept away. Trunks. I shall intensify my power. The energy beam of Kamehameha doubled in size. Trunks, refusing to be outdone, infused more energy into his attack. The two energy waves became evenly matched. Oh, quite resilient, aren't we? As he spoke, the Kamehameha wave expanded even further. However, Trunks had already reached his limit, having expended all his strength. Trunks desperately resisted Vegeta's Kamehameha, but it continued to inch closer, rumbling. Ultimately, Trunks could not withstand it and was engulfed by the wave of energy. He was swallowed by the explosion, and the resultant smoke shrouded half the sky. Whoosh! Moments later, a figure descended from the smoke. It was Trunks, who had reverted to his normal state, shrouded in black smoke. Vegito swiftly flew over to catch the plummeting Trunks, cradling him gently as he descended to the ground. Trunks was now unconscious, utterly unresponsive. Vegito carefully laid him down on the ground and began to administer healing magic. For a considerable time, Trunks remained unresponsive. Vegito scratched his head. Strange, he should be awake by now. Why hasn't he stirred? Just as Vegito was inspecting Trunks for any lingering issues, soft snoring emanated from Trunks. Upon hearing this, Vegito realized that Trunks had simply exhausted himself and succumbed to slumber. A bemused smile crept onto Vegito's face. This boy truly trains with relentless fervor. For the past year, they had spent most of their time in rigorous training, with little time for rest. Although they had just taken a break, the mental fatigue could not be easily replenished. Vegito lifted Trunks and headed toward the hyperbolic time chamber. Placing him on the bed before heading off to take a bath, he stripped off his tattered martial arts uniform, revealing his well-defined, muscular physique. His body bore numerous scars, a testament to the trials endured during the year spent training alongside Trunks. If Bulma from the main timeline were to see him, she would undoubtedly rush over, tearfully asking if it hurt as she touched each scar. The thought of Bulma halted Vegito in his tracks. He missed her and their two children dearly. He wondered how they were faring and whether they missed him. Shaking his head, he cast aside these complex thoughts and stepped into the bathroom for a soothing soak. After bathing, Vegito lay down on another bed to rest. Even in slumber, he maintained his Super Saiyan 2 form, having accustomed himself to this state for quite some time. He sensed that soon he would be able to attempt the transformation to Super Saiyan 3. Previously, he had focused on training Trunks to achieve Super Saiyan 2, which had prevented him from attempting the God form. In the coming year, Trunks would begin to adapt to Super Saiyan 2 independently, while Vegito could endeavor to transform into Super Saiyan 3 and Super Saiyan God. As he planned his next steps, Vegito drifted into a deep sleep. The two Saiyans on their respective beds snored thunderously, resembling distant thunder. After an extended slumber, they awoke to discover they had slept for a full 24 hours. Rising from their slumber, they commenced their morning routines and prepared their meals. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, they resumed their monotonous training. Time flew by swiftly, and soon 6 months had passed within the hyperbolic time chamber. During this period, Trunks had fully adapted to Super Saiyan 2 and had begun to stabilize it as a regular state. However, he still had a long way to go to break through to Super Saiyan 3. On this particular day, having just completed his meditation, Vegito called out to Trunks, who was training alone. Vegito was ready to attempt the transformation into Super Saiyan 3. Trunks, come here for a moment. Hearing Vegito's voice, Trunks paused his training and approached him. What is it, Uncle Vegito? Trunks was uncertain of the reason for Vegito's summons. I am preparing to attempt the transformation into Super Saiyan 3, and I want you to observe closely. Uncle Vegito, can you really transform into Super Saiyan 3? Indeed. Vegito nodded. Previously, Trunks had inquired about when Vegito would break through to Super Saiyan 3, but at that time, Vegito had indicated it was not yet time. Now, with the announcement that he was ready, Trunks felt a surge of excitement, eager to witness the form and its power. I am about to transform, so watch carefully. Even when I eventually return to my timeline, you will have a clearer path ahead. Yes. Trunks nodded eagerly. He understood that one day he would have to return, as Vegito did not belong to this timeline. Vegito began to gather energy, his aura soaring to new heights. The formidable gust of wind tousled Trunks' hair and garments, creating a resonating sound. During this period, Uncle Vegeta's strength had surged once again. Trunks marveled at the rapidity of Vegeta's ascendance in power. As Vegeta elevated his aura, the environment within the hyperbolic time chamber began to undergo a transformation. The previously pristine whiteness was gradually suffused with golden light. Vegeta shielded his head with both hands. His knees bent. Vegeta's appearance began to morph, his hair slowly lengthening. With a mighty roar, Vegeta straightened all his limbs. His visage underwent a complete metamorphosis. His golden hair became voluminous and cascaded down to his waist, his eyebrows vanished, his brow pronounced, and his countenance turned menacing. To the untrained eye, he would instinctively appear as a formidable villain. Surrounding him was an electric aura akin to that of a Super Saiyan 2, albeit with lightning far more robust. Upon transforming into a Super Saiyan 3, the energy emanating from Vegeta caused Trunks, who was observing from a distance in his Super Saiyan 2 form, to stagger backward. Incredible! Uncle Vegeta's Super Saiyan 3 is overwhelmingly powerful. Trunks was genuinely astounded by Vegeta's might. He was currently in a Super Saiyan 2 state. Yet, merely the aura radiating from Vegeta was challenging for him to withstand. With a deep breath, Vegeta completed his transformation, calming the tumultuous excitement in his mind as he retracted his aura. Only then could Trunks approach Vegeta's side. Just moments ago, in his Super Saiyan 2 state, Trunks would have found it impossible to get near Vegeta. As Trunks approached, he beheld Vegeta's fearsome visage, uncertain in his heart whether this figure before him was still his Uncle Vegeta. Uncle Vegeta? Trunks tentatively called out, noticing the unfamiliarity in Trunks' gaze. Vegeta's lips curled into a slight smirk. What is the matter? Do you not recognize me? Are you truly Uncle Vegeta? I hardly recognize you in this Super Saiyan 3 form. The transformation is so drastic, and your aura has grown immensely powerful. Vegeta flexed his shoulders and rotated his neck. Indeed, the combat power of Super Saiyan 3 is 400 times the norm, 4 times that of Super Saiyan 2. Wow, that's astonishing. Uncle Vegeta, let us spar. I want to see the power of Super Saiyan 3. Trunks, are you certain? I've just transformed into Super Saiyan 3 and I have yet to fully control my strength. A single miscalculation could be perilous for you. Don't underestimate me. Uncle Vegeta, very well. If you wish to witness the strength of Super Saiyan 3, then let us engage in combat. Trunks readied himself for battle. Here I come. With that, Trunks vanished from his position. Swish. Trunks reappeared beside Vegeta, delivering a kick aimed at him. Boom. However, Vegeta effortlessly raised a hand to block the attack. The force of Trunks' kick merely ruffling a few strands of Vegeta's hair. Unfazed, Trunks vanished again, launching assaults from various angles. Take that. Trunks unleashed a flurry of attacks. Yet, Vegeta remained motionless, easily parrying all of Trunks' onslaught with a single hand. Huff. Trunks exhaled sharply, increasing the distance between himself and Vegeta. Dark Flash. An energy wave shot directly toward Vegeta. Boom. The dark flash struck Vegeta directly, causing an explosion that enveloped him in smoke. Observing Vegeta not evade his energy wave, Trunks felt a twinge of concern, fully aware of the magnitude of this attack. As the smoke dissipated, it revealed Vegeta and scathed. Incredible. Trunks could hardly believe his eyes. He had unleashed the dark flash from his Super Saiyan 2 state, and Vegeta had taken it without a scratch. Ultimate Flash. Trunks unleashed an even more potent energy wave. Boom. Yet still, Vegeta did not flinch. As the smoke cleared, Vegeta remained entirely unharmed. Huff, huff. Trunks began to pant. Having expended considerable energy through his relentless assaults and 2 powerful waves, after a moment, he managed to regain his composure. Uncle Vegeta, you should attack too. No worries. Trunks was brimming with confidence, believing that no matter how strong Vegeta was, he could not possibly be defeated in a single blow. All right, here I come. Trunks summoned all his focus, eyes fixed intently on Vegeta's movements. Swish. Bang. Ugh. Vegeta's speed was astonishing. Trunks did not react in time and was struck in the abdomen. The blow sent Trunks into a painful spiral, clutching his belly and curling into a fetal position. Bang. With a heavy strike, Vegeta sent Trunks plummeting toward the ground like a kite with its string severed. Boom. Dust enveloped Trunks, who lay still for an extended period. Vegeta pondered. Have I gone too far? The power of Super Saiyan 3 is truly immense. I have yet to fully acclimate and might have been a bit too forceful. Vegeta emitted his aura, dispersing the smoke to reveal Trunks' current state. Trunks had reverted to his normal form and was unconscious. Vegeta, returning to his normal state, hurried down to check on Trunks' condition. After a thorough examination, Vegeta sighed in relief. Trunks was merely unconscious. Vegeta utilized healing techniques on Trunks. Once the healing was complete, Trunks slowly opened his eyes, his awareness still somewhat muddled. Minutes later, Trunks recollected the events that had transpired. Wow, Uncle Vegeta, Super Saiyan 3 is incredibly strong. You took me down with just 2 moves. Trunks exclaimed in awe. Haha, with diligent training, you too will become as formidable as I am now. Acknowledging the allure of strength, Trunks resolved that even if Vegeta were to depart, he would continue to strive for improvement, aspiring to reach the level of his Uncle Vegeta's power. Trunks, I shall now explain the transformations following Super Saiyan 3. Trunks remained silent, merely indicating with his gaze for Vegeta to continue. Understanding Trunks' intent, Vegeta proceeded without delay. There are 2 paths following Super Saiyan 3. One leads to the divine, cultivating godly power to become a Super Saiyan God. The other is to pursue a higher transformation among Saiyans, the Super Saiyan 4. Then, Uncle Vegeta, which of these 2 paths is stronger? Trunks inquired, determined to choose the most potent route regardless of the number of transformations available to Saiyans. Vegeta found himself momentarily stumped by the question. Based on memories from his past life, he was aware of the Saiyan transformation routes. Yet he could not ascertain which was superior. Haha, Trunks, I am uncertain of that answer. Currently, I can only transform into a Super Saiyan God. If you were to ask me whether Super Saiyan God is stronger than Super Saiyan 4, I would not know. All I can assert is that existence itself is rational. Both paths surely possess their own merits and drawbacks. Then, Uncle Vegeta, could you demonstrate the Super Saiyan God transformation for me? Certainly. Watch closely. The transformation into a Super Saiyan God differs significantly from that of a typical Super Saiyan. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Trunks stared intently, his eyes fixed on Vegeta without so much as a blink. Vegeta stood resolute, beginning to channel the divine energy within him. The transformation into Super Saiyan God diverges significantly from the conventional Super Saiyan transformation. Super Saiyan God represents an extraordinary Saiyan form, the first among many transformations to harness divine energy. As Vegeta summoned this divine energy, innumerable small golden orbs coalesced into a radiant beam, ascending towards the heavens. Gradually, within the confines of the hyperbolic time chamber, golden clouds began to gather around the pinnacle of this golden beam, forming a swirling vortex of golden mist. While the ground transformed into a shimmering gold, Vegeta's body slowly levitated into the air, and he felt an excruciating pain emanating from each cell within him. Enveloped in an azure magnetic field, the golden beam retracted into Vegeta's body, and an intense blue light burst forth from his chest. A pillar of blue energy surged into the golden clouds, gradually expanding until, upon its disappearance, a visible aperture revealing a resplendent galaxy opened amidst the golden clouds. The sky began to rain, lightning struck, day and night alternated, and hail and snow fell. Trunks, witnessing such a phenomenon, gaped in astonishment. Once the atmospheric anomaly subsided, a vibrant crimson radiance emanated from Vegeta, enveloping him entirely. Has he succeeded? Trunks pondered, as he could no longer sense Vegeta's aura, even without relying on his sight. Vegeta's form had completely transformed into a luminous red essence, and then he gently descended to the ground, with all anomalies dissipating. Trunks gazed intently at Vegeta's current appearance, strikingly handsome with brilliant red hair, piercing eyes, a more slender physique, and an aura akin to the flames of the sun enveloping him. His eyes appeared larger, revealing distinct pupils, with colors of black and red. His skin had become fairer, and his visage appeared considerably more youthful, embodying a youthful countenance. Chapter 65, The Completion of Training. Uncle Vegeta, is this what it means to be a Super Saiyan God? Why can't I sense any of your energy? Trunks inquired hesitantly, observing Vegeta's current demeanor. The earlier spectacle had been awe-inspiring, yet now, Vegeta's presence seemed less formidable than that of his Super Saiyan 3 form. Vegeta's appearance now exuded an air of striking handsomeness and tranquility, devoid of any palpable energy. Trunks felt as though Vegeta was not particularly powerful. Trunks, why not give it a try? Vegeta suggested. Alright. Trunks instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Swish. Bang. 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 Trunks unleashed a flurry of ferocious attacks, launching punches and kicks towards Vegeta. Yet, Vegeta remained unperturbed, standing still without a hint of movement, effortlessly evading all of Trunks' strikes. Trunks could not even graze the hem of Vegeta's attire. The Super Saiyan God utilizes divine energy, imperceptible to mortals, employing unique techniques and altered combat styles. In his Super Saiyan God form, Vegeta, without even needing to counterattack, had already anticipated Trunks' assault trajectory and evaded it preemptively. His speed so remarkable that Trunks felt as if Vegeta had not moved at all. Minutes passed, and Trunks began to gasp for breath, while Vegeta remained entirely unfazed. Trunks resorted to energy blasts against Vegeta, yet even then, Vegeta remained unscathed. Huff, huff. Trunks gasped heavily. He was exhausted, and it dawned on him the uniqueness of the Super Saiyan God. Externally, it appeared incredibly natural, yet both speed and technique surpassed that of Super Saiyan 3. Previously, during his Super Saiyan 3 state, Vegeta would occasionally raise a hand to block Trunks' attacks. Yet now, he exhibited no defense whatsoever. After attacking for so long, Trunks had not even managed to touch the fabric of Vegeta's clothing. From this, the superiority of this form became evident. Huff, Uncle Vegeta, the Super Saiyan God is astonishing. Even more so than Super Saiyan 3, but why can't I feel your aura at all? Trunks queried, having assessed the strength of the Super Saiyan God. Oh, that's a good question. I believe I mentioned before that my current state is referred to as Super Saiyan God. Trunks nodded, recalling Vegeta's prior explanation. Yet he wondered how this related to his inability to sense Vegeta's energy. The reason this form is termed Super Saiyan God is that I have effectively ascended to the level of a deity. In contrast, you are akin to a mortal. Our tiers differ, and thus our systems of power diverge as well. Previously, our Super Saiyan forms utilized ki, whereas I now wield divine energy. Consequently, you cannot perceive my aura. Only beings of the same divine nature can sense one another's essence. Do you understand? I see. Upon hearing Vegeta's elucidation, Trunks finally comprehended. Trunks was no fool. With just a nudge from Vegeta, he grasped the crux of the matter. It was akin to a hybrid vehicle that can operate on either electricity or fuel. Both energy sources can power the vehicle, yet they are fundamentally different. Then, Uncle Vegeta, how many times stronger is your current power compared to your normal state? Each of Trunks' inquiries struck at the heart of the matter. Well, my current strength is approximately 4,000 times that of my normal state. What? Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Trunks could scarcely believe it, astonished by such an immense amplification. Of course, the conditions to transform into a Super Saiyan God are exceedingly stringent, so such a significant enhancement is not surprising. Trunks asked, what conditions? To become a Super Saiyan God. If you are to cultivate divine energy on your own, it is virtually impossible for a mortal to achieve this. Unless a deity guides you to sense divine energy, you cannot begin your training. Moreover, to transform into a Super Saiyan God in a short span is unattainable. You must cultivate divine power to the level of a Supreme Kai to even have a chance at becoming a Super Saiyan God. Do not be misled into thinking that mastering divine energy is easy. I assure you, it is far more challenging than our conventional strength training. Thus, this method makes it exceedingly difficult to become a Super Saiyan God in a short period. Vegeta added, I was able to become a Super Saiyan God on my own due to the system. Otherwise, I would have been oblivious to the existence of divine energy. However, there is an alternative, albeit not particularly simple, method to attain the Super Saiyan God. Trunks inquired, what method is that? That involves gathering 5 Saiyans with righteous hearts and channeling their collective spiritual energy into a 6th Saiyan who also possesses a righteous heart. By doing so, this Saiyan can successfully transform into a Super Saiyan God. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Trunks immediately fell into despair. In this timeline, where could he possibly find 5 righteous Saiyans? Thus, he concluded that he could never become a Super Saiyan God. Then, Uncle Vegeta, what about the other path after Super Saiyan 3? Trunks, realizing that the path he sought was blocked, could only inquire about another means to grow stronger. That would be the path of Saiyan strength. Once your base battle power is sufficiently robust, we Saiyans can utilize our tails to transform into great apes. After becoming a great ape, we can then ascend to the golden great ape form. In the state of the golden great ape, one compresses the power of the giant ape, and upon reverting to human form, one achieves the Super Saiyan 4 state. Although I articulate it thus, it remains merely conjecture on my part, as I have yet to reach that stage, leaving me uncertain about the precise methodology. Transforming into Super Saiyan 4 epitomizes the ultimate power of the Saiyan race. It is a metamorphosis distinct from the transformations into Super Saiyan 1, 2, and 3. Upon attaining Super Saiyan 4, your strength undergoes a profound evolution. So, Uncle Vegeta, can you transform into Super Saiyan 4? At present, I am unable to do so, as my physical form is not sufficiently robust to withstand the ferocious power of the great ape. If I were to forcibly compress that primal energy, my body would surely explode. Alas, Trunks sighed, his head bowed. Observing Trunks' despondent demeanor, Vegeta felt a chuckle rising within him. Very well, discussing this is premature for you. Focus on achieving Super Saiyan 3 first. For now, I shall impart a fragment of my divine energy to you. You may gradually comprehend and cultivate it on your own. After we have trained for 2 years and emerge, you will deal with those 2 androids, and then we shall venture to Namek, where we will use the Dragon Balls to wish for the return of your tail. Afterward, even if I return, should your strength meet the criteria for transforming into Super Saiyan 4 or Super Saiyan God, you may attempt the transformation independently. Agreed, Uncle Vegeta, let us continue our training. Trunks rekindled his fighting spirit. Vegeta, too, retained his Super Saiyan God form, intending to utilize the next 6 months for acclimatization to both Super Saiyan 3 and Super Saiyan God. Thus, the 2 commenced their arduous training, alternating between extremes of heat and cold. Time passed swiftly. Vegeta and Trunks had spent a full 2 years within the hyperbolic time chamber. Trunks, it is time for us to exit. The 2 years are up, Vegeta reminded him. Understood. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Trunks ceased his training. The 2 emerged from the chamber into the realm of the Supreme Kai. Both maintained their Super Saiyan forms, Vegeta as Super Saiyan 3 and Trunks as Super Saiyan 2. After another 6 months of diligent training, Vegeta had mastered the ability to sustain Super Saiyan 3 for a full 24 hours. Trunks, on the other hand, managed to hold Super Saiyan 2 for several hours, yet his innate talent still lagged considerably behind Vegeta's. However, both appeared disheveled, their bodies covered in grime. Vegeta fared slightly better, as his attire possessed self-repairing capabilities, whereas Trunks looked rather pitiful, his clothing reduced to tatters resembling those of a beggar. During their 2 years in the time chamber, they were fortunate to have Vegeta's storage ring. Otherwise, they might have perished from starvation. Chapter 66, Trunks' Extraordinary Power. Hey, Uncle Vegeta, what about Mr. Popo? Trunks inquired, noticing the absence of Popo after their exit. Sigh. If he cannot be found, then so be it. He must be preoccupied with something. Let us not dwell on him. We should return post-haste. Today, we shall rest well, and tomorrow we will confront those two androids. Upon hearing the mention of the androids, Trunks dismissed thoughts of Popo. Place your hand upon my shoulder. I shall take you home. But Uncle Vegeta, I can fly as well. There is no need for your assistance. What I meant was, I will teleport us back. What are you thinking? What is teleportation? Trunks asked. Aren't you hungry? I will explain it once we are home. Just then, a thunderous rumble emanated from both Vegeta and Trunks' stomachs, filling the air with an awkward silence. The two burst into laughter, and Trunks placed his hand on Vegeta's shoulder. Vegeta began to sense Bulma's energy. In a flash, the two vanished from the Supreme Kai's temple. After their departure, Popo appeared in the temple, gazing at the spot where the two had just been. After a while, Popo retreated deep into the temple. In West City, within the underground refuge where Bulma was researching, suddenly, two figures materialized beside her. Mom, we're back, Trunks exclaimed upon seeing his mother. Bulma was startled by Trunks' sudden voice. Turning to see Vegeta and Trunks, she felt relief wash over her. You little rascal, how could you scare me like that? Bulma playfully swatted Trunks on the shoulder, though her hand stung painfully. After all, Trunks was still in his Super Saiyan 2 form. Hitting Trunks felt akin to striking steel. Ouch! Bulma exclaimed involuntarily. Mom, are you alright? Seeing Bulma's expression, Trunks reverted to his normal state, rushing to inquire after her well-being. Vegeta also exited his Super Saiyan 3 form. I'm fine, but what on earth is that odor emanating from you two? It's unbearable. Go wash up immediately and change your clothes. Look at the state of them, Bulma urged, noting that while Vegeta's attire was intact, it was still filthy. Understanding that the two must have returned from training, and likely hungry, she hastened to prepare food. At the dining table, Trunks and Bulma shared their training experiences. Bulma listened intently, taking great satisfaction in Trunks, who had grown taller and matured significantly. Once Trunks finished recounting, Bulma began to question him. Trunks, can you defeat those two androids now? Yes, Mom. Tomorrow, Uncle Vegeta and I will seek out the androids. This time, I will surely avenge Gohan and all the innocents they have slain. Bulma couldn't help but feel a sense of pride at Trunks' unwavering confidence. The following day, after bidding farewell to Bulma, Vegeta and Trunks set out to find the androids. They decided to search separately, each raising their energy as a signal upon encountering the androids. Thus, they parted ways, commencing their hunt. In South City, once a bustling metropolis home to millions, now lay in ruin, engulfed in smoke. With buildings toppled and streets in disarray, people were fleeing in terror, as if a flood of beasts were pursuing them. Boom. Ha ha ha. Run. Flee desperately. The two fiends relished the chaos, delighting in the hunt like cats playing with mice. One was a handsome youth with black hair and an orange scarf around his neck. The other, a stunning girl with golden hair and azure eyes. These two, possessing striking appearances, were merciless demons who derived joy from slaughter. They were none other than the androids, 17 and 18, created by the deranged scientist Dr. Gero. Trunks, drawn by the explosive energy emanating from South City, hastened his pace towards the chaos. Upon arrival, he beheld the smoke billowing and the throngs of panicked civilians. He spotted the two androids relentlessly pursuing the fleeing populace. Without hesitation, Trunks positioned himself before androids 17 and 18. Halt, you vile demons. I will not allow you to continue your reign of terror. Trunks deflected an energy blast aimed at the crowd, glaring fiercely at the androids. It's Trunks. The fleeing crowd turned to see Trunks, and in an instant, hope seemed to blossom. I thought it was someone else. It's Trunks. I was beginning to think you wouldn't show yourself. Why aren't you hiding like a rat anymore? Do you have the audacity to come out and face us? Are you seeking your own demise? If you had continued to hide, perhaps you could have survived a little longer, remarked number 17 with a mocking tone. Both number 17 and number 18 held Trunks in disdain. Over the years, Trunks, along with the already slain Gohan, had fought them countless times. Yet he had never emerged victorious. Leave number 17 to me. I'm brimming with rage that needs an outlet. If you dare challenge me, I will not spare you. Number 18 angrily retorted to number 17. All right. It was just one loss in a video game. Is it really worth getting this upset? Number 17 replied, exasperated. Shut your mouth, number 18 snapped, irked by number 17's reminder of the incident. Trunks remained silent, merely gazing at the two demons with a lifeless stare. Humph. Now it's my turn to play with you, so hang in there. With that, number 18 charged at Trunks. Without hesitation, Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan, meeting her assault head-on. The moment Trunks ascended to Super Saiyan, another presence, Vegeta, who had been searching for the androids, sensed it. Could it be that Trunks has encountered the androids? Vegeta began to hone in on Trunks' energy. In an instant, he teleported to Trunks' side. Boom. At the moment of impact between Trunks and number 18, he landed a punch squarely on her face. She was sent flying, crashing through several skyscrapers and ultimately landing in a clothing store, demolishing both the store and the entire building. In a flash, Vegeta appeared beside Trunks. Uncle Vegeta. Trunks felt a surge of confidence upon seeing him, no longer needing to be wary of number 17's sneak attacks. Although he was now capable of standing up to both number 17 and number 18, there were still regular civilians nearby. Thus, he had to remain vigilant of number 17's movements. Vegeta nodded. Focus on your fight. I will protect the civilians. Understood, Trunks replied, centering his attention once more. How is this possible? How has Trunks grown so much stronger? Number 17 was taken aback by Trunks' remarkable transformation. The current Trunks was a far cry from the one he had previously faced. And who was that person? Could it be a helper Trunks has summoned? Number 17's gaze fell upon Vegeta. Damn it. Suddenly, number 18 emerged from the rubble. Upon seeing her, Vegeta could not help but acknowledge her beauty. What a shame. Such a lovely exterior conceals a heart of darkness. Should I perhaps intercept my counterpart from another timeline? He dismissed the thought. No matter, I'll deal with that later. I have no interest in the future version of number 18. Number 18 touched her cheek, instantly incensed. How dare you strike my face? I will definitely kill you. With a swift motion, number 18 unleashed a barrage of energy blasts toward Trunks. Trunks effortlessly swatted away all the energy blasts with a single hand. In a blur, Vegeta positioned himself in front of the crowd, erecting a protective barrier that shielded them from the energy blasts that Trunks had deflected. Number 17 watched in disbelief. Unable to comprehend Vegeta's sudden movements, he hadn't even seen him approach Trunks. The enigmatic aura surrounding Vegeta left number 17 intrigued. As he scrutinized Vegeta closely, he finally noticed the tail at Vegeta's waist. A Saiyan. Chapter 67, The Fall of the Androids. How can this be? Where has Trunks found another Saiyan? Number 17 was astonished by Vegeta's identity. According to the data collected by Dr. Gero, there should be no other Saiyans in this world besides Trunks. Vegeta paid no mind to number 17's scrutiny or thoughts. Boom. Trunks continued to battle against number 18, who was being thoroughly overpowered, unable to retaliate even once. Now, blood trickled from number 18's mouth, her hair was disheveled, and her face bore numerous wounds. Her clothing was torn, revealing her fair skin and alluring lace undergarments. The sight was undeniably captivating. Vegeta mused, TSK, Trunks, the least reckless Saiyan in Dragon Ball, is remarkably decisive against a beauty like number 18. Indeed, number 18 was one of the goddesses adored by the otaku of Dragon Ball. Although Vegeta entertained these thoughts, he made no move. He knew that these two androids from the future were wolves in sheep-esque clothing, their beautiful exteriors masking their sordid souls. Vegeta had no intention of intervening on Trunks' behalf. Rather, he relished the prospect of witnessing Trunks eliminate them. He felt no pity for the androids from the future. Number 17, what are you doing just standing there? Hurry and help me. Number 18 was no longer a match for Trunks. From the very beginning, she had been mercilessly beaten, unable to fight back. Hearing number 18's voice snapped number 17 back to reality, dismissing his thoughts of Vegeta. With determination, he sped toward the battlefield of number 18 and Trunks, preparing for a surprise attack from behind. Trunks sensed number 17's ambush. He leaped upward, evading the attack. How is this possible? Number 17 was incredulous. The current Trunks had evaded his sneak attack. Failing to succeed, number 17 zipped to number 18's side, standing beside her. How are you holding up, number 18? He inquired, noticing her injuries with concern, for she was, after all, his nominal sister. I'm fine. But how has Trunks grown so strong after such a short time? Number 18 spat out the blood in her mouth. I don't know, but it might be related to that Saiyan over there. Number 17 voiced his suspicions. Whatever the case, if we join forces, Trunks will definitely not be our match. Number 18 retained confidence in both their abilities. All right, the two androids prepared themselves. Together, they charged at Trunks, attempting to flank him. However, Trunks handled their combined assaults with remarkable ease. Realizing that their physical attacks were ineffective, they both unleashed energy blasts at Trunks. Boom, boom, boom. Trunks did not evade. The energy blast struck him directly, enveloping him in a cloud of smoke. Haha, Trunks, how naive. Did you really think that a slight increase in strength would make you our match? Number 18 laughed triumphantly, finally relishing the opportunity to avenge her previous humiliation. What are you laughing at? A voice drifted from behind number 18. What? Both number 17 and number 18 could hardly believe their eyes. When had Trunks gotten behind them? Their earlier attacks had clearly connected with him. Just as they turned around, a sudden thrust pierced the air. Trunks' fist pierced through the chest of android 18. With a single blow, he had impaled her. Vegeta exclaimed, TSK, TSK, what a pity for those two large white rabbits. 18. Shouted Android 17, witnessing his sister's devastating fate. Damn it. He swung his fist at Trunks. In an instant, Trunks vanished. Damn it, where did he go? Where is he? 17 frantically searched for Trunks' whereabouts. Blood flowed incessantly from the mouths of 17 and 18, their bodies swaying perilously as they began to descend from the sky. 18. 17 attempted to catch her. Suddenly, a bolt of energy struck 18's body, obliterating her into a mist of red. 17 froze momentarily, staring blankly at the sight of her explosion, tears beginning to brim at the corners of his eyes. You wretched fiend. He turned to the direction from whence the energy wave had come, spotting Trunks in his Super Saiyan form, hand raised as if to unleash another attack, his gaze coldly fixed on where 18 had perished. I will never forgive you. You have killed 18. Rage and anguish overwhelmed 17. His sister had been slain. With a fierce determination, 17 charged at Trunks. Take this. He unleashed a flurry of blows upon Trunks. The building where Trunks had stood crumbled under the impact. Yet, Trunks effortlessly evaded 17's onslaught. By eliminating 18, Trunks aimed to make 17 experience the profound sorrow of losing someone dear, a pain he himself had endured when Gohan perished while protecting him from these very androids. The anguish of witnessing Gohan's lifeless form had been heart-wrenching, and now Trunks sought to have 17 taste that despair. Otherwise, killing them outright would be too merciful. Die, die, you must die. 17 was consumed by madness, his attacks becoming erratic as he unleashed a barrage of energy blasts at Trunks. Trunks roared in fury, deflecting all incoming energy blasts. The streets trembled under the bombardment of the energy waves he repelled. Fortunately, no one was harmed, as the people were sheltered within Vegeta's protective barrier. In a flash, Trunks vanished from sight, only to reappear with a punch to 17's abdomen. Instantly, 17 doubled over, clutching his belly. With a swift kick, Trunks sent 17 crashing into the ground, creating a deep crater. The force of 17's descent caused the building above to collapse, burying him beneath the rubble. Trunks, aloof, gazed down at the devastation, determined to prevent 17 from escaping. That blow had not been sufficient to end his life. Silence enveloped the scene for a moment. With a sigh, Trunks raised his hand, releasing his energy to create a tempest. The debris that had entombed 17 was swept away, revealing his battered form lying helplessly in the pit, bloodied and unable to move. Ultimate Flash. Trunks unleashed his signature move upon 17. The energy wave engulfed him entirely. When the dust settled, a vast crater marked the ground. Just then, a voice echoed in Vegeta's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed the task. Train Trunks in the future timeline to eliminate the androids. Congratulations on receiving the reward, infinite stamina. With this newfound stamina, Vegeta no longer had to worry about the exhausting toll of Super Saiyan transformations. This flaw was now resolved. Witnessing the android's demise at his own hands, tears welled in Trunks' eyes. Father, Gohan, and all those who have fallen, I have avenged you. In an instant, Vegeta teleported beside Trunks, observing his state without uttering a word. He simply placed a reassuring hand on Trunks' shoulder. Feeling Vegeta's gesture, Trunks wiped away his tears. Thank you, Uncle Vegeta. Trunks expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Without Vegeta, he would have been unable to conquer the androids and achieve personal vengeance. Vegeta had brought hope to this desolate timeline. Chapter 68. Chi-Chi of the Future Timeline. Trunks. 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 The people, witnessing the androids' eradication, erupted in cheers for Trunks. Since the androids began their rampage, Trunks had been their stalwart defender, rescuing countless innocent lives from their clutches. Thus, his name had become well known. Additionally, he was the heir to the Capsule Corporation, which, despite the ongoing turmoil, retained a prestigious status in the hearts of the populace. To the people of this future timeline, Trunks was their beacon of hope, their guardian angel. Therefore, upon the android's demise, they chanted his name in unison. Wow, Trunks, your popularity is quite high in this timeline. Vegeta teased him. Hee. Uncle Vegeta, please don't mock me. I haven't done much. I've just been fighting the androids, and that's why people recognize me. Trunks blushed with embarrassment at Vegeta's words. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. You saved them, and that honor is rightfully yours. However, do not lose yourself in their adoration. You must strive even harder in your training. There may yet be greater crises awaiting Earth in the future. Do not become complacent. Vegeta imparted this earnest counsel to Trunks. Yes, Uncle Vegeta. I will heed your words and continue my training diligently, Trunks replied resolutely. Excellent. Now, Trunks, please inform them that we will be heading to Namek to search for the Dragon Balls and to reassure the ordinary people not to panic about the changes on Earth. Alright, Uncle Vegeta. Trunks began explaining the forthcoming events to the people, assuring them that they need not fear the changes to their planet. and that they could inform others that the androids had been vanquished. There was no longer a need to live in fear. They could once again bask in the sunlight. After concluding his message, the two made their way back to Bulma's location. "Mom, we're back," Trunks exclaimed eagerly, eager to share the news of the android's defeat. "You silly child, you're all grown up yet still shouting so loudly?" Bulma chided, momentarily setting aside her research. Trunks could hardly contain his excitement as he recounted the battle against the androids. Bulma listened intently, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Vegeta observed the heartwarming scene between mother and son, the atmosphere radiating warmth and harmony. Minutes later, Trunks finished narrating the entire story. "Mom, we won't have to hide anymore. We can safely return to living on the surface," he declared. "Indeed. How wonderful," Bulma replied, her eyes glistening with tears of joy. After so many years of hardship, life was finally set to improve. These were tears of happiness. Once the emotions of the two individuals were sufficiently calmed, Vegeta spoke. "Bulma, Trunks, do you wish to visit the afterlife to see Vegeta and the others?" His words rendered the mother and son momentarily speechless. After a prolonged silence, Bulma finally responded. "I think I shall refrain from going. After all these years, I believe they are faring well in the afterlife." As she reminisced, she continued, "I've managed to endure all this time. Whether I see them or not holds little significance. Meeting them would merely intensify my longing. The memory of that person has nearly faded into obscurity. Now, seeing Trunks thrive has brought her a sense of contentment." "Uncle Vegeta, are you going to the afterlife?" Trunks inquired. "Indeed, I must consult King Kai about the coordinates of Namek. Without that, I cannot locate the new Namek. Additionally, my counterpart from that timeline requested that I give a thrashing to his alternate self upon my arrival here. I made a promise. Then I shall accompany you." "I wish to see my father from this timeline," Trunks declared. Vegeta understood Trunks' yearning to meet his biological father, as he too deeply missed his own parents. Regrettably, Vegeta could not return. He had inquired with the system, but it offered no solution. "Very well, I shall first visit Bulma at Pausa Mountain. And tomorrow we will proceed to the afterlife," Vegeta announced. Bulma sighed. "It has not been easy for Chi-Chi all these years, especially after Gohan's passing. I once urged her to come live with us, but she declined. It would be good for you to check on her." Vegeta nodded in acknowledgement. In a flash, Vegeta located Chi-Chi's energy and instantaneously transported himself there. At Pausa Mountain, in front of an ordinary abode, stood a woman in her 50s, hanging laundry. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside her. This was Vegeta, and the woman was the Chi-Chi from the future timeline. Though Chi-Chi was younger than Bulma by a few years, the deaths of Goku and Gohan had weighed heavily on her, leaving her to live in solitude in such an isolated place. The hardships of her life had aged her prematurely, making her appear older than Bulma. "Chi-Chi." Vegeta's magnetic voice resonated, startling her. Upon turning to see him, she was momentarily frozen, as if she beheld Goku himself, and she rushed into Vegeta's embrace. Taken aback, Vegeta was momentarily speechless, unprepared for her sudden gesture. However, he soon relaxed, understanding that Chi-Chi's overwhelming emotions stemmed from years of longing. Do not overthink it, Vegeta thought. After all, he was the fusion of Goku and Vegeta, bearing a striking resemblance to Goku. Chi-Chi's deep yearning for her husband and son led her to mistake Vegeta for Goku. Alone for so many years, having lost her husband in his youth and her son in his middle age, her life had been profoundly challenging. Wah! Chi-Chi wept in Vegeta's arms. Vegeta empathized with the struggles faced by Bulma and Chi-Chi in the future timeline. Thus, he did not push her away. After years of repression, she indeed needed to express her emotions. Though he did not embrace her back, he gently patted her on the back, much like a father soothing his daughter. After a considerable time, Chi-Chi finally withdrew from his embrace. "I'm sorry," she said, wiping her tears, feeling somewhat embarrassed. In that fleeting moment of embracing Vegeta, she had realized he was not Goku, as his energy and presence were distinctly different. However, after years of suppression, she merely needed to release the pent-up longing in her heart. "Not at all, Chi-Chi, I am Vegeta," he responded warmly. "Hello, Vegeta," she replied. And he proceeded to introduce himself, explaining that he hailed from a parallel timeline and had come to assist Trunks in defeating the androids. He also conveyed the news that the androids had already been vanquished by Trunks. Chi-Chi listened intently as Vegeta recounted his story. "How is my counterpart faring in that timeline?" she inquired once he finished. "Well, our timeline differs slightly from this one. Under my guidance, Goku searched for numerous pirate treasures, ensuring that you lived quite comfortably," Vegeta explained. "Thank you." Chi-Chi's gratitude encompassed not only Vegeta's assistance in this timeline, but also the efforts of his counterpart in the past, as well as his visit to see her. They conversed for an extended period, with Vegeta sharing all he could about their main timeline. After enjoying a meal together, he bid her farewell, choosing not to leave any money behind, knowing she was a proud woman who would not accept charity. Vegeta's decision stemmed from his memories of watching Dragon Ball, where he witnessed the struggles of these two women in the future timeline, an effort to reconcile his own unresolved feelings. Chapter 69. The Beatings of Sun and Vegeta. The following day, once Trunks and Vegeta were prepared, Vegeta transported them to King Kai's planet. On King Kai's planet, two figures were engaged in a fierce sparring match, causing havoc on the small celestial body, which was not even a tenth the size of the moon. These two combatants were none other than Goku and Vegeta from the future timeline. Vegeta had been granted the opportunity to train here by King Kai at Goku's request. As their battle intensified, Vegeta and Trunks appeared beside King Kai, who was observing the bout. Whoa! The sudden appearance of the duo startled King Kai, causing him to plop down onto the ground. Goku and Vegeta, hearing the commotion, halted their duel and turned their attention toward them. Realizing it was Vegeta and Trunks, King Kai stood up, exclaiming, "Oh, it's just you two. You nearly gave this old man a heart attack." King Kai grumbled. How did King Kai recognize Vegeta? Although he had not aided Earth in any way, he began to monitor its affairs after Vegeta arrived in the future timeline. He had witnessed all the events that unfolded since Vegeta and Trunks came to this timeline. Hey, King Kai, as a god, can you really have a heart condition? Vegeta teased, provoking King Kai's ire. Hey, Vegeta, how can you be so disrespectful to me? At the very least, I am the god overseeing the North Galaxy. King Kai retorted, his words flowing with indignation. You clearly don't understand the importance of respecting your elders, he added, but Vegeta remained unfazed by King Kai's fury. He held little regard for the deity overseeing the future timeline. Though Vegeta understood that the afterlife could not interfere with the living, he believed that as the god of the North Galaxy, King Kai could communicate the coordinates of the new Namek to Trunks through mental connection, allowing him to use the Dragon Balls to save Earth. However, he was unwilling to even undertake such a trivial task, which was why Vegeta was reluctant to show any deference to King Kai of the North. While King Kai was still scolding, Vegeta unleashed his God of Destruction's aura. In an instant, King Kai fell silent. The king, feeling the divine energy emanating from Vegeta, stuttered in his speech, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. What is the matter, my lord King Kai? At that moment, Goten and Trunks joined Vegeta's side. Dad, Trunks was finally able to meet his biological father. Feeling a rush of excitement. In a flash, upon seeing Goku and Vegeta, Vegeta wasted no time and launched an attack. Goten and Trunks were caught off guard and were sent flying. Boom. They crashed into the surface of King Kai's planet, creating two craters. Cough, cough, Vegeta. Why did you attack without saying a word? Goku asked, bewildered and frustrated. Vegeta's sudden aggression left Goku utterly perplexed. Vegeta was not supposed to be an enemy. After all, he had deliberately come from that timeline to assist this one in overcoming its crisis. Vegeta was equally confused as to why Vegeta had attacked. They were both aware of everything Vegeta had done upon arriving in the future timeline, and thus they knew his name. However, their focus had been solely on Trunks eliminating the two androids, and they had not paid attention to subsequent events. Thus, they truly could not comprehend why Vegeta had resorted to violence. Enough chatter. Unleash your full power. Vegeta commanded as he approached Goten and Trunks, flexing his wrists. With a whoosh, he exploded with an overwhelming energy that sent the unsuspecting King Kai hurtling away. Trunks remained unharmed. Goku and Vegeta sensed Vegeta's energy and realized he was not jesting. He was genuinely prepared to fight and had no intention of holding back. Although they were still unaware of the reasons behind his actions, they were not the type to sit idly by. With determination, they transformed into Super Saiyans. Vegeta regarded them, acknowledging their strength, but was bemused that Goku had not ascended to Super Saiyan 2. In an instant, the collective energy of the three caused the flora on King Kai's planet to bow down to the ground. Goten and Trunks combined their energies to resist Vegeta's might. Despite their utmost efforts, Vegeta's power gradually overpowered theirs. Stop it. My little planet can't withstand this chaos. King Kai pleaded, but his words fell on deaf ears. Vegeta had no desire to listen, while Goten and Trunks were too preoccupied with countering Vegeta's energy to respond. I am about to strike. With that, before they could react, Vegeta appeared between them, raising his palm towards them. Huh. Vegeta released his energy, which blasted Goten and Trunks off King Kai's planet. Damn it. Vegeta fumed, unwilling to accept that Vegeta could blow him and Goku away merely with his aura. Is he really that powerful? Skeptical, Vegeta charged at Vegeta. Seeing Vegeta's assault, Goku was not one to lag behind and also charged forward. In a heartbeat, the three engaged in combat, with Goten and Trunks attempting to flank Vegeta. Their battle raged from the ground to the sky and back again, creating more craters on King Kai's surface from their collisions. Even as Goten and Trunks attacked Vegeta in unison, their strikes were effortlessly deflected by him. Meanwhile, Vegeta's fists landed repeatedly on their faces, chests, and abdomens. eliciting cries of pain from both. After several minutes, with a resounding punch connecting with Vegeta's face and a kick landing squarely in Goku's stomach, both were sent crashing down to King Kai's planet, nearly breaching its surface. Now, they had been knocked out of their Super Saiyan forms and lay unconscious, having sustained injuries from Vegeta's considerable strength. Vegeta had employed 80% of his power in those blows, which was far beyond their capacity to withstand. Their clothing was tattered, and their faces swollen like that of a pig. Dad, Trunks, despite harboring some resentment towards his father for neglecting Earth's affairs, felt a surge of concern upon witnessing Vegeta's ruthless actions. With a whoosh, Vegeta descended beside Trunks. Trunks, do not worry, they will not perish. Having already died once, they will recover shortly. I have no intention of killing them. I merely wish for them to learn a lesson. Hearing Vegeta's words, Trunks calmed down, knowing that Vegeta would not kill them. He realized that he had been overly concerned, momentarily losing his composure. A few minutes later, both Goten and Trunks gradually regained consciousness. Their injuries healing, yet the pain remained. They slowly emerged from the crater, wincing as they approached Trunks and Vegeta, still grimacing in discomfort. Vegeta was incensed by their appearance. These two had disregarded Earth's plight, allowing their loved ones and others to suffer horrifically due to the two androids. Yet, they remained indifferent, adhering to the absurd notion that the deceased could not interfere in the affairs of the living. Vegeta recognized that his indignation carried a hint of moral high ground, but he could not suppress his fury. It was infuriating that Trunks and Bulma had to shoulder all the burdens. The thought alone made Vegeta seethe with anger. All right, Uncle Vegeta. I believe my dad and the others have their reasons, Trunks hastily interjected, aware that Vegeta was expressing frustration on behalf of himself, Bulma, and the living. Chapter 70. The Wish on Namek. They are nothing but worthless scum. The Earth has been ravaged by those two androids. Yet they can still train here without a care in the world. They could have revealed the location of Namek to you, allowing you to seek the Dragon Balls and resurrect the fallen to devise a plan against the androids. But instead, they let Gohan and you fight those two for so long, leading to Gohan's demise. They are no better than those androids, devoid of any conscience. Vegeta unleashed his pent-up frustration, rendering the two speechless and unable to counter. Vegeta's claims were indisputable. They were aware of the devastation inflicted upon Earth by the formidable androids. People lived in anguish while they merely stood by, doing nothing. We are already dead, and Trunks and the others have grown up. The deceased cannot intervene in the affairs of the living. Earth should be protected by them, not by us who have already perished. Though Vegeta recognized the validity of Vegeta's words, his pride as a Saiyan prince prevented him from conceding. Ugh, my temper. Upon hearing Vegeta's remarks, Vegeta felt the urge to teach him a lesson about the consequences of arrogance. All right, Uncle Vegeta, since the androids have been eliminated, let us not hold my dad and the others accountable. Trunks hastily interjected to halt Vegeta. Vegeta, spare me your sardonic remarks. Did I ask you to intervene in the affairs of Earth? You could have easily instructed that inept Kai to provide Trunks and the others with the coordinates of Namek, enabling them to search for the Dragon Balls and seek the dragon's assistance. Yet, after all these years, you must be aware of the dire state of Earth. You have perished, living a comfortable existence in the afterlife. But what of Gohan, Trunks, Chi-Chi, and Bulma? What kind of lives do they lead? You are well aware. Yet you turn a blind eye. Do you not owe them an apology? Haha, Trunks, I apologize. Indeed, we have been rather remiss over the years. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, the naive Goku finally grasped the situation. Indeed, for so long, Trunks and the others had faced the overwhelming might of the androids, feeling utterly powerless. Ultimately, they resorted to the desperate measure of attempting to alter history by returning to the past. But how could history be so easily rewritten? Trunks, my apologies. Vegeta's pride forbade him from offering a meek apology, especially to his own son. It's all right, Uncle Goku, Dad, Trunks replied, tears welling in his eyes. Now that he had vanquished the androids, Trunks felt a sense of relief. In his moments of despair, he had often lamented why his father abandoned him and his mother. Yet, hearing his father's apology had brought him solace. Witnessing Trunks' tears, Vegeta felt an urge to embrace him, but his pride compelled him to refrain. After hearing their apologies, Vegeta ceased to press further. Uncle Goku, why are you and Dad training together? Trunks inquired, puzzled, for according to his mother's recollections, his father should not retain a physical form after death. Oh, after witnessing your battle with the androids, I asked King Yema to restore Vegeta's physical body. In the afterlife, my strength surpassed that of the androids, and with no formidable opponents to challenge me, I became complacent in my training. Seeing your power reminded me of Vegeta, prompting me to request King Yema to restore his body so we could train together in the North Kai's realm. In essence, The absence of formidable adversaries had dulled Goku's motivation to grow stronger, leading to years of lax training. Vegito interjected, "Trunks, pay them no mind. They simply do not comprehend the adage that one rises through adversity and falls through complacency. North Kai, hasten and provide us with the coordinates of the new Namek. We still need to harness the power of the Dragon Balls to restore Earth. Do not rush me. Let me check," North Kai replied, aware that Vegito's ire had not entirely dissipated, and he promptly began searching for the coordinates of the new Namek. After a few minutes, he announced, "Found it. The coordinates for the new Namek are XXXXXXXX. Let us go, Trunks, to Namek." With the coordinates in hand, Vegito was eager to waste no more time. "Dad." Trunks looked at Vegeta, wanting to say something, but the words remained unspoken. Vegeta said nothing either, merely gesturing with his eyes for Trunks to proceed. Receiving his father's silent approval, Trunks placed a hand on Vegito's shoulder. In a flash, the two departed for Namek. Phew, they've finally left. Who on earth is Vegito? Possessing the aura of a Kai? Isn't he a Saiyan? North Kai pondered, bewildered by their departure. "What are you saying, Kai?" Goku inquired, curiosity piqued by North Kai's mutterings. "Oh, nothing. Haha," North Kai replied, contemplating whether to reveal Vegito's Kai-like qualities to Goku and Trunks. However, he ultimately decided against it. Upon arriving at the new Namek, Vegito and Trunks materialized on the vibrant green planet. "Uncle Vegito, is this truly Namek?" Trunks asked, surveying his surroundings. "It should be, provided that incompetent Kai's coordinates are accurate." Vegito replied, examining the planet's environment. The air was remarkably pure, untouched by pollution. The flora bore a strikingly different hue from Earth's vegetation, appearing in shades of bluish-green. "Wait a moment, I sense several energies. They must belong to the Namekians." Whoosh. In an instant, they arrived at a village. A group of green-skinned beings with small antennae paused their work, gazing curiously at Vegito and Trunks. "Uncle Vegito, are they the Namekians?" Trunks asked, inching closer to Vegito. "Indeed. They are Namekians," Vegito confirmed, noting their resemblance to Piccolo. At that moment, a robust Namekian stepped forward and asked, "Who are you? Where do you come from? What is your purpose on this planet?" Vegito assessed the interrogating Namekian, recognizing him as a warrior type. "Greetings. We mean no harm. We hail from Earth. Our planet is in peril, and we have come to seek the Dragon Balls," Vegito explained, showcasing his tail. Upon hearing Vegito's words and observing his tail, the Namekian lowered his guard, recalling how Goku had previously aided them in defeating Frieza. Before Namek's destruction, the dragon had transported them all to Earth. They had resided on Earth for a time and formed deep bonds with the Earthlings, particularly Bulma, considering them friends. Knowing that Goku and his companions were Saiyans, the Namekians relaxed, recognizing Vegito's tail and his claim of being from Earth. "May we meet your Grand Elder?" Vegito inquired. "Certainly," the Namekian replied with a nod. "Follow me." He then led Vegito and Trunks to meet the Grand Elder of the new Namek. "Greetings, friends from Earth. I am Muley, the Grand Elder of Namek," he said. "Hello, Grand Elder. We have come to borrow the Dragon Balls. Earth is in crisis." Vegito then encouraged Trunks to explain Earth's current situation. After listening to Trunks, Grand Elder Muley promptly agreed and instructed everyone to bring forth the Dragon Balls. Before long, the spherical Dragon Balls, each the size of a basketball, were gathered. Vegito invoked the dragon in the Namekian tongue, surprising the Namekians with his fluency. "Gatherer of the 7 Dragon Balls, state your wish. I can grant you 3 wishes, regardless of their nature." "Is this the dragon?" Trunks marveled, awestruck by its grandeur and might, having never seen a dragon from Namek before. "Grand Elder Muley, can the current Purunga resurrect many individuals at once? Can he also bring back those who have been deceased for many years but still possess physical forms in the afterlife?" Vegito inquired, uncertain if the dragon of the future timeline could accomplish such feats. "Such a unique circumstance? We must consult Purunga to ascertain," Grand Elder Muley replied. Vegito looked up at Purunga and engaged in hushed conversation, a faint smile gracing his face. Receiving confirmation that Purunga could indeed resurrect the deceased brought great joy to Vegito. "Purunga, please restore Earth to its state prior to the android's devastation," Vegito commanded in the Namekian language. Purunga paused for a moment before replying, "No problem. That wish is exceedingly simple." As a crimson light flickered in Purunga's eyes, he declared, "Your first wish has been granted. Please state your second wish." "That's incredible," exclaimed Trunks. "Has the Earth truly been restored?" He inquired of the Namekians standing beside him, who conveyed to Trunks the wishes granted by Vegeta and their fulfillment. "Purunga, please resurrect those who were slain by the androids, excluding the wicked," in Namekian language. This time, Purunga remained silent for an extended period. Chapter 71, The New God of Earth, Dandy. Noticing Purunga's prolonged silence, Vegeta felt a pang of concern. Is it impossible to grant this wish? After a while, When everyone had begun to believe the wish could not be fulfilled, Barunga finally spoke. This wish can be granted. But some individuals have already entered the cycle of reincarnation and cannot be revived. Moreover, this wish requires the deduction of 2 wishes. Phew, I thought this wish was unattainable. Vegeta sighed, realizing the enormity of the task. Given the vast number of ordinary lives lost at the hands of the androids and the extensive time elapsed, fulfilling this wish was no simple matter. Barunga, please assist me in resurrecting those who can be brought back. In Namekian language. Certainly. With that, Barunga's form ascended several feet into the air. The sheer number of souls to be revived, coupled with the lengthy time span, necessitated a greater expenditure of dragon power. The crimson glow in Barunga's eyes intensified even further. Your wish has been fulfilled. Farewell. With those words, the dragon's form retreated back into the Dragon Balls, which then transformed into stone and fell to the ground, as the sky brightened once more. Elder Muley, we are profoundly grateful to you. Vegeta expressed his thanks to the Elder of Namek. He retrieved numerous agricultural machines from his storage ring. While the Namekians required no food and subsisted solely on water, they had been cultivating trees to green their planet, thus necessitating these agricultural implements. Vegeta commenced an explanation of the machine's functions and purposes. Thank you so much. These machines will be of immense assistance to us. The Namekians expressed their delight upon hearing Vegeta's introduction. Everyone is a friend here. Furthermore, Elder Muley, I wish to invite Dandy to Earth to assume the role of the new god. May I? This time? Elder Muley did not respond directly, but instead turned his gaze to a young Namekian with light green skin standing behind him. This young Namekian was none other than the grown Dandy. Recognizing the Elder's silent inquiry, Dandy stepped forward without hesitation. Elder, I am willing. Excellent, Dandy. You are an exceptionally gifted member of the Dragon Clan, and I believe you will fulfill your duties admirably. Elder Muley expressed his satisfaction and pride in Dandy's response. Yes, Elder, I shall do my utmost. Dandy nodded vigorously. With Dandy's agreement, Vegeta prepared to return to Earth, as much remained to be done. Elder, we shall take our leave now. You are welcome to visit us on Earth at any time. Subsequently, Dandy bid farewell to the Namekians one by one. Whoosh, Vegeta, Trunks, and Dandy returned to Earth together. Upon their arrival at Capsule Corporation in West City, they beheld the transformed state of the Earth. The cities had shed their dilapidated appearances and had returned to the prosperity that existed prior to the android's destruction. Although the atmosphere felt a bit subdued, as many souls had already entered the cycle of reincarnation and could not be revived, those who could be revived, such as Vegeta, Gohan, Piccolo, and Krillin, had indeed returned. However, Goku did not return, as he had perished from a heart condition, not at the hands of the androids. Vegeta sensed the presence of his companions. Seeing the state of the Earth, Trunks was filled with joy. Mom, Dad, we're home. He eagerly rushed to share this wonderful news with his family. Dandy, let us proceed. I will take you to the sacred world to assume your divine position. All right. Vegeta led Dandy toward the sacred world, while Trunks reunited with his family. Vegeta felt no desire to intrude on their heartfelt reunion. Upon reaching the sacred world, they found Popo already awaiting them in the plaza. Hello, Popo. I have brought Dandy here to appoint him as the new god of Earth. Vegeta stated directly, foregoing any unnecessary pleasantries. Popo scrutinized Dandy for several moments before nodding. Follow me. Popo maintained his ever-stoic demeanor. Soon after, Dandy accompanied Popo to undergo the ceremonial succession of the god. Vegeta soon realized that this version of Popo from the future was even more enigmatic than his counterpart from the main timeline. Nevertheless, Vegeta was unconcerned, knowing that as the attendant to the god, Popo would not bring any harm to Earth. The two emerged shortly thereafter, and Dandy now held a staff reminiscent of the former god. Vegeta understood instantly that Dandy had successfully ascended to the role of god. Dandy, can you now create Dragon Balls? Yes, but it will take approximately a month, and there will be a cooling period of a year before they can be used again. Must it really take so long? Vegeta pondered, finding the time frame rather lengthy. Noticing Vegeta's silence, Dandy recognized the duration was indeed excessive. If I had the 7 Dragon Balls or a model of Shenron, I could activate the Dragon Balls immediately, Dandy added. Popo interjected, I have a model of Shenron. Is that so? How splendid. Thank you, Popo. Vegeta felt a surge of happiness upon hearing Popo's words. Before long, Popo returned with a miniature model of Shenron. After Dandy recited a few incantations that Vegeta could not comprehend, the model transformed into a golden light, soaring into the sky and dispersing into 7 beams across the Earth. All right, Mr. Vegeta, the 7 Dragon Balls are now functional. Furthermore, I have upgraded them. They can now grant 3 wishes just like Barunga from Namek. Really? That is marvelous news. Thank you. Dandy, you are truly remarkable. Vegeta expressed his elation at the prospect of 3 wishes. It is nothing, Mr. Vegeta. it is my duty. Dandy felt a bit bashful at the praise. Well then, Dandy and Mr. Popo, farewell. I shall return to visit you again. Goodbye, Mr. Vegeta. After bidding farewell, Vegeta retrieved the dragon radar and departed from the sacred world. He had kept a dragon radar in his storage ring for contingencies. An hour later, Vegeta had collected all 7 Dragon Balls. Come forth, Shenron, and grant my wish. The 7 Dragon Balls began to shimmer, and the sky darkened. Moments later, a dragon of Eastern origin materialized. Those who have gathered the 7 Dragon Balls, state your wish. I can grant you 3 wishes, no matter what they may be. Shenron, can you revive Goku? Vegeta inquired, uncertain if Shenron could bring him back since Goku had died a natural death. Indeed. But due to the length of time since Goku's passing, this wish will require the deduction of 2 wishes. Upon hearing Shenron's affirmation, Vegeta was overwhelmed with joy. Then please, Shenron, resurrect Goku. The eyes of the divine dragon glimmered with a crimson light. Your wish has been granted, and you are entitled to 1 more wish. Please, articulate your desire. In the realm of Bao Mountain, an individual clad in an orange martial arts uniform made his appearance. Father, at the moment of Son Goku's resurrection, Son Gohan, who had been engaged in conversation with his mother, rushed out of the house. Goku, upon seeing him, Chi-Chi was instantly overcome with tears of joy. She dashed into Son Goku's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Kakarot, at the Capsule Corporation, Vegeta sensed Goku's energy. Humph, that guy. Dad, has Uncle Goku come back to life? Hearing his father's murmurs, Trunks approached Vegeta. Humph, that fool Vegito is nothing but a soft-hearted simpleton. Vegeta grumbled before walking away. Trunks, upon sensing the energy of Goku, chuckled to himself. Hee, even though Uncle Vegito berated Dad and Uncle Goku on North Kai's planet, he still managed to bring everyone back to life. Uncle Vegito truly has a sharp tongue, but a kind heart. How wonderful. Bulma interjected, Trunks, what are you underestimating? Mom, I was just saying about Uncle Vegito. Vegito pondered for a moment, contemplating what wish to make. Should it be to have Trunks regrow his tail, or? After considerable reflection, Vegito finally decided, Dragon, please restore Bulma and Chi-Chi to their youthful appearances. This wish was rather straightforward. The dragon executed a similar operation, and the wish was swiftly fulfilled. Trunks was not concerned about his tail. Rather, Bulma and Chi-Chi, as well as the deceased individuals like Goku, would not age in the afterlife. Yet the 2 women had aged considerably. Vegito resolved to restore their youth first. The moment the wish was granted, Bulma and Chi-Chi transformed back into their youthful selves. The sight of their transformation left Trunks and Gohan utterly astonished. It must have been Uncle Vegito who asked the Dragon of Earth to rejuvenate them. Bulma exclaimed, Is that so? He has truly done so much for us. Vegito is indeed a wonderful person. Bulma reminisced about the family photo Vegito had shown her, featuring a family of 4. What woman wouldn't desire to appear youthful and beautiful? Vegeta scoffed, Humph, that guy? Hearing Trunks attribute Bulma's rejuvenation to Vegito's request, Vegeta, though outwardly dismissive, had already let go of the incident where Vegito had bested him on North Kai's planet. Well then, your wishes have all been granted. Farewell. With that, the dragon transformed back into the Dragon Balls and scattered across the world. Chapter 72, The Legendary Super Saiyan. After completing all these tasks, Vegito flew back to Bulma's home, eager to see how the city had fared and how many people had been resurrected. Along the way, he passed through several cities, all restored to their former glory. While there were fewer people than before, the atmosphere was filled with jubilant celebrations as families rejoiced in the return of their loved ones, bringing a smile to Vegito's face. However, he couldn't help but find it amusing to see his children appearing older than their parents. The population will only increase gradually, alas. Upon returning to Capsule Corporation, he found Trunks and Bulma seated on the sofa, engaged in cheerful conversation. Vegeta stood aloof by the window, his expression stern. The absence of Dr. Brief and Bulma's mother suggested they had perhaps moved on to the next life. Trunks was the first to notice Vegito's return. Uncle Vegito. Vegito, Bulma exclaimed, rising from the sofa and rushing to embrace him. In that fleeting moment, Vegito, Trunks, and Vegeta were all taken aback. Vegeta's lips twitched. Trunks was at a loss for words, and Vegito stood rigid. After a brief embrace, Bulma sensed the awkwardness in the atmosphere and stepped back. What are you all doing? I was merely expressing my gratitude for everything Vegito has done. Why are you 3 so serious? Trunks was momentarily speechless. Vegeta huffed, aware that there was nothing between Bulma and Vegito, yet he couldn't shake off the irritation of seeing his wife embrace another man. Unable to confront Vegito, he turned and stormed off to his room. Vegito, you needn't worry about Vegeta. That's just how he is. I know. Vegito nodded. Subsequently, Bulma reached out to everyone, inviting them to celebrate this momentous reunion. After years of separation, it was impossible not to feel nostalgic. Piccolo, Krillin, Yamchu, Kaiatsu, Tian Shinan, and the Sun family were all present. However, Master Rashi, Oolong, and Pu'er did not attend. They were still hiding somewhere in the world, their whereabouts unknown. At the gathering, everyone expressed their gratitude for Vegito's deeds. After the festivities, Vegeta decided to test Trunks' strength. They found an uninhabited area for a sparring match. Trunks deliberately held back, not wanting to hurt his father's pride. Vegeta, aware that Trunks was taking it easy, chose not to comment. After watching their battle, Goku, feeling the urge to join in, faced off against Trunks as well. Trunks similarly allowed Goku to win, and although Goku realized Trunks was not using his full strength, he refrained from mentioning it, understanding that Trunks was being considerate of his feelings. Through all these experiences, Goku had gained a slight understanding of interpersonal dynamics in Vegito's eyes. He had only grasped a fraction. Both Goku and Vegeta had become somewhat complacent after surpassing the androids, hence their usual power levels did not match Trunks. Trunks was at 60 million, Goku at 55 million, and Vegeta at 50 million. Witnessing Trunks' newfound strength filled Gohan, who had fought alongside him, with immense joy. Life gradually returned to a state of peace. People began to rebuild Earth's technology, restore order, and repopulate. Vegito, due to the time machine's energy requiring a year to recharge, had no choice but to remain. Currently, his instant transmission was at an advanced level, but he could not traverse time back to his original timeline. Vegito began to train everyone, imparting his knowledge of instant transmission to Trunks. After completing his teachings, Vegito sought a deserted island where he could finally indulge in a leisurely existence. Having spent so long in the Dragon Ball world, he had never truly taken a break. Aside from training and spending time with Bulma, he had never been able to relax fully. One day, Vegito set out a folding chair and an umbrella, reclining by the seaside while fishing. This life felt so delightful. It had been ages since he had last fished. He had only done so a few times in his previous life. Since arriving in this world, he had not fished at all. He pondered how his parents were faring in his previous life. Ding. Host need not worry. Your parents are doing splendidly. The system promptly displayed a video for Vegito, showcasing his parents' current life. There he saw himself, his parents, and a beautiful woman. Before his elderly parents were two adorable children. System. Is this truly the current state of my parents' lives? Indeed, host. You are now an executive at a company, earning a six-figure salary and have married, with 2 children. As Vegeta gazed upon the blissful smiles of the elderly couple in the video, accompanied by the charming 2-story villa, tears unconsciously welled in the corners of his eyes. How wonderful. System, please open my personal panel, he called out, having collected himself. With the knowledge that his parents from a previous life were living well, Vegeta felt a sense of relief. Ding. Personal panel has been opened. Host Vegeta. Soul fusion degree, 100. Height, 183 centimeters. Race, Saiyan. Realm, God of the Kings. Combat power, normal state 1 billion. Ultimate techniques. Ultimate Kamehameha, planetary destruction sphere, 8-fold light wheel, destruction cannon, magic cannon, afterimage fist, death energy sphere, death beam, multiple death beams. Death beam net, destruction ray. Special skills, healing technique, Namekian language, instant transmission, advanced, infinite stamina, ability to survive in space. In the last 6 months within the hyperbolic time chamber, aside from adapting to Super Saiyan 3 and Super Saiyan God, Vegeta also fused several skills. Ultimate Kamehameha Flash. Ultimate Kamehameha, planetary destruction sphere, supernova planetary destruction sphere, energy sphere, Chi Yuan / cutting disc, 8-fold light wheel, Big Bang attack, Gallic gun destruction cannon. Magic flash Kamehameha, magic piercing light, killing cannon, magic cannon. With the fusion degree at its peak, Vegeta's power escalated rapidly, and this was achieved without excessive training. Otherwise, his strength would exceed 1 billion. Vegeta mused, I can't believe my power has already reached 1 billion. Unbeknownst to him, he had already spent 7 years in the Dragon Ball world. Time truly flies. After his self-reflection, Vegeta closed his eyes, savoring this peaceful and serene existence, devoid of conflict, and filled with leisure and comfort. Meanwhile, Goku, Chi-Chi, Gohan, Vegeta, Bulma, Trunks, and Krillin gathered to admire the cherry blossoms. Thanks to the wish made to the dragon by Bulma and Chi-Chi, they had both regained their youth. The revival of their family members had lifted the weight from their hearts, allowing smiles to bloom anew. The group was thoroughly enjoying themselves. Just as they were reveling in the beauty of the cherry blossoms, a spaceship resembling a gigantic egg descended nearby, shattering the festive atmosphere. Moments later, a multitude of aliens clad in distinctive battle attire emerged from the spacecraft. The commotion turned the expressions of the cherry blossom admirers serious, uncertain of whether these visitors were foes or allies. Before long, the aliens approached and halted before the group. A pathway parted among them. revealing an elderly man with one eye covered, resembling a human, who slowly advanced towards the gathering. Goku exclaimed, "A Saiyan?" The others remained silent, bracing themselves for the encounter. Indeed, the elderly figure before them was Paragus. Upon spotting Vegeta amidst the crowd, Paragus appeared exceedingly excited. He approached Vegeta and placed his hand over his chest, performing a knightly salute. "May I inquire, are you Prince Vegeta? And who might you be?" Vegeta inquired, observing Paragus's demeanor. "Esteemed Prince Vegeta, I am Paragus, once a subordinate of King Vegeta." "Oh, and what brings you to Earth?" "I have come to invite you, Prince Vegeta, to reign once more as the king of New Planet Vegeta." New Planet Vegeta? Wasn't Planet Vegeta destroyed by Frieza long ago? Indeed, however, my subordinates have discovered a new planet in the South Galaxy to rebuild our Saiyan legacy. Yet, there is a being known as the legendary Super Saiyan wreaking havoc throughout the South Galaxy, soon to encroach upon New Planet Vegeta's territory. I learned of your survival, Prince Vegeta, and that you reside on Earth. Thus, I have come to extend two invitations. First, to reclaim your throne as king of New Planet Vegeta. Second, to join me in protecting our new home. The legendary Super Saiyan. Vegeta murmured, pondering the name. Chapter 73, Broly. Humph. I have no interest in being king of this new planet Vegeta, but I am intrigued by the legendary Super Saiyan you mentioned. Just then, Goku approached. "What's your name again?" Paragus. Right, Paragus. Is this so-called legendary Super Saiyan truly formidable? Indeed, very strong. Numerous planets in the South Galaxy have already been destroyed due to this Saiyan's rampage. Vegeta, let us go witness this legendary Super Saiyan. Goku urged. Vegeta replied, "Kakarot. I would go even if you didn't mention it." "Ah, Kakarot. So you are Bardock's youngest son," Paragus exclaimed. "Then let's go together." At this moment, Trunks stepped forward, seeking to dissuade Vegeta and Goku. The group was uncertain of Paragus' authenticity. Allowing Goku and Vegeta to follow him could pose a danger. Noticing Trunks' apprehension, Paragus recognized him as Vegeta's son. "You must be Prince Vegeta's offspring." "Yes, I am Trunks. Prince Trunks, if you have any concerns, you may join us as well." As the group hesitated on whether to proceed, the North Kai's voice suddenly resonated in Goku's mind. Goku. North Kai? It is I, Goku. I require your assistance with a pressing matter." "But, North Kai, I am currently." "Do not speak further. This is of utmost urgency. A Saiyan has emerged in the South Galaxy, exceedingly malevolent and brutal, causing widespread destruction. Many planets have already fallen victim, and I ask you to investigate." North Kai, are you referring to the legendary Super Saiyan?" "Indeed. How did you know?" Goku proceeded to explain the recent events to North Kai. After listening, North Kai fell into contemplation, uncertain if Paragus was indeed truthful. After a prolonged silence, North Kai's voice finally echoed again in Goku's mind. "You may investigate further. I am unsure whether Paragus's claims align with what I have mentioned." Subsequently, Goku relayed North Kai's message to the group. "Then let us go discover the truth behind this legendary Super Saiyan." Vegeta resolved. Following this, Goku, Vegeta, Trunks, and Gohan accompanied Paragus into the spaceship, embarking towards the South Galaxy. Meanwhile, Vegeta remained leisurely fishing, blissfully unaware of the unfolding events. Soon, the four companions arrived at what Paragus termed New Planet Vegeta. Little did they know of Paragus's ulterior motives. His intent for bringing them to this planet was to ensure their demise upon the impending collision with the comet Gummel. Paragus aimed to eliminate them, allowing him to seize Earth and transform it into New Planet Vegeta, assuming the mantle of king. Upon reaching the planet, Trunks and Gohan wandered off to investigate, skeptical of Paragus's words. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Goku were led by Paragus into a castle he had erected to ensnare them, a ploy to buy time and trap them on this planet until their demise. Upon entering the castle, Vegeta and Goku encountered a peculiar individual, characterized by a mane of unruly black hair and a stature of 190 centimeters, adorned with a golden headband. The figure stood bare-chested. What struck one as peculiar was the expression on his face, lifeless and wooden, reminiscent of a marionette. Upon noticing that Sun Wukong and his companion were scrutinizing his son, Paragus hastily introduced him. "Your Highness Vegeta, this is my son Broly." At that moment, Broly, under Paragus's control, exhibited no reaction, and Vegeta, having observed him briefly, soon lost interest. Broly? The name resonated with Sun Wukong, evoking a sense of familiarity. Having been born on the same day as Broly and having shared a nurturing pod, Sun Wukong recalled the overwhelming aura of Broly that had frightened him into tears as a child. Though his memories were hazy, the mention of the name still stirred something within him. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's voice, Broly lifted his gaze, and his emotions began to stir. Kakarot, Kakarot. The atmosphere grew tense as Broly emitted a terrifying aura, fueled by childhood memories of being disturbed by Kakarot's cries. The mere sound of Sun Wukong's name ignited Broly's fury. Vegeta and Sun Wukong quickly noted the shift in Broly's demeanor. The ferocity of Broly's aura was palpable, exuding a formidable pressure. As a legendary Saiyan, Broly's bloodline exerted a potent suppressive force over that of typical Saiyans. Sensing Broly's impending rage, Paragus swiftly pressed a button to calm him, unwilling to jeopardize his plans. Gradually, Broly's emotions began to stabilize. Paragus's explanations alleviated the concerns of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Meanwhile, Trunks and Gohan, after a day of investigation, encountered the enslaved Samarins. From them, they learned of the impending collision of the planet with the Gumali comet. Realizing the truth behind Paragus's deceitful words, they also discovered that the destructive Saiyan wreaking havoc in the South Galaxy was none other than Paragus's son, Broly. Understanding the situation, Trunks and Gohan rushed to find their fathers, determined to unveil Paragus's conspiracy. That night, Sun Wukong and Vegeta were resting in the quarters prepared by Paragus when the door was suddenly burst open. The commotion startled both of them awake. An intruder charged into the room, launching a punch towards Sun Wukong's bed. Crack! The bed splintered in two, yet Sun Wukong managed to evade the attack. Broly! Both Sun Wukong and Vegeta exclaimed in surprise, for Broly's appearance and demeanor had drastically transformed since the daylight hours. Now, he radiated a wild and ferocious energy. His physique towering and muscles grotesquely bulging. Kakarot! Kakarot! Broly, undeterred, continued his assault on Sun Wukong, who had narrowly escaped. The two clashed, crashing through the walls and into the open air, while Vegeta was completely disregarded. Faced with Broly's imposing presence and pressure, Vegeta found himself momentarily paralyzed, trembling in fear. Hearing the ruckus, Trunks and Gohan hastened their pace toward the source of the commotion. Hey, Broly, what is wrong with you? Sun Wukong shouted amidst dodging Broly's attacks. Kakarot! Kakarot! Broly offered no response, fixated solely on his relentless assault. You big fool, my name is not Kakarot, I am Sun Wukong. With that declaration, Sun Wukong unleashed his aura, forcing Broly to retreat. Since we cannot communicate, I shall subdue you by force. Unbeknownst to him, he would soon find himself contradicted by his own words. Chapter 74, 3 Super Saiyans versus Legendary Super Saiyan. Recognizing the futility of dialogue, Sun Wukong resolved to fight Broly into submission before attempting to converse. As Broly was momentarily pushed back, he continued to chant Kakarot, Kakarot, while his energy surged. Enveloped in a white aura tinged with a hint of green, Sun Wukong, taken aback by Broly's transformation, thought, I didn't expect you to conceal your power. With a whoosh, they both charged at each other, the ground fracturing beneath the force of their clash. Boom! Their fists collided, and Sun Wukong, underestimating Broly's strength, was sent flying. Kakarot! Broly pursued him relentlessly. When Broly reached him, he swung a punch towards Sun Wukong, who, unable to evade the rapid onslaught, crossed his arms in a desperate defense. Crash! Sun Wukong was propelled out of the vicinity of the structures and plunged into a vast lake, sending water soaring into the air. Boom, boom, boom. Broly hovered above, unleashing a barrage of small green energy waves upon the spot where Sun Wukong had fallen. Each wave carried tremendous destructive force, rippling through the water and revealing the rocky lake bed beneath, creating numerous craters. Ha ha ha. Where's your precious Kakarot now? Broly laughed maniacally, unable to spot Sun Wukong. What are you laughing at, you big fool? Thud. As Broly turned at the sound of Sun Wukong's voice, he was met with a fist to the face. Splash! Roaring through the lake, Broly crashed into the forest, stirring up clouds of dust. Father! At that moment, Gohan and Trunks arrived at Sun Wukong's side. Uncle Wukong, we've discovered who the destructive Saiyan in the South Galaxy is. Trunks exclaimed. Yes, I suspect that Saiyan is Broly. Sun Wukong replied, gazing towards the direction of the dust cloud. Father, you already knew? Gohan questioned, bewildered. Yes, I was just fighting Broly. Sun Wukong recounted briefly to Trunks and Gohan about the recent events. Just then, the air was rent by Broly's furious roar from within the dust cloud. Boom! Broly erupted, scattering the dust and forest, creating a crater spanning dozens of meters in diameter. He ascended into the air to meet Sun Wukong and his companions at eye level. Although Broly had yet to transform into the legendary Super Saiyan, his aura had evolved beyond mere white, now exhibiting a distinct greenish hue. Is he a monster? Gohan pondered, overwhelmed by Broly's rapidly escalating energy and oppressive presence. In past battles, Gohan had never felt such an overwhelming force from his opponents. It was more than mere pressure, it was suppression. He acutely sensed the dominating aura of superiority emanating from Broly. Kakarot! Broly charged toward the trio. Gohan, Trunks, let us take him on together. Right, they both affirmed. The three joined forces to confront Broly. Yet the weight of his oppressive force made it feel as if their powers were diminished by nearly 30%. In other words, an attack that would typically register as 100 now felt like only 70 against Broly. Boom, boom, boom. The four engaged in a fierce battle. Broly remained unfazed, absorbing the trio's blows with his physical resilience. As the three faced Broly's increasingly formidable assaults, they found themselves compelled to either evade or mount a desperate defense against his relentless strikes. This dynamic allowed Broly to maintain the upper hand against the trio of Saiyans. Boom, boom, boom. Realizing their physical attacks were proving ineffectual, the three simultaneously unleashed energy blasts upon Broly. In a fleeting moment, Broly was struck by 3 waves of energy, engulfed in a cloud of smoke from the ensuing explosions. Huffing and puffing, Gohan wondered what manner of creature Broly truly was, questioning the source of his overwhelming strength. The legendary Super Saiyan. Goku too was gasping for breath. What? The legendary Super Saiyan. Indeed, Paragus and the North Kai had mentioned this before. Kakarot. Suddenly, the billowing smoke was dispersed by an overwhelming force, revealing Broly's current form. His grass-green hair, eyebrows, and pupils had vanished, leaving only the whites of his eyes. A verdant aura radiated from him, and his muscles had become even more imposing. Rings of energy expanded outward from Broly, causing the very fabric of reality to shift in color. Upon transforming into the legendary Super Saiyan, Broly's control device could no longer contain his power and had been destroyed. This creature is truly a terrifying monster. Goku, Gohan, and Trunks all trembled slightly, feeling the potent suppression emanating from their bloodlines. Victory seemed impossible. They would face death. The previously disregarded Vegeta sensed a profound fear emanating from the depths of his soul, muttering incessantly, kneeling on the ground with his hands braced against it. He had completely lost his fighting spirit. Broly, it's over. It's all over. Broly has lost control. Sensing the chaos, Paragus arrived at the battlefield's edge. Witnessing Broly's current state and the destruction of the control device, he understood that Broly was now beyond his control. I must flee this planet at once. Otherwise, Broly will obliterate it. With that, Paragus hurriedly departed in search of an escape vessel. Keenly aware of the terror Broly unleashed in his rage, a being who recognized neither friend nor foe, a pure embodiment of destruction and warfare. Kakarot, an energy sphere enveloped Broly, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts indiscriminately in all directions. Whoosh, 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 boom, boom, boom. Goku and his companions struggled to withstand the onslaught of energy waves directed at them. Several of these blasts struck the very spaceship that Vegeta and his allies had arrived in, reducing it and the surrounding mountains to rubble. Paragus, still outside the ship, could only watch in horror as their means of escape was annihilated. With hope for survival dashed, he was left with no choice but to seek another escape pod. Vegeta's position, too, was engulfed by Broly's energy blasts, obliterating all structures in his vicinity. He fell alongside the debris, devoid of any will to resist. Goku, Gohan, and Trunks also sustained significant injuries under the relentless barrage of energy. Ha! Broly laughed with delight at the trio's disarray. Damn it! X3. As the three faced the now formidable Broly, they simultaneously transformed into Super Saiyans. Goku and Trunks ascended to Super Saiyan 2, while Gohan achieved Super Saiyan 1. Whoosh! The trio charged towards Broly in the sky, fists raised to strike. In an instant, Broly activated a green energy shield, which repelled their blows. Undeterred, they summoned even greater strength. Bang, bang, bang. Their fists shattered Broly's protective barrier, landing a blow that sent him hurtling away. Yet, in a flash, Broly returned to engage them once more. Initially, he struggled against their combined might, but as time progressed, he began to match their speed, launching counterattacks in return. Kamehameha 2. Final flash. Goku and his comrades could scarcely believe Broly's astonishing capabilities. His power and combat skills were escalating rapidly. Realizing they could no longer afford to spar with him, they unleashed their ultimate techniques simultaneously. Rumble. Broly was blasted away. However, he quickly erupted with even greater strength, appearing right in the midst of the three. His unleashed aura sent them reeling backward. Bang, bang, bang. Broly, moving at blinding speed, struck at the trio, who were caught off guard and sent flying. Boom, boom, boom. They crashed into the ground, creating 3 craters. Ha! Kakarot, Kakarot. Seeing the three unable to withstand his assault, Broly continued to chant Goku's name. Cough, cough. This guy is truly formidable. Goku struggled to free himself from the debris. Cough, cough. He is a veritable monster. Gohan marveled at the rapid advancement in Broly's strength. Cough, cough. He is simply too powerful. It seems only Vegito could hope to defeat him. Our Super Saiyans are on an entirely different level. Trunks too discerned the disparity. Broly's transformation held a distinctly different essence from their own. The oppressive force following his transformation was intensified. In that moment, he recalled Vegito. Yes, Vegito. I must summon him immediately. However, as Goku began to rise, seeking Vegito's energy, he was interrupted by Broly's oncoming attack. Damn it! Realizing Broly was upon him, Goku was forced to abandon his plan to instantaneously locate Vegito, narrowly evading Broly's strike. Trunks and Gohan, witnessing Goku's interruption, rushed forward to intercept Broly. Yet, their efforts were futile against Broly's relentless advance. His power far surpassed theirs. Broly was merely toying with them, his intent to prolong their suffering. The trio endured an unending barrage, leaving Goku with no opportunity to reach out to Vegito. Hey, Vegeta, how long will you wallow in despair? Father, Uncle Vegeta. With no means to combat Broly, they sought to reignite Vegeta's fighting spirit with their words. Victory is impossible. We cannot hope to triumph against him. He is the legendary Super Saiyan. We will perish. Yet, Vegeta remained deaf to their pleas, still entrapped in his paralyzing fear. Possessing a purer Saiyan bloodline than Goku and the others, Vegeta felt a far greater weight of oppression from Broly. In this moment, he found himself utterly incapable of resisting it. Goku, Gohan, and Trunks continued to be mercilessly pummeled by Broly. They struggled to withstand his relentless attacks. Broly reveled in the satisfaction of their suffering, relishing the trio as his personal punching bags. Vegeta, come help us. It's impossible. We cannot defeat that monster. Bang, 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 boom, boom, boom. Goku and his companions were driven deep into the ground by Broly's relentless onslaught. Gohan and Trunks could no longer maintain their Super Saiyan forms, reverting to their base states, while Goku barely managed to sustain his Super Saiyan 2 transformation. Yet, he too was nearing his limits, hanging by a thread. Observing that the three had seemingly lost their capacity for battle, Broly chuckled with malevolent glee. He was now free to torment Son Goku at his leisure. With a menacing intent, Broly descended from the heavens, stepping towards the fallen Goku, who lay ensconced in a pit. Goku emitted a wretched scream as Broly's foot struck him, a sound that resonated for miles, reaching the ears of Vegeta, who could distinctly hear his comrades' agonized cries. Broly leapt into the air, continuing his merciless assault. With each step upon Goku, a fresh wail of anguish erupted from him. The ground beneath them buckled under the relentless pounding, gradually succumbing to the force of Broly's onslaught. Thankfully, Goku was resilient. Had it been anyone else, they would surely be dead or severely maimed by now. After several brutal stomps, the earth finally caved in, and Goku plummeted into the chasm that had formed. Witnessing Goku's descent into the depths below, Broly's gaze shifted to the fleeing Paragus. Unbeknownst to Paragus, his demise was imminent. Fortunately, those foolish Saiyans had momentarily distracted Broly, allowing Paragus a fleeting chance to escape the planet. You shall perish alongside Broly, while I make my escape. Now, Paragus had located the escape pod. Eagerly, he entered the vessel, hastily inputting the coordinates to flee this doomed planet. Suddenly, the glass of the pod was eclipsed by a towering shadow. Broly. Paragus gasped in terror at the sight of his son. How could this be? Wasn't Broly preoccupied with tormenting those other Saiyans? He should not be here. My dear father, are you really abandoning me to escape on your own? A sinister grin spread across Broly's face as he regarded Paragus. Of course not. Broly. I was merely searching for the ship, so we could escape together. Oh, is that so? You are truly my beloved father. Broly's tone dripped with sarcasm. Indeed, of course. Paragus feigned confidence, yet the sinister smile upon Broly's face instilled genuine fear within him, causing his body to tremble. A solitary escape pod? Broly's grin widened menacingly at Paragus's words. No, Broly, you are my son. I could never leave you behind to flee alone. Ignoring Paragus's protests, Broly lifted the pod and gradually applied pressure, causing it to begin to crumple. Broly, you cannot kill me. I am your father. Paragus lamented, unable to fathom that he would meet his end at the hands of his own offspring. After crushing the vessel into a compact sphere, Broly hurled it towards the approaching Komori comet. They all deserve to die. Everyone must perish. Broly cackled with abandon. Meanwhile, Trunks and Gohan continued to implore Vegeta, attempting to reignite his fighting spirit. Both were battered and bruised, struggling to maintain their footing. Meanwhile, Goku's fate remained uncertain after his fall into the abyss. Father, how long will you remain in despair? You are the noble prince of all Saiyans. You are the one I respect above all else. Please, I beg you, find your strength once more. Trunks managed to utter these words with great difficulty. At last, Vegeta began to respond, slowly rising from the ground. Indeed, I am the proud prince of the Saiyans. How could I possibly be defeated by some nameless, legendary Super Saiyan? Vegeta's fighting spirit reignited, transforming into a Super Saiyan. With a surge of rage, he charged at Broly. After killing Paragus, Broly reveled in the despair of the onlookers, dismissing Vegeta's resurgence with utter disdain. Boom! Vegeta lunged at Broly, delivering a kick to his neck, yet Broly remained unmoved. In disbelief, Vegeta retracted his foot and struck Broly's face with a punch. Broly's head merely tilted slightly. He remained unfazed. With Vegeta's current Super Saiyan strength, inflicting any damage upon Broly was utterly impossible. How could this be? Vegeta was truly taken aback. His attacks had no effect on Broly whatsoever. As Vegeta prepared to strike again, Broly raised his hand, unleashing an energy wave that slammed into Vegeta's abdomen. Rumble! Vegeta was sent flying into the distance. Rubbish is still rubbish. Furious, Vegeta emerged from the smoke. Wounded from Broly's single assault. Receive my ultimate technique. Final Flash. Vegeta unleashed his signature move. Rumble. The Final Flash struck Broly, creating a massive mushroom cloud. Adadadada. Yet Vegeta's assault was not finished. Employing the prince's technique, he unleashed a barrage of energy blasts toward the epicenter of the explosion. Boom, boom, boom. A tremendous storm erupted beneath the mushroom cloud, as Vegeta continued to fire energy blasts for 3 whole minutes before finally pausing. Huff, huff. I shall see if you can survive this. How dare you belittle me, the prince? I am the Saiyan Prince, Super Saiyan Vegeta. With newfound confidence, Vegeta prepared for the next confrontation. Is Broly dead? Gohan murmured, gazing at the explosion, hoping that Vegeta had indeed triumphed over Broly. However, he held little faith in his own words. Just moments ago, the 3 of them could not defeat Broly, who was unlikely to be vanquished so easily. Trunks remained silent, but he too recognized that Broly could not be so easily defeated. Even with 2 Super Saiyans present, they were no match for Broly. Vegeta, relying solely on his Super Saiyan form, stood no chance against Broly. At that moment, Goku finally clawed his way out of the deep pit. Father! Gohan exclaimed, rushing to assist Goku as he slowly floated over. Hee. Gohan, Broly is truly formidable. Goku managed a strained smile. Indeed, Broly is an absolute monster. Uncle Goku. After a prolonged wait, Trunks finally managed to use his flight technique to reach Goku's side. The 3 of them appeared utterly disheveled, bloodied, and battered. Their clothing was tattered, particularly Goku's, whose upper garments had completely disintegrated. He bore the most severe injuries, having been the primary target of Broly's wrath. As the dust began to settle, Broly's condition was revealed. Unscathed, he stood with arms crossed, a mocking glint in his eyes as he regarded Vegeta. What? X4. The trio was incredulous. Broly had effortlessly withstood all of Vegeta's attacks, rendering them utterly ineffective. In an instant, Broly was before Vegeta, who had not anticipated such swiftness. Bam! Swoosh! Broly's massive hand seized Vegeta's head, propelling him against a colossal rock. Boom! The impact created a massive crater, and Vegeta reverted from his Super Saiyan form. Rubbish indeed. Broly scoffed disdainfully. What to do? That monster, Goku, and the others are no match for him. The North Kai, who had been closely monitoring the situation, was frantic. Wait, how could I forget about that boy? I hope he can defeat that monster, otherwise. The North Kai did not hesitate and immediately contacted Vegeta on Earth. Chapter 76, Vegeta vs. Broly. On an uncharted, deserted island, Vegeta reclined in a folding chair, donning sunglasses and leisurely enjoying the gentle breeze while indulging in the art of fishing. The fishing rod beside him trembled incessantly, clearly indicating that a fish had taken the bait. However, Vegeta remained indifferent, as his mind was evidently far removed from the act of fishing. The comfort of his surroundings lulled him into a peaceful slumber. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Task issued. Defeat Broly. Reward. Instant transmission complete. What? Vegeta, still partially asleep, failed to fully comprehend the system's announcement. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. Vegeta? Vegeta, can you hear me? This is North Kai. Goku and the others are in danger. Please hurry to assist them. The urgency in North Kai's voice jolted Vegeta awake. What? This time, Vegeta was fully alert. North Kai, with no choice but to quickly relay the dire circumstances surrounding Goku and his companions, explained their plight. Upon hearing North Kai's words, Vegeta finally grasped the situation. He had merely taken a nap, and now he found himself entangled in the narrative involving the old Broly. He recalled hearing the system issue a task in his dream. Without delay, Vegeta scanned for Goku's energy signature. Found it. Whoosh. On the battlefield of New Vegeta, Broly laughed maniacally. Ha. All of you shall perish. Die. With that, he conjured a massive green energy sphere and hurled it toward Goku and his friends. Damn it. Earth has only just regained peace, and we've only just reunited. Must we part ways again? Trunks lamented, filled with frustration. Don't lose hope. It isn't over yet. Let's unite and counter that energy sphere, Goku urged. All right, X2. The three began to prepare their ultimate moves, while Vegeta lay unconscious, unable to join the fray. In that critical moment, a figure materialized before them. Uncle Vegeta, Trunks exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him upon seeing the familiar face. Hey, Trunks, it seems you've run into some trouble. Vegeta, even in this crisis, found a moment to tease them. Uncle Vegeta, please focus. This is extremely perilous. Trunks, relieved by Vegeta's arrival, felt a renewed sense of confidence, believing that Vegeta could indeed vanquish Broly. Don't worry. I'm here. After jesting with them, Vegeta turned his attention to the approaching energy sphere. Hearing Vegeta's confidence, the trio dispersed their gathered energy, trusting in Vegeta's prowess to defeat Broly. Previously, Trunks had shared tales of Vegeta's rigorous training in the hyperbolic time chamber, including his transformations into Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan God, which reignited Goku and the others' determination. In an instant, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan, his formidable energy pushing Goku and the others back several steps as he placed his hands on his hips. Final Kamehameha, a powerful wave of energy, crackling with electricity, surged toward Broly's energy sphere. At the moment Vegeta unleashed the final Kamehameha, the recoil caused the ground beneath him to cave in. Boom. The clash of energies generated an immense shockwave, compelling Goku and his companions to activate their defensive stances. Nevertheless, the tremendous force still forced them to retreat, and the unconscious Vegeta was blown away, only to be caught by Trunks in the nick of time. Otherwise, the unconscious prince would have been sent flying like refuse. Uncle Vegeta's power is indeed astounding. Even in his Super Saiyan form, he can withstand Broly's energy sphere. Gohan marveled. Just moments ago, 2 Super Saiyans and 1 Super Saiyan 2 from their side could not contend with Broly. Vegeta, noticing that even in his Super Saiyan form he was evenly matched with Broly, was taken aback. His battle power as a Super Saiyan had reached 50 billion. Yet he found it astonishing that he could only match Broly in combat. Glancing at Broly's battle power, which stood at 30 billion, Vegeta was shocked. However, he quickly deduced that although Broly had not undergone systematic training, his Saiyan heritage and the inherent buff of growing stronger with each battle, combined with the prolonged engagement against Goku and the others, would naturally lead to significant power increases. Vegeta unleashed all his strength as a Super Saiyan. The final Kamehameha expanded dramatically, gradually pushing Broly's energy sphere toward the comet Gamari in the cosmos. Boom. The 2 colossal energies obliterated the comet, which was considerably larger than New Vegeta, turning it into cosmic dust. The resulting explosion altered New Vegeta's trajectory, causing the planet's rotation speed to shift, fracturing its surface and changing the sky's hue. The geological environment of New Vegeta had been irrevocably transformed. The once green and yellow planet was now buried beneath layers of mud. Once the chaos subsided, Goku, Gohan, and Trunks emerged from the debris, while Vegeta, supported by Trunks, slowly regained his footing. Vegeta, having endured such a tremendous impact, gradually came to. The sheer power of the blast had buried them under the debris. Incredible. Gohan repeatedly expressed his astonishment. Vegeta's strength is truly unparalleled, Goku exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Trunks, observing Vegeta standing defiantly against Broly in the sky, remained silent. But the curve of his lips betrayed his exhilaration, even as he failed to notice Vegeta regaining consciousness. Haha, big guy, after training for so long, I haven't had a proper fight yet. Don't let me down. With that, Vegeta tossed a bag toward Trunks and the others. Goku quickly caught it, opening it to discover it was filled with senzu beans. He swiftly distributed them among the other 3. Vegeta, eyeing the senzu beans in his hand, scowled. Damn it. As the prince of all Saiyans, I should not need such trifles to recover. Dad, please eat them. You need to be at your best to witness their battle. Trunks urged. Kakarot, Kakarot, Broly shouted, fixated on Vegeta's visage, which bore a striking resemblance to Goku. Have you completely lost your mind? Fine, no more chatter. Let us fight. Whoosh. Both figures sprang into action simultaneously. Bang, bang. Their fists collided. Though Vegeta's punches were not as massive as Broly's, he was nonetheless able to withstand Broly's blows. Incredible. The moment they clashed left Trunks and the others in awe. Vegeta, astonished by Broly's strength, felt a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. Now this is interesting, he thought, increasing his force. Broly, taken aback by Vegeta's sudden surge in power, was unable to react in time and was sent flying. Zoom. Vegeta pursued the retreating Broly, delivering a kick that Broly, quick to react, managed to block by crossing his arms in front of him. Boom. Broly was sent crashing into the ground, sending dust soaring and obscuring Goku and the others' view. Witnessing Vegeta dominate Broly in combat filled them with excitement. They had not anticipated that Broly would be utterly defenseless against Vegeta. Chapter 77. The Legendary Super Saiyan 2. Uncle Vegeta. How impressive. Witnessing Broly's inability to withstand the onslaught, Trunks erupted in excited cheers. I never imagined the chasm between us and Vegeta could be so vast. Goku, upon observing Vegeta's prowess, could only marvel in awe. He had not anticipated such a significant disparity in strength. Vegeta was indeed formidable. Gohan was equally astonished. As Vegeta's power exceeded his wildest expectations. Boom. A green light pierced through the earth, revealing Broly, who had shaken off the soil. In agony, Broly went berserk, shaking his head and roaring, as the green aura around him expanded rapidly. Vegeta remarked, "This guy is indeed extraordinary. He truly embodies the legendary Super Saiyan. His power is escalating at an alarming rate." A glance at Broly revealed that his battle power was nearing an astonishing 5 billion. He chuckled, "Now this is getting interesting. My excitement is mounting." From Broly, Vegeta sensed an immense pressure, igniting a fervor within his blood, a thrill of encountering a formidable foe. Boom. Broly soared into the sky, the sheer force of his ascent causing the ground to sink several centimeters. Bang. Broly's speed was so blindingly fast that Vegeta barely managed to react, crossing his arms to block Broly's punch. The ground quaked with the resultant shockwave. Goku, Vegeta, and the others struggled to maintain their footing amidst the tremors. Tat tat tat. Boom boom boom. As Vegeta deflected Broly's blows, he engaged in a fierce exchange of strikes. Each of Vegeta's punches landed squarely on Broly, yet he felt as though he were striking a solid iron block, leaving his hands numb. While defending against Broly's relentless attacks, Vegeta could distinctly feel that each hit was heavier than the last. Their clashes sent ripples through the very fabric of space. The speed of their confrontation was staggering. To onlookers, it appeared as though two black lines were endlessly colliding and separating, rendering their precise movements indiscernible. Bang. Bang. The sounds of their collisions were interspersed with the cries of both Vegeta and Broly. As the battle progressed, Broly gradually caught up to Vegeta's speed, landing blows on him. Despite lacking combat experience, Broly's skills and power surged rapidly with each encounter. Both warriors bore injuries now. Boom. With a sudden burst of energy, Broly unleashed a wave that sent Vegeta crashing underground. Thunderous explosions erupted, forming a small green mushroom cloud. The ferocity of their battle left Goku and the others astounded. They had not expected Broly to gain the upper hand so swiftly. What manner of creature was Broly? Uncle Vegeta was at a disadvantage. Trunks could hardly believe his eyes. Whoosh. Vegeta emerged from the top of the mushroom cloud, brushing off the dust. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Though your combat skills were rather crude at the outset, I must concede that you are indeed a rare specimen. To elevate your fighting technique and power to such terrifying heights in such a short span is remarkable. Kakarot. Broly disregarded Vegeta's words, fixated solely on Kakarot. Vegeta, too, was astonished by the rapid escalation of Broly's power. While Broly exhibited the temperament of a rampaging bull, his strikes were undeniably astonishing in their might. Vegeta felt his own blood boiling in response. Broly, it seems your warm-up is nearly complete. Prepare yourself for a serious bout. I shall unleash my true power. Kakarot. Broly remained unfazed by Vegeta's declaration. Vegeta pondered, does this guy's obsession lie solely with Goku? Is it merely a childhood influence? What fuels such profound hatred that he has held on to it for all these years? Trunks exclaimed, Uncle Vegeta is finally going to get serious. Goku, Gohan, and Vegeta were all transfixed by Vegeta. Although Goku and Vegeta had previously battled Vegeta on King Kai's planet, they had been on the receiving end of his blows, never truly grasping his strength. Now, they would finally witness the full extent of Vegeta's power. Gohan, having never seen Vegeta fight, was equally eager to understand just how strong he truly was. If Vegeta were aware of their thoughts, he would merely chuckle inwardly. To compel Vegeta to unleash his full strength upon the current adversary would be akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Vegeta's aura surged violently, causing the ground to tremble. Incredible. Gohan was once again astounded by Vegeta's overwhelming energy. Swish. Zing. Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 2, surrounded by arcs of electricity. How awe-inspiring. The disparity between Uncle Vegeta's Super Saiyan 2 form and ours is truly staggering. Gohan marveled at the immense energy emanating from Vegeta's transformation. Don't be foolish. Vegeta's strength in Super Saiyan 2 is so formidable precisely because his base form is already on par with our Super Saiyan forms. Vegeta perceived the situation more clearly than Gohan. Is that so? Gohan, slightly skeptical, looked to his father, Goku, who nodded in agreement. The transformations of Super Saiyans amplified their base power. The reason Vegeta's Super Saiyan form is so potent is that his base battle power far exceeds theirs. Goku wholeheartedly endorsed Vegeta's assertion. Recognizing his father's agreement, Gohan finally understood. He fell silent, intent on observing the clash between Vegeta and Broly. Upon transforming into Super Saiyan 2, Vegeta's exhilarated demeanor shifted to one of icy calm and composure. Whoosh! Bang! Vegeta wasted no words, delivering a punch to Broly that caused him to involuntarily spit. So swift, Vegeta's speed had escalated further. Damn it! Vegeta had not anticipated the vast difference in strength between Super Saiyan 2 Vegeta and himself, rendering even the motions of his attacks nearly imperceptible. The pain only fueled Broly's madness further. Slowly, he resisted Vegeta's punches, straightening his face with determination. Quite resilient. Vegeta was astonished by Broly's strength, capable of withstanding his Super Saiyan 2 might. Boom. Vegeta intensified his efforts, driving Broly into the ground. Emotionlessly, he gazed at the dust below, raising his hands overhead to concentrate, an energy wave directed at the cloud of debris. Boom. The dust soared several meters high. Whoosh. Broly's furious roar echoed from within the cloud, and in an instant, he burst forth from the haze. Bang bang. Boom boom. In this latest clash, only Broly's anguished cries reverberated through the air. The immense disparity in their strengths meant that even as the legendary Super Saiyan, Broly could not match Vegeta's prowess at this moment. As Broly endured Vegeta's relentless assault, his battle power surged uncontrollably. 400 billion, 430 billion, 450 billion, 490 billion. Was Broly truly a monster? How could his strength escalate so rapidly? Broly's rapid enhancement of power left Vegeta and the others feeling as though they were caught in a surreal dream. Haha. This fellow truly lives up to the legend of the Super Saiyan. The speed at which his combat prowess escalates is both terrifying and exhilarating. Although Goku felt the weight of Broly's bloodline suppressing him, he could not help but feel a surge of excitement. This was quintessential Goku. While Vegeta spoke, his relentless assault on Broly continued unabated. Boom, boom, boom. Vegeta noted that with Broly's strength soaring, the impact of his punches and kicks seemed to diminish increasingly. He unleashed energy blasts towards Broly, yet Broly absorbed the onslaught, charging relentlessly at Vegeta. Vegeta repulsed him, but it was only a moment before Broly lunged forward once more. Galactic Donuts. Vegeta, realizing that standard energy waves were ineffective, resorted to his ultimate technique. Thunderous roars erupted as Broly was once again sent crashing into the earth. From within the swirling dust, Broly's furious roar intensified, accompanied by a fierce green light piercing through the haze. All of them, including Vegeta and Goku, sensed a profound shift in Broly's aura. With a rustling sound, Broly ascended slowly into the sky. Vegeta's eyes widened as he beheld Broly's transformed visage. A lock of hair hung down over his forehead. His hair now stood erect like sharp spikes, and his aura had morphed from a flame-like state into a jet-like force. Broly's stature had grown even taller and more imposing. Most striking were his eyes, where the pupils had vanished, leaving only the whites. Lightning crackled around him. Super Saiyan 2. Trunks and the others could hardly believe the sight before them. No, this was not merely an ordinary Super Saiyan 2. It was the legendary Super Saiyan 2. Goku exclaimed. They could feel that Broly's aura had undergone a qualitative transformation. Vegeta gazed gravely at Broly. I never expected this guy to break through to Super Saiyan 2 under my pressure. His talent is astounding. If not for the constraints of the storyline, Broly would undoubtedly be the main character. Vegeta sensed that Broly's power now surpassed his own Super Saiyan 2 form, compounded by the suppression of his bloodline, making him an even more formidable adversary. Broly's battle power reached an astonishing 120 billion. Whoosh. Boom. Before Vegeta could react, Broly appeared before him, unleashing a deep green energy wave that struck him squarely in the abdomen. The explosion enveloped both Vegeta and Broly in a cloud of dust. Chapter 78. The Fall of Broly. Swish. Vegeta plummeted from the smoke. Coughing, he gasped, this current assault is incomparable to anything that came before. Cough cough. Vegeta was enveloped in black smoke, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, and his clothes bore several tears. Swish. Broly surged from the smoke with incredible speed, delivering a kick straight to Vegeta's abdomen. They both plummeted towards the ground at breakneck speed. Boom. Vegeta was experiencing a fate similar to that of Goku's earlier. Cough. Enduring such a blow, Vegeta involuntarily spat out blood. Broly leapt high, intent on delivering an even more crushing blow. However, Vegeta evaded Broly's attack using instant transmission. Boom. Broly missed his target and instead found himself embedded in the ground. Phew, that was close. Had I taken that hit, I would have either died or been severely injured. Nevertheless, the pain is real. Vegeta instinctively clutched his abdomen. Phew, that was dangerously close. I never imagined Broly's strength could reach such heights. Trunks, too, was momentarily stunned by Broly's transformation. Gohan turned to Trunks and asked, "Do you think Uncle Vegeta can defeat Broly?" Initially confident in Vegeta, Gohan now wavered in the face of Broly's might. "Don't worry, Gohan. Uncle Vegeta will certainly prevail. He hasn't even unleashed his true power yet." Trunks firmly believed in Vegeta's capabilities. Vegeta glared at Vegeta, his fists clenched tightly. He loathed his own weakness. He could not accept that both Broly and Vegeta were so powerful. Super Saiyan 2 is no longer a match for Broly. I must ascend to Super Saiyan 3. I cannot afford to prolong this battle with such a monster, or he will only grow stronger. Vegeta's aura surged rapidly, causing the earth to tremble once more. Uncle Vegeta is about to transform into Super Saiyan 3. Trunks felt a rush of excitement each time Vegeta transformed. Rustle, crackle. Vegeta ascended to Super Saiyan 3, determined to end the fight with Broly. Otherwise, it would be an endless cycle. Broly's talent was too formidable. If one could not overpower him with a decisive blow, he would only become stronger. It was astonishing how Super Saiyan 3 appeared so powerful, even without sensing the aura. Gohan gazed at the Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta, utterly impressed. Roar. A tremendous roar echoed throughout the heavens. Broly was about to emerge. Goku kept his eyes fixed on the crater Broly had left behind. Boom. Broly broke through the surface, ascending into the sky amidst a cloud of debris. Swish. Vegeta, refusing to back down, charged directly at Broly. And the two hurtled towards each other in a straight line at incredible speed. Swish. Broly's massive fist struck Vegeta, yet it passed right through his body. Swish. Broly was left momentarily bewildered. Swish. Vegeta surged from beneath Broly, delivering a powerful uppercut that slammed into Broly's chin, sending him howling into the cosmos. Vegeta intended to eliminate Broly in the vast expanse of space. With a fierce determination, Vegeta pursued Broly, delivering a mighty kick that propelled Broly further into the universe. Is Uncle Vegeta planning to annihilate Broly in the vacuum of space? People cannot function without oxygen, can they? Watching the two ascend through the clouds towards the cosmos, Trunks felt a twinge of concern. Trunks, Vegeta surely has a plan. We can only watch. Goku reassured Trunks, gazing up at the two figures that had become mere specks in the sky. In the cosmos, when Vegeta faced Frieza, the system had already granted him the ability to survive in space. He could move freely even in the void. Once Vegeta brought Broly into the cosmos, he stared at him. Kakarot. Kakarot. After enduring several of Vegeta's strikes, Broly had become increasingly frenzied and erratic. Vegeta remarked, "Truly a legendary Super Saiyan. He can even function briefly in the vacuum of space. It is time to end this, Broly." Vegeta declared expressionlessly. Kakarot. Kakarot. Broly. With only the whites of his eyes visible, fixated on Vegeta, his lucidity waning. Yet he continued to chant Goku's name, oblivious to his impending doom. Vegeta mused. How deep is Broly's obsession with Goku, still uttering his name at this moment? Swish. If you love Goku so much, I shall send you to the afterlife, hoping you may be reincarnated as a being devoid of harm to the universe. Then you can seek out Goku once more. With that, Vegeta placed his hands on his hips, gathering energy. Final Kamehameha. A colossal energy surged at Vegeta's waist. Although Broly had lost much of his rationality, he was still acutely aware of the surging energy emanating from Vegeta. Kakarot. Kakarot. Broly muttered the name of Son Goku as he raised his hands high above his head. A sphere of energy, encircled in green with a core of black, gradually took shape before rapidly expanding, its diameter soon reaching several meters. Farewell, Broly. Vegeta, with great admiration for his formidable opponent, recognized that if Broly could master his sanity, he would undoubtedly be a rare adversary. Now, with the final syllable uttered, Vegeta unleashed his ultimate Kamehameha, channeling the energy to its maximum potential and directing it towards Broly. Kakarot. Kakarot. As Broly witnessed the energy wave hurtling towards him, he continued to chant Goku's name and propelled the energy sphere above his head towards Vegeta's ultimate Kamehameha wave. Boom. At the instant the two energies collided, a violent shockwave erupted from the heart of the energy, radiating outwards in all directions. Both Vegeta and Broly were momentarily pushed back by the force. Nevertheless, neither of their attacks faltered. Meanwhile, on New Vegeta, Goku and his companions were also swept back by the immense shockwave, struggling to brace themselves against its onslaught. Vegeta intensified his energy output, causing the ultimate Kamehameha wave to swell several-fold. Kakarot. Kakarot. Broly fought with all his might. Yet the energy wave rapidly closed in on him. Boom. After calling out Goku's name one last time, Broly was utterly engulfed by the energy wave. Goku and his companions looked up, witnessing the explosive phenomenon in the cosmos, simultaneously sensing the violent aura of Broly dissipate into nothingness.